Chapter 1 So exciting when you come up. Mewfang's current mood can be said to be extremely complicated. Today is Saturday, and it should be a happy day when you can lie in bed, fish and play with your mobile phone. I just want to play a game. He looked at the violent sea with turbulent waves rolling in front of him. The sky was covered with clouds that blocked the sunlight that should have been projected. The pouring rain fell from the sky one after another, mixed with the cold wind, which made Mewfang, who was soaked all over his body, even more depressed. This is Xindao, a mysterious man-made island isolated from the rest of the world, a place that no bird would ever visit. But now he is standing on this island, looking at the sea level where there is no limit at all in the distance, tormented by the violent storm and wearing a mask of pain that cannot be taken off. The system has sent the host to the mission trigger point. Please explore the island according to the map mark. Close black lens bracket. Hearing the mechanical electronic synthesis sound in his mind, Mewfang really couldn't help but curse. This morning was a rare weekend, and during such a happy hour, he even woke up early just to play game. If you don't use it to play games on weekend, can you use it to study? But after he opened a mobile game called Genie Age OL, he lost consciousness in front of his eyes. Next is a completely unreasonable electronic synthesizer that keep talking about stand-up comedy. Successfully searched for the host. Soul peeling protection. Time freezing. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Preparation is ready. The system is loading. Loading completed. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully activating the Elf Era system. Close black lens bracket. Mewfang now only feels that his eyes are dark, and he can't even notice the existence of his body at all. This is really a wonderful experience. But more than that, he was more concerned about what the voice that sounded out of nowhere in his mind was. System, is it the kind of golden finger that is exclusive to the protagonist in the novel? Back to the host. You can understand it this way. This system is the golden finger that helped the host become the strongest trainer in the Age of Elf. Close black lens bracket. The Age of Elf. Why am I confusing you? Mewfang was stunned for a moment. It's the 21st century, right? I'm still going back to school next Monday to go to class. How come a whole Age of Elf suddenly came out? The host will know later. And now the system will release novice task for you. Completing this task, host will get rich reward. Close black lens bracket. It still sounds a bit like that. It should be a good thing for me to awaken this system. Mewfang breathed a sigh of relief. According to his many years of experience in reading novels, this so-called novice task should be an extremely simple and easy task, and usually a novice gift bag will be given after finishing it. Will it be an endless master ball, or an infinite magic candy? He suddenly looked forward to it. Open black lens bracket. Ding. The novice quest has been successfully attracted. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the SSS level quest. Save the super dream. Close black lens bracket. The host will be transferred to the mission location, New Island. Close black lens bracket. Hearing the system voice in his head, Mewfang was done. Save the super dream, and teleport to the new island. In other words, now a pure rookie who has no elf is about to be transported to the original island full of fully armed rockets to rescue a man-made beast. He only felt that the cold sweat on his forehead was about to fall. That system, can we slow down first? The almanac says that you shouldn't go out today. He tried to negotiate with the system, but the system didn't seem prepared to give him any leeway. Open black lens bracket. Successful delivery. Close black lens bracket. Mewfang's eyes were dark again, and in the last second before he lost consciousness, he let out an earth-shattering cry of ghosts and God. This is a good thing for the last hammer. After the memory was over, Mewfang turned around and walked towards the center of the island. On the retinal light curtain that only he can see, the information of every inch of the island where he is now is clearly marked. In the circular island map, he is on the southernmost beach of the island, and the laboratory where Mewtwo is imprisoned right in the center of the island. There is also a large dense rainforest between this beach and the research institute, which forms a natural concealment for the Rockets Research Institute and provides great convenience for Mewfang's progress. If this was an empty plane, then Mewfang would now be like a beach-rushing soldier in the Normandy landing campaign. Before he got close to the research institute, he would be sent away by the other party with the direct pleasure of elf. This is the elf world, and Mewfang does not have the super real novice physique like Xiaoji in the original work. If he is blown up by a shadow ball, it is estimated that he will be half crippled, so he is holding his breath now, walking through the woods, slowly and covertly approaching the mark points on the map. Although it must be dangerous to go to save Mewtwo this time, the system just seemed to have provided him with 2 outrageous props for free, which gave him a lot of confidence to continue moving forward. There are 2 different icons hanging quietly beside the map light curtain on the retina. One is a golden ball, the Pearl of Absolute Defense, an S-level consumable. The effect is to create a spherical light curtain, allowing the user to use it within a minute. The inside will not be affected by any attacks and skills from the outside world, but the user cannot attack the outside world from the spherical light curtain. This is an important trump card for his life. The other icon is something similar to a learning device, mind control device, S-level consumables. The effect is to temporarily control all elves around level 60 quasi-gods and below, and use it for object whose strength is closer to this level. The worse the effect, the duration of one use is 30 seconds, and it can be used up to 3 times. These 2 items were one of the important reasons why he made up his mind to try to rescue Mewtwo, but it was not the main reason after all. In the process of walking through the forest just now, the Mewfengxiang system confirmed the current state of Cheomeng and the state of the new island. Super Dream is about to be successfully developed at this moment, and Sakagi is still on the way. The garrison on this island is not as exaggerated as he imagined. If you really came to the world of Pokemon, then you can't miss this chance to save Xiaomeng. How powerful Xiaomeng is, he is clear in his heart. Not to mention he really liked this elf. Not to mention the direct subjugation of Xiaomeng. It is not wrong to have a good relationship with such a powerful beast in the future. Now that you have got this opportunity, you should just follow your heart and keep going. Mewfeng walked through the dense jungle with his head lowered. The next moment, he stopped and immediately held his breath. There are other people talking. Chapter 2 _ I could fish all day on New Island. Because he sensed the approaching footsteps and the gradually clear voice, Mewfeng immediately realized that someone must be approaching the tree where he was. He held his breath and curled up behind the tree, concentrating on distinguishing the sounds around him. The rain is a little lighter now, but it still interferes with his hearing ability to capture the surrounding situation, including the sound of rain. The first is the rustling of boots stepping on the ground covered with weeds and fallen leaves, followed by a low-pitched male voice complaining, "Hey, what do you think is hidden in this island? This island is nearly 200 kilometers away from the nearest mainland." Another sharp and harsh male voice answered his question angrily, and the next moment it was clearly introduced into Mewfeng's ears. "How do I know? But it should be a very important thing, otherwise why would it be hidden in such a ghost lake?" The two seemed to be doing routine patrols around here, and were about to walk past the tree where Mewfeng was. Mewfeng quickly made a judgment. These should be 2 rocket soldiers patrolling the periphery of the island. From their chat content, it can be judged that they don't know what is hidden on the island. And more importantly, this island is really as written in the original work, more than 200 kilometers away from the nearest mainland. He couldn't help but have a headache. "My dear, if I rescued Xiaomeng, but Brother Meng slipped away first, what should I do?" The two of them didn't find the wonderful Mewfeng hidden behind the tree, and they continued to chat. "Forget it. Let's go back to the residential area at the entrance of the base first. The things in there are not within the reach of little people like us." "Yeah, let go. I think it's superfluous to have us patrolling the island. Who can find this place? I don't know when they will be willing to let us go back." After these 2 sentences were finished, the 2 soldiers had already passed the area where the tree was located, and the sound of footsteps and voices also disappeared. The rain continued to fall. Mewfeng waited patiently for a few minutes, paying attention to the movement around him and thinking about his neckland. According to the information just mentioned by the 2 of them, their identities are indeed the same as what they had guessed, and they are the low-level personnel of the rocket. And they mentioned that they had to go back to the residential area at the entrance of the base, and they couldn't go further inside, which meant that there were not only layers of guards around the institute, but also a place where these patrollers live. This undoubtedly increases the difficulty of rescue, but Mewfeng already has a new plan in his heart at this moment. He continued to sneak carefully in the direction where the 2 rocket troopers had just gone, and before he walked far, he heard 2 different voices again. Not the 2 people just now, but they should also be the low-level patrol personnel of the rocket. The 2 newcomers had already walked to the tree where he was and were about to leave in the same direction. Mewfeng took a deep breath and walked out directly from behind the tree where he was hiding. The outfits of the 2 rocket players he saw in front of him were exactly the same as in the original. A bright red uppercase R is printed on the black suit uniform, coupled with the black round cap on the top of the head, which reminds Mewfeng of the group of rockets who occasionally appeared in the animation. When they saw Mewfeng emerge from behind the tree, they were stunned for a moment, and then immediately threw the red and white elf ball on their way. The white light flashed, and a black wolf dog-like creature stood on the ground, barking at Mewfeng. Not only that, but a strange purple sphere appeared out of thin air at the moment, with conspicuous potholes all over it, and the dull white eyes and the gray fog around the sphere added a terrifying atmosphere. Coyotes and gas bombs. Seeing these 2 elves, Mewfeng felt a little more confident in their heart, and as he thought, these little elves really pulled over. Although these 2 elves have an evolutionary root, they can basically be summed up to the level of roadside goods. However, although these 2 elves are not very rare, and even in their primary form, Mewfeng still feels a little pressure. After all, this is the first time he has seen a live elf in a strict sense. The style of painting is not as broken as he imagined, but it is still somewhat perfectly restored. But now he has the body of an ordinary person, and if these 2 guys collided with each other, it would probably cost him half his life. He held his short breaths and took a few steps back with a look of fear. "Who are you? Why are you here? Sure enough, in the face of this slightly flustered young child, the other party did not directly act, but made a standard two-line inquiry. The ship I was on was wrecked. My parents were also gone. I floated to this island with a piece of wood in my arm. Can you tell me where this place is? Uncle. This black-haired boy looked like he was in his early teens. His clothes were soaked through, and he was messed up with all kinds of sand and debris. His eyes were full of panic and fear, and it really looked like what he said. The two Rockets teammates made a decision in their heart, and the middle-aged man in front who sent out the gas bomb squeezed a smile from his face. Don't panic, kid. Uncle will take you away from this island and find your parents. Okay. Hearing this, the black-haired boy showed a slightly suspicious look on his face. But my mother said that wearing clothes like yours is a bad guy. As he spoke, he stepped back in fear. The two Rockets members were stunned when they heard the word, and another thin, scar-faced young man answered, "Oh, maybe your mother made a mistake. Little one, why don't you come here first?" But the child didn't say anything, but turned around and immediately ran away in the opposite direction. The Rockets had a fake smile on their faces for a second, but the moment the child turned and fled, the hidden murderous intent in their eyes suddenly emerged. Gas bomb, mud attack, coyote hit. The patrol mission arranged for them in the organization clearly mentioned that if an outsider is found, they can be put to death immediately. Those who can join the Rockets are naturally not soft-hearted people. When they are sure that this is an ordinary 10-year-old child, there is no need to hold back. Being hit by a gas bullet and a coyote attack, such a 10-year-old young child will die on the spot, and he will immediately pass out of a coma. Faswa. The purple ball suspended in the air trembled, and gray mud began to condense in front of the bloody mouth. At the moment when the order was given, the coyote rushed forward, turning into a black flash and heading straight for the child. The child seemed to have heard the sound from behind him, and his escaping movements became extremely rapid, but he suddenly lost his balance and fell to the ground with a thud. The coyote was about to hit his thin body, and the mud in the gas bullet's mouth was condensed. The fate of the child who fell to the ground was already doomed in the eyes of the two Rockets, but they didn't notice the corners of the former's mouth. The fish is hooked. Mind control device activated. Chapter 3 Mewtwo. Waiting for this moment. Mind control device activated. Mewfang had already quietly held this key item in his hand, ready to use it at this moment in advance. Mewfang had asked the system how to use this item before, and got the following reply from the system. This item only needs to be taken out by the host and then held in the hand to start silently. In the next 30 seconds, all elves around the host will lose their minds and suspend all actions, unless the host takes the initiative to issue instructions to them. The order can be given orally or silently. Close black lens bracket. At this moment, he immediately gave instructions to the gas bomb and the coyote to attack the two Rockets rogue. The gas bomb floating in the air immediately turned around without warning, and sprayed a large amount of dirty mud towards the two of Team Rocket. The two were caught off guard and were hit directly, with mud splashing all over their faces and bodies. "What are you doing, stupid?" the middle-aged man yelled angrily, trying to wipe the thick mud from his face with his hands in a panic. But the next moment, the coyote also suddenly came back from halfway, slammed into the middle-aged man's chest fiercely, and directly knocked him out. Coincidentally, another slightly thinner Rocket player was standing behind the middle-aged man, just above the path where the latter flew backward. He didn't even have time to let out a cry of exclamation, and was slammed to the ground by the burly body of the middle-aged man. His hands that were about to clear his face to block his vision failed to successfully support the fallen body, and the back of his head was heavy, knocked to the ground and fell into a coma. Seeing the two Rocket players who both fell to the ground and whose life and death are unknown, Mewfang got up from the ground in a little embarrassment. In order not to reveal the slightest flaw, "Just now, I actually fell down on purpose, and I still feel a burning pain in my knee." But this kind of behavior finally succeeded in letting the other party relax his guard, and successfully killed any chance for the two to report the news. Now the two have fallen unconscious, and the two elves are also standing there waiting for Mewwin's next command. He immediately stepped forward and took off the coat and trousers of the short, thin man who was only a little taller than himself. Sure enough, he found a device similar to a walkie-talkie in the jacket pocket of the Rocket's uniform. Mewfang breathed a sigh of relief. If he hadn't acted in a play just now and the two fell to the ground before they could even react, even if he had the prop to control the other's spirit, he wouldn't be able to guarantee that the other party would notify other Rocket through something like a walkie-talkie. Team of people. If this is the case, his next plan will be difficult to realize, and the operation to save Mewtwo will be a little more difficult. He thought about it in his mind, but he didn't stop his hand, and put the Rocket's uniform on his body. It had only been 10 seconds since he had just controlled the two elves. The controller still has about 20 seconds of valid time this time. He turned around and ran in the direction of the research institute regardless of the knee pain, and quickly gave the order to the two Pokemon again in his mind. Kill. He had never killed anyone in his last life, but as he expected, even this place that might be the game world was much more cruel than he thought. If he didn't have the help of Prop just now, he might have died directly on the spot. And these two scumbags who don't let go of 10-year-old children have no meaning to continue living. As for these two elves, he was not in charge of them. 20 seconds was enough for him to leave this place. There was the sound of biting and poisonous gas spreading into the air from behind, but Mewtwo continued to run as fast as he could without looking back. The dense rain curtain continued to maintain its offensive against the sky and the earth. A deafening thunder sounded over the entire island, and the pale light illuminated Mewtwo's figure walking through the dense woods in an instant. 5 minutes of running in the rain made Mewtwo's body almost reach its limit, and he had to find a tree to hide and rest. And just now, he killed people more or less in disguise, and no matter how strong the psychological capacity is, people will feel a little uncomfortable at this moment. Suppressing the vomiting and discomfort in his heart, Mewtwo tried his best to calm himself down. But the good news is that some buildings can already be seen walking on a plain ahead. Obviously, this is the residential area mentioned by the rockets before. Although the clothes that Mewtwo snatched from the skinny man were a few sizes too big, in the eyes of others they only looked a little loose, and it was difficult to directly spot the difference. Fortunately, the height of Mewtwo's new body is not too low, about 1.5 meters, except that the face and body look a little immature. In fact, it is already relatively tall, and the skinny guy just now seemed to be in his early 1.6 meters, which made Mewtwo's heart temporarily have a plan to put on the rocket's uniform and try to sneak in. This residential area is a plain, and it is impossible to go directly there. You can only sneak in under such a disguise. Although there are absolute defense beads and mental controllers, he doesn't think these two things that can only be used a few times can be wasted in such a place. Since rescuing Mewtwo is a SSS level difficulty mission, he must calculate every step clearly, otherwise the consequences of failing the mission will be more than just missing Mewtwo. This is an island full of Team Rocket forces and eyeliners. Until now, he has only used the mind controller one. He adjusted his breathing rate. He got up and walked out from behind the tree, and lowered the brim of his hat to hide his appearance as much as possible to avoid being seen by the rockets who were active in the residential area. He slowed down and walked towards the group of buildings. At the same time, in the laboratory of the Nijima Center, the labyrinthine interior is full of twisted pipes and large electronic machinery of all kinds. The robotic arm is mounted on the workbench, and several transparent culture tanks containing green solution are arranged in an orderly manner by the wall, but the green liquid is filled with unknown deformed organisms. If ordinary people saw what the contents of the culture jar looked like, they would probably vomit on the spot. But the old man in white standing beside the culture jar didn't react at all. He looked at the deformed creature in the jar with a hint of pride and enthusiasm, as if the contents were a beautiful piece of art. The next moment, the old man in the white robe turned around and glanced back at another giant culture jar behind him. What is different about this culture tank is, the tank body more than 2 meters high is full of light blue transparent solution. Countless pipes and lines are inserted into the tank from above, and all of them are submerged in the body of the contents in the tank. One 2 meters high humanoid light white creature. The creature has a slender, curved tail that resembles that of a squirrel. The shape of the fingers also looks a little weird. With his eyes closed, he curled up in this giant culture tank, surrounded by countless pipes and various detection devices all over his body. This is the strongest artificial elf created by the rockets by extracting the fantasy genes of the beast. Cheomung. Chapter 4_Sakagi Come. The old man looked at Cheomung with incomparably hot and excited eyes, and he murmured to himself with some trembling. Finally succeeded. After countless failures, I finally found a way to make the test product a perfect match for the dream gene. Behind where he was standing, there were several rows of researchers sitting neatly. They are burying their heads in processing the data in the computers or instruments in front of them, and the entire huge research institute is reverberating with crisp electronic prompts and keyboard tapping sound. A researcher in the front row stood up from the stool and reported the situation loudly to the old man. At present, the genes in the body of the experimental body C have been stabilized, and the mental power is currently normal. From the experience we have gained from the experimental body AB, this situation is close to success. According to the data analysis, the subject's self-consciousness will wake up in 10 minutes. We have contacted Mr. Sakagi at your request. The old man did not look back, but continued to quietly look at Cheomung in the cultivation jar. Not only did the frenzy in his eyes not fade away, but he became even more frenzied at the moment. What a beautiful elf. You will definitely become the strongest being, even surpass that legendary elf and become the existence above him. Your name is Cheomung. He continued to mutter to himself in a low voice, not noticing a slight change in the closed eyes of the creature in the jar. But the next moment, everything was silent again. Now the actual situation is a little smoother than Mewtwo thought, and it can even be said that Mewtwo is a little surprised. He has successfully entered and passed through most of the residential area, and is about to reach the inner periphery of the research institute. The few rocket players he met along the away just glanced at him and then looked away, as if they couldn't see through Mewfang's disguise at all. There should only be a group of low-level rocket team members living in this surrounding residential area, and they seem to have little contact with other people of the same class except for their regular patrol partners. Mewfang walked between several wooden houses and stone houses, and the pace under his feet increased slightly, although things were going well up to this moment. But walking through a team of rockets like this, his heartbeat accelerated a lot involuntarily. To be fair, this feeling of being exposed at any time is the most unpleasant. In less than 2 minutes, he had passed the door of the last house and came to the location of the laboratory on the map. As Mewfang imagined, this laboratory is a huge single building, surrounded by a high wall surrounded by energized barbed wire, and there is no way to bypass the main entrance to enter. In front of the gate of the research institute, there is a row of fully armed guards, and each of them has even released their own elves to prevent the research institute from being suddenly attacked. It seems that we can only break through from here, but is the opportunity to use precious items really used here? Mewfang is still standing next to the last house on the inner side of the residential area, pretending to look at the door of the research institute inadvertently, but in fact he has already started to make plans in his heart. Warning: the biggest threat of this mission, Sakagi. There are 5 minutes to arrive at the new island. My mom, so fast. The system's voice sounded in his mind at this moment, directly dispelling all his concern. If you don't act quickly, you won't have a chance. After a while, things will get worse when Sakagi comes. Without any hesitation, Mewfang directly held the mind control device in his hand and ran straight towards the entrance of the research institute. At first, those people didn't react when they saw Dao Mewfang's movement, but when Mewfang was already within 10 meters, a guard immediately shouted at Mewfang, "You have entered the alert area. Show your pass immediately, or we will attack." Naturally, Mewfang didn't have the pass, as if he was deaf. Not only did he not slow down his running speed, but he went a little faster. Now the guards can't hold back anymore. This is obviously not right. Big-mouthed bat, wing attack, catty, flamethrower, cami turtle, the tail of the water. All the guards immediately gave orders to their elves. In the past 10 or so elves, some of them accumulated long-range attack, and some came straight to the wind. The situation was very dangerous, but Mewfang continued to run forward under the guards' stunned eyes, and did not make any moves to throw the Pokeball to summon the Pokemon, as if he didn't take this attack seriously at all. Is this kid crazy? Such a wave of coordinated action will directly kill him. Although the guards were a little surprised in their heart, they didn't particularly care. Most of them didn't kill for the first time anyway. If this guy didn't want to die, he could only admit that he was unlucky, and the organization wouldn't blame them. But the next moment, a scene that they did not expect appeared. Their Pokemon actually turned their bodies around and attacked them violently. The sound of the screaming skill explosion was endless for a while, but Mewfang didn't have any intention to appreciate the miserable state of his door. He didn't even stop the movement of his feet, and rushed straight into the door of the research institute. According to the map instructions, there are 3 floors in the research institute. The passageway on the first floor where I am now is extremely complicated, but the map clearly indicates the location of the elevator that leads to the 3rd floor. Unexpectedly, there were no patrolling guards on the first floor. According to the instructions on the map, Mewfang quickly found the direct elevator. According to what he found with some headache, this elevator actually had to insert an ID card to operate. I hadn't thought of this at all, and there was no such thing in the pocket of the scarred face before. Out of frustration, he just turned around and ran towards the stairwell. At the same time, the electronic synthesis sound of the system sounded again with a buzzer warning in his mind. Warning: the biggest threat of this mission, Sakagi, has arrived at the new island. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 5_emergency moment. The violent storm over the new island still did not stop. On the contrary, the wind and rain intensified together against the island, mixed with thunder and occasional flashes of light illuminating the sky. In the thick rain curtain, suddenly a behemoth rushed out. This is a pterosaur whose whole body is mixed with white bones and purple skin. The sharp and bloody eyes and the bloody mouth in front of the head will make it difficult for those facing him not to feel fear. This is a fossil pterosaur. It fluttered its wings and broke through the distant sky, turning into a gray flash and heading straight for the island below. On the back of this fossilized pterosaur, there was a person standing steadily, seemingly unaffected by the movements of the fossilized pterosaur, and looked at the cloud over the island as if nothing had happened. This man looked to be in his early 30s, and his square and straight facial features all show his capable and direct personality. At this time, his eyes looking up at the sky seem to be emotionless, but there is a trace of expectation hidden. This is Team Rocket's general leader and the real behind-the-scenes boss, Sakagi. He had just received news from his subordinates that the project he had put a lot of effort into researching on this remote island finally came to fruition. Using the mysterious gene extracted from the dream eyelash fossil, the artificial elves with dream genes have been successfully created. The strongest artificial spirit. There has never been such a thing in history. This is the beginning of a new era. Sakagi muttered to himself in a low voice, and the fossilized pterosaur under his feet had landed steadily in front of the research institute. Come back. He took the fossilized pterosaur back to the pokeball in his hand, but the moment he raised his head the next moment, his originally calm expression changed drastically. The entrance of the research institute is already in a mess at this moment. All around were scorched black marks swept away by skill. The guard fell to the ground twitching with scars all over their body, and some unconscious elves lay scattered on the ground. The communication device on his chest also rang at this moment, and an old man's slightly flustered voice clearly came from it. My lord, there is an intruder. Even without the old man's phone call, Sakagi had already realized what had happened. He can't easily keep his face expressionless now, and his face is even more gloomy, like water sea. How is this possible? As a secret man-made island that I only knew about Shindao, it is logically impossible for others to discover it. Those insiders on the island are also prohibited from leaving the island to prevent the news from leaking out. Those researchers are also their loyal followers, and basically there is no possibility of rebellion. Under so many conditions, how could someone just invade on the day when the research results of this secret project happen? The other party may have long known the existence of this island and the Gene project, and chose to do it on this day. Sakagi has made the most extreme thinking in the shortest time, but at this moment, the most important thing is that his test product cannot be taken away. For this project, he didn't know how much resources were mobilized, how much effort he paid, and he even built an artificial island to conduct research in secret. But the culture jar that made that experimental body use countless dirty special materials, and even his strongest combat power would take a little time to break without a password to unlock it. Fortunately, I thought of this at the beginning. If it wasn't for the guys from the Elf Alliance who kept watching the movements of my men, how could the defense force on this island be so weak? Team Rocket's every move has always been under the monitoring of the Elf Alliance, but because of Team Rocket's overall strength, they didn't dare to collide directly. Moreover, the Rockets have not made any big moves that cross the line in the past few years, and the League has always turned a blind eye to this. But if it is found that the Rockets are actually doing such secret research behind the scene, I am afraid the Alliance will not sit idly by. Under this kind of pressure, Sakagi could only secretly mobilize his subordinates and secretly set up such an island for genetic research. All because of those guys in the League. He snorted coldly, and without thinking any further, he took out another Pokeball around his waist and threw it fiercely. Big Hornby, go to the three-tiered laboratory and be optimistic about that test body. The voice fell, white light flashed, and a large needle bee showed its shape in the air. This large needle bee seems to be extremely powerful, and its body size is at least a circle larger than that of the general kin. The double needle as a weapon also seems to have been specially trained and maintained, and it shimmers with a cold light. After receiving the order, the large needle bee flew away at full speed and disappeared at the corner of the first floor of the research institute. The perimeter of the institute building is also closed and constructed with special material. If you want to reach the laboratory on the third floor, entering through the door on the first floor is the only way. The old man just called, explaining that the intruder should still be in the laboratory on the third floor at this time, and he should be worrying about how to open the hard culture jar. I want to see who dares to steal from me. Sakagi's eyes flickered fiercely, and he also stepped into the door of the research institute. As Sakagi had guessed, Mewtwo was really worried about how to open this extremely hard culture jar. Just now, he successfully reached the laboratory on the third floor according to the route marked on the map, and activated the effect of the mind controller to use the researcher's Pokemon to drive them all out. But a new problem has arisen. The culture jar containing Mewtwo can't be opened. Whether it is manipulating the researcher's Pokemon to use skills to set fire to the jar, or lifting heavy objects and smashing the wall of the jar to death, the culture jar is dead and alive. Not even a scratch is left. I just said, how could that old fox in Sakagi only arrange so little guard? It turns out that this jar is the real security measure. In desperation, he could only let those elves whose control time is about to end all leave here, so as to avoid the failure of the mind control device for a while, and he would be attacked by these guys. After dealing with these elves, he couldn't help but glance at the system's map light curtain. There is a huge red dot moving at the entrance of the research institute, and it seems to have entered the first floor, straight towards the third floor. Mewtwo covered his toenails to know what the red dot meant, and Sakagi was about to kill him. And now the mental control device in his hand has been used up many times, and it has been completely scrapped into a piece of broken metal. The only remaining support is the absolute defense orb that can make him invincible for 1 minute. But what can this minute of invincibility be used for? When this minute has passed, is it still a dead end? Mewtwo violently smashed the culture jar with the chair beside him again, but nothing was left except the dull sound. Not at all. He panted and stared at the sleeping Cheomung in the culture tank. His heart rate was already reaching the limit. Detected other elves approaching. Closed black lens bracket. The system prompt sounded in his head, and the death deafening sound of bees flapping wings came from far away from the door of the laboratory. Now everything has reached an extremely dangerous point. Chapter 6 _ disapproved idea. Damn, Brother Meng, wake up. Mewtwo was really anxious when he heard the sound of the door approaching and the red dots on the map in front of him. He raised his hand and punched it heavily on the cultivation wall, but it didn't work at all. Instead, his hand was bounced back, and he only felt the pain to death. The source of the sound has already rushed in from the door without any obstruction. It is a giant stinger that looks a little terrifying. In Mewtwo's image, Sakagi really has such an elf, and he is very powerful. Now that he was watching this elf floating in the air ready to go, he felt a strong sense of oppression, which made his heartbeat, which was already approaching its limit, a little more violently. The large needlebee flew into the laboratory and observed it for only a second, and immediately launched an attack on Mewtwo decisively. Its double needles lit up with a white light, and the whole body rushed forward, and the surrounding air seemed to be chaotically disturbed by its movement. So fast, Mewtwo's pupils shrank, and there was no time to avoid it. Time only allows him to subconsciously raise his arms to block in front of him, but this is tantamount to using a man's arms as a car, and Mewtwo is completely unable to resist this heavy blow. Just at this critical moment, Chao Meng in the culture jar finally made a move. His eyes suddenly opened at this moment, and the purple light suddenly radiated from the cultivation tank, and the violent mental power fluctuations swept the entire laboratory in an instant, as if a natural disaster had been set off. Accompanied by the violent roar, Mewtwo only felt that there was nothing but white in front of him, and the pain in his head was as if a hammer was smashing to death. The impact of the large needlebee was even more exaggerated. It was directly blown out by this wave, and ruthlessly blasted a big hole in the wall of the laboratory and fell into it. The fluctuations dissipated and calmed down, and Mewtwo's vision returned to normal in a trance. There was no place in the entire laboratory, and the culture tanks were all shattered, and the strange and unpleasant culture liquid was splashed on the ground. Those mechanical equipment were also completely destroyed and turned into scrap iron, and the glass slag left after the screen shattered was everywhere. Heaven! Mewtwo could not help but take a deep breath, although he had already anticipated the power of Cheomong. At this moment, witnessing this scene lightly still set off a storm in his heart. Before he could calm down, a somewhat deaf male voice sounded out of nowhere in his heart, just like the system usually speaks. Human, you, name, purpose, close black lens bracket. He subconsciously turned around and took a look at the scene behind him. Mewtwo had escaped from the culture jar, and the pipes and equipment on his body were all shattered by fluctuation. Cheomong floated in the air, with a hint of doubt in his eyes, looking straight at Mewtwo. Then the voice that sounded from the bottom of my heart just now should be the telepathy initiated by Cheomong. Mewtwo was stunned for a moment, and then immediately stated his purpose. I'm Mewtwo, and I'm here to save you. The words were concise and to the point. Cheomong heard the word, but the doubts in his eyes deepened. In fact, he had awakened his self-consciousness long ago, and through his deliberate concealment, he had concealed the doctor's instrument, and quietly stayed in the culture tank to observe the surrounding environment. Although he had just awakened his self-consciousness, he was like a baby who had just fallen to the ground, but his high IQ made him quickly understand several things in the past few days. First, the humans in white brought themselves into the world. Second, they all have their own goals, and even do some food that harms other existences in order to better accomplish their goals, such as the strange creatures in the jars next to them. Chao Meng can clearly confirm that those are originally the same as their own. The same exist, but these people in front of him made him look like this. Consciousness told him that although these guys in white gave their lives, he shouldn't feel grateful. And the human being in front of him has entered the laboratory all the way today. He does not seem to have the same position as the doctors who made him, but he also believes that this human being should have his own purpose, so he will come here to try to wake himself up. Open black lens bracket, help me. Purpose, close black lens bracket. He frowned, floating in the air and continuing to send out telepathy towards Mewtwo. Mewtwo is now looking at the huge red dot on the small map in front of him that is about to reach this floor, and feels that he is going crazy at the moment. Why does Brother Meng seem a little delirious now? Didn't I say my purpose is to save you? Or do you want to know the purpose of my saving you? He took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Mewtwo should have just awakened his self-consciousness now, and his character is like a blank piece of paper, and any influence will have a huge change. The super dream in the original work later became the appearance of the theatrical version because of the influence of Sakagi. Now the other party may be in a state of who I am, where I am, and what I want to do. It is basically impossible to count on him to fight against Sakagi. We must let Mewtwo take me to escape from here and then make a long-term plan. He sorted out the language and said very fast, the person who brought you into this world is trying to use your power to help him rule the world. In order to prevent your power from being used by such evil and dark people to poison the world, I must save you from him ahead of time. When he saw Cheomong hearing the word, he seemed to be lost in thought, and continued continued to say the following, and that person is about to approach here now. You have to take me away, in any way, so that I can answer your more question. Problem. When Chow Meng heard the last sentence, his pupils seemed to shrink. Question. He had no concept of what the other party said before. As a life form that had just come to this world, it was difficult for him to directly understand what evil and darkness were. But he understood what he said later, and took this human away, and he would answer his own question. In the few days he came to this world, he had a lot of doubt, but only one thing has been bothering his heart. Who am I? He didn't like this place very much. It was dark and no light, and the humid air exuded a pungent smell. He had thought about leaving here, but he had been troubled by this problem and put it on hold. He hoped to know who he really was from the mouths of these people, but he only vaguely heard the name that the other party gave him, Cheomong. But who is Cheomong? What is the meaning of coming to this world? Now that the person in front of him can solve his own problem, there is no problem with taking him away. 2-minute leave. Close black lens bracket. After that, answer. Question. Close black lens bracket. Mewfeng finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the other party's promise. He didn't know that it was the answering the question he said by mistake that moved Cheomong, but the next moment he reacted to a huge problem. 2 minutes. Sakagi was killed in 2 minutes. Can't you hurry? Transmission channel. Establishment. 2 minutes. Open black lens bracket. That person. Stop you. Close black lens bracket. Chow Meng's emotionless voice continued to sound in Mewfeng's heart, and the latter's head was big. Looking at Cheomong, who had already closed his eyes to prepare, Mewfeng took a deep breath and looked towards the door. At this moment, the red dot on the small map has completely overlapped with Mewfeng's position, and Sakagi has arrived. Chapter 7 _ the final hole card. The man in front of him, Mewfeng, can be said to be extremely familiar. When I was watching animations as a child, this guy always sat on the luxury seat with his cat boss and gave orders to his subordinates. Sakagi, the biggest leader of the rocket, the initiator of the Mewtwo gene project. At this moment, he has stepped into the laboratory, first glanced at Chow Meng who was meditating with his eyes closed in the air, and then looked at Mewfeng who was standing beside Chow Meng with a gloomy look. Comfortable. At this moment, Mewfeng felt as if he was being stared at by a beast. Sakaji's eyes flashed with surprise. A child? How could a child in his teens come to a place like Nijima that no one knows about, and be unhindered in a research institute that is on guard? This must be the disguise set up by the other party using the superpower elf in order to conceal his identity and confuse himself. It's a pity that he didn't bring the dumb hippo who had just joined the formation this time. Otherwise, with his superpower talent, he should easily be able to break the opponent's disguise. But Sakagi is not worried that he will not be able to know the identity of the other party. As long as the other party releases the elf, he can use the elf to judge who this guy is. He collected general information about all the trainers who possess Quasi-King and above. Now as long as the other party releases the main elf, he can detect who the other party is, and this layer of superpower disguise will be self-defeating. As for the opponent's main force is lower than the strength of the Quasi-Celestial King, or did they not send the main elves in front of him? It doesn't matter whether you know your identity or not. For a Heavenly King level trainer like Sakagi, the opponent is a dead word in both cases. But at this moment, he didn't throw his Pokeball right away. The giant stinger had already woken up from a brief coma, dragged his severely injured body and flew to Sakaji's side, and was retrieved by the latter with the Pokeball. Super Dream, are you trying to betray me? I gave you life. I am your master. Sakagi looked at Chow Meng and asked with a serious face. Mewfeng frowned. If Chow Meng was persuaded by this guy, wouldn't he be embarrassed? But in the next second, the serious expression on Sakaji's face was replaced by a trace of doubt, and he continued to shout at Mewtwo. Who are you? What is your purpose? As if he heard something funny, he waved his arms and said loudly, you are the elf I created and the strongest artificial elf in the world. The meaning of your existence is to help me conquer this world and to make Team Rocket stand at the top of the world. I am your master, the benefactor who gave you life. After Mewfeng heard this, he didn't panic. This is basically stable. According to the original plot, it was after hearing the words of Sakagi that Chow Meng escaped from the control of the rocket. From this, it can be seen that Chow Meng does not agree with these statements of Sakagi, and it can even be said to be disgusted. Sure enough, Mewtwo's meditation action that had already stopped immediately resumed its original state with Sakaji's word, and his telepathy also sounded in Mewfeng's heart. Block him. 100 seconds. Can't stop. Close black lens bracket. His elf, I barely cope. Close black lens bracket. But you can protect. Close black lens bracket. Mewfeng heard the word, and only then did he know why Chow Meng didn't directly confront Sakagi. It should be that he is still in a weak and new state, and there is no way to exert the terrifying strength later. No wonder it take 2 minutes for you to teleport away with me, and you can't be interrupted. Knowing that the most critical moment has come, Mewfeng walked straight to Cheomong and spoke to Sakagi faintly. Sakagi, what you say will not be approved by Mewtwo. Even an artificial elf is a life. No elf is born with the duty to serve you. What's more, does it really make sense to rule the world? With all the people at the top of the world, what else can you see? The original form of the last sentence came from Star Travels, a domestic animation that Mewtwo liked very much, and it was said by accident at this moment. Sakagi didn't realize that the other party was delaying time, but instead laughed rather than angry at what he said. Remove your disguise first, then stand here and talk to me. What right does a thief who breaks into someone else's laboratory and steals the result tell me what to do with my great cause? He took a step forward, his eyes flashing with crazy and dangerous light, and continued. Do you know that this cruel world is either being trampled on by others, or stepping on everyone's bodies to the top? Mewtwo was naturally choked up by his previous sentence, but in fact, strictly speaking, what he said was not wrong, and neither side seemed to be a good thing. If Mewtwo falls into the hands of Sakagi on time, even if it follows the original plot, it will have a huge impact. If it weren't for the prejudice of Mewtwo, who is desperately trying to change humans, things wouldn't be easy to say. Mewtwo might completely change the situation of the entire elf world, and now that he has inserted himself into this plot, Sakagi has already realized in advance that Chow Meng has the possibility of defecting. If Chow Meng falls into his hands again, he will definitely be more strictly controlled, and even wash Chow Meng's self-consciousness directly. He believed that Sakagi could do such a thing, so Chow Meng must be rescued by him. 20 seconds have passed, and there are still 80 seconds before Mewtwo completes the space teleportation. Mewtwo wanted to say something else to delay the time, but a vision had already appeared around Chow Meng, and the surrounding space began to fluctuate, which was immediately noticed by Sakagi. The other party wants to use Mewtwo to escape. Iron-armored rhinoceros, duck-billed fire dragons, and frog. Come on. As soon as Sakagi lost it, it was 3 Pokeballs, and Mewtwo was stunned when he saw it. How can you, the top leader of the rocket, not talk about Wudekong like this, calling so many at a time only to come out and beat me alone? Death to charge, flame fist, sunshine flame. Sakagi saw that the other party still did not release the elf, and directly let the 3 elves under his command with the power of the king to attack first. It is impossible to determine whether the injury of the big needlebee is caused by Cheomung or the intruder in front of him, so he simply starts to attack first. In such a battle, there is no need to follow any rule. Mewtwo sighed as he looked at the rushing iron-armored rhinoceros and duck-billed fire dragons, as well as the energy light balls gathered in the giant cockroach of the wonderful frog flower. There are still 70 seconds left, and I can only use that item in advance. An orange-yellow transparent spherical light curtain wrapped Mewtwo and Chow Meng without any dead end, which made Sakagi suddenly feel a little bad. Bead of Absolute Defense. Activate. Chapter 8 Guess I Guess or Not. Under Sakagi's dignified gaze, the melee attack of the 2 Heavenly King level elves was directly absorbed by the light curtain, and the iron-armored Tyrannosaurus and duck-billed fire dragon even took a few steps backwards by the impact of the reaction force. At this moment, the sunshine flame of the wonderful frog flower has been charged, and the huge orange beam of light poured out from the top of his head and went straight to the position where Mewtwo and Cheomung were. Although Mewtwo looked at him with a calm face, he still felt a little stimulated in his heart. Just like those who went into the iron cage to watch shark under the sea, they knew that these sharks could not bite themselves, but they still felt a little terrified when facing these guys with bloody mouths. Mewtwo could even clearly feel that the entire laboratory was shaking when the flame of sunlight suddenly bombarded the protective mask. But Meow Frog's moves were completely absorbed and dissipated by the protective mask, and even the deafening roar or the explosion of smoke that Mewtwo imagined did not appear, as if Meow Frog had never made a move just now. Dana. Seeing this, Meow Hua was immediately stunned. Sunshine Flame was his strongest killing move. Why did he suddenly disappear now? Sakagi also had a solemn look on his face, and when he saw that the other party did not release the elf but held up this strange light curtain, he felt that things were not that simple. Since the other party can come to Shindao to snatch Mewtwo, he is naturally not a fool. Facing him, he released the elf to attack that guy first, but he did not move at all. Moreover, he was surrounded by a strange light curtain, which actually blocked his 3 Heavenly King level elves from joining forces to attack. At first, Sakagi thought it was the light wall skill used by the super type elf around him who provided him with disguise, but now he is suddenly uncertain again. The 3 Heavenly King level elves that I have just released are not bad, but they are also genuine Heavenly Kings. How could such a joint attack be easily blocked by a wall of light? Could it be that light curtain was actually created by Mewtwo? Standing in the protective shield, Mewtwo, who was counting down the seconds in his heart, didn't know that Sakagi had automatically added so many things in his mind now, and now he just wanted to quietly wait for the last moment to come. The protective cover is in operation. The remaining time is 50 seconds. 60 seconds. Close black lens bracket. The electronic synthesis sound of the system and Cheomung's telepathy synchronously sounded in Mewtwo's heart, and the spatial fluctuations around Cheomung became more and more obvious, and a small strange hole had already floated floated above Cheomung's head. Sakagi naturally discovered this, and without thinking any further, he immediately threw another pokeball from his waist. Come out, fossil pterodactyl. This fossilized pterosaur was discovered by him in an ancient ruin before, and its strength has reached the top of the second echelon of the Tianwang level, even higher than that of the first-time Tianwang second team, the giant needlebee. This is the strongest trump card he has now. The white light flashed, and the huge body of the fossilized pterosaur landed directly. If it weren't for the huge space in the laboratory itself, it is estimated that the size of the fossilized pterosaur would directly fill the entire room. The eyes of the fossilized pterosaur gleamed with excitement, and he hadn't fought for a long time. Since he was captured by Sakagi, he usually made a cameo appearance on Sakagi's flying mount, which was of no use at all. Because of the existence of the fossilized pterosaur as the second-order king of heaven, Sakagi usually does not need to use it at all. The battle requests he receives are usually in the gymnasium in Nagaiwa to accompany those little kids to play the house and send out fossil pterosaurs are shooting mosquitoes with anti-aircraft gun. Therefore, the fossilized pterosaur was observing its opponent with extreme excitement, but was stunned for a second. A child, and a strange elf. The child can be ignored, but the strange elf gave him a somewhat unpleasant feeling. Very weak, but weak and strong at the same time. Fossil pterosaur. The most powerful destruction is dead. Sakagi doesn't know these psychological activities of the fossilized pterosaur, and now he just wants to immediately smash that damn light curtain and interrupt the transmission of Chaos Dream. He has already seen that Xiaomeng is indeed in a weak state now, so he did not choose to confront himself but escape. And if you want to interrupt Mewtwo's escape, you must first get rid of the young man in front of you. The fossilized pterosaur received the order, roared up to the sky, and a huge white energy ball began to condense in the big mouth of the blood basin. Mewfeng looked at the fossilized pterosaur, a little surprised. Has the rockets mastered the fossil resurrection technology now? But he immediately shook his head and threw the question out of his mind. Now is not the time to think about it. There are still 40 seconds left for the teleportation, and the effective time of the orb is only 30 seconds. The last 10 seconds is the most critical moment, and it is also the most dangerous moment for him. Mewfeng frantically thought about ways to break the game, but in Sakagi's eyes, the other party turned a blind eye to the oncoming destruction and death. Even the second-order attack of the King of Heaven can't break this light curtain. Sakagi's heart hangs high as he sees the destructive light hitting the light curtain. Exactly the same. Like the flames of the sun before, the destruction of the dead light also disappeared silently, leaving no trace. The light curtain was still intact, even a little brighter than before. It can't be a guardian skill. It is necessary to guard the destruction and death of the fossilized pterosaur from the second-order Tianwang. Only the elves who are also the second-order Tianwang can do it, and the guardian skill can only be used once, so many times in a row will inevitably fail. Sakagi analyzed quickly, but he was already a little impatient in his heart. How could this weird situation happen? He had never seen anything like this in all these years. Oh, take a break, Sakagi. Mewfeng stood in the light curtain and shook his head at Sakagi calmly. This undoubtedly angered Sakagi even more. With a gloomy face, he once again directed his elf to launch a violent attack on the shield. All kinds of moves were used in turn by these elves, but they didn't make any waves as before. Mewfeng just continued to maintain an indifferent expression, silently calculating the remaining time of the protective cover in his heart. 5 seconds left. At this moment, the elves were tired and panting, and after the overloaded 20-second skill was tilted, the mask still showed no signs of breaking. Sakagi felt helpless. This is simply his shame. The other party just stood there and let him hit casually. He didn't even break the opponent's defense. He waved his hand to signal his elf to stop attacking, his eyes fixed on Mewfeng's face. Who is this guy? At this moment, Mewfeng took a step forward. Now the most critical moment has come. The protective cover will be broken in the next second. I guess you're wondering who I am. With a calm expression still on his face, Asakagi said slowly. With his movement, the protective shield disappeared directly. Chapter 9 _ will be indefinite. Finally, 10 seconds. Xiaomeng's voice also sounded in his heart at this moment. Sakagi was indeed attracted by Mewfeng's word, and he was shocked and reacted immediately. Of course I want to know who you are. The most important future enemy of the rocket. Sakagi has already regarded this mysterious man as a mortal enemy in his heart, and robbed Xiaomeng in front of himself. This is simply a mortal hatred. He stared at Mewfeng coldly, but he didn't notice the disappearance of the protective cover, because Mewfeng took a step forward just like stepping out of the protective shield, and then the protective shield disappeared. At such a moment, he didn't notice anything wrong. Because of Mewfeng's performance, he subconsciously believed that this protective shield Mewfeng could be activated at any time, and there was no need for him to attack suddenly. Enemy, that's an honor. Mewfeng smiled, but he was counting down the time in his heart. 6 seconds left. He continued to walk in the direction of Sakagi, seemingly ignoring the few elves around him, including the fossilized pterosaur. Let me tell you a secret. In fact, I came from the future, so I know the location of your new island. What about the super dream? It involves other things in the future, and it is about the life and death of the rocket. It's okay to tell you. He spoke very fast, but these words set off a storm in Sakaji's heart. He does know that there are some legendary mythical beasts that have the ability to make people travel through time and space, but he has never seen it with his own eye. It is no wonder that the opponent can block all the attacks of his elves at will, and he knows the location of the new island. The more he thought about it, the more gloomy his face became. Even so, he couldn't helplessly watch the other party take Chow Meng away. And what the other party just said about life and death, is it true or false? Then you talk about it, Sakagi said solemnly. Unexpectedly, the child grinned. I thought about it. The interests involved are too great. I can only say that I understand everything. There are only 2 seconds left. The teleportation channel above Chow Meng's head has been fully formed, and Sakagi can even see a forest scene from it. His pupils trembled, and he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Damn, you dare to play with me, fossil pterosaur. Stop him." Last second, the fossilized pterosaur turned into lightning and rushed towards Mewtwo, but the latter showed a successful smile. The post will be indefinite. As soon as the voice fell, his body and Chow Meng disappeared in place in an instant, and the transmission channel was immediately closed. The fossilized pterosaur had to stop his movements halfway, and flew back to Sakagi resentfully. Sakagi was about to bite all of his teeth into pieces at this moment, and with mad hatred in his eyes, he looked at the place where the teleportation channel had just been closed. Who is that person? After a long time, he took out the communication device from his chest and ordered in a deep voice, "From today, all members of the rockets team above the cadre level will immediately stop their activity. Dr. Toyama, send Mewtwo's pictures to these people. At all costs, find Chow Meng. I want to get the news as soon as possible." He seemed to have thought of something, and gritted his teeth and added 2 more sentences. "If there are any other personnel beside Mewtwo, kill them immediately. Anyone who achieves any one of them will be promoted continuously, and the reward will be 5 million. With Sakaji's order, the rocket's elites all over the place received this communication message. Lian Sheng, 5 million bounty. Such a generous reward caused an uproar among them, and the rocket's elites from all over the world immediately threw themselves into the search for Mewtwo. Mewtwo felt that his vision was darkened for less than 2 seconds, and the surrounding space became illusory and distorted for a while. When he opened his eyes again, he was already standing in a forest, with a white elf floating in front of him. It was Mewtwo. Chow Meng was looking at Mewtwo with suspicious eyes, and immediately launched a telepathy to Mewtwo. Open black lens bracket U, the future. Close black lens bracket. Before Mewtwo was able to escape the new island successfully for 2 seconds, he immediately realized the new problem. How can I explain it to Mewtwo? It can be said yes or no. You can understand that I am from another world and came here for some reason. Mewtwo thought about it for a while, but still gave the most reasonable explanation. And I know some things that are about to happen in your world in the future, so I can save you in advance and change your future. Cheomung was stunned when he heard the word. He now has a lot of doubts, such as what his future would be like and what the other world would be like, but he still asked the most important question. Open black lens bracket. Who I am. Dream. Who is it? Close black lens bracket. Mewtwo frowned, and the most crucial question really came. In the previous original work, Chow Meng initially thought that he was just a replica of the dream, and after he managed some things, he began to hate humans, thinking that humans are not worthy of being in charge of elves, and elves should be the masters of the world. Now Mewtwo's answer is very important, and it is directly related to the follow-up date of Chow Meng. You are an independent existence, an individual created by the legendary existence of Dream Gene, but your life is real. It's like a leaf grows on a tree, but this leaf can stand on its own. Chow Meng was obviously taken aback when he heard this. Open black lens bracket. Independent. Independent. Close black lens bracket. So, my meaning. Close black lens bracket. Mewtwo was accustomed to Cheomung's intermittent telepathy, and immediately gave an answer. Every individual life has its own meaning of existence, especially for all life with thinking. The meaning of existence needs to be determined by oneself, rather than instilled by others. You can live to have a good life, you can live to keep getting stronger, or you can live to do other things. You are an independent life, you are a powerful elf, and your reason for existence is determined by yourself. A series of words made Cheomung a little confused. He seemed to understand, and he didn't seem to understand. Mewtwo is also looking at Cheomung nervously at the moment. If the other party doesn't accept this kind of chicken soup for the soul like a perfect composition, it will be miserable. But after a while, Chow Meng finally ended the expression of thinking and changed back to a calm expression. Open black lens bracket. Thing. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Your name. Mewtwo. Close black lens bracket. Done. Mewtwo finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, no thanks. It's all I should do. Chow Meng nodded, indicating that he remembered the name. I'm going see the world and find you later. Close black lens bracket. Okay, be careful on the road. The rockets should be looking for you all all over the world by now. Mewfeng also nodded and said that he had no opinion on Chaomeng's idea. Xiaomeng just came to this world not long ago. Let him look around. Maybe after returning, the other party will be able to communicate with him smoothly. Open black lens bracket. Take care of yourself. Close black lens bracket. Mewtwo's figure dissipated into the air and disappeared. Seeing that the other party finally left, Mewfeng sat directly on the ground. Finally done. Although he seemed to be lighthearted along the way, he was actually tense all the way. This thrilling trip to New Island to rescue Mewtwo has finally come to a perfect end. System. He twisted his stiff neck and called out in his heart, "It's time to harvest." For a 3S level mission, the reward must not be too bad, right? Chapter 10 _ I'm just a normal fit. Mewfeng suppressed the excitement in his heart and confirmed that there were no other people or elves around the woods before calling out the system in his heart. System, where is my quest reward? The system detects that the host has completed the task. SSS level, rescue Xiaomeng. Evaluation level, General. When Mewfeng heard this, he almost couldn't help but want to greet the system. I exhausted all the organs on the new island and rescued Mewtwo in a thrilling way. As a result, you told me that my quest rating was average. Solution to the host. The completion evaluation level of the task directly affects the final reward of the task, and the completion evaluation level of the task is divided into poor, average, excellent, perfect. I have listed the evaluation criteria for this task for you. Please take a look. Close black lens bracket. The system seemed to know what Mewfeng wanted to ask next, and directly listed the evaluation conditions for this mission on the light curtain. 1. Successfully rescued Xiaomeng. Poor evaluation can be achieved. 2. After completing all the preconditions, Team Rocket's favorability for you dropped a deadly enemy. A normal rating can be reached. 3. After completing all the preconditions, there are still quest items left, and any quest item can be used regardless of the number of times it can reach the excellent rating. 4. After completing all the preconditions, the quest items and any items produced by the system are not used in the quest. Perfect evaluation can be achieved. Mewfeng felt that his head was getting bigger when he looked at these lines. Items are required to keep the remaining number of times. Perfect evaluation even without using any prop. Then my performance in this trip to the new island is really only right. The following will show you the rewards corresponding to the evaluation level of this task. 4. Elf Gacha Machine Lottery Chance Act 1 Character Skill. Tree Fruit Master LV1. General. Elf Gacha Machine Lottery Chance Act 2 Character Skill. Master of Tree Fruit LV1. Excellent. Elf Gashapon Machine Lottery Chance Act 3 Character Skill. Tree Fruit Master LV1. Elf Affinity LV1. Perfect. Elf Gacha Machine Lottery Chance Act 3 Character Skill. Tree Fruit Master LV1. Elf Affinity LV1. Omniscient I LV1. In the next mission, the system will display the evaluation registration criteria for the host in advance for the host to refer to. Mewfeng was a little confused when he read the dense text. He first looked at the reward corresponding to his evaluation level, and then looked down. What does this Gashapon Machine Lottery Chance and those skills mean? Back to the host. The Elf Gashapon Machine can be activated by consuming the lottery chance, and it is possible to draw random elf eggs of different aptitude, and the highest elf egg with legendary qualifications can be obtained. Close black lens bracket. Master Shuguo will let the host gain experience in making energy block, and the elf affinity can make the elf have an innate favor with the host, and the omniscient eye is the ability to explore the hidden information of props and elves. Close black lens bracket. Mewfeng clicked his tongue for a while, and it seemed that his system was really powerful, and there were so many different rewards. Not only can you extract highly qualified elves, but you can also provide yourself with many practical skills and props. But it's a pity, I've worked so hard on this mission, but I just reached the general evaluation level, and the reward seems to be a bit ordinary. As he was thinking so, the system suddenly spoke. In view of the fact that the host is taking a novice task for the first time, he will receive a reward for improving the evaluation level. Close black lens bracket. The host mission evaluation level will be directly upgraded by 2 levels, so after the upgrade, the host successfully obtained a perfect evaluation. Close black lens bracket. The task has been settled. Do you want to receive the reward? Close black lens bracket. Is there such a good thing? Mewfeng was overjoyed when he heard this. The elf's affinity and scouting eyes seemed to be very practical abilities, but he felt a little pity just now. But now it is actually possible to get it directly. Yes, the task reward was issued successfully. Congratulations to the host for getting Elf Gacha Machine Lottery Chance Act 3 Tree Fruit Master LV1 Scouting Eye LV1 Elf Affinity LV1. Close black lens bracket. Mewfeng sensed his body a little excitedly, but found that nothing happened. Just as he was about to ask what was going on with the system, he found that a lot of knowledge about tree fruit and energy cube suddenly appeared in his mind. Mewfeng never knew this knowledge before, but now he feels that this knowledge is extremely familiar, as if he has been learning and consolidating it for many years. The energy cube made of orange fruit has the function of restoring the stamina of the elves and delighting the elf body and mind. He muttered subconsciously, "System, what about the other two skills?" It was only after a moment that Mewtwo remembered that he had two other skills. Since the effect of this tree fruit master is so powerful, the other two skills are respectively used as rewards for the task evaluation level of excellent and perfect. It should not be too bad. Back to the host. The elf affinity has taken effect, but the effect of this ability is passive and cannot be directly judged. Close black lens bracket. As for the Eye of Investigation, the host only needs to silently recite the Eye of Investigation to the elves or prop to see their hidden information. Close black lens bracket. Mewtwo heard another burst of excitement. These two are also magical skills. However, there are no other elves around him now, so he can only find a chance to try the effect later. Host, I want to extract the elf egg. He didn't forget the most important one of the reward, the elf gashapon machine. Strictly speaking, this was the beginning of his own first elf, and it was also the first step for him to become the strongest trainer after he came to this world. When Mewtwo watched animations as a child, he envied Xiaoji being born in such a world, traveling and fighting with his elf partners, enjoying a good life together, and practicing together to become stronger. And now, I can finally become a trainer. The elf gashapon machine is starting. Close black lens bracket. As the system spoke, a gashapon machine filled with all kinds of elf eggs appeared on the light curtain in front of Mewtwo's eye. Mewtwo couldn't judge what was in these eggs, but he thought that the things produced by the system should also be not nearly anywhere. The gashapon machine appeared, and the system also began to introduce Mewtwo. The elf gashapon machine can obtain random elf egg through consumption time. The quality of elf hungry is divided into white, blue, green, purple, and orange, which correspond to normal and excellent respectively. Excellent, epic, and legendary. There will be no white quality and blue quality elf eggs in the elf gashapon machine. There is a 65% probability of purple quality elf egg, a 25% probability of purple elf egg, and there is a 10% chance that an orange elf egg will appear. Close black lens bracket. The host can increase the probability of obtaining an orange elf egg to 25% by consuming 3 chances in one draw. Do you want to increase the probability and then draw? Close black lens bracket. After hearing the word, Mewtwo thought for a while, should he pump 3 times or fight for 1? Chapter 11_new task. I choose to consume all the lottery times and conduct a lottery. Mewtwo hesitated for a while or decided to gamble. This wave is better than lack. Instead of cultivating a bunch of elves to engage in crowd tactic, it is better to choose to cultivate a powerful enough elf. A trainer's resources and energy are limited, and Mewtwo is still very aware of this. Moreover, Mewtwo believes that trainers should take good care of each of their elves, at least treat each elves as seriously as Xiaoji, and get along with these elves attentively, rather than simply using them as tools. Of course, Xiaoji in the animation is also quite outrageous. There is only Bai Diao who has waited for him to go back and pick it up for 20 years without waiting, and every time he goes to a new area, he basically does not have those treasures he conquered in other areas before. What happened to the dream? Therefore, Mewtwo believes that if he wants to be a qualified trainer, it is enough to train an elf with little experience in training. Being responsible for each elves is the basic duty of a trainer. 3 times of draws are successfully consumed, and random draws are in progress. Close black lens bracket. The system got Mewtwo's signal, and the entire gashapon machine immediately began to shake, and the elf eggs were rotating and changing in it, which made people worried that those elf eggs would be broken directly. Mewtwo held his breath and stared at the exit of the gashapon machine. The gashapon machine stopped after shaking for a few seconds, and a black and purple elf egg rolled down from the exit. Open black lens bracket. Successful attraction. Congratulations to the host for getting an orange qualification elf egg. Close black lens bracket. 25% chance. It turned out to be a success. Mewtwo was ecstatic about it, and suddenly there was a jar and an ordinary blue backpack in the open space in front of him. The jar contained the black-purple elf egg that he had just drawn. There was a purple elf ball hanging beside the jar, with a big M engraved on the sphere. What the fuck? This egg pumping also gives master balls. Is the system so powerful? But Mewtwo didn't get excited about it for a long time. He didn't like the master ball all the time. If a trainer has been reduced to using the master ball that 100% conquers the elves to capture the elf, then he doesn't deserve to be called. For the trainer, conquering an elves should be a process in which a trainer uses his own strength and charisma to gain the recognition of elves. How can we just skip it with this method? Even if such a person uses the master ball to subdue the elf, they will not be recognized by the elf. He stepped forward to lift the jar, and the weight he started didn't feel too heavy. It was about as heavy as a watermelon. A black and purple elf egg lay quietly in the transparent glass jar. Now that Mewtwo looked closer, he found that there were still some beautiful patterns on the eggshell, which were very beautiful under the sunlight. Mewtwo seemed to suddenly remember something. He looked at the black and purple egg in the jar, and said in his heart, "The Eye of Investigator." A light curtain immediately appeared out of thin air in front of his eyes. Prop. Legendary quality elf eggs will hatch random legendary qualified elf, and the hatched elves are more likely to be evil and ghostly. Although it is impossible to detect what spirits will hatch from the Tao, can it at least predict the property? This function called investigating eye is really useful. I just don't know what the elf inside is. Will it be a cursed doll or a candlelight spirit? There are quite a few elves that Mewtwo like. Even if this elves doesn't hatch what he like, he will cultivate them well. Like the Koga ninja frog, Lucario, etc. It is not too late to find an opportunity to cultivate one in the future. Sure, just wait for him to hatch. Mewtwo thought about the future blueprint in his heart, carefully placed the jar in the backpack, and put the bag on his back. I don't know if the hatching of the elf egg is like in the game. It takes a few steps to hatch. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but ask the system, how long does it take for this egg to hatch? It won't be a month, right? Back to the host. The elf egg produced by the system usually hatch within 1 to 3 days. Close black lens bracket. That's fine. I can't wait. Mewtwo lowered his head and smiled. The host has completed the reward collection, and then the host will introduce himself to the system. Close black lens bracket. Hey, yes, I don't even know what you are doing. And is this the fairy world in that anime? Mewtwo heard the system speak, and the curiosity that had been suppressed by the nervousness in his heart also slowly emerged. This system was born to assist the host to become the strongest trainer in the new elf century. After you are selected, various tasks and rewards corresponding to the task will be released to make you the strongest trainer in the world. Close black lens bracket. The timeline where the host was before has been frozen by this system. After 7 days in this world, the elf world will link to the earth in the form of a game, slowly affecting reality. Close black lens bracket. Mewtwo was stunned when he heard it. He could still understand the strongest trainer in front of him, but what did he mean by linking the earth in the form of a game? The host may have doubt, and after 7 days, the host will know what this system means. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Now release a new task for the host. Close black lens bracket. Special task. Prepare in advance. Task content. Before the game link between the two worlds is generated, that is, within 7 days, get the qualification to participate in the core conference in the Kanto region where the host is located. Close black lens bracket. There is no quest rating for this quest, and the quest reward is a random first level mythical beast token prop. Act 1. Close black lens bracket. Mythical beast keepsake prop. Mewtwo was taken aback when he heard the word. Could it be an existence similar to Arceus Lake? The first level god is not a joke. Cheomung belongs to the first level divine beast echelon in the Gwandu area in its heyday, which is very terrifying. As for the other first level divine beast, Mewtwo doesn't have much clues at the moment. He watched the theatrical version a long time ago, and now he doesn't quite remember the plot and clues. Now find a quest since it can give you a token item for a first level divine beast. But Mewtwo soon discovered the problem again. Isn't this mission a little too outrageous? In the original work, there are only 2 ways to qualify for the core conference in the Kanto area. The first is what most people will choose. Challenge gyms located in various parts of the Kanto area to win badges from the masters, as long as collect 8 different badges to participate in the core conference. The second is a special route that very few people will choose. The Quartz Conference is the only Pokemon League conference that allows players to participate in multiple ways. In addition to collecting 8 gym badges by trainers, you can also participate by graduating from the Pokemon Research School or passing the Pokemon Alliance check. But to graduate from the Pokemon Academy or pass any Alliance check within 7 days is undoubtedly a fantasy for Mewtwo. If he wants to complete the task, he can only choose the former. But the headache came again. Although the gyms in the Gwandu area were generally not high level in the game, he didn't think he could run the entire Gwandu while training his first Pokemon. Regional challenges pass all gyms, which is a bit too exaggerated. Although the reward of the beast token is fragrant, your task is also. And the owner of the gym in Nagaiwa City is none other than Sakagi, who has just made a complete enemy. Mewtwo couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Is this task really suitable for you? But I didn't expect the system's voice to sound like the sound of nature in the next second. Don't worry, host. This quest still has corresponding quest items. Close black lens bracket. Didn't you tell me sooner? Chapter 12_Real New Town. This system will only provide special prop for the host during the novice stage. Please cherish the opportunity for the host. Close black lens bracket. Newbie period. When is the deadline? Mewtwo can understand what this means. The system is still relatively user-friendly. Just like when he was on the new island, he knew that it was difficult for him to complete the task when he was new to the island, so he gave himself 2 powerful props. No wonder which humanized system would issue such a task that made people feel extremely outrageous. First go to Nijima to rescue Chao Meng from Sakagi, and the next step is to let him go through the 8 gyms in the Kanto area within 7 days. Why don't you play Emerald Speedrun here? Mewtwo secretly complained in his heart. If the props you gave me this time are not powerful enough, I will consider whether or not to complete this task is appropriate. The 7-day lead time is enough for him to do a lot of things, and he doesn't have to go to the challenge gym every day or on the way to the challenge gym. As for quest reward, the mythical bee's keepsake is very fragrant, but in the face of such a difficult task, it is a little bit too flattering. The deadline for the novice period is the moment when the two worlds begin to link, which means that this is the last time this system provides prop to the host. Close black lens bracket. This mission item is Power Trainer. Close black lens bracket. As soon as the system's voice fell, Mewtwo saw a circular icon appear on the light curtain in front of him as before. The icon was a weight-bearing strap similar to the one that people would use when exercising. Mewtwo was stunned for a moment. How could this thing look familiar? Isn't this the exercise device in the game? After the spirit is equipped, the speed will be reduced, but the amount obtained through combat will be greatly increased. Does this thing have a similar effect? The function of this item is, it can be equipped to any elf below level 60 so that it can gain 10 times the experience after the battle, but it can only be equipped to one elf, and that elf will reach level 60 disappears when. Close black lens bracket. Mewtwo was wondering when the system was introduced. So fear 10 times the experience. Mewtwo still has a little concept of this kind of thing. After all, when he leveled up in the simulator game before, he was able to speed up 8 times. The speed should not be too fast. The progress of the upgrade was like riding a rocket. Now the item given by the system is even a little faster. Mewtwo smashes it, but unfortunately there are 2 restrictions. It cannot be used by elves above level 60, and can only be worn on one elf, and it will disappear after use. How cool would it be if I could keep using this thing to cultivate new elves? In addition, the movement of the spirit wearing this item will become slow when fighting. This is the only side effect. It has no effect on the normal activities of the elf. Close black lens bracket. It kind of human. Just don't know when you can humanize the host a little bit. Mewtwo nodded his head. This kind of words are also in the past. Such a little side effect is not worth mentioning in the face of 10 times the experience, and it can even be said that it basically does not exist. As for whether the slow action of the elves in battle will make it difficult to win, it is not something Mewtwo needs to worry about. If you can't beat it, go back and level up, and then continue to come. He nodded, feeling a little more confident about the next task. It's a pity that this child is now carrying on his back, and he will be highly regarded as soon as he is born. Now Mewtwo is like a parent who wants to become a dragon, and it can even be said to be more exaggerated. Other parents are looking forward to their children who have just entered junior high school to be able to enter a better high school 3 years later. Mewtwo's side is directly holding a newborn baby and taking him to Tsinghua University and Peking University for the college entrance examination. The difference here is really big. In this case, there is no problem traveling between several gymnasiums in the Guangdu area within 7 days, and leveling up. The time is really pressing. He ended his thinking, and the system has not spoken for a long time. It seems that there is nothing to continue. Mewtwo glanced back, and after confirming that the elf egg behind him was safe, got up and prepared to leave the wood. The blazing sun above his head shone brightly, drying his wet hair and clothes in such a short period of time. It should be noon now. He has to figure out where he is now. Mewtwo seems to have randomly selected a forest that is far away from the new island to teleport. Let go out of this forest first. Mewtwo carried the elf egg behind his back, and saw a lot of wild elves along the way, but most of them are some common insect type and ordinary type elves, such as a few green caterpillars hanging on the tree, a few howling waves occasionally flying in the air. Mewtwo saw it with his own eyes at first, feeling a little excited. I didn't bother to pay attention to them when I went to the back. These elves seem to be accustomed to the entry of humans in the forest, and did not take the initiative to find Mewtwo. As in the animation, there are very few wild elves who will choose to actively attack humans who enter their own territory. The general elves choose to turn a blind eye or hide as far as possible. Mewtwo ran through the forest for more than 10 minutes with the elf egg on his back, and finally walked out. I am now standing at the entrance of the forest, and there is a small town in front of me. This place seems a little familiar. Mewtwo panted and looked at the town gate not far away, suddenly feeling a little familiar for some reason. Wait a minute, isn't this where Ash started from? He was startled suddenly and looked up at the sign on the path in front of him. On the signboard, a few large characters, "Welcome to True New Town," are painted with blue paint. I don't know if it's the time before Xiaoji set off or has set off. If you're lucky, maybe you can see him leaving here with Pishin for the first time. Mewtwo was a little puzzled. On the day Cheomung was born on the new island, he really didn't know what Xiaoji was doing. He only knew that the day when Ash went to challenge the Nagapan gym was the day when Mewtwo's self-consciousness was completely awakened and escaped from Sakaji's bondage. And the stupid thing can be said to be very lucky. Xiaomao was beaten up by Cheomung on the front foot and began to doubt his life. When it was Xiaoji's turn to challenge the gym Cheomung, he ran away. How can I say this? It can only be explained by luck. However, Mewtwo just saw that Junshinjun thought of Zia on the way, but he had no other other ideas. He still has to run the entire Guandu area in 7 days, but he has no time to travel with ZA all the way. Speaking of which, it seems that the challenge gym requires a picture book to prove the identity of the trainer. Mewfeng suddenly remembered a blind spot for some reason. In other words, I have to go to see Dr. Damu. He thought about it and decided to go to the town to find Dr. Damu. Compared with Master G, he was actually more interested in this old man who often appeared on video calls and was tortured by Xiaoji's stinky mud. I don't know what kind of person Dr. OGI is in real life. Mewfeng now made up for the real appearance of this famous elf doctor in Guandu area and walked towards the direction of Junxin town. Chapter 13_Skin God. Friday, 4 consecutive update. Beg for silver. After walking for a while, Mewfeng arrived at the town. Junxin town is really just like what he saw in the animation. It is a harmonious and friendly town. The first town resident he met on the road was an old man who was walking with a coyote dog. After Mewfeng asked him about the location of the Damu Research Institute, he took the initiative to show him the way. You're going to the research institute in the town. You can see it if you keep walking along this road. After Mewfeng thanked him, it didn't take long for him to follow the direction pointed by the old man, and he saw a research institute exactly like the one he remembered. There is also a wooden sign hanging at the entrance of the building, with 5 large black characters written on it. Damu Research Institute. I didn't expect that one day I would actually be able to go into a place like this with my own eyes. Mewfeng sighed, flipped the backpack behind him, took a step towards the closed door of the institute, and rang the doorbell outside the institute. Ding dong. It took a few seconds for the screen of the communication device beside the gate to light up, and Dr. Ogi's face also appeared on the screen. His face looked a little tired for some reason. Through the camera at the door, he saw that the visitor was a young child he had never seen before, and he couldn't help but froze for a while. Who is this kid with black hair in a blue backpack? Never seen it before. Who are you? May I ask what is the matter with Damu Shicheng? He asked subconsciously, but this sentence stopped Mewfeng. That's right, Dr. Damu doesn't know himself. How can I explain this to him? You can't say that you came from another world, right? But Mewfeng didn't have any proof of identity either. This body seemed to be fabricated out of thin air by the system. If he really wanted to make up an identity, Dr. Damu would eventually tell him that he didn't find this person, which would be a bit difficult. Mewfeng had a headache. He raised his head to look at the camera, but found a notice posted on the wall, and immediately came up with a reasonable explanation. Hello, Dr. Damu. I'm here to apply for a research assistant at your institute. The notice posted on it was a notice from the signature research assistant. This is also the last resort that Mewfeng thought of when he really had no choice, but according to his rich knowledge of elf, he should be able to help Dr. Damu a little bit, right? After hearing this, Dr. Damu was stunned. Are you here to apply for an assistant? He did post an announcement on the recruitment of assistants at the door, but in fact he did not hope for this, because the location of Junxin town is relatively remote, and there are basically no people around who have studied the knowledge of elf. It has been almost half a month since the notice was posted, but a few people have come here, but none of them have the necessary knowledge reserves to become research assistant. What Dr. OGI needs is someone who can help him with his research, not just recruiting a cleaning person. The elves in the research institute will do things like cleaning. Now there is another child, and he can't help but wonder, can this little guy do it? Mewfeng knew in his heart that the other party would react like this. He looked at Dr. Damu, who was confused and suspicious, and explained sincerely, Doctor, I am from another area. I do have a stockpile, and I'll be making some power cubes. Since Dr. Damu is recruiting a research assistant, he must show his value in this respect before he can get close to the other party. Especially, after listening to Mewfeng's word, Dr. Damu still didn't believe it. Although this young man's age doesn't seem to have as much as what he said, whether it is the knowledge of elves research, or the craft of making energy cubes from tree fruit, don't invest 10.5 years into it. Loading is not going to do much. Even he himself has only studied a small part of the research topics in his entire life, and he dare not say that he has a 100% understanding of the magical creatures such as elves. There are still many questions that the academic world has not been able to answer to this day, which still plagues Dr. Damu, and it also makes him clear that there is no end to elfism. But when I heard that the young child had come from another area on a special trip, I still plan to let him try it. Okay, come in. I'll wait for you in the research institute. As Dr. Damu's voice landed, the picture on the electronic screen was cut off, and the doors of the institute opened to both sides. Mewfeng also successfully entered the research institute as he wished, and the 2 doors closed behind him again. The research institute seems to be more marked than what is described in the animation. This part of the building near the door seems to be a laboratory. There are several researchers sitting in the bright and spacious laboratory, as if they are collecting some data, and they are even focused. The arrival of Mewfeng was not found. Mewfeng didn't stay any longer. He went straight through the laboratory, and finally came to the the room where Dr. Damu was. Walking into the house, Mewfeng saw the scene he was most familiar with. The room where Xiaoji received Pikachu was right here, and the gray-haired Dr. Ogi was wearing a standard research uniform, standing on a Pikachu. I don't know what to do in front of me. Mewfeng glanced at the Pikachu and immediately confirmed the identity of the other party. Isn't this an old regular in some of ZA's animation? Every time he goes to a new area, his level will be 0, and he will never evolve. If you enter, you can strike thunder and maim Arceus alone, and you can retreat by the newcomer's vine snake. Is the skin god of the storm spike. At this moment, Pishin turned his face a little angrily, and seemed unwilling to pay attention to Dr. Damu standing in front of him. Dr. Oki was bored, and had to turn around and put down what was in his hand, a bowl full of elf food. Seeing this scene, Mewfeng probably knew what was going on. Pishin was so angry that he didn't want to eat. Are you here? Welcome, I am the owner of this institute, Damu Shicheng. You can also call me Dr. Damu. However, Dr. Damu had already seen Mewfeng and said hello immediately. Did you come from another area on purpose? You've worked hard. Haha. What should I call you? Hello Dr. Damu. I've been looking forward to it for a long time. I'm Mewfeng. Well, may I ask this Pikachu to seem a little unwilling to eat? What the reason? Dr. Damu was a little surprised that this little boy was quite polite, not like the arrogant Xiaoji who was on a rampage every day, nor was he arrogant like his grandson Xiaomao. One impression is mature and stable that does not belong to his age. If Mewfeng knew what the other party was thinking, he would have laughed out loud. Of course, after all, I am also a senior in high school. How can I be the same as the 10-year-old ass? Seeing that the other party asked this kind of question, Dr. Damu still gave the reason. It's a bit embarrassing to say, this Pikachu has always had a weird temper, and the electricity-type treasure food he had been eating before was out of stock. Dr. Omu said, and secretly glanced at the skin god who was facing away from the two of them. But I replaced him with the elf food that other electric elves often eat, but he doesn't eat it in life or death. It hurts his brain. Mewfeng was stunned when he heard the word. Isn't that just right? In the process of making energy cubes in my head, there is a food cube that electricity elf she like to eat. Doctor, do you have a fruit mixer in your lab? Dr. Damu was taken aback. You really know how to make you? But then he thought about it. This young man is not just showing his power, is he? The production of energy cubes is very difficult. It is very important to control the strength and adjust the speed of the machine. Not everyone can do it. The recipe for the energy block is very rare and can be sold for sky-high prices. Therefore, as the best food for elves, this kind of thing can almost be said to be exclusive to rich people. After all, it is expensive. But the young man said he would, and he was really curious. It's a mule or a horse. Just slip out for a spin and you'll know. Sure. Are you going to make you? He nodded towards Mewfeng. Yes, I should be able to fix Pikachu's problem. The corners of Mewfeng's mouth rose, and the first encounter between Pishin and himself actually unfolded like this. Chapter 14 Are you on hold to make a tree fruit salad? Dr. Damu took Mewfeng all the way to the room where the energy cube making machine was placed, but he still had some doubts in his heart. This kid can't really make energy cube, can he? That would be a little embarrassing. In fact, there are no people who can make energy cube in his research institute. Such talents have been dug up by the Elf Alliance or some big family, but if he wants to, he can also recruit him. After all, Dr. Damu is well known. No matter how rich or famous, he was simply too troublesome, so he never went looking for it. And the reason for purchasing these two machines back then was actually because Dr. Damu wanted to try the making of energy cube. However, after he bought the machine and tried it out himself according to the tutorial, he realized what it means to not try if he didn't know, and he was shocked. He couldn't even make the most basic ordinary black energy cube. This kind of energy block is the simplest and most common block. It is generally used to replace the ration of elves. It has no other effect except that it is lightly delicious. The price is 2 or 3 times that of the same amount of elf food in the market. Almost no one will buy it. The poor cannot afford it, and the rich disdain it. But this is indeed the simplest and easiest block to make. After 3 or 4 days of fighting in front of the block maker, Dr. Damu still can't make anything. After that time, he understood why those who could make cubes were so scared. It is difficult to acquire such professional skills without long-term practice. Dr. Damu ended his recollection, glanced at Mewfeng with a confident face, and said, Mew, Zhaofeng, what tree fruits do you need for the energy cube you make? I'll get it for you. Thank you, doctor. I need about 200 grams of blue-orange fruit, 100 grams of golden pillow fruit, 100 grams of star peach fruit. Seeing that the other party was so active, Mewfeng immediately revealed all the materials needed for this energy cube in his mind. After hearing this, Dr. Damu was stunned for a moment, and turned on his communication device to let Mewfeng repeat it again, and his researcher would send the tree fruit. So Mewfeng spoke again. Dr. Damu turned off the communication device after Mewfeng finished speaking, as if he had something to say to Mewfeng. That he has also learned the knowledge of tree fruit. He also worked hard to learn a lot of knowledge about making the energy block a few days ago. So now hearing Mewtwo say the name of the tree fruit is not only not confusing, he also calmly asked his own question. I asked out of curiosity, nothing else. First, won't the different types of tree fruit produce conflicting ingredients and taste during the production process? Logically speaking, isn't the production of energy block the fewer types of tree fruit the better? Second, in the production of energy block for electric elf, isn't cherry fruit usually added? I remember that this kind of tree fruit has a stress-relaxing effect on electric elf, but your material for making tree fruit is it doesn't exist in it. When he heard Mewtwo utter the names of so many tree fruits in one breath, he had basically determined that the other party was not trying to be brave, especially the star peach fruit. Basically only trainers who can make energy cubes will know that this kind of tree fruit has disappeared in the wild, and now it is artificially cultivated and specially used to make energy cube. What he has in his heart now is not doubt, but a doubt, an instinctive thirst for knowledge. Dr. Ogi added, I would be very grateful if you could help me out. Seeing the other party's attitude, Mewtwo sorted out the language and replied, there is a conflict of ingredients and taste between different kinds of tree fruit, but this conflict is not absolute. Aspects instead optimize the flavor and effect of the energy cube. Quote, he paused for half a second, glanced at Dr. Damu, whose eyes were shining, and sighed inwardly. Alas, the old guy is quite curious. No wonder he can become the most famous elf doctor in the Gwandu area. He continued, so the production of energy cubes is not based on the fewer types of tree fruit, the better. On the contrary, it is necessary to add as many types of tree fruits as possible to make energy cubes under the condition that the taste and the effective ingredients are not conflicted as much as possible. For example, the several kinds of tree fruits in the electric energy cube made now will make the taste of the finished energy cube reflect the sweetness and mellowness in multiple layers, and it will also make the elves who eat the electric property of the energy cube affect the electric energy in their own body. It is easier to control, and it also helps the elves themselves while satisfying the elf feeding need. Quote, Dr. Damu's eyes are straight. This is a theory that has never been heard before. He also asked for a production tutorial from an energy cube master before, but it was not written like that. But what Mewtwo said really made some sense. If the effect of the fruit ingredients and the taste can be guaranteed not to conflict, the production of energy cubes is really not the fewer types of tree fruit, the better. But it's easier said than done. There are many kinds of tree fruits and huge differences. In order to use different kinds of tree fruits as much as possible, it is necessary to understand the attributes and characteristics of each tree fruit, as well as the relationship between the fruits is well understood. He guessed that Mewtwo might have been under the tutelage of a very powerful energy cube master, and the recipe was also taught to him by his master. Otherwise, it is impossible to do this step. It turned out to be educated. Ashamed to say, I really hadn't thought about it before. Dr. Damu thought in his heart, but the expression on his face showed a little more kindness, but he was already impressed by Mewtwo at this point. This little guy is not easy. Mewtwo just smiled when he heard it. It turns out that the doctor did not study deeply in this area, but he didn't know that the energy block masters in this world could not mix 7 or 8 kinds of tree fruit to make block like he did now. If those energy block masters heard this, they would probably laugh out loud. 7 or 8 kinds of fruit? Are you going to make an energy cube or a vegetable tree fruit salad? How dare you? Not to mention how to study the formula. It is difficult to control the actual production of so many tree fruit. As long as there is a little carelessness in the production process, all the materials will be scrapped. But after Mewtwo has given skills through the system, he can actually do this. Mewtwo didn't think much about it, and immediately continued talking. Second point, Yingzigyu should also be known as Jiamagwo, which has the effect of releasing the paralyzed state of the elf. It stands to reason that after this kind of fruit is added to the energy cube, it will have the effect of reducing the energy pressure of the electric system in the body of the elf. But Pikachu, the elf on both sides of the cheek, can store the electrical energy in his body very well, and he has a good control over his electrical energy, so he doesn't need Yingzigyu to help him share the pressure. Finally, the taste of Sakura fruit is very spicy, and it is actually not suitable for some Pokemon who hate spicy food. This Pikachu doesn't eat the electric elf rations in the world, which may be the reason. After a thorough analysis, Dr. Damu has become stupid. He is a doctor of elfism, not a master cultivator, nor a master of energy cube. After listening to Mewtwo's analysis and word, he already admired this young man. Good guy. It's really unbelievable. No, this guy is pretty handsome too. Gee, chapter 15 _ you're not really self-taught, are you? Doctor, all the fruits you need are ready. They are all in this box. Please take a look. Dr. Damu was quietly sighing when a man in a white researcher's robe walked in, holding a small cardboard box in his hand. It's hard work. You. Dr. Ogi nodded with a smile, and took his cardboard box from the researcher. This researcher named Ayu and Dr. Damu are also quite familiar, because they they met Dr. Damu by chance when they were taking the Senior Researcher Qualification Certificate. After a conversation, the two felt congenial, and IU did not continue after becoming a senior researcher. After reading further, I came directly to Dr. Damu's Research Institute for Scientific Research. Dr. Damu would discuss some academic issues with him, and the two of them got along pretty well. The relationship between the two of them is an assistant doctoral relationship rather than a peer relationship, so he did not leave immediately after handing over the cardboard box, but glanced at Mewtwo next to Dr. Damu. Who is this little kid? Never seen it in Junshin Town. And Dr. Omu will only call those who he recognizes and respects as Mr. What is the origin of this child? Seemingly noticing IU's suspicious gaze, Dr. Damu explained while holding the box, this is Mr. Mewfeng, who is here to apply for my research assistant. These fruits are prepared for him, and he will soon make a special kind of fruit, the electric energy cube. I am looking forward to it. Quote, Mewfeng smiled awkwardly. Hello, I'm Mewfeng. Just call me Zhaofeng. This body looks like it's in his teens, and it's a little strange to be called by Mr. Dr. Ogi. IU listened to what Dr. Damu said, and did not ask any further questions, but was secretly surprised. Can you make energy cubes at such an age? And you want to apply for a research assistant? Are today's young people so powerful? Hello Zhaofeng, I'm senior researcher IU. Nice to meet you. My research is still going on, so don't bother. Let go ahead. He didn't stay any longer, turned around and left the room. He had only heard that tree fruit production was very difficult, but nothing could be more important than his own research. Dr. Damu laughed and said, this old man is still addicted to his own research and can't extricate himself. Sometimes he even forget to eat lunch when he is on top of his research. Mewfeng also smiled when he heard the word. This should be the legendary research madman. Understandable. He found the cardboard box full of tree fruit from the hands of Dr. Damu, and counted it, and the several kinds of tree fruits he needed were indeed in it. He didn't say much, just sat in front of the energy cube maker and started to process these fruit. Dr. Damu also held his breath and carefully observed every movement of Mewfeng. If this kid is really the apprentice of the Power Cube Master, it would be very satisfying for Dr. Damu to see his technique. But as Mewfeng kept peeling, grinding, and classifying the fruit, and then adding the fruit to adjust the speed of the machine, Dr. Damu was only shocked. Did he get dazzled? Why do you feel that this little guy is more skilled than the energy cube master he visited before? Mewfeng's movements are extremely smooth and coherent, and the experience and knowledge in his brain make him not need to think in the process of making energy cube, as if he has already performed countless actions. It comes naturally. In the dignified eyes of Dr. Omu and the beeping sound of the production machine, as the liquid and solid of various fruits were added alternately, a large number of energy cubes with a little light were successfully released. Dr. Damu immediately stepped forward and picked up a piece to observe carefully. This energy cube looked a bit extraordinary in terms of color and appearance. There was no impurities or precipitation in it, and the entire energy cube was extremely clear and transparent. And what's even more terrifying is that every energy block has reached this level. He couldn't help being secretly shocked. He used so many kinds of tree fruit to make it, but was he able to achieve such purity? Putting down this energy cube, Dr. Damu finally couldn't help but ask, Zhaofeng, can I ask who you are studying? Mewfeng didn't realize how high the energy block he made was. He almost just made it according to his instinct, and there seemed to be a little control error in the middle. Otherwise, the block should not be transparent when made, but should have a slight orange tint, but harmless. The actual taste and effect of the cubes will not change much. Ah, I'm ashamed to say, but I taught it myself. He blinked innocently. Is there really someone in this world who specializes in making energy cube? But he didn't know a thing, and he was not good at editing, so he simply said that he taught himself. But in the eyes of Dr. Damu, Mewfeng is simply bullshitting. How is this possible? This craft you tell me you're self-taught, and this complicated recipe. If you are really self-taught, I will not put the seasoning packet in the instant noodles after Damu Shicheng. Although Dr. Damu complained in his heart, he actually had a high degree of recognition for Mewfeng, and he is more curious now whether this kind of good-looking Fang Kuei can win the favor of Pikachu, so he simply does not continue on this topic, and it may be inconvenient for the other party not to talk about it, so he smiled awkwardly. Self-taught. That's really amazing. I admire it. Unexpectedly, Mewfeng scratched his head embarrassedly when he heard the word, and continued, I don't dare to take it. I just did a little research. I don't know if Pikachu likes it or not. Then we're going to bring it to try now. When Dr. Damu said such words, he was completely speechless to Mewfeng in his heart. Still a little research. A little research would be this level. Then, can I, Dr. Damu, also say that I have only tasted the knowledge of L. After thinking about it, he always felt that Mewfeng's expression was extremely sincere, and it didn't look like he was lying at all. You wouldn't really be self-taught, would you? Chapter 16 _ ma. Seeking a banknote. Dr. Damu used the empty food box that he brought in advance, filled with the energy cube made by Mewfeng, and left here with Mewfeng. Back in front of that Pikachu, Dr. Ogi looked a little nervous. This Pikachu is not only eccentric but also sometimes uses 100,000 volt to electric people. It can be said that it gave Dr. Damu a headache. There's new delicious food made just for you, Pikachu. He gently placed the food box in front of Pikachu and called. Mewfeng was also a little nervous at this moment. The information of this energy block did clearly mention that it was suitable for the Pikachu family, and also explained the reason in detail. But Pishin is not an ordinary electricity mouse, and it is still unknown whether he will like this kind of energy block. Dr. Damu put down the food box and took 2 steps back. Pikachu also got close to the pile of energy cubes to observe carefully, and then smelled the smell. Pick up. Skin God. Asterisk caret hollow down pointing triangle caret asterisk. He seemed to smell a special fragrance. First, he carefully picked up a piece and tasted it, and then immediately buried his head and devoured the pile of energy cube. He has never eaten something so delicious in his life. Mewfeng was relieved to see it. As long as Pishin liked it, he would be a little embarrassed if Pishin didn't accept this pile of energy cube. Dr. Damu was a little surprised. Awesome. Pikachu liked this kind of food very much. This Pikachu doesn't want to eat anything in the past few days, but it's giving me a headache. Xiaofang, you really are great help. Sure enough, this seemingly extraordinary energy block is really favored by Pikachu. Pikapi. Pishin had finished eating the whole bowl of energy cube, sat on the ground contentedly, and even burped. Seeing Pishin's cute appearance, Mewfeng couldn't hold back while standing beside him, so he stepped forward and touched Pishin's head. Dr. Damu's eyes twitched when he saw the other's movement. It was broken. This Pikachu hated human beings to touch him casually, even if he was more familiar with him. If he wanted to check Pikachu's body, he would still wear insulating gloves. Xiaofang, be careful, he immediately reminded, but it seemed that it was a step too late, and Mewfeng's hand had already landed on Pikachu's head. Broken. Dr. Damu has closed his eyes, and he can already expect the scene where Pikachu directly electrocutes Mewfeng into a person with a black face. But 2 seconds later, there was still no movement. What happened? Dr. Damu opened his eyes, but found that Mewfeng was stroking Pikachu sitting on the ground unscathed, while the latter just raised his head and glanced at Mewfeng, and sat there and continued to rest with his eyes closed, rather than agreeing that Mewfeng touched him. It was a feeling he enjoyed. Mewfeng is also very cool to touch, and has always envied Ji who can take this little guy to travel around, because the cuteness of the skin god is really undeniable. Now I actually touched the real skin god. It can be considered to be his wish. But just now, Dr. Damu seemed to call out by himself. While stroking Pikachu's fluffy head, he turned his head to look at Dr. Ogi with some doubt. What wrong? Dr. Oki. It's nothing. Haha. This Pikachu not only looks like you like the energy cubes you made, but also likes you personally. Dr. Damu felt that his heart was going bad, so he slapped it perfunctorily. What's up with this Pikachu today? Is it because you are in a good mood after eating delicious food, so you allow others to touch? Pikachu raised his head and glanced at Mewfeng when he heard Dr. Damu's word. The delicious energy cube just now was actually made by this human being, and when this human being approached him just now, he felt an inexplicable comfort coming from the bottom of his heart. Although it was faint, it really existed. When he stroked himself, it was really comfortable. It was the elf affinity that Mewfeng obtained from the system that caused all this. So Pikachu would obediently let Mewfeng touch it. Dr. Damu didn't know this. He only thought that this Pikachu was like a bully, let alone touching his head. He didn't dare to touch it when he didn't have to. Seeing that Mewfeng felt so cool now, he couldn't help but go up and pinch Pikachu's face. Pick up. In the cry of Pikachu, Mewfeng and Dr. Damu successfully experienced a perfect electrotherapy. It was the first time that Mewfeng experienced the sourness of Xiaoji as the owner of Pikachu. Really TM hem. Cough. Anyway, it's really thanks to you this time, Xiaofang. Pikachu had already eaten and drank and slipped to other places to play, and Dr. Damu also returned to his usual research place with an explosive head and Mewfeng. Mewfeng still feels his body numb now, and can't help but sigh that the electric shock of Pishin is still really fierce. You, welcome. I should have done it. A smile that was even uglier than crying appeared on Mewfeng's gray face. But well, Dr. Ogi thought for a while, and seemed to be thinking about whether to say the next word. After a while, he still shook his head and said, although you made a special trip to visit me from a faraway place and wanted to be my research assistant, I don't approve of you doing this kind of thing. If you have such power cube making ability and elf affinity, it will be a better choice whether you are striving to become a powerful trainer or a master level power cube maker. Spirit research is not suitable for young people like you. It's better for a child like Xiaofang to look at the outside world and take a path behind you. Of course, if you insist on being my assistant, I won't refuse that. Before Dr. Damu finished speaking, Mewfeng couldn't wait to speak. No problem. I understand the doctor's kindness, and I will definitely strive to become the strongest trainer. Just kidding. He didn't intend to be a researcher at all. He really wasn't interested in this kind of thing. What is the difference between a salted fish after finally coming to the elf world without being a trainer? These words made Dr. Damu choke directly. Although I really don't want you to become a researcher, but is your transition a little too fast? You said before that you specially visited and wanted to be my assistant. Didn't you just say it casually? But Dr. Damu did not dislike Mewtwo because of this. On the contrary, he was very optimistic about such a young man with potential and talent. Whether it is in terms of personality or talent, he can judge that Mewtwo will definitely become a simple trainer based on his own eyesight. If that's the case, then work hard for your goal. Dr. Damu smiled kindly and continued, but you are already 10 years old. Haven't you received your initial elf yet? Chapter 17 Big Man. Mewtwo was stunned when he heard the word. How to explain this? I can't say that I'm not 10 years old. It's too unrealistic. But people in this world seem to be able to receive elf from doctors in that area or from the nearest trainer center when they are 10 years old. Since he is 10 years old, it makes no sense to not have a single elf. After hesitating again and again, Mewtwo put down the backpack behind him, opened the zipper and showed the elf egg to Dr. Damu. This is the elf egg prepared for me by my family, and he is my initial elf. Dr. Damu was also taken aback when he saw this elf egg, a black elf egg with a pattern. This is somewhat rare. He has also studied a lot of elf egg, but this is the first time he has ever seen himself growing up like this. But I don't know what kind of elves will hatch in this egg. Mewtwo took out the jar containing the elf egg and held it in his arms, looking down at the pattern on the eggshell. I don't know why, but the color of the egg seems to have changed. I see. Then let me do an inspection for you, Dr. Damu said with a smile after listening. Although there is no way to know which elf is inside through the egg, at least we can know that the egg hatched when it was on top. Mewtwo's eyes lit up when he heard the word. Is there such a good thing? I really want to know when this elf egg will hatch. Then please, doctor. He carefully handed the jar containing the elf egg to Dr. Ogi, not at all worried that the other party would take away his belongings. After all, Dr. Damu has always been a good guy in animation and game, and his attitude towards everyone is not bad. Not to mention he will give more advice to new trainers. Small thing, don't be polite. After Dr. Damu took the jar, he observed it carefully, placed it lightly on the table beside it, and said to Mewtwo, the appearance of this egg is really special. I have never seen such a fairy egg before. Of course, this was drawn from the system's Gashapon machine, which was naturally different from ordinary elf egg. Mewtwo just thought about it in his heart, and naturally it was impossible to say it. At this time, a person Mewtwo was very familiar with suddenly walked into the research room. The person has short brown hair and is wearing a blue long-sleeved shirt, black trousers and red boot, and a pendant. The main thing is that the hedgehog-like explosive head shape really made Mewtwo remember it deeply. This person is the grandson of Ogi Shichung, Shigeru Miyamoto. Grandpa, how many days are there before I can collect the elves and go? Standing in front of Dr. Damu, he twisted the joints in his neck awkwardly, making a clicking sound. Mewtwo did not speak at the moment, but looked at Xiaomao carefully. In the early stage of the animation, Xiaomao was also an arrogant rich young master. Later, he became mature and stable after continuous tempering and growth. Now seems to be the time before Xiaoji sets off from Junxin town. Since the skin god is still there, Xiaomao's appearance shows this even more. Dr. Ogi frowned slightly, as if he was not satisfied with Xiaomao's appearance. You're too impatient, Xiaomao. Are you really ready to go on a trip? It's only 7 days since you left here, and I'm really worried about you. Xiaomao dismissed the word, but nodded perfunctorily. Okay, Grandpa, don't worry. No matter what I do, I will do a lot better than that idiot Xiaoji. After saying this, he noticed Mewtwo standing beside Dr. Damu. Who is this? After hearing this, Mewtwo replied to Xiaomao. Hello, I'm Mewtwo, a traveler from other areas. He looked calm on the surface, but there was some thought in his heart. Xiaomao just said that the stupid thing and his departure time are 7 days away, and the time limit for the task issued by the system is also 7 days. Co-authored this as someone who has just started out of the novice village, and I have already opened 8 gyms and waited for the core conference. And what the system said about the time of the world link seems to be after 7 days. Will this have something to do with Xiaoji's travel? He thought that he did not continue to think more deeply here. Since he has the advantage of entering this world 7 days in advance, he must play to the extreme. After listening to his self-introduction, Xiaomao also looked at the black-haired young man. This guy is a little taller than himself, but looks like he's about the same age. I am Xiaomao, the grandson of Shichung Damu, who will become the strongest trainer in the future. That's what you're thinking now. You'll change your life goals after you lose to Ash at the core tournament. It's like being a Pokemon researcher like your grandpa. Mewtwo listened quietly, but there was a secret thought in his heart. Okay, Xiaomao. Dr. Damu interrupted his grandson's words and smiled at Mewtwo. This child is like this, and it's quite disturbing to the old man like me. Haha. If he is as mature and stable as you, I can rest assured. Grandpa. Xiaomao Mao was not happy when he heard it, and the strong heart in his heart was burning. Why do you say that? You even praised me for being more mature than Xiaoji. Mewfeng was ashamed when he heard this. Good guy, more mature than stupid. I wonder if you want to look like this. Dr. Damu was also amused by this, and replied with a smile. Haha, just say it casually. Do you really take it seriously? You two, you are both worry-free fellows. Xiao Mao was a little pissed when he heard this, looked over at Mewfeng who was praised by his grandfather, and shouted, that's Mewfeng. I, Shigeru Miyamoto, will definitely surpass Xiaoji and become the strongest Pokemon master. After he finished speaking, he trotted all the way out of the laboratory. Mewfeng also smiled helplessly and said nothing. Sorry, my grandson is like this. Dr. Damu sighed when he saw Xiao Mao leave. It's all right, doctor. It's a good thing that young people are strong. Mewfeng clasped his hands on the back of his head, and also showed a smile. How can you grow if you don't go out and experience it? Dr. Damu was also stunned when he heard the word. This is true, but wouldn't it be too strange to say it from a teenage child? Sometimes I really wonder if you're actually an adult. Chapter 18_Hello, Little Guy, the 5th update. Please everyone. Mewfeng retrieved the jar containing the elf egg from Dr. Damu, and somehow remembered the main purpose of coming to Damu Research Institute. Doctor, there's something I want to ask you for help with. An apologetic look appeared on his face, which attracted the attention of Dr. Ogi. The latter didn't think of anything in his heart. The other party said that he was helping him today, not to mention that this young man's performance was really good, and the love for talent in his heart was a little hard to suppress. Whatever, Zhaofeng, you can say it, as long as I can do it and it's suitable. Seeing the other party's performance like this, Mewfeng secretly thought that there was a drama this time, and revealed all the rhetoric that he had already prepared. It's like this. I lost my elf picture book on the way, and I went to the elf center and found that I didn't have my identity registration information, and they didn't want to reissue it for me. So I want you to help me re-register. Is it okay to reissue a picture book? The elf picture book is also an important identity of the trainer. Without this picture book, the elf center will not be open for free, and many places that are open to trainers will also shut out those who do not have the elf picture book. The most important thing is that people who don't have an elf picture book can't even challenge the gym, and naturally they can't get the qualification to participate in the Alliance conference through this way. Lost it, and no information to register. Dr. Damu frowned when he heard the word, and he was also a little puzzled, but he didn't think much about Mewfeng's sincere expression. How could such a little guy deceive people? What's more, he often registers information and distributes illustrations to newcomers who are going to leave in the town. This is a relatively familiar and easy task for him, and it is not a big deal. He is still willing to help. His expression softened slightly, and he nodded gently towards Mewfeng and said, no problem, I'll go and register for you. You can sit here and rest for a while. Mewfeng was naturally grateful and disrespectful, and bowed to Dr. Damu. Then please, I am waiting for you here. He didn't know that Dr. Damu's affection for him had reached this level, and his image had become a good boy who would never lie. If he knew, he might have to apologize to the kind old man, and he couldn't have made up such a reason. If he truthfully said that he came directly from another world, I am afraid that he will be dragged directly by Dr. Damu to the hospital to check whether there is any problem with the cranial nerve. You're welcome. You helped me a lot today. Just help me make some more of those bright squares before I leave. Dr. Damu laughed, indicating that it was a small matter, and then turned around and left the room. No problem, no problem. Mewfeng also agreed to Dr. Damu's request before the other party left. This is not difficult for him. It is nothing more than repeating the production process that he is already familiar with. It doesn't take much effort at all. After he finished speaking, he sat on the sofa next to the jar and waited quietly for Dr. Damu to come back and give him the illustrated book. After waiting for a while, Mewfeng looked at the countdown number above the light curtain in front of him: 7 days, 11 hours and 57 minutes, and sighed deeply. Alas, after getting this illustrated book, and waiting for the elves to hatch, I guess I will have to work overtime to challenge Xiaoging's gym in Nibi City. His unfortunate big rock snake, which can be hit by a combination of electricity and water, seems to be Xiaoging's ace in guarding the gym. It is estimated that it should be around level 20. That is to say, the elf that has just hatched has to reach level 20 or above under his strict training on the first day, and he has to go to the gymnasium that has just opened. For some unknown reason, Mewfeng suddenly felt a deep sense of apology for the unknown elf in the egg. My child, I'm really sorry for you. It's really not right for you to keep working hard at an age when you shouldn't be under such pressure. He was talking to himself when the jar in his hand suddenly shook violently. What happened? This is because he knew what I was thinking, so he responded with some anger. Mewfeng was stunned. It's broken. Won't let this little guy hear what he said. But the next moment, the top of the egg shattered a gap, and the entire egg jar began to emit a dazzling white light from the inside out. At this time, as long as you are not a fool, you will understand what will happen next. This elf egg will hatch soon. Mewfeng looked at the different appearance of the elf egg in his hand, holding his breath and staring at the light. According to Dr. Damu, he thought that the hatching time should be at night or in the early morning, but he did not expect that the elf egg actually hatched at such a time. What kind of elf will the little guy in it be? He suddenly looked forward to it. When the white light dissipated, the answer that Mewfeng was most concerned about was revealed logically. The black elf eggs in the jar have been broken into pieces of eggshell, but the entire jar is empty, not to mention the hatched elf. Not even a shadow can be seen. Mewfeng was still a little puzzled, but the next second he seemed to notice something, and raised his head to look above him. There is indeed something. A round, strange creature emitting a black mist was floating in the air, staring curiously at Mewfeng with a pair of big white eyes. Without any limbs, the ball was the entire body of the elf, and the terrifying smiling faces made Mewfeng immediately determine the identity of this guy. The elf hatched by himself turned out to be a ghost. Taking a closer look, Mewfeng was stunned for a second. This ghost is different from other generals. His body color is not only black and purple, but also a dark blue that looks a little cold. Good guy, is this still a shining ghost? The ghost floating in the air seemed to confirm that the human being in front of him was his incubator. He flew happily around Mewfeng's head, and then stopped firmly in front of Mewfeng. With those big eyes he stared straight at Mewfeng. Hello, little one. Welcome to the world. My name is Mewfeng, and I am your future partner and trainer. I will take you to the top of the world strongest. Mewfeng suppressed the ecstasy in his heart. A sincere friendly smile appeared on his face, and said softly towards this ghost. He is observing the reaction of this ghost. Not all elves like to fight and want to become stronger. If this ghost does not want to fight, he will choose to obey. The status of trainers and elves should be equal. Elves are not tools of trainers. Mewfeng always believed in this point. Chapter 19 _ The glass cannon kills him. Mewfeng was holding his breath to observe Gui's every move. The trainer should respect the choice of the elf. Although he said so, but after all, he still has to go to the strongest trainer. If DC doesn't like fighting, he can't be regarded as the main force of the battle. I am afraid that the matter of challenging 7 gyms to qualify for the Alliance Conference within 7 days will have to be rethought. However, after listening to Mewfeng's word, Gui not only did not show any resistance, but his eyes narrowed happily, and he circled around Mewfeng with some excitement before returning to Mewfeng's eyes again. Continued to stare at him with big white eyes. Ghost W. Mewfeng was also relieved to see this. As expected, only a small number of elves did not like fighting and becoming stronger. Most elves still yearn for these things by nature. Since that's the case, please give me more advice in the future. Mewfeng stretched out his hand to Gui to shake hands as a gesture of goodwill, but the next moment he seemed to remember something, and immediately retracted his hand. First, DC has no hands at all, so he cannot perform such difficult actions with him. Or with your tongue, but it just feels a little too weird. Second, the ghost seems to be essentially a poisonous gas, and the in-game pictorial said when introducing him, ghost, if the prey is wrapped in the gas of the body, even the African elephant will be in the air. Down in 2 seconds. Mewfeng doesn't think that he can carry things that African elephant can't carry. Gussie looked at his behavior and seemed to be a little puzzled. The next second, he leaned forward and licked Mewfeng's face carelessly. Mewfeng only felt that something cold was rubbing against his face, and then there was a numbness that spread throughout his body. This is even more exciting than the electrotherapy of Pishin. After some tossing, Gui finally stopped pestering Mewfeng, and is now running around in the entire research room, looking at the surrounding environment curiously. Sitting on the sofa, Mewfeng can understand how lively this newborn guy is. After all, he just came to this world, and he will naturally feel fresh about the things around him. He's thinking about a different question now. What's the name of this little guy? Although it seems that the characters in the animation rarely name their sprite, Mewfeng feels that this is still necessary. But he is also a nameless person. Xiao Hei. No, it sounds a bit like a random name given to a Chinese pastoral dog in the countryside. A ghost. Forget it. It's even weirder. Mewfeng found himself in an unprecedented crisis, and being named abolished in the face of this situation is tantamount to making the choice difficult to decide whether to eat hand cakes or braise pork rice at noon. After racking his brains for a while, Mewfeng simply didn't plan to continue on this issue, just pick one up. At this time, Gui also observed the environment around him, returned to Mewfeng's side, and looked at his master quietly. DC, your name will be Briquette from now on. Although the name is really strange, it is already the best name Mewfeng can think of after all the brain cells have been burnt out. Gui blinked his eyes after hearing this, and seemed to have no problem with the name. Seeing the other party's reaction, Mewfeng softly and tentatively called out Gui's new name, Ballet. Then he was happily sent away again by the tongue of the ghost. Mama. A brave ghost. Whoa. It seems that the registration on Dr. Damu's side has not yet ended, and Mewfeng has nothing to do when he is idle, so he simply begins to think about the future of DC. Ghost type and poison type Pokemon. will evolve into Ghostone at level 25, and can eventually evolve into Gengar through exchange. Gengar is a Ghost-type special attacker with a very considerable racial value. Whether it is the characteristics of the empty body and the control of space transfer, he can create a good output environment for himself. As a popular elf with the highest popularity index in the Guandu area, Mewtwo also used this guy in the elf emulation battle game in his previous life, and Gengar's Mega Evolution form, Super Gengar, is an extremely powerful output hand. The racial bias of this elf is very clear. The extremely high special attack determines his output position. The ultra-low double defense and average HP make Gengar's body very fragile, and the speed racial value can only be said to be quite satisfactory. As for physical attack, there is basically no such thing. To put it bluntly, it is a crispy output. Mewtwo thought about Gengar's guild, and decided to take a closer look at the characteristics and talents of this little guy with the eyes of reconnaissance. After all, there is an official assistant produced by this system, so you don't need to use it for nothing. Mewtwo stared at Guisi, silently chanting the eye of investigator in his heart, and a bunch of information appeared on the light curtain in front of him. Elf, Ghost / Level 1 Qualification, Orange, Legend, Strength Rating, Newborn, Attribute, Ghost Poison Feature, Floating from the ground so as not to be attacked by ground. Attribute Move, Skill, Tongue Licking, Individual Characteristic, Double-Edged Sword, Legendary. The racial values of special attack, physical attack and speed will be synchronized, and the synchronization value will be the highest original value of the two, but the double defense and physical attributes will be reduced. The previous information was understandable to Mewtwo, but when he saw this last one, Mewtwo's eyes almost flew out of his own socket. In fact, Gengar's speed can only be said to be quite satisfactory. His relatively agile body and reasonable space transfer ability allow him to avoid a lot of damage that ghosts are not immune to, but after all, his body is a little too fragile. Now this feature directly further turns the briquettes into a glass cannon that shatters when touched. Mewtwo is now doubting whether the briquettes will become the Nekken god one day in the future, directly killed by the rookie Yi Tengshi with a fly-leaf storm. But in the same way, the speed, physical attack, and special attack are synchronized with the highest value, which is also very scary. Leaving aside the inexplicable attack value, but the direct increase in the speed by a large amount is not a low gain to Gengar. The already flexible and difficult to hit Gengar will become a ghost assassin or a mobile turret. He thought about the next way to train the briquette, and couldn't help but get excited. In the future, the fighting style of the briquettes is estimated to be like dancing on the tip of a knife. As long as it is hit once, it may be directly defeated. And what Mewtwo has to do is to cultivate the briquette, evasion and attack methods to the extreme, so that the opponent can't even touch his enemy and fall to the ground with hatred. As for that meaningless attack value, he couldn't think of any other use for it, except that Gengar could sometimes use the Shadow Claw at close range. Gussie looked at his master and seemed to be a little excited. Although he didn't know what happened, he also swayed happily in place. Then he licked Mewtwo again. This wave is the gathering of three flowers. Chapter 20 Official Departure. When Dr. Damu walked into the laboratory with the elf picture book with the registered information, Mewtwo just recovered from the paralysis state. In fact, he is now thinking about why the ordinary tongue licking of the briquette can numb him for so long. Is it because of the talent of the double-edged sword that the effect of this physical attack has become outrageous? He silently made up his mind for a second of the briquettes and then teleported and appeared in front of the opponent with a flaming fist that instantly killed the opponent. Suddenly, he had a different idea. Good guy, it seems to be quite emotional. Xiaofang, your elf egg is actually hatching now. Dr. Damu's surprised inquiry pulled Mewtwo out of his fantasy, and the latter realized that Dr. Damu had been standing in front of him at some point. Dr. Damu forgot to pass the illustrated book to Mewtwo, and his attention was completely attracted by the briquette floating above Mewtwo's head. Hatching a Pokemon is not a big deal. The point is that it turned out to be a blue glitter ghost. Dr. Damu has a wealth of experience in his life. He has seen other types of exotic Pokemon, but he has never seen the shining ghost. The first time he saw it at this time, the curiosity and research spirit in his heart were also burning, and he got close to the briquettes and began to observe carefully. Originally, Mewtwo was a little worried about whether briquette would give Dr. Damu the same tongue spot treatment, but after a few seconds he realized that he was just overthinking. Briquette reacted a little to the strange old man in front of him. Nothing. It even closed its eyes and seemed to be ready to rest on the wind. Mewtwo was speechless. What do you mean? Just lick me. Although it may be briquette's way of expressing their goodwill, Mewtwo felt a little uncomfortable in his heart for some reason. Dr. Damu carefully observed for a while, and then took two steps back reluctantly, and then he remembered his original purpose. While giving Mewtwo the pictorial competition he had prepared, he even did not forget to sigh. Xiaofang, your luck is really good. You may not understand that the trainers who can own a sparkling Pokemon are all blessed by the god. This type of elves is very rare. However, sir. Mewfeng had no expression, just listened to Dr. Damu's explanation with a smile. Of course I know how rare the flash elves are, and I also know how many people will be outside the screen when a person encounters a flashing rumble rock when he is struggling with flashing all night, but the opponent uses a self-destruct move and directly loses the ability to fight. Pain. I still remember that Mewfeng was not in the mood to eat all day. Anyone who happened to this kind of thing would make people wonder if they were the ones who were condemned by God. That's it. Thank you Dr. Damu for explaining. But Mewfeng replied politely. Dr. Damu didn't seem to have any reaction when he saw Mewfeng, and Quan Jia was also a child who didn't know the rarity of the flash elf. He coughed lightly and motioned Mewfeng to open the elf picture book in his hand. I have already registered the elf picture book for you. Now you only need to open it. The picture book will scan your face to bind your identity, and then you can use it normally. Don't lose it this time. I'm sorry, doctor. Thank you very much. I will take good care of it this time. Mewfeng's apology came from the bottom of his heart, and Dr. Damu can indeed be said to have helped him a lot. As he spoke, he opened the screen slide of the elf picture book in his hand. This elf picture book is somewhat similar to the appearance in the anime. It is a red machine similar to a mobile phone. It is not hard to start with an ice-cold texture. It is estimated that the material is made of plastic and a small amount of iron. When the screen was turned on, the illustrated book was automatically activated, and the information on Mewfeng's face was scanned and entered immediately. Scanning completed. Welcome to Mewfeng, a rookie trainer, to use the Guandu Area Elf illustrated book. Mewfeng did not continue to study the function of this picture book. He now intends to directly fulfill the agreement to make the energy block that Fission light. The function of the picture book can be read slowly on the way. His time is very precious. It seems that the picture book has been registered. I will go to make the energy cube that Pikachu light. Dr. Ogi was also going to introduce the various functions of the elf Pokédex, but seeing the other party say so, he immediately dismissed the idea. Since he has owned a picture book before, he naturally knows these most basic things, and he does not need to say more. But Mewfeng actually took what he said casually as a joke and took the initiative to propose to complete it, which made Dr. Damu's evaluation of Mewfeng a little higher. This kid really has a bright future. I don't know if Xiao Mao can achieve such a state of mind in a few years. What he didn't know was that Mewfeng was in a hurry to leave the Damu Research Institute. Ah, well, follow me to get the tree fruit. Since you can make energy cube, you can also consider making some ghost-type elves like to eat as food reserves for Gisi. Dr. Damu's kind reminder surprised Mewfeng. Yes, the energy cubes that Gisi will eat next have not been found, although the production memory in his brain does have energy cubes suitable for ghost-type Pokemon production method, but the several different fruit to be used seemed to be difficult to obtain. He was still hesitant to ask Dr. Damu to borrow a little bit, and Dr. Damu added, "You can use my tree fruit as you like. You don't have to be polite. I can't make anything good if it's piled up there. It's just a waste." Mewfeng's eyes lit up when he heard the word. This feeling is so good. Thank you, doctor. Half an hour later, the energy cubes that Fission can eat for 5 days have been made, and a large box is filled to the brim. The food intake of briquettes may be much smaller than that of Fission. Laughing. He is a ghost-type elf, and his need for food intake is relatively low, and the briquettes are also just born elves, so they probably won't be able to eat much. Mewfeng simply made a little ghost primary energy cube for the briquette, and packed them all in the jar that used to hold the elf egg. After tasting this kind of dark and strange-looking food, the briquette completely fell in love with the taste of this kind of thing. After destroying several of them in a row, they floated back to the limelight with satisfaction. Seeing his actions, Mewfeng also let go of his worries. It seems that the briquettes do not reject food like energy cube, and the amount they eat is indeed not large. Thank you Dr. Ogi for your hospitality and help. Next, I plan to travel around the Kanto region with Ghost, and continue to work hard to become a powerful trainer. After he expressed his gratitude to Dr. Damu, the latter did not hold back, but sent him all the way out of the institute with a smile. It's a smooth journey. Xiaofeng, don't forget to keep in touch with the old man like me using the illustrated book. Don't worry, it will. Mewfeng said goodbye to Dr. Damu at the Damu Research Institute and left Junxin town. He took a deep breath, looked up at the ghost floating above his head, and said seriously, "Briquette, let go. Are you ready to be the most powerful ghost in the world?" Hearing Mewfeng's word, the big eyes narrowed into a line happily again, as if responding to Mewfeng's rhetoric. Then he licked Mewfeng again. Ma 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 ma. In the sky above Junxin town, a desperate wailing echoed repeatedly, circling the beam endlessly. Chapter 21 Come on and become a split empty seat silver ticket full 2. This time, Mewfeng quickly recovered from the paralyzed state brought by the briquette. It seems that his body has begun to develop resistance to this state. If the system hadn't given him similar hint, he probably would have doubted whether he was the invincible physique that could gradually become immune to attacks of the same type after taking a certain type of damage. The briquettes were obediently floating on top of his his head, and every time Mewfeng took a step, the briquettes would also move slightly, as if they were bound to Mewfeng's head. Mewfeng has no opinion on this. When he was at the Dr. Ogi Research Institute, he asked the briquettes whether they wanted to stay in the Pokeball or have been following him outside. The answer is probably do not want to stay in the goal, so Mewfeng just used the Master Ball to go through the scene symbolically. After successfully subduing the briquette, he released them again, and let him float on his head. Although the top of his head always felt chilly, but since the briquettes liked this, Mewfeng didn't say anything. Go with him. The elf picture book is very considerate with the map function, which clearly shows where Mewfeng is now in the surrounding cities and road. Mewfeng found that if he wanted to reach Nibi City, where Shaogang Gym was located, he had to go from Junqing Town to Chengqing City, and then pass through the evergreen forest in the west of Chengqing City. No, if I keep going at this rate, I'll have to spend a lot of time just to travel within 7 days. Mewfeng carefully observed this map of the Guandu area and discovered this important problem. If you only rely on walking, it is not realistic to walk the entire Guandu area in 7 days, not to mention that you need to bring briquettes all the way to level up and challenge the gym. After arriving in Chengqing City, he must find a way to find an elf that can fly and carry people as a mount. After arriving in the town where the gym is located, take the briquettes around to find trainers and wild elves for stronger training. After passing the local gym, go to the next one immediately. In this way, it is possible to collect 8 medals within 7 days and qualify for the core conference. The next plan has been decided, so now we have to set off towards Chengqing City with Guisi. As a medium-sized town around Junqing Town, Chengqing City is not too far from Junqing Town. Mewfeng expects that he can reach Chengqing City smoothly after a 2-hour walk. Well, this way, he confirmed the correct direction and set foot on the road to Chengqing Town. Mewfeng's footsteps stopped in front of a forest. He knew very well that this forest was the place where he was transported by Mewtwo before. In other words, there will be many weak wild elves along the way. This is without a doubt the best place for briquettes to fight for the first time. Briquette, are you ready to start the massacre? Briquette, a black-haired young man stepped into the forest with a dazed ghost. Briquette, use tongue licking on that green caterpillar. Accused. After observing the step-by-step situation of the surrounding elf, Mewfeng successfully found a green caterpillar that was out of the group. To be on the safe side, Mewfeng also deliberately used the eye of reconnaissance on the green caterpillar to determine the opponent's rank. Elf. Green caterpillar level 3 qualification. White. General. Evaluation. Very weak. Attribute. Insect. Characteristic. Scale powder. Elves with this feature are guarded by scale powder and will not be affected by the additional effects of move. Close black lens bracket. Skills. Spinning. Impact. Individual characteristic. None. Obviously, this green caterpillar was not an elf pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, but an ordinary weak and gentle green caterpillar. Guisi got Mewfeng's order and immediately floated towards the green caterpillar, his long tongue licking on the defenseless green caterpillar. The green caterpillar was lying on a taller tree leisurely nibbling at the leaves. How did he know that a ghost would suddenly appear like this? He was paralyzed by a tongue lick of the briquette, and fell heavily from the tree to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. The dust and smoke dissipated, and the green caterpillar had lost its ability to fight, with whirling circles in its eyes. The first battle of briquettes was easily won. Open black lens bracket ding. Victory in the battle. DC gained experience 20 at 10 points 200 points, and successfully upgraded to level 4. Close black lens bracket. DC has learned a new skill to hit. Close black lens bracket. Mewfeng listened to the system prompt sound in his ears, and couldn't help but sigh that the training device given by the system was a little too strong and outrageous. Now that it has been determined that the briquettes will be the main force for him to challenge the conduits in the Guandu area, Mewfeng did not forget to use the training device on the briquettes before the battle. The device on the chart does not actually appear on the briquette, but the effect is real. The speed of the briquette floating all the way just now seemed to be full, presumably because of the influence of this prop, but this side effect is almost trivial compared to the actual benefit. At this moment, the briquettes also felt the changes in themselves after the victory of the battle, and flew around Mewfeng happily. Hush, hush, he likes the feeling of winning the battle and getting stronger. Good job, Briquette. Mewfeng smiled and congratulated Briquette for winning his first victory. Next, we will challenge countless opponents that are much more powerful than this green caterpillar. Do you have any confidence? Accused. Very well, then we will continue to look for opponents. One person and one elf reached a consensus and walked towards the depth of the forest again. Of course, before leaving, Mewfeng did not forget to put the green caterpillar that had lost its ability to fight back on the branch. It's a bit pitiful that someone else was beaten for no reason at lunch, but there is no way. You have to go through battle to become stronger. Mewfeng can only apologize silently in his heart. I'm sorry, brother green caterpillar. I can only help you here. Work hard and become stronger. I believe that you will definitely become the strongest splitter. Briquette. Use tongue licking on that bob. Accused. Very good. This one won. Another green caterpillar caterpillar. The same. The briquettes licked and hit with their tongue. Ha ha. From time to time, the entire forest resounded with Mewfang's orders and the excited cries of briquette, occasionally mixed with a few howls of wild elves. The elves in this roadside grove ushered in the most unforgettable and darkest day of their lives. More than an hour of constant challenge of finding the elves has made both Kobo and Mewfang feel a little tired. Although the briquettes almost always succeeded with one hit after the level was raised, after defeating more than 30 green caterpillars, more than 30 bobo, and more than 20 little lotas, he really couldn't stand it any longer. Mewfang also gestured for the briquettes to take a rest with satisfaction, while he secretly channeled a scouting eye in his heart and checked the attribute panel of the briquette. After so many battles, how much will the briquettes become stronger? Chapter 22_Insect Catcher, 12 Guarantee. Ghost different color, level, 15 qualification, orange, legendary, evaluation, weak, attribute, ghost, skills, hypnosis, tongue licking, black eyes, firing for an eye-strange light collision. After nearly 2 hours of frantic leveling, the level of the briquettes has soared all the way to level 15. However, this evaluation is still only weak. Looking at the skills that the row of briquettes have now learned, Mewfang fell into deep thought. It seems that the wizard world does not have the restriction that a wizard can only learn 4 skills in the game, and the briquettes have as many as 7 skills. And if I remember correctly, it's a bit strange that you can't learn to hit this skill, ghost. Could it be because of the characteristics of the double-edged sword that the body collision of the briquette can also be judged as a collision move? Forget it. It doesn't matter. Mewfang put away the doubts in his heart and began to sort out the effect of the skills that the briquettes now possess. The first is hypnotism, a very good control skill, but I haven't used it in the battle just now, and I will know the actual effect when I have a chance to use the briquette. There is no need to say more about tongue licking, because the tongue licking skill of briquettes has a surprisingly high probability of being paralyzed, and every attack is basically guaranteed. If the system hadn't given the individual characteristics that the briquettes had to increase the probability of tongue licking paralysis, he would have begun to wonder if the briquettes had any means of increasing the probability of paralysis. Maybe just pure luck. The skill of hitting looks a bit weird at present. A ghost slams straight at the enemy, and it can really cause a lot of damage. Mewfang can only say that the double-edged sword is awesome. Black eyes and strange light are both auxiliary skills, and their main role should be to lock the opponent and make the opponent enter a state of confusion, and there is nothing worth mentioning. But this is a bit interesting. The effect of tit for tat is charged attack. If you are damaged by the enemy before the shot, the damage of tit for tat will be doubled directly. At first glance, under the blessing of the double-edged sword, the briquettes have obtained a high amount of physical attack. If this skill triggers the effect of double damage, it will be very impressive. But in fact, the briquettes are negatively affected by the double-edged sword. He is already fragile and blood-thin, and he can't face other people's attacks directly. After eating an attack with slightly higher damage, it is estimated that he will directly GG. How can he trigger this charge? Double damage after. Mewfang simply stopped thinking about this skill. There are many skills that elves can learn, but not every skill is suitable. He whispered in his heart to close the light curtain in front of him, and got up from the stump where he was sitting and resting to move on. It was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon after he came out of Dr. Damu's research institute. Now, after more than 2 hours of leveling up, it was already 5:30, and his stomach was starting to get hungry. The briquettes are not dressed at all. Although he will feel tired after constant battles, it is nothing at all with the support of the energy cube. This is the end of the special training in this forest. Briquette, we should go to the next city. Let go. Mewfang looked at the ghost floating in front of him, took out the elf picture book to confirm the time, and also identified the direction, and found that as long as he passed through this forest, he could see the road to Chengqing City. Excuse. Hearing this, the briquettes also flew up in front of Mewfang excitedly and returned to the top of Mewfang's head. Shortly after Mewfang and briquettes walked down the path to Chengqing City, Mewfang felt that he was really hungry and couldn't stand it anymore. From the new island all the way to the present, he has not eaten anything. I had known that I was going to order something to eat just now at Dr. Damu's place. Mewfang secretly regretted it. Hey, I don't have a cent on me now, so I can only go to Chengqing City to go to the elf center for free curry rice. While sighing, he continued to walk forward with the briquettes with a somewhat tired pace. But in the next second, a figure suddenly rushed out of the grass on the side of the road. The figure suddenly stopped in front of Mewfang with a sudden break. Fortunately, Mewfang was quite full, and he had no time to react before he could barely bump into his heart. Mewfang opened his mouth just as he was about to say something, but the other party spoke first. How about a hearty duel with that guy with a strange elf over there? Strange sprite. Mewfang was stunned for a while. Was he referring to the briquettes above his head? Immediately, he also reacted. As a strange colored ghost, Dr. Damu's knowledge may be clear about the mystery, but some people may not be clear. The blue ghosts do look a little strange. Only then did he clearly see the appearance of the person who came. A gray-yellow straw hat on his head, white short sleeves and a pair of brown trousers, and 2 pairs of straw sandals under his feet. There is also a basket behind him, and he holds an insect net in his hand. Isn't this the bug catcher boy in the game? Guys, in the game, you stand there blocking the road and you have to force me to fight against you. Now in the real world, you still have to jump out of the road for no reason. Although Mewtwo was so hungry now that he was in a hurry to go to Chengqing City to find something to eat, he would not let go of the experience brought to his door. The strength of the insect catcher boy will not be too strong. It is a very good choice to experience the elf battle opponent between the trainers for the first time as Briquette. The Briquettes were also a little stunned when they were called by a strange spirit. I'm just a ghost. What's so strange? How Jun, don't kill the unnamed, and I ask you to sign up. I will use my worm-type partner to educate you how to fight. The one person and one elf before the insect catcher boy did not respond, and continued talking on his own. Mewtwo was a little unhappy when he heard this. You jumped out of the grass by the roadside inexplicably like Punchy to fight against me. Now you still need to teach me how to fight. You didn't even know where to play in the mud when I was playing tournament. I'm Mewtwo. Accept your challenge. He took a step forward with briquettes and stared straight at the eyes of this insect catcher named Hee-jun, who was also stunned by the burning gaze. Why did this person suddenly feel a change in momentum? Is it an illusion? Even so, he didn't stop talking. Mewtwo, a very good name. The rules of the competition are 1v1. If any one of the elves loses the ability to fight, it will be a failure. So what? I'm fine. Briquette, come on. After receiving the order, the briquettes immediately flew from the top of Mewtwo's head to the middle of the two, and the white eyes looked at the guy in front of him. He has experienced so many battles in the wood, and he has clearly realized that this kind of activity is very helpful for him to become stronger, and he has even liked the feeling of fighting and winning. Now that a trainer is coming to challenge Mewtwo, he is naturally willing to fight. Since that's the case, the elf on my side has decided it's him. When Hee-jun saw that the other party had already sent an elf, he also threw a elf ball. Chapter 23 _ straight to the pole. Guarantee 22 down. White light flash, and Hee-jun's elf was already standing opposite the briquette. It's actually a giant stingray. Mewtwo's eyes narrowed. He thought that this guy would send a weaker elf like a green caterpillar or a unicorn to fight, but it turned out to be a giant stinger bee that had evolved to the final stage. But this giant stinger doesn't seem to have been cultivated very well. At least it is really different from Sakaji. The body is a lot smaller, and the twin needles in front of him as weapons will not flicker with cold light like Sakaji. Mewtwo looked at the giant stinger bee flying in the air on the opposite side, meditating on the eye of reconnaissance in his heart, and found out his data. Elf, big needle bee level 26. Qualification, green, normal, evaluation, weak. The eye of scouting does not seem to display more detailed data when facing the trainer's elf, such as the elf moves or the elf individual characteristic. However, Mewtwo estimates that this should be due to the fact that his skill level is still relatively low, and he should be able to get this information when the level is improved in the future. His expression is a little solemn now. The giant stinger is an insect-type elf that evolved from an iron-shelled pupa to level 10, but now the opponent's level of the giant stinger is as high as level 26. For the briquettes who have only reached the 15th level, this will be a leapfrog battle. But the briquette didn't feel nervous at all, just carefully observed the big stinger bee in front of him. It's not good to stand in a daze during the battle. Since that's the case, the right to strike first will be accepted by me. Seeing that the other party didn't do anything for a long time, Hee-jun directly ordered the big horn bee to launch an attack. Big stinger, rush up and hit him. Mewtwo was awakened from his thoughts by the other party's command voice, but he did not issue any orders. Seeing that his trainer had no intention of giving orders, Bing Chu actually maintained absolute trust in Mewtwo. Facing the giant stinger bee flying towards him, he just stayed in place quietly, and he didn't seem to have the slightest desire to avoid it. The large needle bee is an extremely fast insect-type elf. It has reached the front of the briquettes in an instant. The twin needles in front of him light up with flickering white light, and attack the briquette body straight. Can't you even command your own elf? Wasn't he scared by my big stinger? Seeing that his first attack was about to succeed easily, Hee-jun had already foreseen the outcome of his victory. He was also a little pity in his heart. This guy brought an elf that he had never seen before. He thought how powerful it would be. As a result, in the face of the attack launched by the giant stinger, can't even command the elves to dodge. Mewtwo still didn't say a word, expressionlessly waiting for the attack of the giant stinger bee to arrive. Buzz! The sound of the wings flapping mixed with the chirping of the big needle bee entered Mewtwo's ear, and the pair of sharp and white light twinkling needles also pierced Wei Sis' body. Hee-jun, who thought he was already winning, widened his eyes at this moment. Go seems to be unaffected at all, just floating there waiting for the hornet to attack. The big needle bee was also puzzled and stagnant for a second. He had already hit his opponent. Why is there no feedback at all? Mewtwo sighed inwardly. This guy really doesn't have any common sense. To actually use ordinary skills to attack the ghost-type briquette, there will be no other results other than useless. How is this possible? He-jun didn't believe in evil, and immediately ordered the big hornet to attack again. Big Dinger, use it again. Strike. Buzz. The big needlebee pulled out its own double needles from Guay's body, recharged it, and the double needles kept dabbing forward repeatedly. But it still doesn't seem to have any effect. Impact is still a common skill, and ghost-type elves are completely immune to it. It's really an Iron Man. Mewfeng now feels that he is unlikely to lose. He took advantage of the fact that the opponent was still doing useless work, and immediately let the briquettes launch a counterattack. Now it's Lao Su's turn. Briquettes. Strange rays of light. EPUB. The briquettes that were being stabbed by the giant needlebees immediately condensed energy, and a ball of light flashing strangely dashed straight out at the nearby giant needlebee. Big Dinger bee. Hurry up and avoid it. When He-jun saw that the opponent was using his skills, he immediately ordered his elves to dodge. But the big hornbee is still using the skills to attack. No matter how fast the elf is at this moment, it will freeze for a moment. Ooh. He-jun had lost his calmness at this time, and the attack launched by the giant stinger had no effect on the elf on the opposite side. How did that happen? He-jun couldn't figure it out even if he wanted to break his head. In fact, as long as he has a little knowledge of the relationship between elves' attribute, he will not fall into such a passive situation as he is now. But unfortunately he didn't. Buzz. After the giant stinger was hit by the strange light, it did not suffer any damage. Seeing this, He-jun frowned. What happened? Could it be that the opponent's elf defense is extremely strong, but the attack power is very low? He didn't think much about it, and immediately let his elves launch a new round of attack. Big Needlebee. Since melee attacks can't work, use other moves against this guy. Use Venom Blast. He finally used the skill that can cause damage right, and Mewfeng also sighed in his heart. This guy didn't know the most basic elf restraint attribute, but he was a little nervous when he saw the level of the Big Dinger just now. The strength and level of the elves themselves are of course important, but in battle, the trainer's proper command and the bond between the elves and the trainer can often make up for the gap between the two sides in the former. But it's too late to react now. Briquette, end him. Go straight up and use tongue licking to connect and hit. Acute. On the other hand, although the big needlebee was ordered by He-jun, he did not use the corresponding move. Just hit by the strange light of the briquette, he has fallen into a state of confusion, unable to respond to his trainer's instruction. Now he's just wandering aimlessly in the air, drunk slowly in circle. He-jun had no choice but to watch the briquette fly to the front of the giant needlebee. After a tongue lick was paralyzed, he directly used the impact to shoot down the giant needlebee directly from the air. Big Dinger bee. Seeing that his elf was directly shot down by this combination of heavy blows, He-jun was also a little worried and ran to the place where the big needlebee fell. Looking at this scene, Mewfeng secretly thought that the child seemed to be saved. Insufficient knowledge, insufficient command experience, and insufficient strength can all be made up for through acquired training. But if you don't care about your spirit as a trainer, then it's really useless. Chapter 24 _ The road is narrow. Boy Silver Bill +1. The smoke dissipated, and the shape of the giant stinger was revealed. He was covered in dust from the fall, and he seemed to have suffered a lot of damage from the fall. Damn, Big Dinger, are you alright? He-jun was a little worried and raised the giant needlebee, and Mewfeng naturally saw it. Although he is quite arrogant, he has a good attitude towards his elf. Buzzing. Seeing that his trainer cared so much about him, Big Needlebee shook his head, got up from the ground again, and flew to the opposite of DC again. He can keep fighting. Seeing this, He-jun rekindled the fighting spirit in his eyes, and ordered the giant stinger again. Big Dinger, reuse the venom attack. Buzz. Mewfeng also didn't take action when the other party was helping the giant stinger bee. People can't, at least they shouldn't. Briquette, again, with strange light. Acute. The briquette action was extremely fast. Although Mewfeng's order was given afterward, the strange light flickering with strange light was ready. The light ball went straight to the big needlebee in the distance, and it was about to hit the opponent. He-jun is not really a fool. How could he fall in the same place twice? Don't take advantage of it. Big Dinger, avoid it. This time, the hornbee was far away from the briquette, so it gave the hornbee enough time to react. The giant needlebee's wings flashed quickly after receiving the order, and successfully avoided this strange light by flying at a high speed. Beautiful. This way you can move smoothly. Use Venom Blast. It is true that the strange light cannot be used continuously, but in the face of such a situation, Mewfeng immediately thought of a solution. Briquette, use hypnotism. Acute. Guayci closed his eyes and opened them again. At this time, his white eyes had taken on a touch of scarlet color, and strange fluctuations emanated from his eyes. The hypnotism directly hit the unsuspecting giant stingerbee that was ready to attack. Big Dinger, wake up. Seeing this, He-jun also shouted anxiously. He had just avoided the strange light that would cause confusion. Who knew that the other party still had a hand of hypnotism hidden in his hand? Just kidding. Hypnotism is something you can wake up with just one shout. Fuck. Mewfeng sneered in his heart, but he couldn't laugh in the next moment. The giant stinger seemed to have responded to the call of its trainer, and the venom shock was extremely ridiculously ready in sleep. The top of his double needles condensed two groups of purple bubbling venom, which came straight towards the briquette, and the two groups of venom were still condensed into a sphere during the flight. The briquettes were also in a state of rigidity when they were using their skills, so they couldn't avoid the oncoming mass of venom, and were directly hit by the front Valcoid. Seeing that his elf was attacked, Mewfeng also shouted worriedly, "This little guy's double defense is very weak, and his level lags behind this big dingerbee by a lot, and he is likely to be directly hit by this attack." The next moment, the answer is revealed. After the steam caused by the venom dissipated, the briquette still floated tenaciously in the air and did not fall down. In retrospect, Mewfeng believed that this was due to the combination of two reasons: the low special attack ratio value of the giant hornbee, and the fact that the energy saving and poison attribute could only cause a quarter of the damage to the ghost-type poison-type briquette. Otherwise, the briquettes will never be able to resist this move. But at this moment, Mew didn't have the time to think so much. Seeing that the briquettes could continue to fight, he immediately issued an order: "Briquette, use tit for tat on the hornbee. End this fight." Overcall. Guice's whole body flashed a crimson light, and he slammed into the giant needlebee that was in a sleeping state and was falling from the sky. Big Dinger Bee. In the shouting of Heejun, it was triggered by the double damage effect of tit for tat, which directly slammed the big needlebee out a few meters, and the huge impact of falling to the ground raised a burst of dust. When the dust dissipated, the giant dinger had fallen to the ground, unable to fight. The battle is over. The first battle of briquette won. Mewfeng did not rejoice in the victory, but looked at the briquettes with some worry. Just now, he directly resisted the impact of venom, and he didn't know how he was doing. The briquette happily flew to Mewfeng and gave the latter answer with a standard tongue lick: "I lost the battle this time, and I admit that you were indeed better than me." Heejun, who had taken back the big needlebee, walked in front of Mewfeng and stared at the young man who had just defeated him. "But I want to ask you a question. Why is your elf immune to attack by my stingrays? This elf of mine is called Geese. It is a dual attribute elf of ghost and poison. If you use ordinary skills, you will be immune to ghost attribute. You don't know how to go out and challenge people everywhere." Mewfeng had just recovered from the paralysis that the briquette brought him, and replied angrily, "I." Heejun's face turned red, and he didn't know what to say. He really didn't know that there was such a complex restraint relationship before the elf attribute, and he had never encountered such a situation when fighting the elves of other trainers before. "Okay, go back and check the information yourself when you have time. These are the basic knowledge that you must master in the Battle of Elves." Mewfeng did not continue to make things difficult for him. This guy seemed a little rude and arrogant, and his attitude towards the elves he subdued was still very good. "If you can do this, you can barely be regarded as a qualified trainer. Your big dinger has good potential. Continue to cultivate. I'll take the first step." Kobo has now won his first battle with the trainer elf. The high experience in the cross-level battle has directly made him soar from the 15th level to the 19th level. Naturally, there is no need for Mewfeng to stay in this place. The main reason is that his stomach has begun to grow wildly, and if he goes on like this, he may have to grab the briquette elf to eat. "Your ultimate goal is to challenge the core conference, right?" Mewfeng had already turned around with the briquettes and walked out a distance, but Heejun, who was behind him, suddenly shouted, "Yes." Across the distance, Mewfeng could only reply to the other party by shouting, "In this case, I am waiting for you at the core conference. I will definitely become stronger by then. I will definitely beat you." "Good guy." Mewfeng's face stiffened when he heard this. "Okay, see you at the meeting." Agreed with his mouth. Mewfeng still felt a little weird in his heart. What's wrong with this kid? He has to make himself a target to surpass. You really have narrowed the way in the legend. The briquettes who were happily nibbling on the elf cube on Mewfeng also turned around and made a face at Heejun. Only then did he turn his head and nibble on his own energy cube comfortably again. "It's really delicious." Briquette. Whoa. Chapter 25_Evergreen City and Tour. Silver ticket plus more. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun hanging in the sky had already restrained its behavior of projecting poisonous sunlight outward, which made many citizens who disliked the uncomfortable sun exposure when they went out during the day, and chose to go out during this time. Dinner time is a bustling time in a city. Changqing City is a small and medium-sized city. All kinds of buildings and facilities are basically available. People's normal needs in life and work can be completed in the city, and there are not many residents here. On the lively street and in the crowd of people, a boy with a ghost on his head was struggling to avoid the crowded crowd around him, looking for something. He is Mewfeng. After winning the battle with the insect-catching boy Heejun, Mewfeng moved forward along the road and entered Changqing City smoothly, but he found that there were unexpectedly many people on the street during this time period. "It's a misstep. Why are there so many people on the street at dinner time? Don't everyone have to go home to cook, so you have money to eat out every day?" He turned sideways to avoid a middle-aged man with a pot belly. The hunger in his belly made him complain, and he conducted a wave of three-part questioning about his quality. Overcall. The briquettes were still on his head. This little guy didn't have any troubles from hunger. center. After all, the jar in Mewfeng's back bag was full of energy cubes that he liked to eat. When he was hungry, he could burrow in and take some out to eat. The fact that Geesee's body could penetrate most things was very convenient at this time. Forget it. Fortunately, the elf center is coming soon. Mewfeng looked at the familiar tall red building not far from the street, and couldn't help sighing in his heart. He tried to speed up the pace under his feet and walked towards the center of the elf, but in a hurry to get something to eat. He didn't notice that the crowd around him seemed to be rushing in the same direction. It's really delicious. In the restaurant of the elf center, Mewfeng was devouring a large bowl of curry pork chop rice. The benefits of being a trainer were finally manifested at this moment. As a non-profit facility funded by the Alliance, the elf center provided free elf medical treatment, self-cultivation and trainer accommodation services to the surrounding trainers. Even though it's free, this bowl of curry pork chop rice makes Mewfeng's appetite. The fragrant curry is paired with boiled potatoes with just the right degree of softness. The aroma of onions is very harmonious with the meaty taste of pork chop. With some sweet carrot, Mewfeng, who has been hungry for most of the day, can't help but go, "I want 2 bowls." It was now the 3rd bowl he had eaten, and after finishing this bowl of pork chop rice, he felt a little fuller. "Miss Joy, thank you for the hospitality." He took out a tissue from the table and wiped the food residue from his mouth, and thanked Miss Joy who passed by the table. When it comes to Miss Joy, I have to say that she is fascinated by her look. The Joey family is really an incomparably wonderful existence. Their descendants from generation to generation are almost exactly the same. The standard face shape and hairstyle are like clones, so that sometimes the trainers can't distinguish different cities at all. What the difference between Joey and Genie Center? If it wasn't for the different personalities of every Miss Joy, Mewfeng would sometimes wonder if they were clones. The Miss Joy in front of her also maintained the same appearance as her peers in the anime, and when she heard Mewfeng's thank you, she stopped by the table and gave Mewfeng a sweet smile. "You're welcome. This is the responsibility of our elf center. It's fine if you think it's delicious. Your elf has also been checked. It is very healthy and not in serious condition. You can go to the front desk to retrieve it in a while." Mewfeng looked at the still surging crowd of people on the street outside the window, and suddenly thought of a question. Are there too many people on the street today? He simply asked Joey in front of him. "Miss Joy, I want to ask you, are there any activities in Changqing City now?" Sure enough, Miss Joy had a surprised expression on her face after hearing Mewfeng's question. "You don't know. Today, the Ice King in the Kanto area, Miss Kona, is holding a lecture tour that happened to be here. Now the lecture is about to start. They should all go for this. I thought you, as a trainer, should have known about it, so you didn't bring it up." Mewfeng was startled when he heard the word Kona speech. No wonder so many middle-aged and old men on the street rushed forward as if they were dying, and the co-authors were all rushing to grab positions for this. He has a deep impression of the Ice King in this Guandu area. The ace elf of memory Kenna is a very powerful iron shell. As one of the 4 kings, her other water elves have also been trained very well. However, Mewfeng had no interest in such lectures, and there were many reasons. First, I was in a hurry to find an elves that could fly people, and today I had to go to Nibi City, which was a little distance from Changqing City. Second, although Kona's lectures should be able to learn a lot of things for ordinary people and trainers, they should benefit a lot, but for Mewfeng, it is not so great. It is estimated that it will be some basic knowledge, which is really meaningless. Third, he really didn't want to squeeze in a bunch of people again. He was just walking backwards on the street against the tide of people, almost killing him. "Thank you, Miss Joy. So I really don't know." He withdrew his gaze from the window, scratching the back of his head a little embarrassedly. Seeing that he was still indifferent after he found out, Joey couldn't help but be a little curious. You look like a rookie trainer. Don't you have such a good opportunity not to watch it once? You can learn a lot of useful knowledge." Seeing that the other party was kind enough to say this, Mewfeng didn't know how to respond, but just smiled awkwardly. "I still don't." Ding! The system is dispatching special side quest. Close black lens bracket. Side quest. Fight with Kona. Class A. Task objective 1. Successfully get the attention of Kona. Able to achieve 4. Evaluation 2. Successfully play a battle with Kona after completing the prerequisite task. Can achieve average evaluation 3. In the case of completing the precondition, the battle will be lost. The excellent evaluation can be achieved. 4. In the case of completing the prerequisite, except for Article 3, you will win the battle. You can achieve a perfect evaluation. Open black lens bracket. List of rewards. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. 4. Magic Candy X5. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. General Magic Candy X7. Random rare move disc X1. Close black lens bracket. Excellent Magic Candy X10. Random epic move disc X1. Perfect Magic Candy X15. Random legendary move disc X1. Note: this quest can only be completed within today. No quest items are provided. Please do your best. The system's voice accompanied the mission information in the light curtain in front of Mewfeng's eyes, and interrupted Mewfeng Feng's words abruptly. I'm still too embarrassed to go, after all, that Kona. But if I don't even dare to face the 4 heavenly king, there is no way to go in the future. So I decided to go. Miss Joy, can you tell me where the lecture is held? Chapter 26 A small probability event occurs with a great probability guarantee. When Miss Joy heard the word, there was a "so it is" expression on her face. Seeing that Mu Feng wanted to go, she immediately answered his question. The lecture held by King Kona was in the gymnasium in the east of Chengqing City. You can see the gymnasium when you walk out of the L Center and keep going east. She raised her head and glanced at the wall clock on the wall, and then you may have to hurry up. It's 7:20 now, and there are 10 lectures to start. Hearing this, Mu Feng thought back, as if he did see a building similar to a gymnasium on the way to the L Center, presumably where Kona held the lecture. And there are only 10 minutes left. Thank you, then I have to hurry up. Mu Feng got up from his seat and picked up his backpack, and was about to go to the front desk to pick up the briquette, only to find that the little guy had drifted back to his head at some point. He looked cheerful and seemed to be looking forward to what was about to happen next. Is this your elf? It's so special. No, it's not the important thing now. Joey was immediately attracted by the appearance of the briquette, but quickly remembered what he wanted to say. If you want to go to the lecture, you need an admission ticket. Mu Feng froze as he was about to leave in a hurry. Do you still need a ticket? Isn't this a free public lecture? Miss Joy seemed to see what he wanted to say, and directly answered the doubts in Mu Feng's heart. Although Ms. Kona held a free public welfare lecture, her popularity and strength led to too many people who wanted to attend. The gym had no choice but to adopt the mechanism of lottery invoices one day in advance, and I was lucky enough to get one. Then she took out a purple admission ticket directly from her apron pocket. Although there are tickets, I can't participate because of my work. It's a pity. She still had a smile on her face. The favorite king of this evergreen city Joey was Kona, because the latter's charm in battle really impressed this Joey deeply. This isn't right. Looking at the ticket Miss Joy handed him, Mu Feng felt a little embarrassed. It doesn't matter. If you can, remember to ask for her autograph for me. Miss Joy put the ticket directly into Mu Feng's hand and blinked. I'll try my best. Thank you. Seeing that the other party was so serious, Mu Feng naturally didn't have any more hypocrisy, so he took the ticket and rushed out of the L Center with the briquette. Joey was left alone in the restaurant in the center of the L, watching the back of Mu Feng leaving. The young people today are really full of energy. It's good. I seem to be at my age. The smile on her face still didn't go away, and she muttered to herself like a little nostalgia. Chengqing City Stadium entrance. The harsh sound from the loudspeaker mixed with the noise from the surrounding crowd, making Mu Feng feel a little dizzy. He is now lining up to check the ticket forward. According to the description on the back of the admission ticket in his hand, as long as he enters the ticket checking passage at this point in time, it will not be counted as being late and void, and his high-hanging heart is finally relieved. It wasn't until he got close to this small stadium that he understood how popular Kona was. He has been standing in line here for nearly 5 minutes. The efficiency of ticket checking at the gate is very high. There are only a few scattered people left in front of him, and it will be Mu Feng's turn soon. But when he finished checking the tickets and looked back, he realized that there were still 2 or 3 long queues behind him, and even spread all the way to a place where he couldn't see the whole way, densely filled with people. Did I get lost and came to the Spring Festival travel scene? He hurriedly turned around and ran toward the inside of the stadium through the passage, for fear that the people behind him would rush up and squeeze him out of control. It was the first time for the briquettes to see such a scene. He was a little excited to observe all kinds of humans around him from above Mu Feng's head, with an irrepressible curiosity written on his face. Briquette. IUI humans are really strange creatures. Huh. The 5th place in the 3rd row of Zone A. I finally found this place. After entering the stadium, Mu Feng discovered that the stadium was divided into 4 zones, A, B, C, D, and the entrance he walked through belonged to Zone B. It would take a lot of effort to cross the entire zone if he wanted to go to his place. In the sound of the broadcast resounding throughout the stadium, he finally found his seat and sat down smoothly with the briquette. The surrounding noise suddenly turned into cheers at this moment, and countless people of different ages began to cheer neatly. Kona, 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 it coming so soon. Mu Feng was also taken aback. I just sat down. You are here. He looked towards the center of the field below, and sure enough, he saw a figure he was fairly familiar with. The long purple hair is neatly tied at the back, a pair of eyes are matched with serious and sharp eyes, and the black cheongsam and red high heels show her graceful body curve. She was raising her hands and waving in response to the waves of cheers from the countless spectators in the stadium. Obviously she is a very beautiful female royal sister, but Mu Feng's attention is not on the other party's appearance at all. He is now thinking about how to attract Kona's attention from this large audience, and then compete with him to obtain mission rewards. Sister Kona is beautiful, but how is it important to make the L stronger? Women only affect how fast I can throw the pokeball. Kona had already sat down to start his lecture, but Mu Feng was still clueless about how to complete the task. The main reason is that his current identity is a rookie trainer. There should be some good guys in the whole stadium. If you really want to challenge Kona, how can you get him? And now Kona is only giving lectures, but Mewtwo listened to it for a while and found that he was also talking about some basic things about elf fighting, such as the stat restraint before elf, the matching effect of different move, and so on. Most of what she said about Mewtwo was clear, so the latter simply concentrated on thinking about how to get on the stage and fight. You can't take the initiative to stand up and yell, Kona, I'm going to challenge you. Right, that would be regarded as a lunatic and directly kicked out. Mewtwo had a headache. The brackets above his head also seemed to notice Mewtwo's absence, with doubts written all over his face. Didn't my trainer come to hear this big sister speak? Why do I feel like I'm not listening at all? Very urgent. Waiting online. After talking about skill collocation and attribute restraint, I will teach you some advanced knowledge. All theories without actual combat are just on paper. So next I will conduct a performance simulation game, and I will explain my personal combat ideas live while fighting. Mewtwo was racking his brains to think, but Kona's infectious voice reached his ears through the radio. Exhibition match. And the opponent in this battle, I will randomly choose one from the audience in the front row. Kona seemed to be observing the people in the surrounding auditorium, and her gaze finally stopped at Area A where Mewtwo was. Mewtwo only felt his heart tremble. No way. Let me find. Ah, the trainer of the ghosts over there. Please have a fight with me. Well, what is this? High probability of small probability event. Mewtwo was really speechless. Chapter 27 Exhibition game guarantee 22 Afternoon update. Although it is true that he is a little speechless about this coincidence, he is also relieved. At least I don't have to rack my brains to think about how to attract Kona's attention, and I still hadn't come up with a suitable way until just now. The audience at this moment also followed the direction of Kona's eyes and looked towards Mewtwo. Kona actually chose such a child as his opponent. Isn't it a bit bullying as a king? Stupid. Of course Kona won't use his strongest elf to fight. Since it's an exhibition match, of course he has to send out an evenly matched battle. A little envious. Why didn't Kona choose me? Why is the ghost on that kid's head blue? It looks kind of handsome. The sound of the discussion mixed with other noisy voices entered Mewtwo's ear. Facing Kona's invitation, he could only respond. I saw this black-haired young man standing upright from his seat, nodding towards the King of Heaven, and taking DC straight into the middle of the stadium from the side passage. When he walked to Kona at this time, Mewtwo felt a different kind of temperament from this king. This is the confidence and charm of a king-level character. This boy, what's your name? Kona looked at Mewtwo, who came forward, and asked gently and peacefully, Hello, King Kona, I'm Mewtwo, a trainer from Junshin Town. It's a pleasure to be your opponent. Ding! The mission of Stage 1 has been completed. Get the attention of Kona. The sound of the system sounded in Mewtwo's head, and the conversation between the two was clearly conveyed to the ears of every spectator through the speakers in the stadium. Next, I will use an elf to learn from you. Don't worry, I will use an elves with similar strength to your ghost. At the same time, I would like to express my gratitude. In the process of learning from each other, I will also give you proper guidance. Kona had a smile on her face. Her first impression of this black-haired young man was not bad. After being named by her, this little guy was not nervous, but he was calm. This alone is enough to make people compliment. And that ghost looks like it was well bred. Not to mention, it's still a rare sparkling elf. But these 2 points are just a good initial image for Kona, and they don't affect anything practical. She liked to give pointers to newcomers themselves. I have no problem, but I only have this elf, and the battle can only be done 1 versus 1. Mewtwo nodded seriously. He knew very well that even if the heavenly king in front of him sent an elves weaker than himself, he could not easily win. As the strongest trainer in the Kanto region, his command ability and battle experience are far higher than ordinary people. But Mewtwo also has confidence in his own strength, so he can act calmly now. His goal is not to simply lose or complete the mission, but to truly defeat Kona in commanding the elf battle. Seeing that he was so calm, Kona couldn't help laughing out loud, and with the action of covering his mouth lightly, some men in the audience were directly fascinated by him without any resistance. Since that's the case, the game ends when either side of the elf loses its ability to fight. My elf is this one. Her smile immediately subsided with her movement, and she put on a serious expression, and the pokeball in her hand was thrown out. A seal ball appeared in front of her with a flash of white light, and made a wary cry at Mewtwo. Roar! Seeing this, Mewtwo immediately used the Eye of Reconnaissance to check the data of the seal ball. Spirit. Seal ball level 25. Qualification. Purple. Epic. Evaluation. It can only be said that it is worthy of the elf chosen by the king. Epic. Mewtwo knew the strength of this seal ball, and looked at Kona again. This seal ball of mine was captured some time ago, and his level and strength should exactly match yours. Kona explained seriously, and then added a sentence. But don't underestimate him, or you'll suffer a lot. I know. Please don't worry. Mewtwo also responded to Kona Na's eyes with serious eyes, and the spark full of fighting intent rubbed in their eyes at this moment. Briquette, come on, EPUB. Naturally, he was extremely excited to see a briquettes that could be played. He quickly flew from the top of Mewtwo's head to the seal ball, and looked at the other side's appearance. The battle began. The electronic display screen emits a mechanical synthetic sound, and after a random judgment, it is concluded that Kona will take the lead. It's my first right. Seal ball. Use it directly to make it round. When Kona got this result, she immediately ordered the seal ball, which also huddled up in a ball, and her body began to emit a slight green flash. Round. Improved defense. Mewtwo frowned, and he couldn't understand the order from Kana. Gishi's attacks are basically special attack. Of course, Mewtwo is only a bit unique, so it is actually very strange for Kona to make the seal ball round. It is impossible for her to know about Go's characteristic effect, although it does reduce the physical attack damage of the briquette, but it is definitely not the main purpose of Kona. Briquette, use the curse directly on the seal ball. This is the skill that briquettes learned by upgrading after defeating the big needle bee before, and it can be called the most disgusting tormenting skill of ghost type elf. The effect of the curse is, when the user has the ghost attribute, the user will reduce the maximum HP by 1 to 2, causing the target to enter a cursed state. Spirits in this state lose 1 to 4 of their maximum HP at the end of each round, and the state disappears after leaving the field. The use of non-ghost elves will reduce the speed, and several other attributes will be improved. This move Mewtwo feels is very suitable for the combat style of the briquette. Since the briquettes themselves are blood-thin and crispy and easy to be killed in second, why not directly consume their own physical strength to curse the opponent? The only thing that makes Mewtwo puzzled is, how does this move actually work in real elf battles, and will there be some changes and special judgment? Woohoo! At this moment, the briquette got the order, and a purple light appeared from the body and went straight to the seal ball, and successfully hit the seal ball that was coiled into a ball to strengthen the body. The next moment, a skull made of purple mist appeared on the top of the seal ball, and it solidified every minute and second as time went by. Kona frowned upon seeing this. Is this kid really a rookie trainer? Although the curse skill is powerful, it is very difficult to learn, and only the ghost-type elves with excellent talent can master it smoothly. If the talent is insufficient or the training is improper, using this move will even directly make the elves who made the move lose their fighting ability. But after this kid goes use the curse move, why didn't it seem to be affected in the slightest? It seems to be serious. She completely gave up the idea of following the battle commentary, and devoted all her attention to the battle, because the guy on the other side is probably not easy. Chapter 28 _ You're on your own. Although the curse skill hit the seal ball, it didn't seem to have an immediate effect. Mewtwo looked at the condensed skulls on the seal ball and probably knew the actual effect of the curse. It would slowly eat away the stamina of the hit elves based on time. In this case, all I have to do now is to delay the time and let the briquette deal with the attack from the seal ball. Seal ball, and the rounded reinforcement defend. Keep it in this state and use roll on that ghost. Kona naturally wouldn't sit still, and immediately let his seal ball launch an attack. Her original intention was to use the combination effect of rounding and rolling to counterattack at the moment when ghosts attacked the seal ball. After being rounded and enhanced by the rolling power, the blow of the seal ball would definitely hit ghosts hard. But I didn't expect Mewtwo to directly let his elf use the curse skill, and Kona even suspected that the other party had seen through his intention. In fact, Mewtwo just wanted to try out the newly learned briquette. Roar! The seal ball kept its body sitting cross-legged and went straight to the ghost, spinning at a high speed on the ground and jumped straight to the ghost. Briquette, dodge! Mewtwo immediately ordered. This menacing rolling is not a skill that ghosts can be immune to. Rolling is a rock attribute skill. EPUB. After casting the curse, the elf should have decreased physical strength, but the briquette seemed to be unaffected. After the briquette got the order, they immediately started to dodge and do more, and directly avoided the attack of the seal ball. But after the seal ball landed from the air, the speed of rotation still did not stop, but it accelerated a bit. Very good. Keep at this speed and continue to use the roll to attack the ghost. Kona had long expected that the opponent could evade this kind of attack, but the seal ball can make many mistakes, and a crispy elves like DC can only make one mistake. Roar! In just 2 seconds, the seal ball's body had already rolled around the ground quickly in a large circle, and rushed towards the briquettes in the sky again. Briquette, hurry up and avoid. Mewtwo gritted his teeth. He had already realized the real purpose of Kona's previous use of the rounding skill. It was through the linkage effect between the two skills to make the scrolling continue to speed up until Guisi couldn't avoid being hit at such a fast speed. Until now. And the more times you use this skill, the longer the time, the more damage you will get. The briquette dodging this time was obviously a little thrilling. The seal ball's high-speed rolling body almost flew past his body, and if it slowed down, it would be directly hit and killed. At this moment, the seal ball has landed again and started a new circle of rolling. The extremely fast speed caused his body to cross an afterimage on the ground, raising the dust on the ground. Kona's face has already leaked the expression of victory. Although her seal ball has been been attacked by the curse. As long as the curse takes effect, she can directly kill the ghost. Now the average trainer will make two choices. The first is to try to use attack or control skills to interrupt the movement of the seal ball, but the current speed of the seal ball will directly offset most of the attacks of the same level. As for the control skills, it's impossible to hit at all. The second is to let Gussie drill into the ground to avoid it. Gussie does have this ability, but her seal ball has learned the earthquake move. As long as Gussie dares to do this, an earthquake will still be instantly killed. Kona believes that the only way for the opponent to break the game is to directly use the skill to interrupt the seal ball as soon as it uses the rounding, so as to prevent the rounding from being linked with the subsequent rolling skill. But since the other party used the curse skill, it would be a pity. At this moment, the seal ball has rolled straight towards the briquettes again. Mewtwo seemed to have caught some information at this time, and immediately gave an order to the briquette. The briquette, rush over and lick the seal balls directly. Acute. Hearing the word, the briquette did not hesitate, and flew straight towards the seal ball. Kona looked at this somewhat absurd scene, and secretly thought that it was indeed the case. Sure enough, is it still irrational to use the attack head-on? If it is a long-range attack, it can also weaken the speed of the impact of the seal ball and look for opportunities. But isn't the melee skill like tongue-licking given an order to directly hit the muzzle? Not to mention an elf with extremely low physical attack like DC. She had already foreseen the outcome of Guisi being directly hit and killed, and quietly watched the distance between the seal ball and Guisi getting closer and closer. But for some reason, her face suddenly turned ugly, broken. At the moment when the two elves were about to collide, a mutation suddenly occurred. At this time, the skull pattern on the top of the seal ball was completely filled with smoke and form, and the curse effect was activated. Ow! He let out a cry, and the severe pain instantly spread all over his body, and soon disappeared again. But it was the pain in this short period of time that made his power to drive his body to rush forward. At this time, his body was just rolling towards DC with a little inertia. Even so, the briquettes suffered a lot of damage, and the gas-like body floating in the air swayed unsteadily. But in exchange, tongue-licking has successfully paralyzed the seal ball. His rolling movement stopped, and his limbs stretched out uncontrollably. Seeing that what he was worried about really happened, Kona immediately shouted worriedly, "Seal ball, cheer up and stand up." But Mewtwo will not give the opponent a chance to breathe, and immediately seized this wonderful opportunity to pursue the victory. Briquette, hold on, use tit for tat. Overcall, a tooth for a tooth. Isn't that a normal attack? Kona was stunned when he heard this order. DC is an elf who is good at special attack, and his physical attack attribute is extremely low. Although this move is extremely powerful after being damaged, the seal ball may not lose its fighting ability directly, and he still has a chance. While Kona was thinking quickly, the briquettes had already slammed into the seal ball with red light flashing all over the body. Kona's estimate was completely wrong. This move directly knocked the latter out of the sky, and the loud noise and smoke sounded at the moment of landing, which made Kona stunned. Why does this ghost use physical skills to have such an effect? The smoke dissipated, and the body of the seal ball reappeared in everyone's sight. The swirl in his eyes proved that the seal ball had lost its fighting ability. Silent. The audience fell into a dead silence. No one in the huge stadium made a sound, and a few unbelievable whispers were heard a few seconds later. Kona, lost. A can has something to say. I saw some readers say that I am water. I think I need to discuss this issue with everyone. When I write each chapter myself, I carefully arrange the plot, describe the characters, describe the psychology, the environment and the battle process, including the skills, levels, and characteristics of the elves are also written after repeated confirmation after consulting the data. This article is not the kind of brainless cool article that starts with a group of invincible harem. The process of the protagonist becoming stronger and cultivating the elves to become invincible is the most important point to watch. Therefore, the description of some details and psychological activities will indeed occupy the number of words, which is very normal. If I feel that the rhythm of my writing is protracted, I will adjust it to meet the requirements of your readers as much as possible. Thank you for your support. The collection of this book and the banknote far exceeded my expectation. During this time, I dared to add ham sausage to the instant noodle. Ha 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 ha. Thank you again everyone. You are the best readers. There are 2 more changes in the afternoon, and the addition of 360 silver bills, as promised. Chapter 29 _ this is called a skill disc. Add 23. In this whisper, Kona also picked up his pokeball and retrieved the incapacitated seal ball. I lost this match. Great command and judgment. Kona will not be stingy with her praise because she lost this training match. On the contrary, she has developed a strong interest in this young man. The rookie trainer who started from Junshin Town has such a flash ghost, and he has good judgment and combat execution. That ghost also seems to be very complicated. While using the curse almost without any side effect, it beat almost crushes other elves of the same level. Although there is still a big gap compared to her main force, this is the type with a promising future. In fact, what surprised her the most was the last blow of the ghost. Is this ghost specializing in physical attack? She couldn't help but be very curious about the origin and life experience of this ghost, but now that the speech is still going on, she can't ignore it. Although she failed, she believes that this is not a bad thing. On the contrary, it can teach the audience a good lesson. No matter what kind of opponent you face, you must not underestimate the enemy. I won the prize, mainly because Master Kona didn't use his main combat power, otherwise I wouldn't even have the chance to make a move. Mewtwo scratched the back of his head and responded with a shy smile, and gave the other side a step down. But anyone with a discerning eye can see that Kana's misjudgment this time made Kana really lose to Mewtwo in terms of command. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating Kona and getting the quest reward with a perfect evaluation. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Random legendary level skill disc. 15 magical candies have been put into your storage space. Close black lens bracket. Hearing the sound of the system, the smile on Mewtwo's face even brightened a bit. The whispers in the audience have disappeared, and now everyone is quietly waiting for Kona to summarize the battle. Many trainers present are actually confused. Most of the trainers present had never seen the curse skill of ghost-type Pokemon, and naturally they didn't know why such a huge reversal occurred later. Mewtwo, isn't it? This time you worked hard for a demonstration battle with me. This is my communication number. We can talk again when there is a chance. Kona threw a business card with a blue border to Mewtwo, and didn't say anything to Mewtwo, just wrote down the young man's name, and planned to find a chance to talk in the future. No, it's my honor to be able to play against you, so I'll take the first step. Mewtwo caught the card steadily, and still said a polite word, but in his heart he was anxious to get out of here with the briquette. I still have to find a way to go to Nibby City to challenge the gym before the gym closes tonight. If the reward for this quest is not too sweet, he will not come. Ballets, let go. Acute. The briquettes also swayed and flew back to Mewtwo's head. In the battle just now, he had suffered a lot of damage. Although he was really happy to win, the pain was really painful. After a while, I have to eat more energy cube to soothe my wounded heart. Looking at the backs of the two leaving directly from the employee's safe passage, Kona's mood became a bit complicated. Did this little guy just leave? Stop listening to my lecture. But then she thought that she had just lost to this little guy, and the dissatisfaction in her heart immediately flooded into her heart. What the hell? I was actually looked down upon by a child. However, this mental activity did not last for a few seconds, and Kona immediately recovered, picked up the microphone and began to explain the game just now to the audience. Cough. Now I will review the battle just now for everyone and explain the details. First and foremost, never underestimate the enemy. After leaving the stadium, Mewtwo immediately returned to the spirit center with the briquette. Miss Joy seemed to be still recalling her past, and she couldn't help but be stunned when she saw Mewtwo's return. It stands to reason that the lecture is not over yet. Xiaofeng, why did you come back? Mewtwo choked on this question. Should he say that he just beat Kana, and he is not going to stay after getting the quest reward? Ah, it's like this. Master Kona and I had a training match, and the briquettes were injured in combat, so I was in a hurry to bring him for treatment. In this way, Joey is not so puzzled, but looks at Mewtwo with some sympathy. That's it. No wonder it came out before I finished listening. I'll treat you right away. Don't worry. He took the briquette from Mewtwo and seemed to think of something, and added comfort. It doesn't matter if you lose the game. That one is one of the 4 strongest kings in the Kanto region. Believe in yourself. You will become such a powerful trainer one day. Mewtwo listened to the other party's consolation full of goodwill and encouraging intentions, and for a while began to hesitate whether to tell him that Kana actually lost. In order to prevent Joey from being embarrassed, he wisely chose not to tell the truth, but nodded earnestly. No problem, I'll do my best. He sat back on the seat in the waiting area and called out the system panel in his heart. I have seen the level of the briquette just now. It seems that the higher the level of the elf, the more experience points are required to upgrade. The briquette can only be upgraded to level 21 after the leapfrog challenge, which is far from the level of the evolution ghost stone. Level 25 is still a little distant. In the battle just now, he also realized the embarrassment of the briquette. There is no means of long-range attack. As a ghost-type elf, briquettes always rely on picking up other people's skills, then lock blood and hit physical attacks to end the battle, which is somewhat strained. It seems that PC has to be at level 24 to learn the first ranged special attack skill of this department. Misfortunes never come alone. But now he has another chance. The random legendary skill disc lying in the Mewtwo system backpack with 15 artifact candy. There are a lot of skill moves that Guisi can learn through the CD-ROM learning machine. If Mewtwo is lucky enough to use the skills that are just right, then the briquettes can master the long-range attack skills in advance. He put his sight on the light ball of the random CD, and opened it with a secret thought in his heart. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the legendary skill disc, Unextinguishable Flame. Close black lens bracket. Skill introduction. This flame comes from the legendary mythical beast in the city capital, Phoenix King, and the legendary legendary white dragon, Reshiram. The essence flame extracted by mixing the special flames of the two is the inextinguishable flame. Has the characteristics of never going out and extremely high temperature. Close black lens bracket. Only allow Fire L to learn. Mewfeng looked at the skill CD and felt that he was going to be stupid. System, do you call this a skill disc? Chapter 30 _ I was stunned. 33 Good night. Mewfeng originally thought that this so-called legendary random skill disc would be some other rare skill such as cyan flame or mental explosion, but it is a bit terrifying to hear an inextinguishable flame directly. Just listening to the description of Mewfeng can feel the extraordinariness of this flame. It's a pity that I don't have a fire-type elf now. Maybe I have to find a chance to capture a fire-type elf after this. Mewfeng didn't think about it anymore and closed the light curtain in front of him. No matter how powerful this skill was, it would be difficult to use it in a short period of time, unless you just conquered a fire elf. He took out the elf picture book to start, and glanced at the time in the upper right corner. It is now 7:20 p.m. According to the description of the gymnasium in the illustrated book, the gymnasium opens at 1 p.m. and closes at 11 p.m. Mewfeng felt that being a gym trainer was quite hard work. Every day, he had to bring his own spirits to accept the challenge of foreign trainers, and his work time was as long as 10 hours. It smelled a bit like 996, and he couldn't help but slap his mouth when he thought of this. Touch the map screen to call up the map function, and you can clearly see that the distance between Changqing City and Nibi City is more than 10 kilometers. You can't feel it within 2 hours by walking alone. The two cities were separated by a large bumpy area, and there was no vehicle that could reach Nibi City from Changqing City, which gave Mewfeng a headache. How is this going to go? Xiaofeng, your ghost has recovered and is in very good shape. He was thinking with some headaches when Miss Joy came to Mewfeng with briquettes at this moment. When the latter saw Mewfeng, he immediately flew back to Mewfeng's head happily, as if he had returned to his comfortable home. Excuse me tilde. Miss Joy, thank you very much. Mewfeng put away the elf picture book, raised his head to thank Miss Joy, hesitated for a while but asked his own question. I want to ask you, if you want to get to Nibi City in 2 hours, is there any way? Aren't you staying overnight in Evergreen City tonight? Miss Joy was also stunned when she heard the word. He thought that Mewfeng would live in the free room at the elf center tonight, but he didn't expect this little guy to want to go to Chenghua City, which is more than 10 kilometers away. If you want to arrive within 2 hours, it is not impossible. There is a shop in Changqing City that specializes in renting flying elves for trainers, but they are not free. If you want to rent one, it will cost a lot of money. Broken. Mewfeng was relieved to hear Miss Joy's first half of the word. There really is a shop specializing in renting traffic elves. But when he heard the word, not free, he remembered that he didn't have a penny on him, and all the meals he ate tonight were still free. You have to ask the store that rents the elves for the specific price. I'm not very clear about the location of the store. Just open the illustrated map and search for Changqing City Traffic Rental Branch. Miss Joy didn't notice Mewfeng's frozen expression and continued to add, in that case, thanks Miss Joy, I'll go take a look. Mewfeng's stiff expression didn't last long, because he had already thought of a solution. He bowed to Miss Joy, who had helped him a lot, and walked out of the elf center with Gui Si. The elf illustrated book in his hand has entered the navigation search mode, but the search keyword is not the store, but energy cube acquisition. There is a dazzling variety of elf crops in an elf supply store on the street in the city center of Changqing. There are ordinary and special effect Pokeballs, as well as medicines for the healing of Pokemon, and even a few evolution stones are kept in glass cases. The inside of the store, which was usually doing well on weekdays, is now somewhat deserted, except for the middle-aged store owner sitting behind the counter. There is no one else. Today everyone went to see Miss Corner's speech, and there was no business. He was also so happy, and taking time away from work was also a great enjoyment in life. Since no customers came, he simply moved out of his reclining chair and lay on it, drinking a glass of lemonade to relax. Hello, is there anyone? An inquiry broke the leisure time of the middle-aged shop owner. He got up from the reclining chair behind the counter and looked towards the door. He found that the visitor was a young man in a blue shirt and black short who looked like he was in his teens. In his early days, he had a blue ghost on his head. The shop owner also knew that this was a flashing elf, but he didn't care. He only cared about his own shop and business. Welcome, how can I help you? He is also an honest person. Even if he found out that the other party was a child, he still got up and warmly entertained the other party. I heard that you are buying ghost energy cubes here. I just have a batch here. The young man glanced at the furnishings in the store, and directly stated his purpose of coming, and threw the backpack behind him directly on the counter. After searching for the keyword, energy cube acquisition, Mewfeng found that this small shop in the city center happened to be buying energy cube for ghosts at a high price, and in the backpack behind Mewfeng, there is a ghost-type elf that can eat nearly a week's worth of energy cube. Anyway, you can buy some tree fruit to make briquettes again at any time, and you don't have to worry about the demand for briquette. The middle-aged man was stunned when he heard it. He had indeed issued a notice to buy energy cube because the previous stable suppliers were asking for prices that he couldn't accept. As a commodity that is highly demanded by trainers, expensive, and has a high profit ratio, energy cubes are not cheap to sell. However, in the past few days, people have come to sell other attributes one after another, but the shelves of ghost-type energy cubes have been empty. It seems that there are very few trainers in the vicinity who cultivate ghost-type elves, so while no one is selling it, few people are buying it, and he didn't take it to heart. Since someone really came to sell it today, he wouldn't mind collecting a batch. As the best food for elves, energy cubes have another feature: easy to store. The shelf life of this kind of food is extremely long, often up to a month or two, so there is no risk for him to collect a batch. Okay, I am indeed buying energy cube, but I will determine the price based on the quality of your cubes as well as the raw materials and effect. As he spoke, he opened the backpack that Mewtwo handed him. As the manager of this store, he has been dealing with energy cube for more than 10 years, and he naturally knows how to identify the quality of energy cube. If it is the most inferior low-quality ordinary energy cube, the purchase price here may be 50 or 60 yuan, and the selling price is around 70 or 80. But when he opened the backpack and saw the first glimpse of the black energy cube in the tank, he was done. This, chapter 31 _ didn't I do this myself? The shop owner even doubted for a moment did he see it wrong. The black energy cubes in the glass jar in front of them are all well proportioned, with no wear and tear on the corners, and they cannot be manufactured without professional segmentation and manufacturing method. But these are just good things in appearance. In fact, they just make the block look better without affecting the actual effect. What really surprised him was that although the interior of these blocks was a touch of black, it could be clearly seen that there were no other deposits or impurities in them. The appearance, purity, taste, manufacturing materials and actual effects of the energy block all affect its actual price, but such a block can sell more than twice as much as other blocks with the same effect even if it can only fill the L price. Moreover, the shop owner believes that this block can never be just an ordinary satiety block. Such quality is obviously from the hands of a master, and such a master is disdainful to make such a low-level block. At least it's all mid-level up. What class is your batch of energy cube, and what are the specific effects? What are the manufacturing materials? The middle-aged shop owner asked Mewtwo with an unbelievable face, and he didn't forget to murmur an exclamation similar to incredible. Ah, our power cube still hierarchical. Mewtwo was at a loss when he heard the word. There was no such statement in his knowledge about energy cube. Naturally, he didn't know what class the energy cubes he made were of, but it seems that this recipe has a name: primary ghost energy cube. That good for beginners. Ah, this is the first grade. How about the price? The shop owner was also taken aback when he heard the word. Is this really the beginner level? Generally speaking, the level of energy blocks corresponds to the difficulty of making and the type of material. The first level blocks are generally just a mixture of one or two kinds of tree fruit materials, and there is no difficulty in making them. As long as they are beginners, they will succeed. However, this entry alone is very demanding. Which master made this batch of things in a bad way? The middle-aged shop owner was at a loss for words. However, the effect of the block is there. It seems that it can improve the control of the ghost-type elves on the curse guild. Mewtwo seems to have finally remembered something at this time. This kind of block is different from the electricity-type bat. The additional effect seems to improve the elf ability to control curses. He didn't take this to heart before. He just wanted to prepare something for DC to eat. As a result, from the game just now, it seems that the effect of this block is quite powerful. It's no wonder that Ghost doesn't seem to be affected after using the curse. It should be because of the energy block. As soon as Mewtwo's words were spoken, there was speculation in his heart, but the next moment, the shopkeeper's eyes were about to pop out of his socket. He excitedly patted the table and said loudly, "What did you say? You say it again." Mewtwo and Kobo were both startled by his actions, and the former couldn't help but wonder, why is the shop owner suddenly so excited? Ah, these energy cube can improve the control of ghosts on curse skill. Although he didn't know what was going on, he honestly recounted it and blinked innocently. Naturally, it was impossible for him to understand why the boss was so rude. There were actually a variety of reasons. First, the positioning of the curse skill. In this world, the curse skill is not as shown in the game or in the animation. The mechanism of this skill is very complicated. To put it simply, this skill is only suitable for elves with extremely high talent in the Go system, and it will not unconditionally deduct half of their physical strength like in the game. The degree of control of this skill is settled, like in the battle between Mewtwo and Kona just now. The reason why the briquettes were not affected at all after casting the curse is precisely because the briquette, as a legendary talent elf, have an inherently high degree of control over the curse skill. The strength is not so high that it can even be said that it is almost the same. Finally, with the help of this energy block, it is possible to cast the curse skill without consumption. It is precisely because of such complicated complicated and difficult casting condition. Curse skills are called ghostly magic skills in the battle between elves. In this world, this highly effective skill cannot be blocked by mysterious guardian, and cannot be immune to guardian type move. Only elves who are also ghosts can resist. As a relatively rare attribute of the ghost type, the cost of obtaining a ghost type elf is extremely high, let alone finding one with good talent. So few trainers specialize in ghosts. In the remaining batch of trainers, their elf ability to control curses is also difficult to practice the day after tomorrow, which is basically determined by innate. The reason is very simple. Other skills can be trained slowly by themselves, but curse moves cannot be practiced because they have no target at all. If you use a wild elves that are much lower in level than your own as a training target, it will not have any practical effect. If you take an elves of the same level, some ghost type elves with poor talent may fall down first after using the curse skill. This makes the magical skill of cursing almost become the exclusive skill of the extremely talented ghost type elves. So the reason why Kono was so surprised to determine that Mewtwo was not simple, and that the shopkeeper was so mad when he heard that the energy cube had this effect. The second point is that the initial energy blocks are often simple to make, but the accompanying effects are not much better. For example, the shopkeeper bought a batch of low-level ghost type block from the supplier before, and the additional effect was to slightly strengthen the special attack of ghost type elf, and the effect is minimal, almost non-existent. Combining the above 2 points, the shop owner was so surprised by Mewtwo's remark, but soon he reacted again. All these information are baseless. Who knows if this kid is lying? But he is not a professional energy block master, nor does he have a ghost type elf, so naturally there is no way to directly identify them. He calmed down and continued to ask Mewtwo, "Can I ask which master made your batch of cube? Do you have that master stamp of production?" If what this young man said is true, it is estimated that the family behind him bought a power cube from a master for him to use at a high price for his beginner elf. Children from rich families are really happy. The boss sighed silently in his heart, and at the same time was curious about which master made such a cube. Who knows that after hearing this question, the boy in front of him said something that the boss will never forget with a natural face. "Ah, I made it myself." Chapter 32_Trainer is a money-burning profession. You made it yourself. If I really did it myself, I would perform a handstand swallowing a glass jar. The middle-aged boss's face instantly turned ugly, but he didn't say anything. At that time, this young man was lying, or maybe this thing belonged to the secret work of the master, and it was inconvenient to directly say who did it. He is a little confused now. He doesn't have a way to identify the specific effect of this block, and he can't figure out a very crucial question. Since this young man came from a large family, why did he come to me to sell the block? Will the children of the big family still be short of money? He is starting to be a little unsure now. If this batch of blocks really has this effect, but this can will make him tens of thousands of dollars. This is still a conservative estimate, but I can't be sure what the actual situation is at all. It's like a bet. At this moment, Mewtwo also wanted to understand the reason for the complex face of the other party. This guy was doubting what he said. He was still in a hurry to get the money to go to Nibi City. After so long, the shopkeeper was still grinding and chirping, which made him a little impatient. "Well, my batch of cubes was made in Dr. Damu's research institute. I'll call you on the spot and ask him." Dr. Ogi, a famous elf doctor in the Kanto area, as a witness. There is no problem. The shop owner was stunned again after hearing this. Dr. Damu. He naturally knew that this famous doctor who was well known in the Gwandu area, and such a person was actually a little too far away from the low-level people like them. Manufactured at Dr. Oki's institute, the shop owner only felt that his head was a little bit hard to turn around. Mewtwo couldn't be bothered to say anything more to him, so he directly took out his elf picture book to open the communication function, and got through the number that Dr. Damu left him. In less than 2 seconds, the call was established successfully. Dr. Damu's face appeared on the screen and asked Mewtwo with a smile, "It's Alfang. Is there something wrong? Call me as soon as you left today." "It's nothing, but I need to make some money, so I plan to sell some energy cubes made in your research institute today." Mewtwo shook his head and continued, "The shop owner seems to be reluctant to believe that I made it myself, so I can only call you to testify." After saying this, he pointed the picture book camera in his hand at the shopkeeper with an unbelievable face. "That is it. Zhaofeng's energy cube is indeed made with my machine, and I also find it a little hard to believe, but I can guarantee this." The next moment, Dr. Damu's voice came out from the illustrated book. After some communication, Mewtwo finally successfully sold the batch of cube to the shopkeeper. Well, there is enough left over for the briquettes to eat for a day. The money in this world also seems to have the concept of network intelligent payment. The shop owner who acquired the square finally made a huge sum of 30,000 yuan into Mewtwo's personal account. While Mewtwo was surprised at how expensive your energy cubes are in this world, he was finally relieved. It's really hard to move without money. He has left the small shop at this moment, and reopened the navigation and walked quickly to the place where the traffic wizard was rented. The briquettes were still sticking to his head, but he seemed a little frustrated. Of my favorite briqueware left. Briquette. Tat. The store for renting elves is not far from the elves supply store in the city center, and Mewfeng trotted all the way to the store in 10 minutes. This is a large and somewhat tall independent building, and the neon sign at the entrance is flashing and reflecting a few big characters. Traffic wizard rental. It should be here. Mewfeng stopped his steps at the door, adjusted his breathing for a few seconds and pushed open the door of the shop. A female clerk in her early 20s sat behind the counter. She immediately raised her head and glanced after hearing someone push the door. How is it a child? She thought she had a guest in the last few minutes before leaving get off work, but it turned out to be just a child, which suddenly made her a little less interested. But out of the most basic job requirement, she still reluctantly said, "Welcome." Then looking at Mewfeng in front of the counter, he said listlessly, "Our shop provides rental transportation services, not a ferry sightseeing park." There is also a reason for her behavior. As a receptionist, her salary is linked to the final consumption of the customers she receives. That is, the higher the customer's consumption, the higher her income. He has also seen children of his age like Mewfeng. They are nothing more than some rookie trainers who are desperately poor and curious about the price of renting a traffic elf. Finally, after she introduced them, they left the store embarrassingly, wasting her saliva. There are even some who are just curious to see what the elves here look like. When she first entered the industry, she also thought that among these children, there should also be young masters from rich families who are potential consumers. But then he realized one thing: children from rich families don't need to come here to rent a traffic elves at all, and the family just arranged them properly for him. Children who come here can't be customers. So when she saw Mewfeng entering the store, she didn't care much. "I'm here to rent an elf. What's your fee?" Mewfeng was too lazy to care about the other party's attitude. He just wanted to get to Nibby City as soon as possible. He didn't know if he had enough time. The time it took to sell the EPUB just now took a little longer than expected, and I had to race against time. The female clerk raised her head and glanced at Mewfeng, and pushed a booklet in front of Mewfeng. "Our shop transportation elves are all here, but I still have to remind you that only trainers can rent elves, and our fees are not low." After she finished speaking, she sat back in the chair again, quietly staring at the work computer in front of her in a daze. Mewfeng opened the booklet and quickly learned about the store's relevant information and charges. This is a chain brand enterprise that specializes in renting traffic elves for trainers. After the trainers rent elves, they pay according to the type of elves and the time they are used. The branches of this brand in all major cities in the Guangdu area can basically be borrowed and returned. While sighing at the business acumen of the company owner, he turned to the back and listed the price list. Open black lens bracket flying elf, close black lens bracket. 1. Sculpture. 2. Big bill. 6. Fast dragon. Mewfeng glanced at it roughly and found that the price of this store was indeed much more expensive than he imagined. It would cost 5,000 yuan to rent one of the cheapest bikaru for a day. If Mewfeng wanted to rent it for 7 days, the money on his body would not be enough. This store even offers the rental of Huazai Shen Kuailong. The price is even more unflattering. It actually costs 30,000 yuan a day. At this moment, Mewfeng once again has a further understanding of the elves-related industries in this world. Good guy. Co-authoring a trainer is a money-burning profession. The cost of cultivating elves is so high, and the consumption of related elves is also so high. The income of trainers is probably not too low. No wonder there is an official free thing like the Elf Center, and the Elf Pokédex seems to also introduce the welfare policies corresponding to different levels of trainers. That's because the league doesn't know how much money the trainers make through taxes and other methods. Chapter 33_Woohoo. Take off. Mewfeng didn't read any further. According to the booklet, he only needed to rent a figurine. 2 cans of the same price and grade are used to transport goods over long distances, and short-distance intercity flights are better than Eagle. Then I'll rent a figurine for 5 days. This is my elf picture book. Mewfeng put the booklet together again and returned it to the clerk, and handed over his elf picture book. By the way, the female clerk was taken aback. This little guy really has the money to rent a traffic elves here. She had some doubts about whether the balance of the other party's account was enough, but Mewfeng had just paid the price of the 5-day rental by scanning the QR code through the elf Pokédex. The merchant assistant reminds you that 30,000 yuan has been received. The alarm sounded, and the female clerk finally had a smile on her face, but she didn't expect that she actually received a business tonight. Okay, the money has been received. I'll go through the formalities for you right away. She got up and started to operate on the computer, entering Mewfeng's personal information into the computer. Seeing this, Mewfeng was also a little helpless. This female clerk is quite realistic, and she looked completely different when she has business and when she doesn't. But he didn't pay too much attention to it, as long as he rented the elves himself. Finally, it is forbidden to ride flying elves in the sky above Mo City. You are only allowed to take off or land in the surrounding areas of the city city, unless you have an alliance flight order. Okay, I understand. In the last reminder from the female clerk, Mewfeng held the Pokeball in his hand and left the store. Excuse me Tilda. The briquette flew in front of the Pokeball at this moment, seeming a little curious. Mewfeng walked quickly towards the city's periphery, and explained to the briquette, this Bidiao can be regarded as our short-term companion. You have to get along well with others. Excuse. The briquettes heard the words and nodded, saying that he would try his best. As long as you don't grab my sprite cube, everything is fine. On the edge of the city of Chengqing City, Mewfeng finally released Bidiao. Compare. Bidiao stood on the flat ground, spread out his wings, and then began to look at Mewfeng in front of him. I'll leave it to you in the next few days, Bidiao. Mewfeng smiled. Compare. Bidiao turned his head and gestured for Mewfeng to mount him. This kind of elves have undergone rigorous training and received guests many times, and are naturally familiar with this process. The expensive price is exchanged for high-quality service. These flying elves even prioritize the safety of guests during the flight. Of course, they won't ask the renter for unnecessary battles. Don't think that you can rent a free thug for 6,000 yuan. Seeing this, Mewfeng also climbed onto Bidiao's back, and tied the safety rope to himself according to the instructions in the previous manual. This kind of rope is to prevent the person who rented the traffic spirit for the first time from falling from the back of the Bidiao when he is not used to the flight process. For safety reasons, Mewfeng should be tied honestly. After all, he has never been on a plane a few times, let alone riding a flying elf. Compare. Seeing that the other party was ready, Bidiao made an inquiry, hoping to know the destination of his flight. As a professional traffic wizard, he naturally understands the traffic routes in the entire Guandu area. As long as Mewfeng orders him, he can arrive at his destination accurately. Let go to the dark gray market. Bizao. In the sound of a breath of birdsong, Bidiao spread his wings and flew straight into the sky with Mewfeng. During the next flight, Mewfeng's experience was not as bad as he imagined, but could be described as comfortable. It can only be said that it is worthy of being a professional manned flight elf. The flying altitude chosen by Bidiao keeps the surrounding temperature from being too low, and although the flight is fast, it is very stable, and Mewfeng, who is sitting on his back, does not feel bumpy at all. On the contrary, I feel that it is a bit pleasant to walk through the clouds and overlook the earth. He secretly decided in his heart that he would also cultivate a flying Pokemon in the future, or simply grab Lugia to be a flying toolman. Ha! Joking. Thank you for your hard work. Bidiao, come back. Compare. Bidiao flew extremely fast, and within 20 minutes, Mewfeng was carried to the ground in an open space in front of Nibi City. He jumped off Bidiao, took out the Pokeball and retracted Bidiao. It was already 9:30 in the evening. The sky was completely dark. The lights in the city of Nibi were flickering ahead, and the nightlife in the city had already begun. And there was still some time before Xiaoging's gym was closed, so Mewfeng was not in a hurry, and walked slowly towards the city with the briquette. At this moment, the sound of the system suddenly rang. Detected that the host has arrived at the location of the dark gray gym. Dark gray market. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Trigger gym challenge mission. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Task level. A close black lens bracket. Task objective. 1. Visit the gym. Can achieve 4. Evaluation. 2. In the case of completing the prerequisite task, challenge Xiaoging, you can get a normal rating. 3. In the case of completing the prerequisite task, the elves will win the battle without taking any damage. You can get the excellent reward. 4. In the case of completing the prerequisite task, only use 2 moves to win the battle. You can get a perfect evaluation. Open black lens bracket. List of rewards. Close black lens bracket. Different 500 yuan. General 1000 yuan. Excellent 5000 yuan. Random epic character skills Act 1. Perfect 10,000 yuan. Random legendary character skills Act 1. Mewfeng's footsteps stopped immediately. Why is this another mission? And the goal of this mission is a bit too strange. First, let's not take any damage, and finally only allow myself to use 2 skills to win. However, after seeing the reward for the perfect evaluation of the task, Mewfeng began to feel a little unbearable. That 10,000 yuan is a trivial matter, and the skill of this random legendary character is the highlight. He only has 2 skills now. One is epic quality elf affinity, and the other is legendary quality scouting eye, both of which are extremely useful skills. Now that he has another chance to acquire the skills of a legendary character, how could he not be excited? Little gang, I'm sorry. Looking at the mission goal of the perfect evaluation, he couldn't help but apologize in his heart. According to the situation of games and movie, the level of Xiaoging's aid, the big rock snake, is only level 15. As the first gym in the Guandu area, it will not be very powerful. So to complete the last 2 goals in the task, Mewfeng is bound to achieve. As for which 2 skills to use, this is why Mewfeng wants to apologize. He sighed helplessly, hoping that Xiaoging wouldn't be hit by himself. Go, briquette, target the dark gray gym. Accuse. A can's word. This morning, I woke up with an inexplicable headache, and after I slept, the pain was even worse. After I I went to buy medicine in the afternoon. I finally got better, but the state of the code was also very poor. I have barely written 3 chapters until now, and the first 2 chapters are some supplements to the worldview of this world, similar to related information such as tree fruit, energy block, and trainer. The 500 silver notes have been reached, and tomorrow I will update the 5 chapters as agreed. Thank you readers for your support. If you have any comments on the plot and any play, please put them in the comment area, and I will reply them one by one. The last shameless ball ticket. Love you guys. Chapter 34 _ I may not be a real ghost. Before Mewtwo entered the city, he hadn't forgotten to look at the time. At 10 o'clock in the evening, he was completely acceptable. The gym was still an hour away from closing, but he didn't plan to walk there slowly. After all, it would take some time to find the dark gray gym. He took briquettes into the dark gray city from the city gate, and immediately felt the difference between this city and the Evergreen City. The buildings in Evergreen City are tall and dense, while the buildings in dark gray city are low and sparse. There didn't seem to be so many pedestrians on the streets at night. Mewtwo picked up the elf picture book for navigation while speeding up his pace. Find the gym and get the badge first. Nothing else matters. I'm lucky. The dark gray gym seems to be closer to the city's outskirts. I feel like the time is too late. After finding out the location of the gym, he breathed a sigh of relief. As long as he can win the first gym today, everything is easy to say. Aside from today, I still have 7 days to complete the challenge of 8 gymnasium, which is 1 per day on average. The opening time of the gym is noon again, which means that as long as you leave tomorrow morning for the next town Wallen City, look for trainers or wild elves around to improve the level of briquette. Go to the challenge in the afternoon, and then go to the next road in the evening. The location of the museum. The only thing that is uncertain now is the level of the gym owner. Mewtwo has a headache. Although the level in the animation and in the game does not look high, who knows if there will be some changes in this world. He has only been in this world for 2 days, and he has already felt the difference between this place and the animation world. Everything is not so harmonious and friendly, and evil people really rely on elves to kill people, and a trainer is not a profession that can be casually become. Such high training costs and various restrictions make very few trainers who can really achieve something. But Mewtwo also believes that he can reach that height. While thinking, he has arrived at the door of the dark gray gymnasium. The street lights on the street have been lit, clearly illuminating the sign on the door frame of this gym. Briquette. There is one thing to pay attention to in the gym battle for a while. Mewtwo raised his head, intending to instruct the briquette. Overcall. When the briquettes heard the word, they twisted their body. What should I pay attention to? Is there anything special about the opponent's elf? You will try to dodge the opponent's attack in the battle. Of course, it should be like this. And more importantly, we're only going to use 2 skills, and as an exercise for you, you need to be mentally prepared. After hearing Mewtwo's first sentence, briquettes also expressed understanding. He clearly knew that his body could not withstand the opponent's attack, but the second sentence made him a little confused. With only 2 skills, obviously, the skills he has mastered are not too few. Why only use 2? Seeing the briquette doubt, Mewtwo could only speak earnestly. The opponent's strength is much weaker than that of the seal ball. In order to achieve the effect of training you, we only use 2 skills this time, and you have to be prepared to dodge the attack of the big rock snake all the time. Come on, I believe in you. Seeing Mewtwo's encouragement to him, briquettes always felt a little strange for some reason. Overcall. How can you train elves like this? After listening, he gave Mewtwo a blank look. If you do it, I'll go make you a new sprite cube tomorrow. Mewtwo said something intentionally or unintentionally. Overcall. When the briquettes heard the word, a raging flame burned directly in their eyes. Isn't it just difficult training? I will take it. Hello, I'm a rookie trainer from Junshin Town, and I'm here to challenge the gym. Mewtwo's voice echoed throughout the dim gymnasium. After he stepped into the gym, he found that it was quiet and empty, and the faint light barely illuminated the rocky path under Mewtwo's feet. If he hadn't seen the scene of Ash's challenge in the animation, he probably would have thought that the gym had closed. Sure enough, following his question, a light clicked on. In front of Mewtwo, a person is sitting cross-legged on the ground. Brown-haired, spiky head and squinting eyes. He is one of the important teammates of Silly Stuff future trip to the Guandu area. Xiaogang. Rookie, you are coming to the gym for the first time, right? His tone was flat, and he seemed to be observing the visitor. You shouldn't have had regular battles in gymnasium. There are many rules for gym battles stipulated by the Alliance. Let me introduce them to you. Mewtwo shook his head and interrupted him. No need, I understand the rules of gym battles. Xiaogang was stunned when he heard the word. Few newcomers came here and already knew the rules of the gym competition, but since the other party has already said so, he doesn't need to say more. He snapped his fingers, and the lights of the entire field in front of him instantly lit up. With the roar of the machine, the 2.5 rock fields merged from both sides of the field, creating a perfect rock battlefield between the two. The upper limit of the elves used in the dark gray gymnasium is 2. Is there any problem? He got up and jumped, and stood on the the other side of the field handsomely, with his Pokeball already in his hand. No problem. Mewtwo took a step forward and nodded in response from the position corresponding to Xiaogang, but he was muttering in his heart. Xiaogang was so handsome and calm when he first appeared. Why did he become a nympho squinting when he traveled with silly things in the back? Maybe it was the halo effect of stupid thing. He pushed the pot directly to Xiaoji, shook his head and didn't think anymore. Your ghost seems to be well bred, and unexpectedly it's a sparkling elf. Only then did Xiaogang notice the briquettes on top of Mewtwo's head, and he couldn't help but sigh in admiration as he dreamed of becoming a breeder. Really, thanks for the compliment. Mewtwo also responded somewhat unexpectedly. The briquette talent is extremely high, and the energy block is directly filled, but he really has no experience in cultivating elves. In the future, be sure to find a professional to ask about this knowledge, he secretly said in his heart. But even so, as a gym trainer, I won't let it go. Xiaogang suddenly raised the volume and threw the Pokeball out of his hand. The game begins. The first elf I sent was a small fistone. White light flashed, and an elf with a body made of gray rock and human-like arms appeared in the air. Curl up. As Mewtwo expected, Xiaogang's elf was indeed a big rock snake and a small fistone. Briquette, come on. Acute. At the same time as lining up the briquette, Mewtwo secretly said an investigative eye in his heart and checked the data of the little fistone. He secretly whispered an eye of investigation in his heart. Chapter 35_curse. It really doesn't need a dog. Elf. Little fistone. Qualification. Blue. Open black lens bracket level 14 close black lens bracket. Evaluation. Weak. When Mewtwo got this information, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. That good. It seems that Xiaogang's strength is indeed based on the animation, and there is no exaggeration. Is it a ghost? Interesting. It's up to you, the challenger, to attack first. Xiaogang's squinting eyes are looking at the briquettes suspended in the air with interest. He has seen the information about Flash Ghost before, but he has never seen it with his own eyes. Unexpectedly, he actually bumped into it today, and he naturally would not miss this opportunity to observe carefully. Hearing the word, Mewtwo directly ordered the briquettes to activate the skill. In that case, briquette, use the curse on the small fistone. Acute. The purple mist surrounded the small fistone in an instant and dissipated immediately, and a vague skull pattern condensed from purple weapons appeared on the top of the latter's head again. Curse. Xiaogang frowned. Although he had faced ghost-type elves during his many years as the owner of the museum, no one would let the elves use this trick. It stands to reason that after using the curse, DC will lose more than half of his physical strength. Isn't he worried that he will be directly defeated by the small fistone? But the ghost who used the curse didn't seem to be affected in any way. Still floating in the air with a smile on his face, he probably understands the effect of the curse's skills, but the current situation is completely beyond his expectation. Could it be that the level of this ghost is far higher than that of the small fistone? Xiaogang immediately rejected his own judgment. Impossible. If that's the case, the person opposite him should be Gengar or Ghostone. Now these are not important anymore. The small fistone with the curse skill will inevitably be slowly eroded by physical strength. As the owner of the museum, he cannot erase this state by changing the elf, so there is only one way to defeat the ghost. After thinking so much, in fact, less than 3 seconds have passed since the little fistone was hit by the curse skill. With a big wave of his hand, he directly ordered, small fistone, quick battle. Use the most powerful rockfall on DC. Almost at the same time when Xiaogang gave the order, Mewtwo, who was concentrating on it, also immediately gave his order. Briquette, get out of the way. Fist. Acute. The large watermelon boulders flashing gray light appeared around him out of thin air along with the movements of the small fistone, and smashed at the briquette fiercely. The briquettes who got the order early also got the time to dodge, and flew sideways and quickly, easily dodging the attack of the small fistone. Xiaogang's brows are already frowning at this moment. Among the skills of Xiaochuan Stone, only falling rock can cause damage to ghost-type elf, but it seems that it is difficult to hit the opponent's elf. In desperation, he could only let the small fistone use the falling stone on the ghost floating in the air many times, but all of them were avoided by the briquette. The curse had already taken effect once during this period. The moment the purple skeleton on the top of the small fist condensed, the pain caused him to let out a pained cry, and the movement of using the falling stone became a little stiff. What makes it even more difficult for Xiaogang to accept is that the other party does not seem to intend to attack at all, but has been avoiding the attack of Xiaochuan Stone after using the curse. He actually wanted to use the curse to directly grind the small fistone to death. I give up this elf right to fight. Come back, little fistone. After some deliberation, Xiaogang finally reluctantly took back his elf. He didn't really care when he saw that the other party sent a ghost. In his understanding, this elf actually evolved into a ghost before it evolved into a ghost. There is no effective means of attack, and the body is extremely fragile. As long as it is hit by a small fistone, it will be hit hard. But the opponent's style of play, it really leaves him with nothing to do. Nice job, briquette. Mewtwo secretly praised. The speed of the briquette seems to have become extremely extremely fast with the improvement of the double-edged sword characteristic, and it is very easy to avoid the attack from the opponent. The task requires the use of only 2 skills, and he has already thought about it. Curse twice. A small fistone and a big rock snake each. After the curse hit, relying on the briquettes as a ghost-type elf, they can be immune to most of the opponent's attack method, and directly rely on time to drag the opponent to death. This is why he silently apologized to Xiaoging in his heart before. This fighting method is really disgusting. If it wasn't for completing the mission, Mewtwo wouldn't want to do this. He didn't expect the briquettes with the highest damage now to kill Big Rock Snake in one move. Overcall. The briquettes lacked interest. How could a good fight turn into a simple dodge match? This is not the battle he wants at all. If there are energy cubes to eat, he would not be too lazy to fight. Mewtwo noticed the state of the briquette, and felt a little helpless in his heart. No way, the tasks given by this system are too outrageous, and I have no choice. Xiaoging was a little tangled at the moment. The only elf in his hand was a big rock snake. Although the level of the big rock snake is higher than that of the small fistone, his attack method does not seem to be particularly easy to hit the ghost. In the past, when the big rock snake faced an opponent with a faster moving speed, Xiaoging would use rock grinding to increase the speed of the big rock snake, and then let the big rock snake use the huge advantage of its body to limit the opponent and defeat it. But DC can directly pass through the body of the big rock snake and is immune to ordinary attack, which makes Xiaoging a little worried. In terms of the conduct of a professional gym trainer, the opponent could not gain his approval through such tricky fighting methods. It stands to reason that he should send Big Rock Snake to continue the fight, but in his heart, he only regards himself as an elf breeder, and this is his dream. He was reluctant to send the elves to fight a battle that could not be won at all, and that would just hurt the elves in vain. The game is over. Your strength has been recognized by me. Don't fight anymore. This is the badge of the dark gray gymnasium. Take it and leave. Xiaoging seemed to have thought of something during this battle, and with a sad expression, he threw the badge to Mewtwo, turned around and prepared to leave. Mewtwo took the badge steadily, and suddenly felt a little guilty in his heart. How could this shut him down? But the next moment, he also thought about why the other party suddenly became like this. Xiaoging's father abandoned Xiaoging and his mother in his early years because he wanted to be a great trainer, and his mother also left Xiaoging because of disappointment. His dream is to become a breeder. Due to the pressure of raising several younger siblings, he had to take over his father's gym and become the owner of the gym. While taking care of his younger sibling, he had to fight against those who challenge the gym every day. But these opponents are basically some rookie trainers, or people who directly take the badges in a crushing posture. Such battles cannot make Xiaoging's elves grow at all. Mewtwo's battle with him today became the fuse, which directly caused him to fall into a state of autism. Thinking of this, he shouted directly at Xiaoging's back. Xiaoging, I'm here today not only to challenge the gym, but also to tell you something. 10 days later, there will be someone named Xiaoji who will challenge your gym. You just need to line up with the big rock snake and beat him fiercely when he challenges him for the first time. When he comes to challenge the gym again, your father will show up. He actually feels guilty for his early actions and has been waiting for an opportunity to free you from the gym and let you pursue your dream. You can choose to believe it or not. I'll say so much. The right to choose is in your hand. After saying these words, Mewtwo turned around and left the gym with the briquette. What happens next is not his business. I can only wish the idiot good luck. After he left the gym, Xiaoging stood there for a long time before taking another step. Father, will he really come back? Chapter 36 Guandu Tianwang Exchange Conference. Open black lens bracket ding. Dark gray gym challenge mission completed. Close black lens bracket. Evaluation. Perfect. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Rewards are being distributed. Close black lens bracket. Mewtwo was standing at the entrance of the dark gray gymnasium, quietly waiting for the settlement of the quest reward. Unexpectedly, Xiaoging lost his desire to fight after taking back the small fistone directly, which he did not expect. But no matter what, his mission has been completed perfectly, and he has already begun to look forward to the final reward of the mission, a random legendary character skill. 10,000 yuan has been generated in the host account. Close black lens bracket. Congratulations to the host for getting a chance to draw a random legendary quest skill. May I ask the host to draw it immediately? Close black lens bracket. Extract. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the legendary character skill. Soul Resonance. LV1. Soul Resonance. Mewtwo was a little puzzled. What is the effect of this skill? Effect. Using this skill, the host can enter a state of resonance with the elves with waveguide or telepathy ability. All the ability values of the elves will be doubled directly, and the sensory system and the host will enter a shared state for 15 seconds. Close black lens bracket. Cooling time. 10 days. It can only be said that it is a legendary character skill. Mewtwo secretly sighed. It is scary enough to double the single ability value, and there is another state shared by the sensory system. In other words, you will be able to command the elves to fight without delay, and truly realize the ultimate assistance of the trainers to the elves. Although this skill has a 10-day cooldown, and there are restrictions on the objects it can use. It does not affect it becoming a powerful trump card for Mewtwo, but he still had a small question. System. This sensory system is synchronized. Doesn't it include pain? Back to the host. Complete synchronization, naturally including pain. Close black lens bracket. Mewtwo only felt a chill in his heart. This skill is really only suitable for use as a whole card. It's really a trainer and an elf fighting side by side. I don't know how painful it will be to be attacked by skills, but all in all, the gains are not small. The number of elves with telepathic ability or waveguides is relatively small, and they are generally super type elves or some divine beast, and Mewtwo is temporarily unavailable. He simply closed the system panel, took out the elf picture book again to confirm that the money had indeed arrived, and then opened the navigation and walked towards the elf center in the dark gray market. In this short day, he completed the task of saving Mewtwo on the new island, went to the Dr. Damu Research Institute to make energy cubes and asked for the elf picture book, walked from Junshin Town to Chengqing City, attended the lecture of King Kona and conducted training. The race, the last road, is now rushing to Nibi City to defeat Xiaogang and get the dark gray badge. Not to mention him, even the Briquette felt a little tired. He actually just hatched today. Ha Briquette, let's rest at the Spirit Center tonight. Mewtwo couldn't help yawning. Although he was rich now, he no longer had the energy to find other accommodation. He just wants to sleep now. Overcall. The Briquettes also lied on top of Mewtwo's head and gave a feeble response. After the battle just now, he ate the last of the cube, and now he is too sleepy. But wake up and eat new cube tomorrow. He didn't forget Mewtwo's promise. One person and one elf, walking slowly through the streets of the dark gray city. After the Pokédex was developed, the Alliance made several improvements to it in order to make it more convenient for trainers to use the machine. The current elf illustrated book is not only used to record and tell elves information, but also has various functions such as identity authentication, navigation, payment, and chat. Yes, there is also a chat feature. However, the Pokédex only support video chat and voice chat. If you really want to conduct tech chat, you have to rely on the trainer network communication system launched by the Alliance. There is no such thing as a mobile phone in this world, but computers do exist. And Kona was in the hotel room where he was temporarily staying at the moment, sitting beside the bed with a laptop in his arms. She put on a loose nightgown at this time, and her freshly washed hair was also coiled up and waiting to dry. There was a white chat box on the computer screen, and there are several bold characters at the top of the chat box. Guandu Tianwang Exchange Meeting 34. She tapped the keyboard and started sending messages. Lang Bingbing. Sisters, I want to say something sad. Sighing expression. Chrysanthemum. Oh, is there anything else that makes you sad? The old man became interested. Dragon and trainer. I'll move a chair over and sit down first. Lang Bingbing. That guy Shiba probably doesn't know where he went, so I won't wait for him to say it directly. Lang Bingbing. Today, I drew spectators for an exhibition match as usual during the lecture tour, but the seal ball actually lost to a kid who was drawn. Chrysanthemum. The old man doesn't like this joke, so let's change it. Dragon and trainer. Bingbing. It's true. His ghost is a flashing elf, and it seems to be very talented. He can use the curse skills on the seal ball without any side effects at this level. Chrysanthemum. This is a bit interesting. The new trainer uses the talented DC as the initial elf. It should be the lineage related to the Tower of Souls in Aster Town. Dragon and trainer. Just a curse. You lost. I remember that your seal ball is pretty good too. Questioning expression. Lang Bingbing. Oh, don't mention it. This little guy said that he came from Junshin Town, not from the Spirit Watchman's line at all. Lang Bingbing. Although I underestimate the enemy first, this little guy's judgment and command ability seem to be not weak. Lang Bingbing. What I can't understand the most is the physical attack ability of this ghost is a little wrong, like a ghost who specializes in physical attack. Chrysanthemum. Ghost. Physical attack. Dragon and trainer. Ah, is there a video? Ms. Lang Bingbing. I suddenly became curious. Lang Bingbing. There were reporters who went with me at the time, so you just need to find it online. Going down. This little guy actually left without listening to the lecture after winning me. Am I being looked down upon? Chrysanthemum. Dragons and trainers. Indeed. Closed black lens bracket. The more he thought about it, the more depressed Kona became, so he directly buckled the computer and ended the chat. Losing is a trivial matter. The main reason is that tomorrow the news is expected to start broadcasting his own exhibition game. Embarrassed to death. What is the origin of this guy named Mewtwo? She muttered the name resentfully, looking down at the contact number she had saved in the illustrated book. This is what she asked Mewtwo for after the exhibition match. Now is not the time. When your ghost evolves into a Gengar, I'll come to you with a seal ball. Don't say I bullied you. This is a battle guide. She muttered to herself in the duvet, and she lost her voice as she spoke. She fell asleep. At the same time, in the dark gray city elf center, Mewtwo, who had just sat down to eat something, sneezed fiercely. Ha-choo. Strange. Could it be that Sakagi is cursing me? Chapter 37 _ Black Market. Where there is light, darkness naturally breeds. In the beginning, the world was under the strict control of the Elf Alliance. Only trainers could legally capture elves from the wild, while ordinary people could only buy elves through other official channels. The price of general elves is acceptable, but rarer quasi-god level ones are not affordable for normal people. The original purpose of this kind of law is to make elf creatures with good nature but extraordinary power be firmly controlled by a small number of people, so as to prevent ordinary people from using the power of elves to satisfy their own desires, break the law, or even harm others. The effect is very good. Only professionals like trainers can train and cultivate powerful elves, while ordinary people can only enjoy the convenience brought by ordinary elves, and the Alliance uses these income to recycle into the welfare of trainers, forming a virtuous circle. But this has also led to some unscrupulous people, in order to seek profit, to capture a large number of rare elves in the wild, and then sell them through illegal channels. The price is generally a little cheaper than the official price of the Alliance, but some talented or hot elves will sell for sky-high prices. The place where these elves are sold is generally called the elves' black market, and such a market is equivalent to a paradise for outlaws and rich people who are not trainers. The Alliance knew of such an existence and carried out severe crackdowns and seizures. However, driven by huge interest, this kind of black market has not disappeared, but has sprung up everywhere. In desperation, the Alliance had to continue to maintain a strict ban on these black market, while opening up the rights of ordinary people to capture some common elves. The black market has since subsided, but it still exists. It was already late at night, and the deep blackness swept the sky, and the muffled thunder and the thick clouds let out a low roar, as if announcing that a thunderstorm was coming. There were no pedestrians on the streets of the dark gray city, and the dim light of the street lamps illuminated a figure at the corner. The man wrapped himself tightly in a black trench coat, with a gray hat and black sunglasses on his head. The man walked straight into a deserted alley and knocked on a dilapidated wooden door in the alley. Dong dong. Without any response, a piercing thunder sounded throughout the alley, and the dazzling light took a step forward, illuminating everything in the alley as pale money in the black zone. The man stopped tapping and said softly, his voice is deep and magnetic, and it's impressive on the first listen. With a creak, the old wooden door opened. He seemed to hesitate for half a second, and finally stepped into the door. Another lightning flashed across the sky. The thunder sounded, and in the furious whistling, the dark gray market was completely occupied by the dense thunderstorm in an instant. The door is closed. The whole alley was silent again. Hey, I said, how come this little fire dragon can't be sold all the time? A chunky middle-aged man complained to himself and kicked the iron cage in front of him. Accompanied by the sound of the impact and the shaking of the iron cage, there was a feeble cry from the cage. Woo! The little fire dragon in the cage seemed to have gone through a lot of ups and downs, and no part of his body maintained his original skin color. His body was covered with blood and dust. On his abdomen, there was a shocking wound, but simply wrapping it with a bandage did not help at all, and the brown blood stains that had already solidified were all over the wound. The flames on the tail behind him were extremely weak, as if they were about to go out the next moment, but his eyes were still sharp and energetic, staring at the middle-aged man in front of him, as if he wanted to tear him apart with those eyes. 10 days ago, he was caught by illegal elf poachers and taken away from where he lived. The bumps along the way had frightened him, and his resistance to the hunters after getting out of the car had scars on his stomach. These elves have only two fates after being caught in the black market. The first is that they are lucky enough to be bought by the seller and taken away from this black area. The second is that in this turbid air and a narrow iron cage, he slowly died because of the double-sided destruction of his body and mind. Yo, the little guy is quite wrong, but unfortunately no seller seems to be interested in you. I'm out of luck. One royal family could have sold at least 100,000. Losing thing. The middle-aged man spit on his face with mockery, and sat back on his chair. This is an elf shop in the underground black market, which sells the elf caught by illegal poachers. In the shop behind him, countless iron cages filled with various elves were stacked horizontally, but the elves inside were reluctant to make a sound. On the day they first arrived, they might have let out an unwilling wailing, but after so many days, they also recognized the reality and simply saved their energy and waited quietly, because these shopkeepers will not feed them kindly, and the little things they feed every day are just to keep them alive. These black-hearted merchants only need to successfully sell a few elves bought from those poachers to make a fortune. Do you have Yusan for sale here? From the Kanto area. The luck of the middle-aged man is not sure whether it is good or bad. Not long after he sat down, a buyer came to the door immediately. He quickly got up to greet him with a smile on his face, and responded in his mouth, yes, of course, and it's affordable. The one who came to the stall was a tall blonde woman, and neither heavy makeup nor luxurious clothes could hide his ugliness. She stepped on red high heels and stopped in front of the middle-aged man's shop. I look at the goods. Okay, no problem, beauty. Dare I ask what's your purpose of buying Yusanjia? The middle-aged man secretly scolded scolded the woman in his heart, and it was disgusting to look at, but he said flattering word. My son didn't get the number received by Yusan, so I came here to buy him one. The woman's voice was sharp and ugly, and her eyes were full of disdain for the middle-aged man. Wealth often makes people lose themselves. That feeling is good. With the Yusan family as the initial elf, your future is bound to be boundless. The middle-aged man didn't seem to care, and while smiling, he picked up the cage with the little fire dragon and placed it in front of the woman. This little fire dragon was brought by a team of professional hunters from the fire-breathing dragon valley. You also know that the Guandu area has the most fire-breathing dragon. He paused and continued. This little thing was injured a little during the transportation process. It is a defective product, but you can see that his eyes are still strong, and he will definitely become the main elf under your son in the future. The woman looked down and observed, and found that it was exactly as the middle-aged man said, and nodded with satisfaction. Okay, then this one. Okay. The market price of a small fire dragon is generally around 150,000. I'll give you a discount. 120,000. You can take it. Seeing this, the middle-aged shop owner pushed the boat along the way. It's too expensive. 100,000 yuan. Don't sell me to another place. The woman frowned. The middle-aged man seemed to hesitate for a while before gritted his teeth and said, okay, it's time to make friends. 100,000. I'll be at a loss. On the surface, his face was aching, but in his heart he was already happy. In fact, the real price of a small fire dragon is about 90,000. He deliberately raised the price just to bet that this woman did not know the market price. He was right. Seeing that the other party agreed, the woman began to take out the money from her bag in satisfaction. Such private transactions naturally cannot be paid through the internet, and the alliance is not a fool. The little fire dragon in the cage clearly heard the conversation between the two, and could not help but let out a scream. He doesn't want to be taken away by this woman and become his son's initial elf. How can a son educated by such a woman be any better? Maybe he will be abandoned. Maybe he will be abused. He would rather die in this iron cage than serve these humans. But there was nothing he could do at the moment. He could only watch it all happen. At this moment, a mutation occurred. A violent explosion came from the depths of the black market, followed by the howls and screams of the crowd, as well as low-pitched curses. Damn it. There's a note. A can says, the last time I talked about so many idle articles, I urge you to read it. Thank you. Today's fourth update. Strictly speaking, it's already 9,000 words, not counting this idle piece, and there's one more chapter tonight, so I'll give you the extras. I'm going to recommend it today, and there are some things I want to talk to you about. The author dropped out of school and embarked on the road of writing alone. Now he lives in a rental house of several hundred yuan and eats some cheap food every day to survive. What I told you before about instant noodles and ham sausage is no joke. Haha. I don't have any other income now, so I can only live on borrowed money without paying the monthly manuscript fee. I spend half of my day thinking about how to write a book. It can be said that my writing career is betting on this book. If my grades are not good, I may go back to study and bid farewell to the online literary world. Not much to say. Today is my first recommendation. Although the results look good, the number of silver tickets is really not as good as some books whose names are behind me on the list. Everyone starts at 1,000, and I went straight to 5 to 600, which made me feel very uncomfortable. If you think my writing is not good, you can tell me and I will revise it. If I don't like a character or I don't describe it well, I'll make adjustments and just end that character away. What kind of plot you want to watch, what kind of elves you like, and if you have any suggestions, just tell me in the comment area, and I will watch and like it. First of all, thank you to those readers who have always voted for me. Love you. Then those who are free, those who keep book. How to say, I don't force you anymore. Look at the vote. Thank you. There is another chapter 2K in the evening. Love you guys. Last but not least, to vote, you must read the latest chapter to vote. Otherwise, Hack will not give me the meal money. Give you a kowtow. Chapter 38_Awakening from a Dream and Accidental Discovery. The woman also seemed to be frightened by the sound of the explosion and panicked, stepping on high heels and running towards the exit in a panic. On the way, she even fell severely because of the inconvenience of walking with high heels, but after getting up, she didn't stop. It's running really fast. Damn it. Someone found out here. At this moment, the entire black market was already in chaos. The howls of the imprisoned elves were mixed with the screams of the crowd, and the explosions generated by the elf kills against the attack were incessant. The chunky middle-aged man didn't hesitate. He left his shop and ran straight for the exit. Although he has worked in the black market for several years, he knows that this kind of alliance search is relatively rare, but he is also very clear about the fate of being caught. At least 10 years in prison. At this time, your own goods are no longer important. As long as you can escape from here, everything is easy to say. But when the middle-aged man gasped and rushed out of the wooden door of the alley and the street had become a mess, and countless people in alliance uniforms were fighting against those fleeing from the black market. The pouring rain mixed with shout stimulated his fragile nerve. There was no more time for him to think. A police officer in a union uniform had hurried forward with an electric baton, hitting him hard on the waist. The high-voltage current spread all over his body in an instant, directly causing him to fall into a coma. The policeman took out the handcuff from his waist and quickly handcuffed the other's hands and feet, turned around and plunged into the chaos behind him. In the black market, there are basically some retail businessmen wandering in illegal areas. Elf hunters will also appear here, but the number is generally small. Therefore, whether it is the battle situation in the black market or the battlefield in the alleys and nearby street, it is unilaterally crushed by the law enforcement officers of the Alliance. In the deepest part of the black market, the mysterious person who was wearing a black trench coat to cover her body has shown her prototype. She is a local law enforcement officer of the Alliance with long blue hair and a police uniform. Miss Junsha, do you still want to avoid it now? Poaching and selling elves are unforgivable felony. If you are caught now, you may have a reduced sentence as appropriate. Holding a police pistol, she pointed at the person on the opposite side and yelled loudly. The low and magnetic voice she had deliberately disguised before had long since disappeared, and now there is only a full-fledged voice. In front of her stood a catty dog, also staring at the person opposite, deliberately venting a low roar of threat. Whoop! And the person standing opposite Miss Junsha at this moment is the person in charge of the dark gray market. That person has been cornered by Miss Junsha at this moment. There is no way to go behind him, but he didn't seem to be flustered at all, and the moment Miss Junsha finished speaking, he threw a palm-sized iron block. Catty, be careful. The battle-hardened Miss Junsha naturally followed each other's every move nervously, and pulled the trigger with her fingers while shouting loudly. It's too late to talk about it, but Katie jumped forward and flew the iron block immediately. The next second, the iron block exploded directly in the air. The huge impact made it difficult for Junsha to stand still. The thick smoke from the explosion dissipated, and the mysterious man in the robe had long since disappeared. Damn, let him run away. Miss Junsha regained her footing and realized that the other party may have used the superpower of the elf to escape, because although he was blocked by the smoke, there was no other way to go except where he was standing. She took out the walkie-talkie from her waist and reported the situation on her side as she walked out of the black market with the catty dog. I let the person in charge escape. It seems that the other party has a supernatural spirit as an escape tool. All unit pay attention to the search work around the black market alley. The captain of Group A has received that the operation has come to an end, and all the illegal personnel who escaped from the black market have been subdued. The captain of Group B has received it, is counting the casualty data, and calling the medical staff for treatment. Miss Junsha suddenly stopped her step, crouched down and started to check what she was doing. This seems to be a cage that originally contained poaching elves. It fell to the ground during the riot just now. The rusted door lock was knocked open, and the elves inside disappeared. Which elf should have escaped? Catty, smell him. Remember this smell and we'll find him when it's over. Miss Junsha put the iron cage in front of the dog, and let the dog catch the scent of the elf. Although the whereabouts of a poaching elf is not a trivial matter, but now she must complete the finishing work, and then go to find where the elf escaped to. The thunder and lightning flashed, and Mewtwo suddenly woke up from his sleep. In a daze, he stretched out his hand to touch the elf picture book beside the cabinet, intending to see what time it was. After arriving at the elf center, he changed into a cheap set of clothes, and threw the dirty clothes that were wrinkled by the dust and heavy rain on the new island. Rich now, is willful. After eating something good and going back to the room to wash up, he was exhausted and it didn't take much time to successfully enter the dream. 2 o'clock. Still such a big thunderstorm. The weather is so bad. Another thunder made him a little awake, and after seeing that it was only after 2 o'clock, he lay back on his head again, intending to continue to sleep, choosing and shouting. The briquette floated in front of the window, as if they had found something, and shouted nervously. What the matter? This situation outside is called thunderstorm. It's a normal natural phenomenon, so don't be afraid. Mewtwo thought it was the first time this little guy saw the weather like this, so he muttered and explained to the briquette. Excuse. The briquette flew directly from the window to Mewtwo, gave him a white look, grabbed his quilt and pulled it to the side of the bed. Ah, what the matter? Do you want me to look at something by the bedside? Mewtwo couldn't sleep now, frowned and began to guess the purpose of the briquette. Unexpectedly, the briquette stopped the dragging action immediately after hearing the word, and nodded heavily towards Mewtwo. By the window. What? Seeing that the briquettes were like this, Mewtwo had to get out of bed and walked to the window, trying hard to find what the briquettes wanted him to see through the dense rain screen. Below this elf center living building is an ordinary street. At this moment, the whole street is being swept by torrential rain. The wind is howling, rolling up a few leaves on the street, and being knocked down by the rain. Mewtwo looked at it for a long time and didn't see anything why it came. Nothing. He was a little suspicious of whether the briquette simply thought the rain was very interesting, but the next moment, he seemed to have found something, and he was a little surprised. What is that? Not much nonsense. Today's 10,000 update is over, and I can see everyone's support. As a thank you, it will be a fixed update until the last day of the recommendation on Sunday. Hey everyone, it's over. Additional update for the golden ticket are still in the works and will be replenished starting Monday. Finally, special thanks to Mohang, the love of a billion girls, and TD 17,215,574 for their massive golden ticket support. See you tomorrow tilde after school on Friday. You can enjoy a happy weekend. Cheers, readers. Chapter 39 _ Life is priceless. Mewfeng vaguely saw along the rain curtain. There was a blurred orange figure at the foot of a street lamp on the street. It seems to be a genie. He immediately recited the eye of investigating in his heart, ready to find out what the figure was. The distance is too far to obtain detailed information. Little fire dragon. Status: dying. After receiving such a reply, Mewfeng's brows immediately wrinkled. How could there be a dying little fire dragon on the street in such a thunderstorm? Briquette, go. But time has not allowed him to think too much. That little fire dragon is now in danger. Acute. The briquettes also responded quickly, and Mewfeng put on his clothes and trousers at the fastest speed and rushed downstairs. The rain outside was getting heavier and heavier at the moment, but out of concern for this elf, Mewfeng killed him without even taking the disposable raincoat at the entrance of the elf center. Help is urgent. The street was actually next to the center of the elf. Mewfeng ran all the way and quickly came to the street. At a glance, he saw the little fire dragon huddled by the street lamp. In the rainy sky, the little fire dragon curled up with his body and crawls on the ground, using his body to protect the flames of his tail from being extinguished by the torrential rain and wind. But he seems to have fallen into a coma, and the flames at the tail are extremely weak, as if it will dissipate in the next second. In the process of running towards the little fire dragon all the way, Mewfeng did not forget to check the specific data of this little fire dragon through the eyes of investigation. Little fire dragon, dying. Open black lens bracket level 14 close black lens bracket. Qualification: green, excellent. Evaluation: weak. Characteristic: fierce fire. Mewfeng has no time to care about other data anymore. All he wants to see is the actual state of this little fire dragon. If it is a small fire dragon with fierce fire characteristic, the flame at the tail will burn more vigorously under the condition of physical exhaustion, and now the flame at the opponent's tail looks like this. Mewfeng estimates that he has reached the limit. The strong wind blew Mewfeng's face, and the downpour seemed to engulf everything on the street. He stepped on the slippery street floor under his feet and arrived at the side of the little fire dragon. He immediately took off his jacket, wrapped the little fire dragon's already cold body, and protected it in his arm. This can prevent the little fire dragon from being devastated by wind and rain, at least until he can return to the elf center for treatment. But soon he discovered a more serious problem. Even though he was holding the little fire dragon in his arm, the flame on his tail was still shaky and was about to go out. Before taking a few steps, the flames seemed to disappear. For an elf like a little fire dragon, the flame at the tail is a symbol of his life. If the flame goes out, it means that his life has come to an end. Overcall. The briquettes also flew beside Mewfeng anxiously. As a ghost elf, he could clearly feel the fragile vitality of this little fire dragon at the moment. If it goes on like this, before Mewfeng reaches the center of the elf, the little fire dragon will die directly in his arm. Mewfeng didn't hesitate any longer, and called the system secretly in his heart. System, bring up the props interface. I want to use the skill disk of an extinguishable flame. Open black lens bracket retrieving. Close black lens bracket. The system prompts the host during the retrieval process. The skill disk is a one-time use consumable, and it will take effect permanently if used on a small fire dragon. Mewfeng naturally knew the meaning of the system's words. Such a precious item should have been used on elves with higher talent. The aptitude of this little fire dragon is only as good as green, even lower than blue. It is a relatively ordinary aptitude, and it is not worthy of the inextinguishable flame in Mewfeng's hand. But Mewfeng couldn't helplessly watch an innocent life pass by in front of him. What is not worthy of qualifications is worthy of priceless life. He growled a little impatiently, getting emotional. Come on, stop talking nonsense. The next moment, a CD surrounded by the shadows of illusory elves appeared in Mewfeng's hand. The CD was engraved with red lines of flame, and the phantoms of Ho Wang and Lexiram were entrenched on it with extraordinary momentum. Without any hesitation, Mewfeng directly put the disc on the head of the little fire dragon and used it in a secret way. The next moment, the disc was directly disassembled and disintegrated into countless red light spots, which formed the circular shadows of two divine beasts in the air and collapsed again, all submerged in the body of the little fire dragon. At the same time, Xiao Huolong's body exploded with a violent fiery red light, and the blazing temperature made Mewfeng involuntarily withdraw his hand. Too hot. The little fire dragon was suspended in the air by a circle of burning orange flame. This circle of flames seemed to be extremely hot, and even when the rainstorm fell, it was instantly evaporated into white steam. Even Mewfeng and Briquette standing here can feel a touch of heat in the rainstorm. How incredible is this? The out of phase did not last long. Those flames slowly dissipated in the air, and the little fire dragon also slowly landed. He was still in a coma, but the flames at the tail had turned a dazzling bright orange-red, and the rain curtain that fell from the sky was completely cut off directly near his tail. Mewtwo finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. Since the little fire dragon was out of danger, everything was easy to say. He stepped forward and hugged the little fire dragon again, and ran towards the center of the elf. The briquettes also floated beside him and followed closely, but the little guy was still in a daze, not knowing what had just happened. But the condition of the little fire dragon has improved, and he is relieved. Mewtwo was sitting in the waiting area, chatting with the briquette floating above his head. Brilliant briquette, you've only been born a day, maybe you're going to have a new partner. When the time comes, you will be the big brother, but you have to let the little fire dragon. He shrugged at the briquettes with a hint of a joke. Excuse. The briquette seemed to be a little dissatisfied. Obviously I was born a day ago. No matter what, I should be my little brother. And Mewtwo said that the elder brother had to let the younger brother. He angrily swayed above Mewtwo's head, as if telling his displeasure. Seeing this, Mewtwo also smiled. Okay, just kidding. It's all a family. How can there be any big brother or little brother? Besides, this little fire dragon may have been abandoned by someone. There are some scars on his body, which can basically be determined to be caused by human abuse. When it came to the little fire dragon, Mewtwo felt a little unhappy again. I just returned to the elf center and immediately handed the little fire dragon to Miss Joy's night shift assistant. After inspection, I found that although the little fire dragon had escaped from danger with the help of the inextinguishable flame, its physical condition was still very poor and needed to be repaired. Nutrition and rest. The bound marks and whip marks on the little fire dragon had already made Mewtwo guess what happened to him before. I don't know which elf who has no conscience to treat himself like this. Tis. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became. Zhaofeng, Xiao Hualong's condition has stabilized. Do you want to come in and see him? Miss Joy's night shift assistant also walked out of the operating room with auspicious eggs at this time, explaining the current situation. Well, of course. Come on, briquette. Chapter 40 Sleeping in is not a good habit. In the training room of the elf center, there is an elf status testing table enclosed by transparent glass. The little fire dragon was lying on the soft mattress on the table, and still did not wake up. But the flames of the tail behind him have stabilized, burning a distinctive orange flame, and the wounds and dust and sludge on his body have been treated. His injury is not serious. Now he is mainly due to lack of energy and rest. I am injecting him with energy supplement, and he should be able to wake up after a night of rest. Miss Joy's night shift assistant was unexpectedly a man with a short hair. He was wearing a black suit at the moment. It's hard to imagine why a person would dress like this in the operating room. When he said this, he looked at Mewtwo curiously. This little fire dragon isn't your elf, right? What happened? How could it be like this? Mewtwo was at a loss for words, so he had to tell the truth. After listening to it, the assistant was thoughtful, took out an empty ordinary pokeball from the side and threw it to Mewtwo. It turned out to be like this. It is estimated that he escaped after being abused by the master, or he just abandoned it. I don't know which guy is so unhealthy. Mewtwo took the pokeball, looked at him with a displeased expression, and secretly thought to himself that what you still think is really similar to me. But he was immediately confused. What does this pokeball mean? He's in a good date now. I heard from Miss Joy that you are a rookie trainer from Junshin Town. Come here tomorrow and take the little fire dragon away. After the assistant finished speaking, he smiled apologetically at Mewtwo. There is no vacant place for elves to live in our elf center, so I can only ask you to be his trainer. Okay, that's exactly what it means. Mewtwo nodded. That's what he thought at first. His inextinguishable flame is still burning on the tail of the little fire dragon. It is impossible to give it completely for nothing, and he is not the master of free life Xiaoji. Since that's the case, I'll take the elf back to rest. Thanks for your hard work. It's okay. It should be. Mewtwo returned to his room with the briquette, washed and lay down on the bed again, and the sleepiness swept over immediately. The room soon returned to silence, and Mewtwo's balanced and rhythmic breathing could be heard. Finally the case is over. The overall situation is not bad this time. At 3 o'clock in the morning, the rain has completely stopped, and Miss Junsha is walking on the street alone with Katie. From the mouth of a wealthy worker who was arrested for drunk driving last month, she had no opinion about the secret base of the dark gray market elves black market, so she directly applied to the Alliance for a raid. The plan was approved, and she successfully met the password tonight. After entering the interior, she cooperated with both inside and outside to completely destroy the entire black market. Those who participate in illegal purchases or illegal sales will be sentenced by the Union Court and punished accordingly. If nothing else, you can see it on the news program tomorrow morning. Miss Junsha did not forget an important thing after everything was over. He leaned over and touched Katie's head, and said softly, Katie, do you still remember the elf smell that you remembered before? Wong. Katie nodded and let out a sure bark. Very well, let's find him now. If it is an elves who escape from the black market, it will be dealt with according to the situation. There are many reasons for Miss Juncha to track the elf. The first is that she is worried that the elf will attack the urban area because of her resentment against humans, causing casualties and chaos. The second is because the elf is likely to be in a very poor condition after being injured, and it is difficult for him to survive on his own. In either case, Miss Juncha thinks it is necessary for her to find the elf. Wong Hu. The catty dog seemed to have found something, and with a howl, it started to lead the way in front of Miss Juncha. Miss Juncha's eyes also lit up. Have you found it? Very good. Bypassing the street, Katie first brought Juncha to a street lamp. Are there any clues here? Miss Juncha lowered her head and began to look for traces around the street light, but because of the heavy rain, he found nothing, and it seemed that all traces had been washed away by the rain. There were also some difficulties and obstacles in the search of the catty dog, but soon he made a new discovery, and ran forward with another howl. Seeing this, Miss Juncha also kept up with the pace of catty dog, and the latter finally took her to the elf center in the dark gray market. If that's the case, there seems to be no need to keep looking. Miss Juncha bowed her head and smiled at Katy Dog. It seemed that someone well-intentioned brought the elf to the elf center for treatment. Since that was the case, he didn't need to worry anymore. Let go back to work and have a rest. The boss gave us a week vacation because of this. Wong. She turned away with the catty and disappeared at the corner at the end of the street. The next morning, Mewfeng was sleeping soundly on the bed, eating hot pot strangely in his dream. But when he was eating, he seemed to have bitten a peppercorn, and a strange feeling of sex immediately spread throughout his body. This made him wake up directly from his sleep, and what he saw when he opened his eyes was the briquettes licking his face. Ballet. Stop licking. Excuse me, Tilda. Briquette. Whoa, sleeping in is not a good habit. Getting out of the paralyzed state, Mewfeng picked up the elf picture book by the bedside, opened it, and glanced at the time. I slept for more than 7 hours, and it is now 9 in the morning. It was acceptable. Enough sleep swept away his physical and mental exhaustion. After Mewfeng washed up and dressed up, he took briquettes and backpack and left the room. He planned to go downstairs to see the situation of the little fire dragon first, and then go to have breakfast and leave the elf center. When he talked about breakfast, he thought of what to eat. When he talked about eating, Mewfeng remembered that the energy cubes of briquettes had been eaten. He secretly planned in his heart that he might have to find a way to make some energy cubes before leaving the dark gray market. Taking the elevator directly to the first floor, Mewfeng went straight to the elf lounge where little fire dragon was. When he opened the door of the room, he saw Miss Joy, who seemed to be having a headache at a glance. The little fire dragon was being pressed on the table by the auspicious egg, and grinned at Miss Joy, struggling to ask for the restraint of the auspicious egg. What the situation? Mewfeng was a little puzzled, and immediately stepped forward with the briquette to ask. Seeing that the visitor was none other than Mewfeng, who brought back the little fire dragon, Miss Joy said with an embarrassed expression, I have learned about this little fire dragon and you from my assistant. Now I am making the last step before the hospital for him, injecting bone concentrate, which will help his body recover as soon as possible. But he just woke up when I was about to inject, and he seemed to be a little resistant to humans. Chapter 41 Is my immortal flame for nothing? The little fire dragon seemed to have heard Joey's words and struggled more intensely, but his physical condition was just beginning to improve, and he didn't have the strength to break free from the shackles of auspicious egg. It turns out that, let me try it. Joey was hesitant to see Mewfeng take the initiative to ask for instruction. Actually, it doesn't matter if I come, but after all, it is already your elf, and I respect your opinion. Mewfeng took a step forward and placed his hand on the top of Xiao Huolong's head to gently stroke it. The little fire dragon was about to struggle, and suddenly felt a strange sense of comfort welling up in his heart, and the human in front of him seemed to be less annoying. Riding on the little fire dragon, Mewfeng immediately motioned Miss Joy to inject the medicine with his eyes. Miss Joy also understood it, and quickly injected the medicine into the needle in her hand, and immediately pulled out the needle. Ow! The pain of the needle piercing the skin made Xiao Huolong immediately come back to his senses. After an angry howl, he shook off Mewfeng's hand and stared at the young man in front of him. At this moment, the briquette floated in front of the little fire dragon and began to communicate with each other. Accuse, fire, overcall, woo. After some conversation, the briquette seemed to have nothing to do with the other party. They glanced at Mewfeng helplessly and flew back to the top of the latter's head. Seeing the appearance of the little fire dragon, Mewfeng felt a headache. He thought that no matter what he said, he was the benefactor who saved Xiao Huolong's life. No matter how much Xiao Huolong hated humans, he would be closer to him. In the end, I didn't expect that this guy seemed to be unable to get in if he didn't eat oil fume, which made Mewfeng a little confused. Miss Joey, you go out with the auspicious egg first. I will chat with this little fire dragon alone. Okay, I'll be waiting for you outside. You have to be careful. Hearing that, Joey also let Gili Egg let go of the little fire dragon and exited the room with Gili Egg. The little fire dragon got out of the shackles and his expression became calmer, but he still looked at Mewfeng with vigilance and disgust in his eyes. Mewtwo simply walked to the side of the bed and squatted down, putting his gaze parallel to the little fire dragon, looking at each other sincerely. Little fire dragon, although I don't know what you've been through, I assure you that I'm not the same as those people. I actually found you on the side of the road last night. You almost died on the street. I took you back to the elf center out of frustration. Mewtwo didn't say how precious an immortal flame he had given to the other party. He only hoped to use his sincerity to impress this little guy who might already be a little disgusted with human. Did this human save me? When Xiao Hualong heard the word, the disgust in his eyes faded a lot. He did remember that he was picked up in a trance last night, and he woke up again in this room, but he still looked at Mewtwo vigilantly and let out a low roar. In his heart, human beings are greedy and selfish creatures who can hunt wild elves for their own selfish desires, and he is one of the victims. Therefore, he thinks that the human being in front of him must have a scheming plan to rescue him. Although this human being is indeed very different from his own feelings, Xiao Hualong still remains suspicious of Mewtwo in his heart. Mewtwo seemed to see through the other party's thoughts and chuckled lightly. You don't think I saved you just to subdue you? Actually, with your aptitude, I don't want to accept a spirit like you at all, unless something important happens between you and me. For example, going through difficult situations together, such as working together to get through difficult time. If you want to leave now, I won't even stop you. You can just go with confidence. Mewtwo's words were serious. As a trainer, he would not casually subdue inappropriate elves. Conquering means that while the elves recognize themselves, it also means that they have chosen the other party. This is a two-way relationship. If the little fire dragon is disdainful of his savior, he would rather spend his precious flames doing a good deed than forcing the little fire dragon to follow him. But I don't know if it was what he said that moved Xiao Hualong, or for other reasons. Xiao Hualong actually jumped off the bed and stood opposite Mewtwo. He really listened to what he said, but the most unacceptable thing was that the other party said that his aptitude was not good. Ow! Xiao Hualong's eyes were burning with fighting intent, staring at the briquettes above Mewtwo's head. Mewtwo was stunned for a moment. What is this unfolding? But he soon understood the little fire dragon's intention. You want to have a fight with me? Whoa! The little fire dragon nodded heavily, indicating that he had this intention. But you're just recovering now, and Miss Joy said you can't exercise vigorously. Mewtwo was a little worried. Unexpectedly, Xiao Hualong didn't care at all when he heard the word, slapped his chest heavily with his claws, and even raised his head to prepare to spit out a mouthful of flame. But after holding it for a long time, nothing came out. Seeing his actions, Mewtwo was originally worried that the flames he spit out would cause unquenchable fires, but he frowned at random. How could this guy not use flame? Then my inextinguishable flame is really for nothing. Mewtwo thought in his heart, and soon came up with a plan. Originally, he didn't have to subdue this guy, but after thinking about it, he realized that he really had to subdue him, because according to the appearance of the little fire dragon, it is difficult to survive alone in the wild even if you leave yourself, and the inextinguishable flame is a huge hidden danger after all. If the little fire dragon grows into its final form with difficulty and learns to use the immortal flame, and eventually becomes a fire-breathing dragon with an immortal flame that is hostile to humans, he will not dare to think about the picture. Since God let him meet Xiao Hualong, then he should just be a good person and do it in the end. How about we make a deal? You follow me, and I will teach you fire skills. After you successfully learn to use fire skills and restore your health, I will fight you again. If I win, you'll follow me from now on. How? Xiao Hualong had some doubts at first, but after thinking that the other party had not forced him from beginning to end but had been discussing it, he finally chose to trust Mewtwo. After all, no matter how he saved his own life, he regarded it as his own reward. And this human seems very different. Thinking of this, Xiao Hualong nodded heavily, expressing his acceptance of the other party's proposal. Mewtwo also breathed a sigh of relief, and he was finally finished. He took out the Pokeball from his backpack that Joey's assistant had prepared for him yesterday and put it on the ground. Xiao Hualong also stepped forward without hesitation and touched the switch of the ball, turning into a red light and entering it. Chapter 42 Friends of the Rocket. Ding! Congratulations to the host for subduing the elf little fire dragon. The system's prompt sounded in Mewtwo's mind, leaving him speechless. Where the hell is there to congratulate? However, the little fire dragon can be regarded as an elf that he has always liked since he was a child, especially his Mega Evolution form impresses Mewtwo. In the animation, Kai Yi once used the old spray of Mega Evolution to single out Cheomong. Speaking of Cheomong, I don't know where he went to play in the mountains and waters, and he hasn't made a sound yet. Bah! Scumbag! Mewtwo cursed angrily in his heart, picked up the elf ball with a small fire dragon from the ground, shrunk it, hung it on his waist, and walked out of the lounge with the briquette. How's the situation? Miss Joy had been waiting outside for a while, and when Mewtwo came out, she naturally asked about the current situation of the little fire dragon. Already on the ball, I made a deal with him and overall it's nothing major. Miss Joy took care of it. Mewtwo pointed pointed to the elf ball around his waist and replied. The briquettes above his head also echoed and called out, "EQ, that's it, that fine." Miss Joy was also relieved. Now that Mewfeng has been resolved smoothly, she doesn't need to worry anymore. At this moment, the wall clock on the wall just reached 9:20, and the TV hanging on the wall in the center of the elf began to broadcast the news, which attracted Mewfeng's attention. Is there any news in this world? He was a little curious, so he just stood in front of the TV and looked up. Welcome to today's Guangdu Morning News. I'm an old friend of all of you, the show host Hong Yun. A woman in a red dress sits in front of the camera and start broadcasting today's news. Without much more to say, let's get into today's Guangdu Morning News Bulletin. The Elf Alliance discovered the traces of the elf black market in the dark gray market last night. With the cooperation of Miss Juncha and the law enforcement officers, the black market was successfully destroyed. The elves were rescued and a group of illegal persons were arrested. Illegal trafficking and catching a large number of elves are illegal act. I hope you will take this as a warning, and you will not regret it if you are not punished by the law. At present, the person in charge of the black market is still at large. All citizens who have traces of him are requested to actively report to the Alliance, and they will receive certain monetary reward. Mewfeng listened, and suddenly reacted to an important message. Dark Gray City, isn't that the city where you live? Could it be that this little fire dragon escaped from that black market? No wonder there is so much hostility towards human. Mewfeng had a headache, but at present it seemed that the probability was extremely high. But he is also confident that he can impress the little fire dragon with his sincerity, and let him realize that human beings are not only evil people, there are still many good people in this world. He was thinking, the next news tech has also started broadcasting. The tour of the lecture tour held by the Ice King in the Guangdu area, K-Na, has come to an end. In the lecture held in Chengqing City yesterday, K-Na actually lost to a rookie trainer. This incident has already been uploaded on the internet. Kona's analysis of the battle and the reasons for its failure can benefit people a lot. You can watch it through the replay of the live broadcast. Mewfeng listened to this text message, and the scene of him standing opposite Kona and dispatching briquettes was playing on the screen, and his heart suddenly twitched. Broken. When I was thinking about completing the task that day, I forgot to cover up my identity. Sakagi is now hiding his identity from the Alliance, and even became the owner of the Jobin Gym. If he saw this news, he would definitely recognize that he was the one who stole Mewtwo from him on the new island. Now that he has no assistance from the system prop, it is not good to be targeted by such a huge force as Team Rocket. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was not good. Although the speed of his elf strength improvement in the past 2 days can be described as fast, it is still far from Sakagi and the entire Rocket. Xiao Meng has disappeared now, and he can only rely on himself in the face of the Rocket's crazy revenge after discovering him. No, you have to find a way to hide your identity first, he muttered to himself, leaving the elf center with the briquettes on his head. Sakari-sama, please take a look at this news. In the Nagapan gym, Sakagi was sitting in his private office when a cadre in a Rocket's uniform stepped forward with a video playing on the communicator in his hand. And this video is the training match where Mewfeng stood opposite Kona and sent briquette to fight. Sakagi was originally expressionless, but as his video continued to play, until he could clearly see the face of the person standing opposite Kona, his face could be described as gloomy as water. He was almost certain that this guy looked the same as the one who came to Nijima that day to let Mewtwo out of his hand, but he couldn't make up his mind. Sakagi still thinks that the person who came to the new island that day disguised himself, and this child seems to be a rookie trainer. Although the ghost in his hand seems to have a good talent, it is a joke compared to Mewtwo. Maybe the kid just happened to look the same as the man's disguise. Sakagi hesitated again and again, but still gave orders to his cadre. Recently, the Alliance has been very strict. Please monitor this person at all times. Don't act rashly until you are sure that this person has an intersection with Xiao Meng. Continue to give me all my strength to find Mewtwo's whereabouts. He stroked the back of the cat boss beside him, turned his chair back to the cadre, and did not continue to speak. Mewfeng thought about it again and again, and finally gave up the action of going to the store to buy a mask. He guessed Akaji's idea correctly, and the other party would definitely not think that a child like himself was the culprit who would let Mewtwo go, and would not do anything to him for the time being. But definitely keep an eye on yourself. Under such circumstances, if you put on a mask to disguise yourself, it would be tantamount to hiding your ears and stealing bells. And the recognizability of the different color flash ghosts is very high. It is estimated that even if he wears a mask, it is useless. Compared with these, becoming stronger is his top priority now. He was about to take the briquette to look around Chengqing City to find out if there was a suitable place to spawn monsters when the system beep sounded. Open black lens bracket ding. A random mission has been generated. Enemy of Team Rocket. Mission goal: completely destroy Team Rocket. There is no evaluation level for this task. Quest reward: a fire-breathing dragon mega stone. Mewfeng looked at everything on on the light curtain in front of him and couldn't help but stop his step. This system. Why are the tasks released every time so outrageous? A can has something to say. There is one more chapter tonight. Happy Friday, readers. Begging for a silver ticket. Chapter 43 _ Calm Before the Storm. According to the navigation function of the illustrated book, Mewtwo successfully found a place in the dark gray city where he could temporarily rent an energy cube making machine. Energy Cube Association. Dark Ash Market brand. The sign at the entrance of the building reads like this. Mewtwo is a little curious. There is actually a special association for this energy cube making. When he was about to enter it, he was stopped by the guard at the door. Sorry, if you want to enter here, you must first show your energy cube maker qualification certificate. Mewtwo was stunned. Naturally, he had never heard of that kind of thing. He simply wanted to find a place to buy some tree fruit to make food for the briquettes and the little fire dragon. He came here following the instructions of the picture book. Ordinary people are not allowed to enter. Still need to test. Mewtwo was a little stunned for a while, but what he didn't know was that the person who could make energy cubes must have received professional learning, and the qualification certificate for graduation was the certificate of the most elementary energy cube maker. Like Dr. Damu who buys one and keeps it at home, it belongs to a related household, and most people can't buy it if they want to. If you don't have anything like that, why would you come here to join in the fun? The guard's eyes were full of disdain, as if mocking Mewtwo's ignorance. Mewtwo was naturally unwilling to take this anger, and turned around without saying a word, preparing to leave here. The briquettes also turned around and made a face at the guard, expressing his dissatisfaction. But he bumped into a somewhat familiar face. He had seen it before he came to this world, and remembered it very clearly. A fiery red explosive head, resolute eyes and thick eyebrows, a fiery red cloak and fluttering behind. It is one of the first 4 heavenly kings in the Guandu area, the current champion, and known as the Dragon Royale. Of course, Mewtwo usually calls him Mr. Dodo in private. How could the 4 heavenly kings appear in such a place? Mewtwo wasn't too excited to see Deng Dao. After all, he only had a fight with Kana yesterday. Not a standard fight though. He is more curious now why such a character would appear at the door of the Energy Cube Association in the dark gray city. But no matter how curious he is, as a passerby, he should just pass Do. So Mewtwo didn't say anything, just walked forward with his head sullen. Unexpectedly, Do was stunned for a while, then turned around and called Mewtwo. Glitter Ghost, this hairstyle and face. Are you the one who had an exhibition match with Kona yesterday? Since the other party took the initiative to say hello, Mewtwo couldn't help but turn around and nodded. Well, it's me. Unexpectedly, Do didn't have the majesty of being the champion of the Kanto region at all. Instead, he came forward and patted Mewtwo on the shoulder with a smile. It's amazing. Miss Lang Bingbing complained in the group for a while yesterday. Tis tis, you have to be careful with her in the future. Then he looked up at the briquette floating above Mewtwo's head, observed it carefully for a while, and said, this is your new elf. I watched that battle, and he seems to have a good talent. And judging from my experience, this guy is already on the edge of evolution, and your cultivation speed is quite fast. Mewtwo was a little uncomfortable with the sudden enthusiastic attention of the other party. It turns out that the Dragon King and the champion of Guandu are such a person in private. It's really beyond his imagination. But it can only be said that the other party is worthy of being the king of heaven, and at a glance he can see that his briquettes are already on the edge of evolution, and Mewtwo has no admiration in his heart. I've passed the prize. I'm still far from a champion like you. Mewtwo smiled and took a half step back, also speaking politely. Seeing the other party's actions like this, Du also retracted his hand, but he didn't care at all in his heart. In fact, after recognizing Mewtwo, he simply came forward with the mentality of referring to his younger generation. In addition, he felt that this little guy's combat command ability was very good, and he must be a talent that can be created in the future, so his attitude was so enthusiastic. Those big families gave him gifts and banquets to guide his younger generation, but he would not teach them with all his heart. The smile on his face was slightly withdrawn, and he continued, oh, so you know me. Speaking of which, what are you doing at the door of the Energy Cube Association? Are you still making tree fruit at a young age? I understand a little bit. I originally planned to make a little block here for my elf, but it seems that I need some kind of certificate to enter. Seeing that the other party mentioned this, Mewtwo simply told the truth. Du Wenyan was stunned for a moment. He just asked casually, but this little guy really knows. And not getting the primary production certificate means that he has not received systematic learning. How could he be making energy cube? After a second thought, Du chose to believe. It was the first time he had met a rookie trainer who could compete with Kona's command and remained emotionally stable after meeting him. Such a person will lie in front of himself, and he thinks it is unlikely. That's right, I'm going in and looking for an old friend to get something exclusive to the dragon system, and I'll take you in on the way. In this case, it is a mule and a horse. If you pull it out, you won't know. Will this be a little troublesome? Mewtwo said this. In fact, he was a little surprised at the moment. Why did this champion treat himself as a rookie trainer so well? Even if he defeated Kona by himself, it was not a real surpassing of strength, it was just a slight victory in a command confrontation. He is trying to break his head and can't figure out where the enthusiasm for crossing now comes from. But since he was willing to bring himself inside to make you, Mewfeng was also happy to do so. No trouble, this rule is dead, but people are alive. Du Wenyan frowned and seemed a little dissatisfied with the other party's overly polite attitude. He took Mewfeng's wrist and walked towards the gate of the Energy Cube Association. When the guard saw that the visitor was the well-known champion of the Guandu region, he was so frightened that he didn't even dare to say a word, but bowed respectfully to make way for the other side. At this moment, he was also slowly disbelieving that the child who was mocked by him just now knew Du. It won't be a disciple of any big family. Then he might be in trouble. Mewfeng couldn't see the other's face, or he didn't care about the mentality of this guy, and was dragged all the way into the building by Du. At the same time, in a void phase, a huge illusory black shadow emitting a faint purple-black light suddenly appeared out of nowhere. He was huge, with broad black wings spreading out behind him, and his 4 feet on the ground surrounded by golden ornament. The crescent-shaped decoration on the top of his head is now exuding a strange black light around him, and above his head there is a strange mirror. The mirror is only the size of a basketball, and the golden patterns and decorations inlaid around it look mysterious, and the picture in the mirror is even more bizarre. There is no reflection of the shadow in front of you, only the boundless darkness. The space was still silent. Everything was as it was before, except for the huge black shadow that gradually solidified. Chapter 44_start again. Right. At this moment, Mewfeng had already told enthusiasts Du all the fruits needed to make the block according to the memory in his mind. Du also successfully bought these materials from the fruit sales place by virtue of his champion status. The lower-level block makers were not even qualified to buy some of the rare fruit. Next, Mewfeng quickly processed and made materials under Du's gaze, and then made 2 different blocks of 2 jars under Du's stunned expression. The black pot on the left is a first-level ghost block that was previously manufactured in Dr. Ogi's research institute and has the effect of improving the curse of ghost-type elves. The crimson jar on the right was prepared for the little fire dragon that he had conquered. It was an elementary flame block with the effect of helping the fire elves to strengthen their flame. As for the bidiao, Mewfeng asked for 5 days worth of spirit food from the store when he rented it at the time, so he simply didn't prepare it for bidiao. You still, really? Du is a little dumbfounded now. Although he has never learned to make block, he is also aware of the difficulty of making such thing. Although he did not see Mewfeng's superb skills, good quality of finished product, and the use of a variety of tree fruits to make these very terrifying point, but Shan Mewfeng taught himself at this age to make cubes for his elves. He thought it was outrageous enough. As I said, I understand a little bit. Mewfeng smiled lightly, and sincerely thanked Du again. Please bring me in today. I really didn't know there were such rules in there. You, welcome. It's just a trivial matter. If you want me to tell you to take the exam of the Energy Cube Master, you can pass it casually. Du also replied with a smile, raised his head and glanced at the wall clock on the side of the wall. It's almost time. It's time for me to get my thing. I have something to tell you later. Just a moment. He turned around and left. Anything else to tell me? Mewfeng was a little puzzled. What else could happen? But he couldn't figure it out, so he just sat down on the chair beside him. This area where the simple energy cube making machine is placed seems to be for newcomers to practice their hand. During the production process, Mewfeng could clearly feel that this machine is not even as private as the one in the Dr. Damu Research Institute, so I put it here. Conclusion. The test of making energy cube. I really have to find a chance to ask in the future. Mewfeng muttered to himself while throwing a few black energy cube to the briquettes that had been impatient for a long time. In the future, the system should also be able to bring him more advanced energy block production methods. If he wants to make it, he must have a production machine and tree fruit. In this way, it would be much more convenient if he could purchase materials through the Energy Cube Association. Getting a certificate is a must, but certainly not now. He glanced at the briquettes that were happily eating the cubes in his mouth and sighed inwardly. Although I have made a lot of progress in just 2 days since I came to this world, there are still many tasks in front of me, and I can't relax. The battle in the gym, the need to become stronger, the difficult task of destroying Team Rocket, and the gamification of the world that is about to take place in 7 days. What is going on? Mewfeng always felt that this matter was not that simple, and when he thought about it, he felt inexplicably unhappy. Q. The cheerful cry of the briquette pulled him back from his thought, and he continued the briquette, which was his favorite meal. At this time, he was very happy and was flying in circles around Mewfeng. Looks like the sprite cube you made doesn't taste bad. Du did not know when he had returned here with a large bag of things, looked at the briquettes beside Mewfeng, and sighed in admiration. What is this in your hand? Oh, the inverscale cube made exclusively exclusively for me by an old friend. Fairy waved his hand and explained. When I came to the dark gray market this time, I was in a hurry. I didn't bring my previous reserve, so I just ordered cube for my old friend who came here for Kuailong. This way, I know. Mewfeng also secretly thought that this was the case, but he had no doubt. Is there a custom-made energy cube for a person? But Du didn't want to say it clearly, so he didn't ask. Mr. Du said just now that he has something to talk to me about. What is it? Du looked around and saw that there was no one around, so he lowered his voice and said, as the king of the Guandu area, I actually came here for the dark gray market and the black market. Recently, the alliance seems to have taken the wrong medicine, and suddenly it has started to crack down on criminal gangs everywhere, such as the rockets in the Kanto area. This is a good thing, but not all those in the power are vegetarians, and it is very likely that they will bottom out under this pressure, and instead will act more rampantly than before. As a rookie trainer, you also bring a rare glitter ghost. You must protect yourself. After he finished speaking, he smiled and handed over a business card. It has my Pokédex communication number on it. You can call me if you are in danger. Of course, you can also ask me questions about cultivating elves and fighting. What Mewfeng said to this series of words was really a little stunned. Why does this Kanto region champion feel that he is inexplicably good too much? In fact, Du also does not only have the heart of love for talent, but as the champion of the dragon type, there is some disagreement between him and the ice type King Kenna. The strength level of the two is actually similar, but Kona has the attribute advantage. The latter is often shriveled for this reason. The relationship between the two is very strange, like a bad friend, which is why Du Ping called Kona Miss Lingbing. Now seeing a rookie like Mewfeng make Kenna so uncomfortable, and hearing that this little guy can't go away after the exhibition game, it arouses Du's interest even more. A combination of multiple factors led him to treat Mewfeng like this. Naturally, Mewfeng couldn't figure out these things clearly. He had already started to think about whether Du was instructed by Kona to monitor him, but he thought about it. He was the champion of the Kanto area anyway, so he was taking advantage of it anyway, so he simply accepted the business card handed over and thanked him. That's it. Things are done. The two were also ready to leave, and walked out of the Energy Cube Association together. Drip. The communicator on Du's chest suddenly rang, and he immediately removed the communicator and moved it to his ear. His face became more and more solemn. I have to go first and take my word for it. Quick dragon, take me to block 49. Emergency. A white light flashed from the Pokeball around his waist, and a fast dragon appeared in front of Mewfeng's eyes. Boom. Du seems to have received some important news, and he flew into the air instantly from Mewfeng's eyes on his own fast dragon. The speed was so fast that it even set off a wave of air. The next moment, Kuailong disappeared. What happened? Mewfeng frowned. Du seemed to have mentioned that he came here for the black market. Could it be related to this matter? He shook his head. Since he was the king of the Guandu area, he didn't have to worry about it. Open black lens bracket ding. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket random task trigger. Close black lens bracket. The sound of the system sounded at this moment, causing Mewfeng's forward step to freeze directly. Again. Start again. Right. Chapter 45_crisis. Open black lens bracket crisis of S-class mission crossing close black lens bracket. Task description. Guaranteed to survive this assassination. There is no evaluation level for this task. The task reward is a bottle of anti-scale medicine, a random mega stone. Another inexplicable task. After Mewfeng watched it, he felt that his whole person was not well. Assassination. Assassinate the king of the Kanto region. What kind of terrifying combat power does the opponent have? Mewfeng didn't even dare to think about it, but seeing this quest reward, he still sighed helplessly. Forget it. Let go. The briquette. It is estimated that there will be a fierce battle in a while. You hide and don't make a sound. Excuse. Although the briquettes were also confused by Mewfeng's sudden word, he obediently agreed. Pokédex. Start navigation. Destination block 49. Quote. Information entered. Searching for destination and planning route. Users are requested to go straight ahead for 500 meters along the street, and then turn left. Mewfeng held the illustrated book, backed his bag and started running on the street according to the guidance of the navigation. On the other side, Du Zheng was standing on an open space in the square, commanding his fast dragons to fight. The unrelated people around have been evacuated, and most of them have evacuated far away, for fear of being involved in this battle. At this moment, standing across from Du is the person in charge of the black market who escaped from Miss Junsha before. At this moment, the black robe on his body has been shattered, and his mask face is also revealed. He is a forehead, a man with thin eyebrows with a scar. His body is a little thin. Meng Hong, give up your resistance. You are not my opponent. With this look on his face, he looked at the other party calmly and softly persuaded him to surrender. Whether I am your opponent or not can only be known after a fight. I have heard that the Heavenly King and Yulong's lineage in the Guandu area are very powerful, but today I want to see how powerful you are. There was a look of disdain on Meng Hong's face, and he shouted arrogantly. The elf standing standing in front of him was a Boscodora, who obviously had the disadvantage in the first collision with the fast dragon, but still roared and provoked the fast dragon to frown. He always felt something was wrong with the other party's attitude. He had just received a communication call from the local law enforcer of the Alliance, informing him that the chief in charge of the dark gray market black market had been discovered by the people who set up the gate, and the other party was sending elves after repelling the law enforcement officers. Some strange people ran towards the central square of the dark gray city. Now that the other party is so provocative, it makes him feel a little strange. Boscodora, don't throw in the towel, rush up and use a million-ton punch. But the other party has continued to issue battle orders at this moment, and didn't have the heart to think so much, so he could only concentrate on the battle. Quick dragon, we also fight back with a million-ton boxing. Boom, roar. The right fists of the two giant elves were flashing with dazzling light, and they collided in an instant, producing huge fluctuation. Huailong was unscathed, while Dr. K-Dora was at a disadvantage. In this collision, Huailong's strength was eaten, and he couldn't help but take a few steps back. Since the battle is unavoidable, let's make a quick decision. From these two battles, it can be judged that the opponent's Boscodora is not the opponent of Huailong. Quick dragon, chase after the victory, rush up and use the absorption punch on him. Boom. The fast dragon subtly unloaded the force of the recoil, flapped its wings and flew forward. The top of the fist condensed the brown-red flashing moment, and reached the front of the retreating Boscodora. Boscodora's cumbersome body could not dodge the fast dragon's attack at all, and even before he could react in a hurry, he was directly hit by the fast dragon's absorption punch. Even the super high physical defense attribute is not enough for him to resist the quadruple effect from the king-level fast dragon. Boscodora was directly knocked to the ground by a heavy punch, and thick dust was raised after the ground was hit. Du knew what to do. This blow, the opponent will inevitably lose the ability to act. He breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. The strength of the other party was nothing more than that, and the provocative move that seemed to him now might just be a corner. Sure enough, as the smoke dissipated, Boscodora had fallen to the ground and lost her ability to fight. But Meng Hong's expression was not right. It stands to reason that his expression at this time should be very frightened, but the other party just looked a little ugly. What Du didn't know was the real meaning behind Meng Hong's fate. After throwing the smoke bomb last night, he actually hid in the secret door in the dead end, escaped the underground black market along the secret passage, and quietly waited for the opportunity to escape from Nibby City. But he found that the law enforcement officers of the Alliance had already set up a net at every exit of the city, and he had no way to escape smoothly at all. Just when he was a little desperate, a mysterious person found him through a communicator and told him that if he found a way to divert him to the center of the square to fight, he would definitely keep him safe. Desperately, he could only accept the other party's opinion, so there is this scene. This Boscodora is his strongest ace elf, and his strength has reached the level of a quasi-celestial king, but he is vulnerable in front of the fast dragon crossing. He had long expected that he would lose in the battle, and the reason for his ugly face was that the deal that the mysterious person had made with him had not been fulfilled. Did he lie to me? Meng Hong was ready to give up, but out of the corner of his eyes he caught a dark shadow falling rapidly from the sky. Coming. Fast dragon, watch out for the top. But at the most critical moment, a voice sounded from the group of Union law enforcement officers on guard around the square. This reminder made Meng Hong's heart tremble. Broken. Huailong, who had a feeling in his heart, was shouted at this, and looked up subconsciously, only to find that a terrifying icicle was falling from the air, coming straight at him, and the cold air from that huge icicle froze the surrounding air and wind, so there was almost no sound. Huailong didn't hesitate, dashed forward in an instant, and narrowly missed this huge ice cone. The moment the huge ice cone fell to the ground, the entire square was filled with gray and cold air, and the fragments of the ice cone were scattered all over the ground, covering all the huge potholes on the ground. Du felt the cold aura coming from his face, such a terrifying power that he had only seen from the main elf in Kona's hand. This blow is at least the level of the king, but the person who launched the attack can't be Kona, and he believes that Kona will not do this kind of thing. If so, who is the other party? He raised his head and looked into the air, and sure enough he found the target he was looking for. Tis bad thing. At this moment, there is an ice ghost guard floating 10 meters above the square, and it is this ice ghost guard who launched an attack on the fast dragon, and on top of his head stood a woman. Chapter 46 _ A moment of life and death. I will come back after dinner to update the leftovers. The ice ghost protector slowly fell from the air, hovering opposite the fast dragon who kept vigilant in his eyes. The woman had long snow-white hair, was wearing a white dress, and wore a strange red mask on her face, which was engraved with complex lines and strange patterns. She landed directly on the ground with one jump. Her voice was cold and sharp, and she said to Duhan, the champion of the Guandu region, Yulongdu. Long time. After Du confirmed that the powerful aura around the ice ghost protector had indeed reached the heavenly king level, it was even more difficult to stretch his tightly frowning brow. His current current situation is very bad. Due to the sudden departure of this time, the other main elf stayed on the Dragon Island for cultivation, and he only brought his own ace fast dragon. The other party is obviously prepared, and the ice-type elves will put the fast dragon at a disadvantage in terms of attribute. Although the fast dragon is not afraid of ordinary ice-type opponent, and can even deal with some ice-type elves who have just entered the Heavenly King, the aura emanating from the body of this ice ghost has given up and is a little uncertain. This is obviously a mid-level ice ghost guardian with the same strength as Kuailong. He didn't take the woman's word. On the contrary, he raised his own doubt. Who are you? Oh, does this matter? The woman did not answer the question when she heard the word, but suddenly released another elf. It's a snow fairy. Du can now be sure that the other party is coming for him, and this snow demon girl also has the strength of a quasi-king. Now I only have one fast dragon to fight against the enemy, but it is easy to say against any of the other spirit, but it is hard to say if you fight against these two at the same time. Cold sweat has slipped down his forehead, and the current situation is very dangerous for him. The fast dragon also took a few steps back and put Duhu behind him. His eyes locked on the opponent's two elves. Snow maiden, let the snow fall. Woo tilde. The woman slowly opened her mouth to give orders, and the next moment, the snow demon girl flashed a white light and flew straight into the sky. The sky above the square area instantly became gloomy, and at the same time as the air plummeted, countless snowflakes began to fall in the air. Fast dragon, dragon's wrath, target the ice ghost guardian. Boom. Du faced two elves, but was not ready to run away immediately. The champion's self-esteem made him want to fight even in this situation. The snow demon girl seems to be only at the level of a quasi-celestial king, and the threat to the fast dragon is not great. What really needs to be dealt with is the ice ghost guardian with extremely terrifying offensive method. When Kuailong heard the word, a blue energy ball condensed in his mouth and immediately turned into two sharp rays of light in the shape of a dragon, heading straight for the ice ghost guard. The woman was not in a hurry, clapped her hands lightly, and ordered, hold on. With the activation of the skill, the ice ghost guard was covered with a green protective cover, which directly offset the attack of the fast dragon. Snow maiden, freeze the light. The woman's order was extremely fast, but her tone was incomparably flat, which made Du feel even more annoyed. How can two elves fight one? But in such a life and death duel, there really are no rules at all. Fast dragon, fly forward and dodge. Use fire fist on frozen. Boom. Hearing the word, Kuailong immediately spread out his wings and flew rapidly. The snow demon girl's freezing light had already shot out, but it could only hit the afterimage of Kuailong for a second, freezing the ground in the square into ice cube. At the same time, Kuailong's right fist was burning with fiery flame, aiming directly at the opponent's ice ghost guardian. But at this moment, the woman also ordered, ice ghost guardian, absolute zero. Ghost. Under the blessing of the hail weather, the air around the ice ghost protector was directly reduced to a limit point, and the flame fist that Kuailong was about to hit disappeared directly into the invisible, which made the secret path in Dudu's heart work. Quick dragon, come back first. Absolute zero can reduce the temperature of ice ghost protector's body to the extreme, but it does not last for a long time. This skill consumes a lot, and the opponent must not be able to use it repeatedly in a short time. As long as the skill is over, and then use the fast dragon's high-speed advantage to directly kill the ice ghost guardian, there will be no suspense in this battle. But the two life-saving trump cards of ice ghost protector have already been used, so how could Kuailong be able to retreat so easily? Freeze him. Snow maiden, be careful. Fast dragon. With Du's command, Kuailong had already started to dodge the freezing light that the snow demon girl shot again, but the temperature of the air made his wings start to become a little stiff, and the slow movement made Kuailong dodge a few times and still be hit by the freezing light. End him. Frozen. As the woman's voice fell, a giant ice cone quickly fell again on the top of the head of the fast dragon who was being hit by the freezing light. Fast dragon, use the most powerful flame fist directly upward. Watanagi saw that Kuailong had no time to dodge, so he ordered immediately. Boom. Kuailong simply stopped trying to break free from the frozen place under his feet. His fists were burning with raging flame, and they collided directly with the falling ice cones in the sky. The huge impact swept the entire field in an instant, and the burning flame melted most of the ice cone. The huge force of the fast dragon also directly offset the falling force of the entire ice cone. In the roar of the fast dragon, the white steam caused by evaporating water spread all over the venue, and the ice sticks were scattered all over the place, directly turning into pieces. Quick dragon, cheer up, and use speed to fight against Yan at the ice ghost protector. Du's eyes were sharp, and he knew that the most critical moment had come. Kuailong also seemed to feel Du's emotion, forcibly flashing the already stiff wings behind him, and bursting out at an extremely fast speed in an instant. This ace fast dragon of crossing is known for its terrifying speed and tyrannical body. The ice ghost guardian's absolute zero time has passed, and before he could react, he was slammed into by the silver flash-like fast dragon with the ghost. Ice ghost protector Kai Pain let out a painful cry, and the snow demon girl was also hit directly and slammed into the air by the fast dragon's reversal impact. But the woman let out a chuckle, as if she had expected such a scene. Hey, worthy of being the champion of the fast dragon. He didn't lose the slightest in a 1-2. But it's not a standard fight. The opponent's No Demon Girl has lost her fighting ability, and Ice Ghost Protector has no life-saving trump card and was hit hard. Now she has a great chance of winning. Why can this woman say such a thing? There was a strange sense of unease suddenly surged in Du's heart. Suddenly, if he noticed something, he looked towards the top of his head. An ice cone bigger than just now was falling straight towards him at an extreme speed, and it was too late to dodge. The other party never thought of defeating the fast dragon from the beginning, but has been preparing to kill Du directly. When Kuailong used Divine Speed and Yananti to approach the Ice Ghost Guardian, the ultimate move really emerged. Seeing this, Kuailong, who had just finished the reaction between Divine Speed and Yan, roared and flew back towards Du quickly. But it's too late. The ice pick is about to penetrate Wataru's body. But in this moment of life and death, the mutation is alive. Chapter 47 Not the end. Chunglong, Iron Shell, Water Cannon, Fire Cannon, with a female voice shouting. The whole piece of ice cone that was falling straight towards Du was directly repelled by the giant water droplets mixed with silver photoelectricity, and when it shifted a large distance back, it fell heavily behind Du. Kuailong had already arrived at this time, and spread his wings to protect Du in it, blocking the splashing ice slag. At this critical moment, Du actually welcomed his friendly army. A statue was hovering in the air, and the one sitting on it was the Ice King, Kona. Why is it so lively? That's not good. The woman standing behind the Ice Ghost bodyguard whispered softly, seemingly unwilling. But since he has missed the best opportunity to assassinate, there is no need to continue wasting time here. Ice Ghost Guardian, let go. She used the elf ball to take back the Snow Demon Girl, stood on the body of the Ice Ghost Guard again, and floated straight towards the sky. Don't try to escape. Kona was furious when he saw this. How could this allow the other party to escape at will? But he was about to give an order when the snowflakes and hailstones scattered in the air suddenly began to violently increase, and all of a sudden the white snow curtain blocked everyone's sight. BB Bird was also affected by the turbulent airflow and could only land slowly. When everything returned to normal, the woman and the Ice Ghost Guardian had disappeared. Forget it. Don't chase anymore. At this time, Du's heartbeat was still a little difficult to calm down. He walked out from under the wings of the fast dragon and looked at the direction in the sky where the woman was leaving. Kona jumped off BB and rushed up angrily and punched Du in the chest. It's easy for you to say. You don't know how dangerous the situation was just now. If I were one step later, you would now be lying under this pile of ice gum. Du was hit by this punch and took 2 steps back. Knowing that the other party also cared about him, he could only laugh bitterly. Well, this time is special. I won't go out with only Kuailong next time. But that woman just now actually came with the mentality of killing me. Who is she? His face was a little gloomy. In the previous battle with Team Rocket Cadre, he had not seen the behavior of directly attacking the trainer over the elf, but this time the opponent did a great job of concealing his intention. If it wasn't for the reminder and Kona's arrival in time, I'm afraid I'd already be a corpse under the ice pick. The champion of the Guandu region was almost wiped out directly and silently like this. He was a little unhappy, and suddenly thought of a question. Why did the reminder just now feel a little familiar? And shouldn't Kona continue to prepare for the next day's lecture in Evergreen City? Why does it appear in the dark gray market at this point in time? Ms. Bingbing, by the way, why did you happen to be here? I saved your life just now. Long and the lifeless Mr. Hanhan. Kona gave him an angry look, but didn't answer his question directly, just motioned Du with his chin to look to the left. If you want to know the reason, just ask this guy, don't you know? Du looked in the direction she indicated, and found that a young boy with a blue ghost on his head was standing beside him at the moment, and he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Mew Feng. Well, it's me. The reminder just now. Was it you who called? Du is really a little surprised now. No wonder that voice always feels a little familiar to him. It turned out to be Mew Feng who he just said goodbye to. When Mew Feng arrived at the square a few minutes ago, he just saw the huge ice cone hanging above Kuailong's head and was about to fall, so he quickly reminded Kuailong. Before he came, he even made a communication call to Kona directly, informing him that there would be danger in the next crossing, and he would let Bidiao go to the fastest speed to take Kona from Chengqing City to Dark Gray Market. So there was the scene where Kona rescued Xiadu just now at the critical moment. Not only did he remind me that he called, but he also called Bidiao to take me over. Kona frowned and added, intentionally or not, I was still sleeping, but when I heard that you were in danger, I rushed over to save you without wearing makeup. Thanks for catching up. Don't you thank others for Zhaofeng? Do you hear it? Is that so? How could Mew Feng know that he would face such a person? But no matter what, Mew Feng really saved his life. Whether Kuailong was directly hit by an ice pick, or he didn't come to rescue him in time just in the situation he was in, he probably would have been out of luck. Thank you for your kindness. I owe you my life. Mew Feng. Du looked serious and thanked Mew Feng. No thanks, as it should be. Mewfeng also responded with a smile, but his heart was still a little shocked at this moment. This emotion has been generated since he rushed to the battlefield, and it has not dissipated for a long time at this moment. What I saw in the battle just now was, strictly speaking, the first time I witnessed the battle between Heavenly King level characters with my own eye. Whether it was the mysterious woman's Ice Ghost Guard's ability to manipulate ice and snow, or the extreme speed and physical strength of the fast dragon crossing, he clearly felt the gap between himself and the group of people standing at the top of the trainer. Moreover, even if he used the eye of reconnaissance, he could only see the level information of the elves on both sides, and all the other information was never real. This is the first time that his investigative eye has encountered such a situation. The fast dragon crossing has reached 7 asterisk. The level of the Ice Ghost Guardian is slightly lost, but it is also as high as level 72. As for the Snow Demon Girl, it was a little worse, reaching level 65, but it was a very exaggerated level for Mewfeng. However, the vicious thoughts of that mysterious woman really made Mewfeng look a little angry. Not only did he send 2 elves to fight 1 elf, but he even planned to attack the trainer directly. He now has a new understanding of the life and death duel between trainers in this world. In the future, he must conquer an elf who can only protect the trainer. Kona didn't say anything more, and his face was also a little solemn. As the Ice King, she can clearly feel that the Ice Ghost Guard's ability to control ice attribute energy just now is not under his trump card. What the hell is that woman? It can only be reported to the Alliance for them to check. After all, Liendu is also ignorant. You've been taking care of yourself lately. I'm back. Wat nodded and watched Kona leave in a ride on Bidiao. Bidiao had to send her back to Chengqing City. Don't mention it to others this time. Remember, he instructed Mewfeng to pick up Meng Hong, who was stunned by the shockwave and passed out during the battle, and took the fast dragon to fly away from here. Mewfeng also smiled sadly, raised his head and looked at the briquettes above his head. The briquette, the battle just now, is our goal now, but that's not our end. EPUB. Hearing the word, the briquettes responded excitedly, flew to Mewfeng and licked his face again. Mewfeng was surprised to find that he did not feel paralyzed. Is this the generation of antibody immunity? But when the familiar feeling came in the next moment, he realized that it was because he had become dull to this feeling. The crisis of crossing and the black market incident in the Evergreen Market have come to an end, but this is only the beginning of a chain of events. Chapter 48 _ You don't lose early. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The crisis of crossing. The anti-scale medicine has been put into the host elf backpack. Should I immediately extract the Mega Evolution Stone? Close black lens bracket. Mewfeng sat on a wooden bench with briquettes on the street, quietly listening to the sound of the system in his head. For this Mega Evolution Stone, he naturally reported great expectation. At present, the 2 elves in hand can carry out Mega Evolution. Whether it is a Super Gengar or any of the 2 evolutionary forms of the fire-breathing dragon, they are all extremely powerful combat power. Although these 2 elves are still in the first stage of the evolution chain, and another item is needed for Mega Evolution, a keystone, but he believes that in the near future, he will be able to achieve this. Mega Evolution, also known as Super Evolution, is a short-term special evolution that trainers use to activate their own corresponding Super Evolution through fetters and the keystone they carry. It can greatly improve the elf combat power while changing the form of the elf. Therefore, Mewfeng's emotions in his heart are still quite excited now. Extract, he silently said in his heart. Open black lens bracket. Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting Crack Eye Sitting Evolution Stone Act 1. It has been put into the system backpack. Close black lens bracket. Mewfeng listened to the prompt sound of the system, and for a while he didn't know what to say. The Rifeet can indeed evolve into a Super Rifeet with extremely strong combat power through the Super Evolution Stone, and has powerful attributes and a very outrageous feature, Delta Airflow. But in my current situation, it seems that I can't use it at all. Not to mention the cracking sky. Even Cheomung is still wandering around outside without a trace. I don't know when I will be able to capture a divine beast. Mewfeng couldn't help but have a headache, so he simply ignored this Super Evolution Stone. The more he looked at it, the more annoying it became. Let's see the effect of this anti-scale medicine first. Mewfeng muttered to himself, and clicked on the information introduction panel of the anti-scale medicine. Inverse scale medicine, A-level consumable. It can be used on any champion level and below elf. Using it will double all attributes of the elves within 10 minutes, but after the time expires, it will enter a 24-hour weakening time, and all attributes will be halved. Mewfeng's eyes lit up. Although this potion seems to have very strong side effect, it is actually a trump card that can play a miraculous role in key battle. If the fast dragon that just crossed took this bottle of medicine, I am afraid there would not be so many things behind. The double attribute is equivalent to directly crushing the opponent's elf. Thinking of this, Mewfeng couldn't help but recall the mysterious woman who assassinated Du at that time. He frowned. That guy couldn't see his face place with the mask at all, and in his memory there had never been such a character who used the ice ghost guard in the original work. Who is this guy? Forget it, don't think about it, just thinking about it is probably useless. He shook his head and did not ponder further on this issue. According to the agreement between himself and Kona, after sending off Kona, Bidiao would bring the flight order prepared by Kona all the way back here to find himself. Rest in peace and wait for the carving. But the lack of illustrations in his bag rang at this moment, dispelling his thought. He got up and took out the picture book from his waist pocket, unscrewed the screen, and wondered who would call him at this time. It turned out to be Kona. On the screen, Kona seemed to have returned to his hotel room in the dark gray city, staring at Mewfang. Zhaofang, thanks to you this time. That guy Du is really big-hearted. He actually only brought one elf with him. Let's not talk about it. I have already put a flight order around his neck for your eagle to go back to find you. Remember to give it back to me next time we meet. She smiled, seemed to think of something, and added, are you going to attend the core conference in the future? Come on, I'll be waiting for you in the Hall of Champion, but don't lose halfway. Mewfang originally wanted to respond, but Kena directly hung up the call. Mewfang still didn't react to this woman call, just to remind herself, and in the end he didn't even have a chance to speak. What does that mean? Never mind. He was too lazy to think about it. He leaned back on the back of the chair and closed his eyes, quietly waiting for Bidiao to come back. At the same time, in a hotel in Evergreen City, Kona was sitting in front of the vanity mirror, combing his head. Just now, she did deliberately hang up the phone directly and did not give Mewfang a chance to speak. And the meaning of the sentence added at the end is also very clear. If you can't even get the first place in the core conference, then I am so disappointed in you. Although Kona believes that this little guy may really win the first place in the core conference in the future and come to challenge the 4 heavenly kings, she also thinks that it cannot be this year. Because cultivating elves and gradually becoming stronger is a long process. It took nearly 20 years for me to grow from a rookie trainer to the present. Little guy, you are still far away. Tilda. Looking at herself in the mirror, she suddenly smiled proudly, and then she seemed to think of something, and her expression returned to awe. It's not a good sign that Du was assassinated this time, but the mysterious woman who also had the power of the King of Heaven did not leave any identity information. She turned her head and looked at the sky outside the window, lost for a while. Bidiao flew over the city and accurately captured Mewfang, who was sitting on the roadside resting. He dived all the way down and stopped beside Mewfang. Compare. You're back. It's hard work. Let's have something to eat. It was already around 10 o'clock in the morning, and Bidiao flew back and forth twice, which was physically exhausting. Mewfang also opened his backpack and prepared to give him something to eat. As a result, as soon as the briquettes heard the word eat, they jumped down from the top of Mewfang's head, picked up his energy cube and started to eat. Eat slowly, no one is robbing you. Mewfang couldn't help smiling as he looked at the reincarnation of a briquette starving ghost. The briquette didn't answer, but ate with their heads sullen. Compared with the eagle, he is much more elegant. He just slowly lowered his head and slowly ate the elf food in front of him with his beak, as if he would savor it for a while. In that case, come out and eat something too. Mewfang simply released the little fire dragon, and put the fire block that he had just prepared in the energy cube association in front of the little fire dragon. But this guy seemed to be very resistant, and it took a long time to taste a small piece with a sullen face. Then he fell. How can this guy eat more exaggerated than briquette? Mewfang looked at the little fire dragon who was about to bury his entire face in the bowl and covered his face. Chapter 49 _ What is the situation? The little fire dragon has never eaten such delicious food since it was born, so naturally it showed it without restraint. But when he devoured the entire energy cube, he raised his head and looked at Mewfang, but his expression was still full of alertness and vigilance. This human must be tempting me with delicious food, and I can't be paralyzed by this kind of thing. This guy is really... Mewfang is ashamed. Just eat something. What are you doing with so much drama? He didn't notice the deep desire in Bidiao's eyes, who was eating his spirit food. Why can this human elf eat that kind of block that exudes an attractive fragrance, and he can only eat this elf ration that is already tired of eating? But after thinking about it, after all, he is not the elf that human beings subdued, and he didn't say it, just silently shed tears in his heart. The 3 elves had already eaten their food, so Mewfang took the other 2 elves back into the Pokeball. It was time to give them lunch in advance. As for myself, I already ate something casually at the restaurant in the Elf Center in the morning, and it's not too late to talk about lunch when I arrive at Wallen City in the afternoon. Come on, Briquette. Next, he plans to bring Briquette to find a nearby place with wild elf to brush. No, it's raining. By the way, let's study what's going on with the little fire dragon. A little fire dragon that doesn't use the flames in his body is really weird. The briquettes also floated back to Mewfang's head leisurely, and squinted contentedly. 1 person and 1 elf walked along the street towards the periphery of the dark gray city. This area looked very strange. The sky is black, there are no cloud, and there is no sun or moon. But above this base there was a strange black-purple spot of light floating, and some dull light barely illuminated the scene of the earth. An ice ghost guard slowly landed from the air and stayed on the ground. Immediately afterward, a woman jumped off the ice ghost guard and fell to the ground, standing on this barren and withered land. She is the mysterious woman who assassinated Du. Back in the darkness opposite her, an elegant male voice sounded, asking softly, "Yes." The woman seemed to be in a bad mood and walked towards the black mist step by step. "How's the situation?" Failed. The female voice's voice was cold and serious, without any fluctuation. "It doesn't matter. We still have time." The male voice seemed to be comforting. "When those beings come, the end is doomed." Another old female voice rang out from the black mist, and the voice was empty and strained. The woman didn't say anything, just stepped into the black mist step by step. Calm returned to the whole space. "Strive to find the fire energy in your body and learn to control it. You should be able to feel the flames in your tail. Just like this way of releasing fire energy, just condense and release him from your mouth." Beside a lake on the outskirts of the dark gray city, Mewtwo is patiently guiding the little fire dragon to control his flame ability. In fact, he had no clue about this kind of thing. In his conjecture, the use of skills by elves was the use of attribute energy in his body, so he wanted the little fire dragon to control the flame by feeling the energy in his body. Although Xiao Huolong is vigilant against Mewtwo, in the current training, he is honestly following Mewtwo's request, closing his eyes and feeling the flame in his body. "In fact, I was able to use fire skills before, but the power was not wrong." After being rescued by this human that day, Xiao Huolong always felt that the flames in his body became a little weird. He felt like there was an endless fire burning in his body, and his body's recovery speed exceeded his expectation. Although some dark wounds on his body are still aching, but it is estimated that it will not be long. He didn't know that it was the blessing of the inextinguishable flame on his body that caused such a situation, and Mewtwo also didn't know that it was because the inextinguishable flame was too powerful for the little fire dragon to control, which caused the little fire dragon to fail to use the skill. He simply thought that the little fire dragon would not use fire skill. Fire. The little fire dragon tried hard to sense it, as if he had found something. There seemed to be a particularly violent flame element in his abdomen, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't mobilize this powerful energy. "Don't worry, take your time, just try more," Mewtwo comforted and said, leaning against the tree and watching the little fire dragon trying to control his flame. He was also somewhat relieved. Although this little guy is a little wary of humans, he seems to have a lot of obsession with becoming stronger. The little fire dragon is very uncomfortable now. The energy in his body is so huge that he can clearly feel it but can't use it. It really made him helpless. If you feel the energy, then try to mobilize him little by little. Don't be too greedy as soon as it comes up. Just practice slowly. Although Mewtwo didn't know exactly where the problem was, there should be no major problems with this method. A small fire dragon with an inextinguishable flame in its body cannot possibly lack fire energy, so it is natural that his own energy control is not in place. The briquettes had already been sent out by himself to find the surrounding elves to discuss, so Mewtwo was relatively relieved. After all, after some observation, he found that the level of the nearby elves is generally not too high, and they are basically around level 15 to 20, and they are all relatively common wild elves such as Little Lotta or BB Bird. Briquettes should be able to handle it. As for this learning, it may not be very friendly to wild Pokemon. Mewtwo smiled bitterly in his heart. There is no way. It needs to be upgraded. However, it is not a solution to let the briquettes harm the wild elves every day. This is not only bad for the wild elf, but also a little troublesome for Mewtwo. Whether you have to investigate the surrounding situation in the field, or you are worried that you will encounter a spirit that the briquette can't beat, it is the disadvantage of leveling in the field like this. Although most of the elves in this world will not take the initiative to attack, but Mewtwo will inevitably encounter an active attack one day. He is not a super real newcomer, Xiaoji. If he is directly happily sent away by some elf, then where can he justify it? Moreover, the wild elves are wild after all, and the level will be far behind those cultivated by the trainer. I still have to find a chance to play against the trainer. Mewtwo thought helplessly while watching Xiao Huolong holding his cheeks and trying to breathe fire. But the next moment, the earth suddenly began to vibrate loudly. Huh, what the matter? Mewtwo supported the tree trunk beside him so he didn't fall down. He frowned. Is this an earthquake? Chapter 50_free experience pack. Even the little fire dragon on the side stopped his movement, watching the swaying woods vigilantly. Mewtwo was wondering when he felt that the vibration was getting stronger and stronger, and the trees in the forest in front of him began to shake. The source of the earthquake is constantly approaching. EPUB. The familiar voice sounded, and the briquette came out directly from behind the two trees and hid in Mewtwo's arm. Ballet. What the matter? Mewtwo was puzzled, so he lowered his head and asked. The next moment, the feeling of the vibration had reached its extreme, and the trees in front were also violently destroyed, and it was directly cut off from from the middle. The first choice to enter Mewfang's eyes is a King Nido. Dozens of Nido queens followed behind. The vibration and movement just now were caused by their running. King Nido even interrupted the tree that was blocking him with a heavy blow in the middle, and took Nido to surround Mewfang. Mewfang secretly thought that something was wrong, put the briquettes back on top of his head, and secretly checked the level of these elves with a scout guide. The level of those Nido queens seems to be around level 27, but this King Nido is as high as level 35. Although according to the level of strength divided by the system, even that King Nido's combat power is only average, but he can't stand the crowd. Faced with this situation, Mewfang was ready to find out by Diao and run away. Why did these elves suddenly appear here, besieging him like crazy, and staring at him with hostile eyes? He obviously didn't do anything, but soon, Mewfang discovered the problem. No, the other party is not staring at himself, but the briquettes above his head. Combined with the fact that he just let the briquette go to find the wild elves to fight again, he immediately wanted to understand why the other party surrounded him like this. Briquette, don't you beat his son? He raised his head and asked. As a result, the briquettes really nodded. Overcall. He just saw a little blue guy eating a tree fruit in the forest, and he went up to challenge without thinking. Moreover, the briquettes also spoke of Wood and chose a head-to-head confrontation. The little guy saw that he was going to fight and also took the initiative to attack. The result is also obvious. From the beginning to the end, the Nidolang didn't even touch the briquette, and was directly overturned by the curse of the briquette. The briquette didn't care too much, and immediately set off to find the next opponent. But after a while, a furious Nido king brought Nido's queens to the door, chasing and killing the briquettes all the way, and the briquettes had no choice but to run back to find Mewfang. Hence the present situation. Mewfang also guessed 7, 8, and immediately made a judgment in his heart. It was the briquette's fault in this matter, but he couldn't just sit back and wait for the other party to be so aggressive and call a group of people to surround him. That King Nido over there dare to have a one-on-one battle. If I lose, as a briquette trainer, I'm at your disposal. If I win, you should retreat with the Nidos. King Nido saw that the human took the initiative to take a step forward, and immediately roared, signaling the surrounding Nido to take a step back. Neo, he is the leader of this small group. How could he not accept the provocative invitation of human beings to fight? From the day he became the king of Nido until now, he did not know how many competitors and other groups he had defeated before he led the group of Nidos and occupied this forest. Now that his son has been bullied by this human spirit, can he tolerate it? Following his roar, those Nido queens took a step back wisely and looked at King Nido with admiration in their eyes, which made the latter feel more confident. Neo, he stood opposite Mewfang, looking arrogantly, waiting for the opponent to send elves for a duel. Seeing this, Mewfang's face was expressionless, but he was still a little happy. Although this King Nido is of a higher rank, he is sure that he can let the briquette grind it to death, otherwise he would have released video and ran away with the briquettes and the little fire dragon. Such a high-level experience package is delivered to your door, how can you not? In that case, briquette, come on. EPUB. The briquette flew to the opposite side of King Nido, and the battle was about to start. With a burst of cheers and encouragement after Nido, King Nido stood where he was and looked at the opponent's briquettes with contempt. He looked down on this little elf and chose to wait for the opponent to attack first. Naturally, Mewfang would not be polite to him, and directly ordered, briquette, strange rays of light. EPUB. At this stage, the briquette attack methods are still relatively few. In countless battles with wild elves, he has been accustomed to using control skills and curses to weaken the opponent first, while waiting for the opportunity to avoid the opponent's attack and then take the opportunity to give the opponent a fatal blow. Hit. Wild elves rarely adopt combat strategies, and are often direct confrontations between attacks. Without the command of a trainer, it is difficult for these elves to exert their combat effectiveness. This is also the reason why Mewfang is confident in commanding the briquette to defeat the King Nido, who is only slightly stronger than the briquette. Following Mewfang's order, the strange light condensed in front of the briquettes immediately shot out. After using the skill for many times, the briquettes were already familiar with the activation of this skill, and the speed of making moves was at least 30% faster than at the beginning. King Nido had never seen such an attack. He just thought that his strong body would definitely be able to take over this skill. Not only did he not evade, but he raised his chest and waited for the attack. Niho. In the cheers after Nido, the strange light hit King Nido directly, and King Nido didn't seem to be hurt much, but Mewfang has already started to sigh in his heart. The fighting quality of this wild elf is too poor. How can he directly face control skill? In fact, King Nido also avoids some attack skills in normal battles, but he really looked down on this weak ghost in front of him, thinking that the opponent's attack must not cause much damage to himself. After King Nido found out that he had not suffered any harm, he raised his head to the sky for a long time. Then, the top corner of his head lit up with a white sparkle, and he rushed towards the briquette. Then, under the watchful eyes of Mewfang, Queen Nido and the other elf present, he suddenly turned a corner in the process of rushing forward and bumped into a tree beside him. Tut! The loud sound echoed at the moment. How could the tree withstand such an attack? It was completely disconnected from the place where it was hit, and when it fell to the ground, a few frightened waves flew from the branches. In the chaotic state of strange light, very few elves can continue to use their skills to accurately attack their opponent. Briquette, go on. Curse. EPUB. Chapter 51 No morality and no rule. The briquettes are now casting the curse very fast. In an instant, the purple mist wrapped around King Nito's body and dissipated, and a skull pattern representing the curse effect appeared on the top of his head. But this time, the movement of the briquette flying in the air was obviously paused, and a somewhat painful howl was emitted. Excuse me, briquette, how are you? Mewtwo was stunned for a moment. Isn't the briquette curse skill without any side effect? What he didn't know was that when the briquette cursed Kona's seal ball before, the qualifications and levels of the two elves were similar, and both were in the first evolutionary stage. Moreover, the briquettes also have a very high talent and the assistance of energy blocks so that they can cast the curse without injury. Ordinary ghosts of the same level are expected to lose most of their physical strength after casting a curse on the seal ball, but if they dare to use the curse when facing King Nito at this moment, it is estimated that they will directly exhaust their physical strength and cause great damage to themselves. The briquettes are now only a small part of their stamina drained by the curse skill, less than 20%, which is already very terrifying. EPUB. The briquettes immediately stabilized his body, and the moment he used his skill, he really felt the pain that he had not seen for a long time, and a small part of his physical strength was also taken away, but it didn't affect his neck battle in the slightest. He returned to Mewtwo energetically, proving that he had no problem, although Mewtwo was still a little worried, seeing the briquette saying that he was fine, so he did not continue to struggle. At the same time, he was once again deeply confused by the curse skill of briquette. Nito. After being cursed, King Nito had woken up from the dizziness and confusion of hitting the tree, and with a roar, he rushed towards the ghost floating in front of his eyes again. This time his hands shone with light. 8,000,000-ton boxing. This is a general skill, and the briquettes are completely immune. The attack methods that King Nito is good at are basically linked to the general and fighting type. Although he is an elf of the ground and poison type, he rarely uses the skills of these two attributes in battle. This is also one of the reasons why Mewtwo dared to challenge King Nito. Briquette. Hypnotism. Mewtwo directly did not intend to let the briquettes dodge, and ordered the briquettes to control King Nito again. EPUB. The briquette floated on the spot without dodging, and the black eyes lit up with red light, looking straight at the oncoming King Nito. Although this briquette's move is often used in normal battles, it is obviously not as many times as Strange Light, and the skill proficiency is naturally not as good as Strange Light. Although the release speed was a little slower, King Nito was already in the process of rushing forward and could not stop his body at all. So King Nito rushed forward aggressively this time, punched the phantom body that had turned into a briquette, and fell directly into a drowsiness. Queen Ni. The surrounding Nito became anxious after seeing it, and loudly called out to King Nito, trying to wake the latter. Mewtwo frowned and was a little unhappy. How could he still invite foreign aid like this? What about the 1-versus-1 real man battle? But soon he thought that he was also commanding the briquettes to fight, and it seemed that it was really unfair to King Nito. The effect of hypnotism is very good. Queen Nito's cry can't wake up King Nito, who fell into a coma, and the gray skull on his head begins to stare gradually. Mewtwo has formulated a battle plan from the very beginning, directly relying on the curse to grind King Nito alive. Even if the briquettes are affected by the special effects of the double-edged sword, it is estimated that under the advantages of King Nito's level and high attribute in the final evolution stage, there is no skill that can cause high damage to King Nito. It's better to simply seek stability and let the briquette grind the opponent to death a little bit. He also did not order, quietly waiting for the curse to take effect for the first time. Time passed slowly, and in the howl of Queen Nito, the skull on the head of King Nito was finally filled with the smoke, triggering the effect of the curse. At the same time, when a large part of his physical strength was taken away, the severe pain also awakened King Nito from his deep sleep. He roared and his eyes were full of anger. Ni Duo. Realizing that his melee attacks are difficult to hit, King Nito begins to use one of his few ranged attack skills, Poison Needle. Get up. Briquette. Flickering cold light and silver thin needles with purple bubbles spewed out of King Nito's mouth, but were directly avoided by the briquettes that had been prepared. In the ensuing battle, King Nito used a variety of different ranged attacks in an attempt to directly defeat his opponent, but Mewtwo has always maintained a calm command. In addition, King Nito is usually used to close combat, and he lacks the mastery of long-range skills, and the speed of his skills is full of flaws. Mewtwo could accurately capture the movements of King Nito, so he ordered the briquettes to dodge, and occasionally let the briquettes use control skills to harass. Finally, as time passed, King Nito was exhausted by the torture that took effect many times, and fell to the ground with an unwilling cry, losing his ability to fight. From the beginning to the end of the battle, King Nito didn't even touch the briquette. Queen Ni. The Nito queens wailed and ran forward one after another, helping King Nito, who had lost his strength, and all of them looked looked at Mewfang with gloomy and hostile eyes. Not to mention that this trainer's elf bullied the leader's son of their clan. He is still using this method to defeat King Nito in battle. The encirclement of the Nitos began to compress towards Mewfang, and the intention was obvious. Mewfang frowned upon seeing this. Are these elves planning to break their promises? Ding! Congratulations to the host for the victory of the Geese Leapfrog battle. Gaining experience 900 x 10 equals 9,000 points. Ghost level has been raised to 25. Close black lens bracket. The sound of the system sounded in Mewfang's mind at this moment, which made Mewfang feel a little relieved. After defeating Xiaoging's Xiaochuan stone before, the level of the briquettes was successfully raised to level 22. Thanks to the high experience and 10 times the experience of this King Nito, the briquettes actually rose to level 25, and Ghost will evolve into Ghostone at level 25. So what happens next is naturally reasonable. EPUB. The briquette felt that the power in the body was uncontrollably run away, and the body also began to emit brilliant colored light of evolution. Under the gaze of Nito and Mewfang, the colored light began to flicker, covering all the body of the briquettes and reshape. When the light dissipated, the original ghost had disappeared, and a brand new elf appeared in front of Mewfang. The irregular body of the ghost, with a pair of hands separated from the body, and 3 fingers suspended in front of the body. There are 3 sets of thorns protruding on both sides of the ghost-like face, which seems to be a dangling tuft of unkempt hair. The original big black eyes have been replaced by triangular white eyes with black pupils. There are a few sharp purple teeth in his mouth, and his smile is still a bit oozing. It is the evolution-shaped elf of Ghostone. A Can's word. First of all, I would like to thank the readers for their support as always. This book actually rushes to the top 10 of the new book list, which is really unexpected. It seems that you are still willing to save my poor child Thank you. When I saw someone urging me to update, the 3 chapters I wrote this afternoon will be sent first because the review takes time. You may have seen it a long time after I wrote it. I am writing the 4th update now, and I will send it out soon after. The 5th is still in the middle of the night as usual. Then talk about the content of the article. There are 2 bugs that need to be fixed. The first one is about Kona's ace elf. Some say it is an iron shell, and some say it is a dragon. This is actually not that important. It's almost the same anyway. The second is, there is no evolution stone in Kaikong. I only responded after I wrote it and sent it out. This will be modified later. Rest assured, the author will basically abide by the original setting. Finally, thank Day Hungry, the king of lust. Mohang, this is a true fan of true love, the golden ticket of the little shark fin. Although I am very grateful, it is enough for everyone to have the support of the banknote. I am already very moved. Okay, I'm going to continue coding. Chapter 52 Doubt Longsheng. Because the briquettes are glitter ghost, his body color is still different from his kin after evolution. The body of the ordinary Ghostone is purple, but the body of the briquettes is now light purple and light blue, which is really beautiful. The briquettes actually evolved at this time. While Mewfang was rejoicing, he also recited a scouting eye in his heart, intending to see the current state and attributes of the briquette. Spirit, Ghostone, Flash, Level 26, Qualification, Orange, Legendary, Evaluation, General, Attribute, Ghost Poison, Characteristic, Floating from the ground, will not be attacked by ground-based moves. Skill, Shadow Fist, Tongue Lick, Strange Light, Hypnosis, Impact, Retaliation, Curse. Misfortunes do not come singly. After the evolution of the briquette, the system's evaluation of him was finally not weak, which made Mewfang uncomfortable, and barely reached the average level. And the briquette grew both hands and learned the ghost-type physical attack skill, Shadow Fist. According to the original description of the skill in the game, this is a must-have skill. But Mewfang doesn't care about this. He has discovered that the skill effects of elves in actual battles are sometimes different from those in the original work. For example, if Ghostone punches out, can't he hide from the other side? What he cares about now is that Shadow Fist, as a ghost-type skill, is the original skill of briquette, and will receive 1.5 times the damage bonus. Under the combined effect of the double-edged sword and this bonus, the Shadow Fist damage of the briquettes will become very terrifying. At this time, the surrounding Nito had recovered from the sudden evolutionary light, and still rushed to Mewfang and the briquettes beside him, who were curiously looking at his body. Even if this ghost has evolved, they still have a numerical advantage, and there is nothing to be afraid of. Today this human being must pay the price. Queen Ni. After Nito roared and rushed forward, Mewfang immediately ordered, briquette, Shadow Fist, Silicon Tower. Following his order, purple smoke began to emit from the briquette fist, and they went straight to the front of the Nito. This Queen Nito is the most powerful Queen Nito in the group, and is also the favorite of King Nito. After seeing that King Nito was defeated, it was she who encouraged the other Nitos to contain and attack Mewfang. Roar. After seeing this, Nito was not to be outdone, and his right fist was also burning with purple poisonous gas and was ready to fight with briquette. In terms of physical collision, she has never been afraid of anyone in this forest except that King Nito, but the crushing she imagined did not appear. fire. The next second after this, Nito collided with Ghoststone's fist. The gas from the fist disappeared, and the brilliance of the briquette's shadow fist directly smashed Nito, hit upside down and fly out. Tut! A loud bang. After Nito fell to the ground on his back, the momentum of being punched by the briquettes attenuated most of them. Although she has not lost her fighting ability in the collision just now, she has clearly realized that she is not the opponent of that Ghoststone. Silicon Tower tilde. The briquettes were also surprised by the power of his blow. This was the first time he used this move, but Mewtwo was not surprised. He had already checked this Nito with his investigative eyes, and his aptitude was only white. Ghoststone's special attack racial value is also high. Under the conversion of the double-edged sword, Shadow Fist can naturally exert such power. Okay, let go with King Nito. If you don't go, I'll be happy to accompany you to the end. Mewtwo took out Bai Diao's elf ball from his waist, and was ready to let Bai Diao protect himself in the neck battle. According to the rules of the rental company, although Bai Diao would not take the initiative to help him in unnecessary battles, he would still protect the life of the renter in times of danger. As a result, what Mewtwo didn't expect was that these Niduo queens actually cowered directly. Queen Ni. They let out a wailing sound, carried King Nito and slipped away like that. Mewtwo didn't know what to say for a while. A little disappointed, he put down the poke ball in his hand. Originally, I was counting on this group of Nito queens to give the briquettes some experience. The level of briquettes is getting higher and higher now, and it is becoming more and more difficult to upgrade. If it is not for 10 times the experience bonus, I don't know how much it is now. Forget it, more is worse than less. Seeing that all the elves had run away, the briquette flew to Mewtwo and called out happily, Silicon Tower tilde tilde tilde. Okay, see how excited you are, and I don't know how to make you happy when you evolve into a Gengar in the future. Mewtwo taught a lesson, but he couldn't hold back the smile on his face. The evolution of briquettes was also a good thing for him. Fire. The little fire dragon on the side just stayed beside Mewtwo and quietly witnessed this series of processes. First, the briquettes made trouble, but Mewtwo actually took the initiative to take the briquettes to take responsibility, saying that if he lost, he would take over as King Nito, which made Xiao Huolong a little unbelievable. Although the briquettes easily won the battle and evolved smoothly in the end, it also changed little fire dragon's view of Mewtwo a little. Moreover, after seeing his elf evolve, the smile on his face was so real, and looking at it, Xiao Huolong couldn't help but feel a strange emotion in his heart. It's neither envy nor desire. Maybe this human is really a good trainer who loves elves. And the little fire dragon saw the powerful performance of the briquettes after the evolution with his own eyes, and he couldn't help but look forward to it. If you can become so strong, then there will be no human beings who can hurt yourself, right? So after everything was over, he also roared, intending to brush up on his sense of existence. After all, he didn't help him in the battle just now. Now he is a little afraid that Mewtwo is unwilling to teach himself how to master fire skills. Huh, are you hungry? Mewtwo heard the cry of the little fire dragon, but couldn't understand the meaning of the other party at all. There are still obstacles in the communication between humans and elves. Generally speaking, elves can understand human words and understand other elves, but people just don't understand the meaning of elves. After Mewtwo came to this world, he found that what he had watched in the anime was only for plot need. There was no such thing as a trainer and a familiar elves who could communicate freely across languages. So now he really just thinks that the little fire dragon is hungry, and even frowns and thinks about it. Didn't I just feed this guy a while ago? So edible. Ow. When the little fire dragon heard the word, he howled again in a hurry. What are you hungry? I want you to help me become stronger too. Looks like I'm really hungry. I can't help you. Looking at the human being who was taking out the energy cube from the backpack in front of him, the little fire dragon fell into doubt about Longsheng for a while. Little fire dragon. Author's digression. If you were interested in the book 789,515 became an anime villain by a group of friends, you can go and read it. Chapter 53 The mystery of the unquenchable flame. It took a lot of effort for Mewtwo to understand Xiao Huolong's intention from his body language to continue to help him control the fire element energy in his body. The briquettes seem to have eaten more food after evolution, and have drifted aside to eat the elf cube with Mewtwo's backpack, and Mewtwo simply focused his attention on the little fire dragon. Although this little guy doesn't seem to be very close to himself, as long as he hopes to become stronger through hard work, he is a good elf. I actually have to talk to you about your fire ability. Mewtwo squatted in front of Xiao Huolong and looked into the other's eyes seriously. The little fire dragon howled, let alone chatting. As long as he can become stronger, he can even drag him to talk about the 5,000 years of history of the elf world. Fire. I brought you a very special kind of fire. I won't say much about where it came from, but what you need to know is that this kind of fire is extremely intense and difficult to control. You used to be able to use fire skills, right? In fact, in his spare time today, Mewtwo also seriously thought about why the little fire dragon could could not even use the spark. He speculated that the little fire dragon could use fire skills originally, but after the inextinguishable flame entered his body, the little fire dragon was unable to use fire skills because he could not master this powerful flame. Roar. When Xiao Hualong heard it, he quickly nodded his head, and he really could use fire-type skills. But now as long as he wants to open his mouth to breathe fire, the familiar flames in his body will not obey him, and no matter how hard he tries, he will not be able to mobilize it. The little fire dragon could clearly feel that the flames in his body had undergone tremendous changes. Even when he couldn't mobilize it, the surging energy and temperature surprised him. No wonder. It turns out that this human being in front of him changed the flame in his body. But now, how to control this flame? Seeing the other party nod, Mewfeng secretly said that it was true, but he had no idea how to control this flame. He is not a fire elf, nor can he breathe fire, and there is no active volcano in his body. There was no other way. Mewfeng had no choice but to signal Xiao Hualong to wait a moment while he inquired about the system in his heart. System, is this situation of the little fire dragon caused by the inextinguishable flame? Open black lens bracket yes. Close black lens bracket. The system immediately gave an affirmative answer. Mewfeng frowned and continued to ask, since this is the case, how can the little fire dragon master and mobilize this flame for use in battle? The inextinguishable flame, as a combination of the Phoenix flame and the Laxirum flame, is actually a combined inheritance from these two elves. If the little fire dragon wants to truly grasp the power of this flame, it must be this kind of flame communicates, and after being tested and recognized, it can be mastered layer by layer. Close black lens bracket. The host of specific information can display information on the little fire dragon through the eyes of investigation, and then you can see it. Close black lens bracket. So this kind of flame still has self-consciousness, and it needs the little fire dragon to pass the test and get approval before it can be mastered. Mewfeng really didn't expect this inextinguishable flame to have such a strange attribute, but since the system said so, he could only turn his eyes to the little fire dragon, who was quietly waiting for him to speak, and silently chanted an investigation in his heart. Little fire dragon level 15. Qualification: purple. Floating. Evaluation: weak. Individual characteristic: inextinguishable flame, legendary inheritance. The fusion of the legendary elf Phoenix and Lexirum's flame inheritance has the characteristics of extremely high temperature and never extinguish. Current rank 0. Detailed information can be viewed. Collapse. After reading the information, Mewfeng quickly discovered two different places. The first is that the aptitude of the little fire dragon has been directly improved, soaring from the previous green to purple. There is still one level in the middle. Mewfeng thought that this should be the influence of the inextinguishable flame on the little fire dragon, and that floating made Mewfeng have some expectations for the future little fire dragon. If you completely master the inextinguishable flame, the little fire dragon should also be able to achieve the same orange aptitude as the briquette. In the 2 days of managers, Mewfeng has already seen how many orange qualifications have been seen. Except for the few ace elves of Tianwang, he has never seen elves with aptitudes in purple or above, and the only elf with blue aptitude is a beagle that he rented by himself. Therefore, with the help of the inextinguishable flame, the qualification of the little fire dragon has been improved by leaps and bounds, and there is still room for further improvement. The second difference is that the column of the individual characteristics of the little fire dragon has a column that I encountered for the first time: inheritance. He naturally understood what it meant, so he thought about it and spread out the folded information, intending to see how the immortal flame could be cultivated. But in the next second, he can understand why the system is folding this information, because there is so much. The dense words covered the entire light curtain, and Mewfeng's scalp was full when he saw it, so he had to roughly browse the more important information. So there are 4 levels of the inextinguishable flame, and the little fire dragon is not even the first level. The 0th level, he muttered silently in his heart, and began to find a way to rise to the first rank in the large ring of words. In the 0th stage, Tinder, the inextinguishable flame just follows the holder and improves the holder's qualification. Close black lens bracket. But in this stage, the holder will not be able to use any fire-related skills or abilities. Close black lens bracket. Thinking to do this requires the holder to pass the initial trial after communicating with the Ho King mind body in the flame, and after obtaining Ho King's approval, master the flame and reach the first stage of quenching. Close black lens bracket. Mewfeng was stunned for a moment. So advanced. It can only be said that it is worthy of the inheritance flame from Ho-Oh and Lazulum. I believe that once the little fire dragon completely masters this flame, it will definitely become an extremely powerful fire-breathing dragon in the future. Mewfeng was originally curious about the information about the last 3 stages of this flame, but found that the information had been blocked. What the situation? Go back to the host. The information in the last 3 stages can only be unlocked after reaching the previous stage. Please do your best. Close black lens bracket. I don't see how mysterious this can be. Mewfeng was a little speechless for a while. while. He was expecting how exaggerated the flames of the fourth stage would be, but the system directly let him dispel the thought. Never mind. He didn't think about it anymore, but closed the information light curtain in front of him and spoke to Little Fire Dragon. What I say next is very important, so be sure to listen carefully. Xiao Huolong waited for a long time, and when Mewfeng finally spoke, he couldn't wait to howl in response. Fire. Chapter 54 Burn the body and mind, tempering the soul. Next, don't rush to try to control this flame, but feel his presence carefully. Try to communicate with this flame after you have grasped that feeling. What Mewfeng said was very mysterious, and Xiao Huolong was also a little confused. I'm going to talk to the flames in my own body, right? Fire. But Xiao Huolong still closed his eyes honestly and began to try to do as Mewfeng said. A strange feeling began to arise in his heart, and he seemed to be able to feel the flame burning in his chest, which he accurately captured for the first time. But he knew that if he wanted to use this flame, it would be the same as before. This kind of flame is extremely powerful, with the characteristics of super high temperature and never going out. But at the same time, as the price of obtaining such powerful power, you must pass the test of the Flame Master. If you're willing to accept it, tell him so long that you want to get this power, even if it takes the manager pain and hardship. Mighty fire, pain and ordeal. Xiao Huolong was stunned for a while when he heard the word, but he quickly remembered the dark time in the black market after he was captured by the elf hunter. Without any hesitation, he immediately communicated with this flame in his heart as Mewfeng said. It doesn't matter if he has to go through hardship, he just wants to get stronger now. Mewfeng was also watching the situation of the Little Fire Dragon nervously. The system did not clearly say how to train the Little Fire Dragon to enter the First Order, and he didn't know if this could evoke the trial of the immortal flame. The next moment, the flame at the tail of the Little Fire Dragon suddenly burned more violently, distorting the surrounding air a bit. A phantom condensed by flames appeared from the chest of the Little Fire Dragon, and the body of the Little Fire Dragon was surrounded by clusters of colorful flame. Even a fire elf like him felt that he could not bear such a temperature. These flames began to approach the Little Fire Dragon, and the latter clearly felt the burning pain from every inch of his body. Ow! But he didn't flinch at all, just stared at the flame phantom in front of him, and roared. Mewfeng was also shocked when he saw such a strange appearance. No wonder the first stage was called body quenching. The Phoenix King lying in front of him was polishing the body of the Little Fire Dragon with his own flame. Standing a few meters away, Mewfeng could also clearly feel the oncoming heat wave, and Xiao Huolong's somewhat painful expression made him a little worried. His physical condition has not fully recovered yet. Can he persist under such training? Although fire-type elves have certain resistance to flame, the Little Fire Dragon is only a low-level elves after all. Faced with such high-temperature flame, they will really be burned. But after hesitating for a few seconds, he saw the burning determination and fighting spirit in Xiao Huolong's eyes, and made a decision in his heart. Since Little Fire Dragon chose to face such a challenge, he also chose to believe in Little Fire Dragon. He held his breath to observe the colorful flames getting closer and closer to the Little Fire Dragon, and his heartbeat accelerated. Fire! Those flames kept moving, and finally they were completely close to the Little Fire Dragon. However, the imagined burns did not appear. Although these flames are extremely hot, they are also insubstantial like the phantom of King Ho. They directly submerged into the Little Fire Dragon's body from the surface of his body, and did not burn on the Little Fire Dragon's body. But before the Little Fire Dragon could breathe a sigh of relief, he felt a more terrifying pain and burning sensation all over his limb, and the blood all over his body seemed to be churning. Pain. Heartbreaking pain. The colorful flames swept through Xiao Huolong's body, causing him to let out an unbearable howl, but he always stared at the phantom of King Feng with firm eyes, without flinching at all. Even if the elf in front of him only has an illusory shadow, the Little Fire Dragon can clearly feel the incomparably powerful sense of oppression of this elf. He will become such an elf one day, and he must not surrender in the face of such difficulty. Mewfeng was also looking at Little Fire Dragon nervously at the moment, and whispered in his heart to encourage Little Fire Dragon. Come on, little one. Ow! The painful torment only lasted for 5 minutes, but the Little Fire Dragon felt like he had passed a century. Ow! With the last howl of the Little Fire Dragon, Feng Wang Xingying fluttered and flew directly into the chest of the Little Fire Dragon. In the next moment, the burning and pain from all over the body of the Little Fire Dragon disappeared, replaced by a warm feeling of comfort and an unprecedented fire control power. The Little Fire Dragon instinctively raised his head and opened his mouth, and the orange flames rushed out of his mouth and shot straight into the sky. He began to realize that he really could initially grasp this powerful flame within his body, and in just one thought, this flame can be directly extinguished. This flame has become a companion bound to his soul and soul, inseparable. And not only that, after the pain and comfort just now, Xiao Huolong was surprised to find that his physical strength had more than doubled. Congratulations, it looks like you've mastered this flame. Seeing this, Mewfeng finally let out a sigh of relief, and clapped his hands to congratulate the little fire dragon who successfully advanced the immortal flame. Fire! Unexpectedly, the little fire dragon turned around immediately. The raging battle in his eyes was burning like the flames at the tail. According to the agreement, after learning to master this kind of flame, I will have a battle with Mewtwo. If Mewtwo wins, he will follow him willingly. After seeing Mewtwo's attitude towards his elf, after eating that delicious energy cube, and after Mewtwo taught himself how to master this kind of flame to become stronger, Xiao Huolong actually fully recognized Mewtwo in his heart. He is even a little fortunate that he can become the elf of Mewtwo. But just like this, he was directly and completely subdued by the opponent, and Xiao Huolong felt a little twisted in his heart for some reason, so he simply proposed to have the previously agreed duel. One is that he can immediately test his current strength. Xiao Huolong can already feel that his body and flames are completely different from before. The second is, maybe this is arrogance. Seeing this, Mewtwo also smiled slightly. Okay, then according to the agreement, let's have a fight. With a wave of his right hand, he turned his palm into a finger, pointing straight at the little fire dragon standing opposite. It's up to you, Briquette. But no response. Mewtwo retracted his movements a little stiffly, and turned his head to look at the direction of the Briquette. This guy was actually holding the can of his own energy cube and fell asleep leaning against the tree. Briquette, it's time for dinner. Silicon Tower. Looking at the Briquettes who woke up directly from his sleep, and the humans who turned around and roared in front of him, the little fire dragon suddenly began to regret his decision to follow this trainer. Chapter 55 Are you awake? The Briquettes woke up from their sleep, and only then remembered that they had just eaten their fill, and flew to Mewtwo's side. Silica. Sleep after eating. You were really. Mewtwo couldn't help covering his face. The little fire dragon has successfully mastered the flame, and we have a fight next. Silicon Tower. When the Briquettes heard the word, his eyes lit up. Was there a fight? That good. Mewtwo sighed as he looked at the excited Briquettes and the little fire dragon with fighting intent. Why do my elves all look like militant? Fire. The battle is first attacked by the little fire dragon. Mewtwo was a little curious about the actual effect of the inextinguishable flame of the little fire dragon, so he simply gave up the right to go first. The little fire dragon roared, and the flame in its mouth condensed into a giant flame, heading straight for the Briquettes suspended in the air. Before the battle started, Mewtwo used the eye of reconnaissance to check the status of the little fire dragon again. His aptitude did not continue to improve after the inextinguishable flame inheritance reached the first rank. It is estimated that he will have to work harder. At present, the small fire dragon has few skills. It seems that only impact, catch, flame, smoke green. Compared to the skill pool of Briquette, it can be said to be a bit pitiful. But at this moment, the flames blessed by the immortal flame were surprisingly powerful, and the moment the orange-red flames appeared, Mewtwo could feel the air around him suddenly heat up a few degrees. As expected of the flames left by the inheritance of the two legendary beasts, the power is astonishing. But the little fire dragon seems to have the same strength. Although this cluster of flames has an amazing momentum, in Mewtwo's eyes, it can't pose any danger to the Briquettes at all. Elf battle is not simply a competition of who has the most powerful skills. This is the real world and not a card battle game. The trajectory of the flames used by the little fire dragon is extremely direct. The Briquettes only need to dodge and use the extremely fast speed to directly evade and counterattack. Even if the damage is high, it is just blind if they cannot hit the Briquette. The Briquette dodge and dive into the ground. Silicon Tower. The Briquettes naturally felt the unusualness of this cluster of flame, and quickly moved to the right to meet the flame, and their bodies disappeared into the ground beneath their feet. The attack failed, and the opponent sneaked into the ground and disappeared, and the little fire dragon began to panic and try to use the flames to burn the ground to force the opponent out. Sure enough, the combat literacy is insufficient. After not having the ability to directly attack the underground, the little fire dragon should calm down and find the location of the ghost stone to counterattack in time, instead of spitting fire on the ground in such a panic to reveal flaws. But as soon as the orange flame lifted the ground, it burned directly along the vegetation on the ground in a small area, and even if there was no combustible material, it kept burning on the ground. The characteristic of the unquenchable flame, it never goes out, unless the little fire dragon takes the initiative to let these flames dissipate. The extremely high temperature was directly transmitted to the ground, and the Briquettes were affected by this temperature even when they submerged into the ground, and were forced out intolerably. And the place where he appeared was just behind the little fire dragon. At this time, the little fire dragon was still spreading the flames in a panic, not noticing the Briquettes behind him at all. Right now, Shadow Fist. Mewtwo didn't expect that the Briquettes would be forced out in advance by the high temperature, but now he can completely accept this situation. According to the level of the little fire dragon, a Shadow Fist from the Briquettes is estimated to make him lose his fighting ability. At this moment, the little fire dragon also noticed the change coming from behind him, but when he turned around, he found the Shadow Fist coming from the coal ball. But it was too late to dodge or counterattack. The little fire dragon dragon was also directly hit by this shadow fist. Fall hard. Although the briquettes knew that the little fire dragon was still recovering, and slightly restrained his strength, he believed that his punch would definitely make the little fire dragon lose its fighting ability. But what he didn't expect was that the little fire dragon actually climbed up from the ground again, staring at the briquette breathlessly, and the fighting intent in his eyes did not weaken at all. Mewtwo was also surprised when he saw this. After receiving a shadow fist from the briquette, he was still able to fight fire. In the astonishment of the briquette, the little fire dragon let out a howl full of fighting intent. Although the blow just now was painful, it completely burned his fighting spirit. In the trial just now, Feng Wang's Ziying tempered the little fire dragon's body with flame, which directly more than doubled the little fire dragon's physical fitness, which enabled him to take a briquette's shadow punch without falling. But the little fire dragon was also knocked out by this blow, and he was almost wrong. At this moment, the fire feature is triggered. The flames at the tail of the little fire dragon climbed a step higher again, and the burning flames became dazzling in such a sunny weather. Mewtwo was also stunned when he saw this. How could this little guy be so fierce? But he frowned again. Xiao Huolong's body is still adjusting now, so it's not good for him to fight to the death. But the next moment, the little fire dragon suddenly fell directly towards the ground, and his eyes were closed. The flaming flames behind him also subsided, returning to the normal state just now. What the situation? Mewtwo quickly stepped forward and picked up the little fire dragon to check his condition carefully. Soon he breathed a sigh of relief. The little fire dragon's heartbeat was slow, and his breathing was very even, and the expression on his face was not in the slightest pain or strange. Just fell asleep. Briquette, you just used hypnotism. Although the little fire dragon was fine, he was relieved, but Mewtwo was still a little puzzled. Why did this little guy suddenly fall asleep at this time? So tired. Can't tell. He thought it was the briquettes who used hypnotism very wisely to prevent the little fire dragon from continuing to fight and affecting his body's recovery. But when he saw the briquettes were also confused, he also realized that was not the case. Helpless, he could only sit down against the tree holding the little fire dragon, quietly waiting for the little guy to wake up. And the little fire dragon in his arms has entered a dream at this time. Ow! Xiao Huolong found that his surroundings were suddenly plunged into darkness, and shouted in confusion. The ground under his feet was not solid, and the flames at the rear could not illuminate the space, which made him panic. But the next moment, a colorful sacred flame burned in front of him, illuminating the entire space. In the surprised eyes of little fire dragon, that sacred flame once again turned into the phantom spirit he had seen before, but this time it looked more like a real entity. If Mewtwo was here, he should have recognized it immediately. This is King Ho. You have a pure heart of belligerence and strength. Passed my test again. But you have to remember that fighting isn't always the way to go. It's about communicating with your heart. I hope you can continue to move forward and never forget your original intention. After Feng Wang finished saying these words, he turned into flames again and submerged into the body of the little fire dragon. The dream is over. When Xiao Huolong opened his eyes again, he saw Mewtwo's worried face. Huh, are you awake? A can says, when I came back after dinner, I distributed the remaining 2 shameless ball tickets. A book group has been established, and readers are welcome to come in to chat, talk about the plot, and urge more. The last one is forgotten. Group number 715,709,229. Chapter 56 _ I just want to hurry up and play gym battle. In the restaurant in the elf center of Wallen City, Mewtwo was sitting there and continuing to eat his favorite free curry rice. I don't know if the food recipes and recipes of the elf center are the same, and Mewtwo didn't taste the slightest difference between the food and the food in the Evergreen City Elf Center. Well, I am going to challenge the Wallen Gym next, and I don't know if the system will give you a mission. After Mewtwo wiped the last bite of curry rice, Mewtwo wiped his mouth and began to think about the neckland. Wallen Gym is run and managed by Xiaoxia's 3 sisters, but this gym can be said to be one of the weakest gyms in the entire Guandu area. It is worth more than Xiaoging's dark gray gym. The Wallen Taoist Hall opened by these 3 sisters is much stronger, because these 3 sisters started to hold water performances in the gym after they got the right to operate the gym, and they directly abandoned the gym elves battle. Later, when Xiaoji went here to challenge the gym, the 3 sisters even proposed to directly give the water drop badge to Xiaoji. From this, it can be seen that the gold content of this gym can be said to be low and scary. Mewtwo had no worries about winning this gym. He was just afraid that the system would jump out and issue some strange task to himself. Forget it. He looked up at the clock on the wall and didn't think about it. It is now 2:30 in the afternoon, which happens to be the rest period of the noon water show. This time is the most suitable time for the 3 Wallen sisters to challenge the gym. As for the water show of someone and the elf, although it sounds good, Mewtwo has no time to appreciate that kind of thing. Cheomung is still wandering outside, and Sakagi is most likely tracking his whereabouts. Later, he will sit in Bidiao and go to other cities to challenge the gym in 7 days. You say let me enjoy the gorgeous water praise of beauty and fairy. Sorry, I'm very interested, but I really don't have time. I just want to hurry up and fight in the gymnasium, get the badge and leave. Mewfeng thought helplessly, got up from his seat and walked out of the restaurant, intending to pick up a few elves that he had deposited. Silicon Tower. Outside the Wallen Taoist Hall, the briquette floated on top of Mewfeng's head and cried out in confusion. Mewfeng looked at the badge in his hand at the moment, and didn't know what to say. Just after entering Wallen Gym with briquette, the three sisters, when they heard that they were here to challenge, shoved the badges to themselves without hitting them. He also urged him to leave soon. They were still busy preparing for the neck raise, and the place was going to be clean. I don't know if the strength of Wallen Taoist Hall is too weak. Even the system has not issued tasks, and now the badges are in hand, and there is no sound. How can there be such a gym? He looked back at the building behind him and sighed. Forget it. That's fine. It's better to have less than one more thing. Now that he has collected 2 badges, the next challenge is the Electric Gym in Dead Leaf Gym and the Super Energy Gym in Golden City. It is good to say that the Electricity System Gymnasium, Mewfeng is still confident to deal with it, but the situation of the Super Power Gym in Golden City is a bit special. Natsy's strength is probably a bit outrageous. I didn't see why when I watched Xiaoji fight. West level will not be too low, and there is Nazi to provide super power assistance in the battle. It is bound to become a fierce battle. Mewfeng then remembered that he had a similar character skill that a trainer used to assist elves in battle before, but now the 2 elves in his hand have not met the conditions for use, which is a bit bad. Forget it. Let's finish the challenge to the Dry Leaf Gym tomorrow. It's 2 days away from challenging Nazi. He shook his head, not bothering himself on this issue any longer. Now he has a new plan. He learned from the illustrated book that the center of the Energy Cube Association is established in the center of the urban area of Wallen City. Since I definitely want to make energy cubes in the future, I might as well take this opportunity to get the production qualification certificate directly. It will be much more convenient whether I want to buy tree fruit or make cubes in the future. Pokédex. Open navigation. Target Wallen City Energy Cube Association headquarters. After making a plan, Mewfeng turned on the navigation function of the illustrated book and set off directly. In less than 10 minutes, Mewfeng successfully arrived at the location of the building. Compared with the buildings of the Energy Cube Association seen in Dark Gray City before, Wallen City is obviously larger and more luxurious. Not to mention the area is close to 100 square meters. The main building has 3 floors. There was an endless stream of people coming and going in and out of the door, and the people in Mewfeng who looked at them all had their scalp full of hair. It can only be said that it is the Kanto area, so the place where the energy cube makers gather is really lively. He followed the flow of people with briquettes and stepped into the gate of the center of the association. Welcome to the Wallen City Energy Cube Association Center. Please bring your belongings. Don't crowd and push. For the qualification test, please go to the artificial counter on the first floor to ask for making blocks and purchasing materials. Please move to the work area on the 2nd floor, and the 3rd floor is the testing area and research area. Those who do not have permission are not allowed to enter. The pre-recorded broadcast sound echoed throughout the hall, and Mewfeng also found his target in the crowd. It seems that there are too many people queuing in front of the counter. Briquette, I'm afraid we'll have to line up a little longer. Mewfeng smiled wryly and prepared to wait in line with the briquettes above his head, but just halfway there, they were stopped by one. Are you Mewfeng? Mewfeng also stopped at this shout, and carefully looked at the person who said this. The other party was a tall man, who looked like he was only in his early 20s and 30s. He had flowing black hair, sunglasses and a suit. Looking at it, he somehow reminded Mewfeng of the image of his bodyguard in his original world. This person, Mewfeng, has never been seen in animations or games, so he naturally doesn't know who he is. May I ask you who is the Flash Ghost? I didn't react at first. Did it evolve into a ghost? It quite fast. The other party didn't directly answer Mewfeng's question, but walked up directly and looked at the briquettes above Mewfeng's head curiously, causing the latter to shrink back behind Mewfeng. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Zozan, the First Order Master of Energy Cube Making and the head of the Dark Gray City Energy Cube Association branch. He took off his sunglasses and smiled at Mewfeng. He is a Power Cube Master. There are no more than 5 people with this title in the entire Kanto region. Even a character like Dr. Damu or Du will give him a 3-point thin face when he sees him. On weekdays, after he introduced his identity to the person he met for the first time, the other person was often ecstatic or unbelievable, and Zozan was used to it. But after the guy in front of him heard it, not only did he not have any surprised expression on his face, but he was a little wary. Where did you hear about me? Like that? It's like treating him as a swindler. Zozan. Chapter 57 _ Are you really in your team? You little guy, really? Zozan sighed helplessly. Just to tell the truth, I'm Du's friend, an old acquaintance. Today he suddenly sent a message telling me that he met a genius who could make energy cubes at the age of 10. I asked more information about you out of curiosity. I didn't expect expect that today I really met you right here. So, what the name of the master? Mewfeng blinked. Is he actually Du's friend? He was just wondering how anyone would know his name. If so, it's no wonder. It wasn't all over just now. Forget it. I'm Zozan. Zuo Sen was stunned by this question. He had already introduced himself just now, so he didn't listen to this co-author. Mewfeng, didn't he? What are you here for? And what I'm most curious about, do you actually make power cubes? Zuo Sen changed the conversation and began to ask about the purpose of Mewfeng's trip. You must know that those who learn energy block making and can appear here are at least entry-level energy block makers. These people often start at the minimum age of 20, and some can be called geniuses at the age of 18. And he heard from Du that the child in front of him could actually make it. To be honest, Zuo Sen was completely unwilling to believe it. He started learning about the production of energy cubes when he was 12 years old, and it took him 5 years to master this skill. If the person who said this to him was Du, he would definitely not believe it. Since I happen to meet here now, Zozan naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity and came up to say hello. I heard that if you want to buy some more precious tree fruits and make machines that use energy cube, you need to pass the professional exam for energy cube production, so I came here to understand the situation. Mewfeng naturally didn't know what the other party was thinking, but he honestly stated the purpose of his coming. If this guy named Zozan is really Watana's friend, he should be able to help him a little. Exam? Haven't you taken it yet? Zuo Sen was stunned when he heard the word, stretched out his hand to support his sunglasses, and asked in surprise, is there really anyone who can make a power cube but fail the primary exam? The professional examination rules of the Energy Cube Association are very simple. If you want to become a primary maker, you only need to make a perfect primary energy cube. But the simple rules do not mean that the content is simple. The perfect energy block cannot be made casually. Even with a small number of materials and few processes, the difficulty is still extremely high. The processing details of the material and the grasp of the rotational speed during the production process will directly affect the result. As long as there is a little deviation, the quality of the produced block will be missed. So Zuo Sen has already decided in his heart that although the person named Mewfeng in front of him can make cube, it is estimated that he is also elementary and cannot reach perfect quality. Do that guy knows the energy cube of a hammer. The whole thing is to specialize in the flight department. Ah, the champion trainer of the dragon department, who can't do anything other than fights and show tricks. But since this Mewfeng can make the simplest block at this age, he must be a craftable material, and Zuo Sen couldn't help thinking of accepting apprentices. After working in the Energy Cube Association for so many years, because of his work and continuous study of production technique, he has no time to accept apprentices or teach others. Countless so-called geniuses who have sought his apprenticeship have been rejected by him, and now that he has been stuck at a bottleneck for a long time recently, Zozan also realized that he needs a little time to adjust and rest, and just met Mewfeng at this time. If you don't accept it at this time, when will you wait? And strictly speaking, he still owes Du a huge favor. Since this little guy helps the transition at the critical moment, as Du said, he should be able to help him by himself. Determined to pay attention, Zuo Sen coughed lightly, pretending to be deep. Did you know that the lowest test standard requires at least one perfect energy cube? Naturally, Mewfeng didn't know it. He was stunned when he heard it. Is it a perfect level? There is no such rating in the knowledge and experience that the system has instilled in him. Seeing that the other party showed a confused expression as he expected, Zozan stepped forward and continued. So, it's not realistic for you to get the primary manufacturer's certificate now. Even if the perfect level of cubes is the lowest level one, it is not something that can be achieved by just learning for a year or two. Do you still think you can do it now? I think I can try. Mewfeng was really dumbfounded by what he said to the other party, but he always felt that something was wrong. The production method in my memory seemed to be perfect and flawless. Can it really be done? It seems that you still don't understand the gap between yourself and the professional energy cube maker. Forget it. I'll show you a hand and you'll understand. Zuo Sen is a little unhappy now. In his opinion, Mewfeng doesn't know what the word perfection stands for. Since he intends to take Mewfeng as his disciple, Zuo Sen doesn't mind showing his hand in front of Mewfeng so that he can see the gap between himself and the professionals and at the same time establish his tall image. Isn't this killing two birds with one stone? Ah, well, seeing that the other party seemed eager to try, Mewfeng could not refuse. And to be honest, he is really curious how much better than himself the true level of the so-called energy cube maker is in front of him. If it was in the Energy Cube Association in Chengqing City, I could still show you my own private crafting tools, but today I can only use public ones here. Zuo Sen walked towards the elevator with Mewfeng, took off his sunglasses and folded them and put them in his chest pocket, his expression full of disgust. Those public production machines and tools can be rented for a fee as long as they reach the stage of primary producers, and the quality is not too bad. But masters like Zozan have their own private tools, and naturally look down on them. He seemed to think of something, and added another sentence to Mewfeng. But today I will show you the perfect production of the first order block. You don't need such advanced tools. This kind of publicity is enough. Mewfeng walked beside Jason with the briquettes and just listened quietly. It turns out that things like tools are also different. He really didn't know it before, but he thought about it again. Indeed, his previous production experience in the Dr. Big Wood Research Institute was much better than the public experience in the dark gray city. During the conversation, the two had already reached the door of the elevator. The guard obviously knew Zozen and bowed deeply. Master Zozen, welcome. Chapter 58 Chain Stage Mission. The staff seemed to have some doubts about Mewfeng, who had never seen him before, but Zozen just explained softly, this is with me. They let them go. Entering the luxuriously decorated elevator, while pressing the button on the third floor, Zozen said intentionally or unintentionally, on the second and third floors, only those who have a qualification certificate can go there. Those who come without a certificate or have an exam certificate will not be released. The meaning between the words is that I am very arrogant, and people let me up without even looking at it, and I also took you, who couldn't come up, on the way. But Mewfeng just looked at the decorations and posters in the elevator with interest at this time, pointed to a portrait on the wall and asked, who is this? You are not listening at all. Jason took a deep breath and held back his excitement. Calm down, calm down. This kid is just ignorant. When he sees the dashing appearance of my perfect energy cube, he will definitely be convinced by me. This is the founder of the energy cube, the legendary king of the energy cube, Mr. Kamud. He glanced at the portrait Mewfeng was pointing at, and there was a hint of regret and admiration in his tone. It is said that he has reached the peak of energy cube production, and can mix dozens of energy cube to make advance cube. But then this skill disappeared with him, and it has always been art. A great regret for the world. Quote, Mewfeng was thoughtful after hearing this. The founder of the energy cube, and many more. A variety of energy blocks are mixed to make. Isn't this exactly the content of the recipe given by the system? Ding. This period of time has been enough for the elevator to reach the second floor smoothly. With the clear sound of the prompt sound, the roar of the elevator movement disappeared, and the elevator doors opened to both sides. Stop talking about him. Let go. Mewfeng promised, but his heart was a little complicated. Does this trigger the mission? The ding sound of the elevator reaching the second floor just now overlapped with the sound of the system in his head. Open black lens bracket. The task is generated. Close black lens bracket. SS is level chain stage quest. King of energy cube. This task is a split task in multiple stages, and the host needs to continuously complete the stage task until the final task is obtained. Task 1. Pass the test to become an advanced energy block maker. Quest reward. Kamud's research note. Mewfeng was dumbfounded anyway. Is this possible? But in fact, he really only knows a little about the production of energy block. His current skills and knowledge are very limited. He is only omniscient in the production of small-scale tree fruits and several elementary blocks. After all, it is not enough. And in the future, my elves will inevitably need higher-level block to feed. And of course I can't stop there. Mewfeng made up his mind. First observe this guy named Zuo-sen, and then the second floor is where the makers rent public machines and buy fruit. But it is not as chaotic as Mewfeng imagined, but can be described as orderly. On the left is a room similar to a store. The shelves inside are full of various tree fruit, and makers in need can enter it to buy tree fruit. On the right side is a huge counter with a long corridor behind the counter. On the left is a shop for buying tree fruit, but here you can only buy ordinary tree fruits with money. Those rare ones must be bought with guild point. How to get the association point? The membership manual will tell you clearly. I won't go into detail. Now I'm going to buy something. I'll need to make the cube for a while. Just wait for me at the counter over there. After Jason finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards the store. Mewfeng also walked to the side of the counter, quietly waiting for Jason to return. After a while, the other party came to the counter with a large box of tree fruits and greeted the staff. A high-end production room. 2 hours. While speaking, he also took out a hand and handed an iron plate to the staff. The staff behind the counter responded, and as a result, the iron plate was inserted into a special machine, and it seemed to be doing something. This is a pass issued by the association. It has the function of representing identity and recording association point. Rental production rooms also require points. Zuo-sen turned his head and explained to Mewfeng, which made the latter a little big. So complicated. Fortunately, there were no other procedures to follow. Mewfeng followed Jason through the corridor and entered an independent production studio. Stepping into the room, Mewfeng was dumbfounded. Is this the studio? It's not an exaggeration for you to tell me it's a hotel room. No wonder I had an inexplicable sense of familiarity when I stood in the corridor just now. The structure of several single rooms on this road is exactly the same as that of a hotel, right? And this so-called workshop is 70 to 80 square meters, with a luxurious queen bed, floor-to-ceiling windows with silk curtains, a separate toilet and bathroom, plus a TV Italian sofa. If it wasn't for the fruit grinder and cube maker in the center of the room, he would have believed that this was a 5-star hotel. As if his hands noticed Mewfeng's unaffected expression, Zuo Sen coughed lightly. Only my senior producers can rent such a room, because they are often researching new recipes and trying for several days at a time, and the accommodation conditions are naturally not too bad. Those low and mid-level ones are much more rudimentary. While he was talking, he was already sitting in front of the energy cube maker and started to process the tree fruit material. You should look carefully at every step I take next, and you will definitely benefit a lot. Mewfeng also moved a stool and sat beside him, quietly watching his performance. Well, the peeling method of this tree fruit is a bit problematic, and it has little effect if it is not enough. Well, this tree fruit has been soaked in water for a bit too long, and the nutrients have begun to lose, which is a bit unacceptable. As Zuo Sen dealt with the fruit step by step, Mewfeng's doubts became heavier and heavier. Is it because the production master, Zuo Sen, is too watery, or is the skill he got from the system too strong? Why is it that the more I look at it, the more wrong it feels? Mewfeng watched the seeds silently for more than 20 minutes. Only then did Zuo Sen finish processing the 2 kinds of tree fruit, and the next step would be to manufacture the energy cube. As he poured the fruit into the grinder, he opened his mouth to explain. The production you have learned is generally made from 1 kind of tree fruit. The block effect made by 2 kinds of tree fruit like mine will be better, but it is also very difficult. Don't rush to try it easily. It's normal to not be able to do it. Just take it slow. Don't think about soaring into the sky. Yes, I have already started 7 or 8 kinds of simmering, and I really can't do it. Mewfeng complained silently in his heart, and began to observe the other party's production techniques again. This technique is quite interesting. It feels almost as smooth and skillful as my own. Chapter 59 always feel at a loss. It wasn't until the other party finished making the cube that Mewfeng understood what he meant by perfect. The appearance of these blocks is just like the ones they made. The color is pure and no impurities and precipitation can be seen. For the average maker, the higher the tier block, the lower the perfection ratio. I am very familiar with the production process and skills of this low-level block, so I can achieve a 100% perfect probability, and the standard for passing the primary exam is only about 10%. But even this 10% is not something that can be easily achieved, so try hard. Zuo Sen looked calm, but in his heart he was looking forward to the surprised expression of the other party when he saw his superb level. But to his surprise, Mewfeng still looked flat, as if nothing had happened. 10%. That means as long as I reach the standard, I can directly become a junior manufacturer. Mewfeng pondered and asked, and directly took back what Zuo Sen wanted to say. It seems that you still don't understand the definition of perfection. If this is the case, there are still leftovers of processed materials. Why don't you try to make them yourself? Seeing that the other party was still indifferent, Zuo Sen really began to be a little puzzled. This Mewfeng is too arrogant, or can he really do it? If it was someone who knew, he didn't quite believe it would be the former, but to say it was the latter he felt a bit outrageous. It is better to let him try it directly, and the actual situation will be known after a try. When he was his age, he could achieve a perfect rate of 30 to 40% by making a first-order block made of tree fruit. Okay, then I'll try it. There is the dragon scale fruit that I grinded and processed. You can directly make the simplest dragon block with that. Wait, what are you doing? Zuo Sen was stunned when he saw that the other party had already picked up 2 pieces of tree fruit and started pouring them into the maker. The difficulty of making a block with 2 materials is more than double that of making a single fruit. Does this little guy even understand this basic knowledge? But as Mewfeng skillfully operated the machine for processing, Zosen felt that his breathing was about to stop. This guy moves and does every step perfectly. The control of the time and the adjustment of the machine speed seemed to be no different from a master. How can that be? In his sluggish expression, within a few minutes, a large number of primary dragon cubes were freshly released, and those squares are all perfect grade. Every piece is. That is to say, the perfect probability is the same as the one made by yourself, all of which have reached 100%. Huh, Master Zuo, take a look. Does this work? Mewfeng breathed a sigh of relief. The 2 main materials of this block overlapped with a dragon-type exclusive block in his memory. He suspected that this was a simplified version of the latter, so he adjusted the 2 materials according to his own memory. Processing, the result has really become. You did it too. Zosen was about to exclaim, but suddenly stopped what he was about to say. Such talent is rare in a century. Even those so-called geniuses who come to find their teachers on weekdays, none of them can do this. This guy named Mewfeng, he can't miss it. Ha! The technique is indeed up to the standard, but if I'm not mistaken, you should only make this kind of elementary block, right? Did you know that a master block maker like me can make intermediate and high-level blocks with extremely powerful effect? Mewfeng was stunned when he heard the word. Indeed, there is indeed no news about higher-order block in these memories and skills given by the system. This is also one of the reasons why Mewfeng intends to come to the the Energy Cube Association to study. The advanced ones are definitely better than the elementary ones, so it is better to question them. Yes, but is there any difference in the higher order block? He honestly admitted it, and asked about it. By the way, HMPH, high-level blocks are extremely difficult to make. Even I can only guarantee a perfect rate of less than 10%, and sometimes even fail to make. But as long as you can successfully make high-level block, you can get the title of Master Maker. Now there are only 6 people in the entire block association, including me, who can do it. The corners of Zozen's proud mouth rose as he continued to explain. While high-level blocks are extremely difficult to make, they have different types of functions to help elves break through bottleneck, enhance their skill power, and strengthen their bodies, but they are all extremely powerful effects. For example, the Dragon Fury Cube, which I am best at, can increase the stamina and physical strength of the dragon-type elves that have been used for a long time, and can also make the elves burst into powerful combat power when their physical strength is exhausted. When Zozen said this, his eyes were a little sad, and this was his bottleneck. Although the Dragon Fury Cube is very powerful, it has a fatal problem. That is, after many tests, he found that he must be the fast dragon family to enjoy the last effect, and other dragon elves cannot. And this last effect is the core of this kind of block. The Dragon Fury block without this effect is almost the same as the middle-level dragon body forging block, but the cost and production difficulty are several times the gap. This is the result that he has studied for 5 or 6 years. Naturally, he can't give up easily, so Zozen has been working hard to change this recently. He wants to make the Dragon Fury Cube a way to strengthen the combat effectiveness of all dragon elves in times of crisis. The block, but in the most half year of research, I have not made any progress. According to the rules of the Energy Cube Association, everyone who becomes a master maker must accept an apprentice, and is committed to cultivating a new generation of masters for the association. As an encouragement, the annual funding and support are linked to the grades of the apprentices they bring. The money that Zuo-sen has saved for many years has been used up on the research on this cube. If it is not for Du's support, the research on this cube can only be abandoned halfway. However, Du recently spent a lot of money in order to improve his strength, and he can no longer continue to support Zozen's research. If he wants to continue his research, Zozen must bring out an apprentice. This is also the reason why he is so excited and urgent after seeing Mu Feng's talent. However, he naturally wouldn't say this to Mu Feng. After talking about the concept of advanced cube, he smiled at Mu Feng. If you want to learn the production of high-level block, you must go to a master maker to learn this technique. I think you have a good talent and can be made. It better to take me, Zuo-sen, as a teacher. I will definitely not treat you badly. Why is it suddenly approaching to apprenticeship? Mu Feng was done. You say let me worship and I will worship. Am I that kind of person? This, seeing that the other party was hesitant, Zuo-sen hurriedly added, if you accept it, I will package your fruit-making materials in the future, including those high-grade fruit that you can't buy. Not only that, I will also teach you the secret recipe for making Dragon Fury Cube. When Mu Feng heard this feeling is so good. Hello, Master Zozen. Why do I always feel like I'm at a loss? Chapter 60_Wallen Cave and Special Training. There is a natural cave near Wallen City, known as Wallen Cave. At the moment, Mu Feng was standing in front of the cave with briquettes on his head looking inside. According to the information in his memory, the bottom layer of this cave in the game is the hiding place of Chao Meng. There are also many elves in the cave, and the level is generally around 40 or 50, but at the moment Chao Meng is wandering around outside, and naturally he will not appear in this cave. He doesn't know the specific level of the elves here, but he didn't plan to go in at all. He just wanted to find a place off the beaten track for cultivation and special training. It here. Come out, little fire dragon. Fire. This afternoon special training location is set here. Come on. As soon as the little fire dragon came out, he looked at Mu Feng with bright eyes. Now that he has made up his mind to follow this trainer, he will naturally follow Mu Feng's word. In your case, you are mainly to control your own flames on the shore that is full of stone. The main direction of practice is to expand and change the range and attack methods of the spark. The little fire dragon has exposed its own problems in the previous battle. Although even the spark skills are extremely powerful under the blessing of the immortal flame, the little fire dragon's flame is thin and slow, and it can't hit anyone at all. Your fire power is enough, so the next step is to increase the speed of the fire and expand the attack range to ensure the skill life. As for how to practice, it is up to you. As a trainer, Mu Feng can only provide Xiaohualong with a general idea and direction, and the specific efforts and attempts must be carried out by Xiaohualong independently. If you want to become stronger, after all, you still need the elves to make their own effort. Fire. After listening to it, little fire dragon nodded thoughtfully, and walked to the stone beach on the side by himself to start training his spark skill. This is done. The next step is the briquette. With the blessing of the system, the level of the briquettes increased rapidly, and the effect of the double-edged sword talent began to show. Although briquettes seem to have a unique release advantage in the skill skill of cursing. Mewfeng estimates that Briquette can only use this skill to create an advantage in battles of the same level. The bigger the backlash. Although this trick is easy to use, there are still limitations. The way to let the Briquettes train for frontal combat is the king. With the presence of a double-edged sword and control skills, the Briquettes are currently developing towards a perfect offensive assassin. And what is the most important thing for an assassin? It is not the attack power that kills with one hit, nor the various controls, but the keen combat awareness and the speed that does not let the enemy capture you at all. Assassins naturally have to hide in the shadows, either looking for opportunities to attack the opponent's key point, or patiently consuming the opponent and then giving a fatal blow. The talents of Gengar's lineage and the individual characteristics of the Briquettes have already determined his fighting style in the future. Not only can it be a glass turret hidden in the shadows, but also a deadly assassin who can fight in close quarters. So speed is very important. Briquette, you have enough offensive mean, and you can't practice your curse skill. You just need to wait for your strength to improve. What you need to train is your own speed. Do you remember that Dedu's Ace Fast Dragon? The Briquette fell from the top of Mewfeng's head, and nodded seriously. Silicon Tower. In the battle between Tiandu and Ice Ghost Protector, he was the first to know how fast an elf could be. Although his body is light and agile, it is still far from that fast dragon. If you train for speed, you can try to fly at the limit speed for the same distance, and then train repeatedly until you break your own record and keep breaking through. Mewfeng also thought a lot about how to increase the speed of the Briquette, and this was the best way he could think of. This kind of basic thing, only more practice is king. After listening to the Briquette, they also obediently floated towards the woods on the side, and began to train repeatedly according to Mewfeng's method. Seeing that the two elves had started their special training, Mewfeng finally let out a sigh of relief. But as a trainer, he can't be lazy. Since the elves are trying to improve themselves, he must keep up with the elves. He sat down against the rock wall of the cave, put his backpack aside, and took out a very beautifully bound thick book from it. After I took Zuo-sen as my teacher just now, I didn't expect that the chief master immediately stuffed this notebook with him. You must have only a limited knowledge of the making of energy cube. These are the notes and some basic knowledge I took when I was young, and I will leave them to you now. This is Zosen's original word. It is true that there are many things that Mewfeng is not very clear about. Some are just instinctive production skills and rigid knowledge. After opening this notebook, he was immediately attracted by the knowledge in it. Coincidentally, Zuo-sen has not been free these days. After giving Mewfeng this notebook, he just exchanged the number of the illustrated book and left. Before leaving, he also told Mewfeng that he must study this knowledge carefully and avoid being impetuous. After 7 days, he will practice Mewfeng again and talk to him about more important things. Naturally, Mewfeng didn't know that the important thing the other party said was about the apprentices of the Master Energy Cube making master. He just took the Briquettes to find the Wallen Cave near Wallen City, and planned to let the elves train them. To boost, it's not okay to rely on the system for everything. Thinking of this, Mewfeng sighed softly. There is still a long way to go. He lowered his head and began to read carefully the notes in his hand. At the same time, the center of the Energy Cube Association in Dark Ash City, Jason is sitting in his office, and the elf picture book on the table is in a call state. Zosen, your current state make those old guys not optimistic. I'm worried that if you can't find an apprentice again, the above may cut off your research fund. If it is serious, it may even be you will be fired. Of course I know. It's my fault that I didn't think about it back then. I just went my own way and thought I would definitely be able to overcome this bottleneck. Jason leaned on the back of the swivel chair a little decadently, half of the red liquid left in the wine glass in his hand. Thank you for your concern over the years, but now I have also found a candidate for an apprentice, and now I can only count on that little guy to give me some strength. He said, raised his glass and drank it. Really, if I want to say that the guy who came to you some time ago is not bad. He has a good talent. He can make 40% perfect elementary cubes at the age of 15. And his family is also rich. Even if I can't be the apprentice of other masters by then, maybe I can find him at home. Okay, Hongji. Zosen put the cup in his hand heavily on the table and frowned. I don't want to accept the children of those families even if I die. Okay, then I won't mention you worrying about it. Take care of yourself. The other side seemed to be choking on this, and said the last sentence helplessly, then hung up the call. Silence returned to the office again, and Zosen looked up at the distant sky outside the window, feeling a little lost for a while. Is he really okay? Thank the water friends who urged the author to update, the readers who came to you in the middle of the night, the great emperor, and the little shark fins for their golden ticket support. The book friend group can now be found normally. Group number 715,709,229. Welcome everyone. There is another chapter today. Classic Midnight. The last few chapters are all supplementary to the worldview and the transition chapters that lead to the quest line of making energy block. The following plots are basically all about getting stronger and fighting. Don't worry. Finally, shameless and drop the ball. Bang bang bang. Chapter 61_Bees make Zhao Ming. Suddenly it was 6 o'clock in the afternoon. After several hours of training, both the briquettes and the little fire dragon were tired, and returned to Mewfeng gasping for breath. And Mewfeng looked at the notes for so long, and his brain felt a little tired. Although this knowledge was really new to him, he couldn't hold it with such a high-intensity brain. Let's end today's training time here. Let's have dinner. Mewfeng put the notes together, took the backpack on the side and stuffed them into it, and took out the energy cube jar of the briquettes and the little fire dragon. Silicon Tower. Out. The two little guys were also starving, and after taking the jar, they started to eat, and Mewfeng couldn't help showing a little smile on his face. Don't worry, eat slowly, and no one will rob you. After a few days and one afternoon of training, the two of them can be considered to have received some good. The speed of the briquette seems to have increased a little, and the release speed of the small fire dragon to the flames has also increased a lot. But this is far from enough, and it is still far from the goals set by Mewfeng. Mewfeng is not in a hurry. Things like getting stronger will come slowly, of course, unless there is a system to help him hang up. What is the origin of this system without planting the land? What about the world fusion mentioned by the system? Thinking of this, he murmured to himself in a low voice while taking out the elf-food of Pidiao from his backpack. But he couldn't think of anything, so he shook his head and didn't continue, and released Bidiao. Compare. When Bidiao saw Mewfeng release himself, he glanced at Mewfeng, and then at the elf-food placed in front of him, and understood what Mewfeng meant. He lowered his head and slowly ate his elf-food, but the energy cube jar held by the briquettes and the little fire dragon on the side exuded an irresistible fragrance, which made him feel that the elf-food in front of him was all under the scent. It became boring. Bidiao, tat, why can't I eat those cubes that smell so good? Mewfeng couldn't see his mental activity. He just took out a piece of butter bread he had bought at the Elf Center store from his backpack and ate it. After reading the notes for an afternoon, I was also hungry. After dinner, Mewfeng and a few elves rested for a while before embarking on the road to Dry Leaf City. This time, Mewfeng took back the statue and chose to walk directly from Wallen City to Q City. There are two reasons. First, Dead Leaf City is very close to Wallen City. It only takes less than half an hour to reach it. The road along the way is often taken by trainers. It is not a difficult wilderness. Mewfeng decided to walk there. The second reason is that on the road from Wallen City to Q City, there is a dojo that is challenged by passing trainers. The owner of the dojo is named Zhao Ming, who calls himself a bees ambassador. He has extreme methods for cultivating elves, but the mountain rat is really strong under his training. Mewfeng is very interested in this. Well, he just didn't want the briquettes to miss out on this upgrade experience. After all, fighting is the most basic way to make elves stronger. Mewfeng looked up at the briquettes that were shaking happily above his head, and he had already started to think about the direction of briquettes in the future. The long-range glass cannon is a part-time close-range assassin. It is estimated that this tactic will be able to see smoothly after the briquettes evolve into Gengar. If you want to talk about Mega Gengar, it seems that the Mega Gengar's ability to master the space will be better, and it feels that it will bring a lot of increase to this tactic. It's just that the briquettes are currently a ghost zone, and I don't see any accomplishments in space ability, just a ghost with a faster speed. When the briquettes evolve into Gengar, you may be able to see how this guy's spatial talent is. Thinking of this, Mewfeng scratched the back of his head. There are two ways for Ghost Zone to evolve into Gengar. The first is to exchange and evolve by carrying the curse symbol, and you can choose to exchange with Miss Joy or Dr. OGI. The second is that Ghost Zone can evolve autonomously by upgrading to level 40. In the original work, it seems that there is only the first way, and the second one appears in some fan works and game. I don't know the evolution rules of the ghost family in this world. Forget it. I don't even know where to get the cursed talisman. Let's talk about it. While thinking, he had already seen a conspicuous building in front of him. The bright red number 79 was engraved on the electronic card on the side, which made Mewfeng determine where this place was. It is Zhao Ming's dojo. Having said that, valuable experience cannot be denied. Thinking of this, Mewfeng raised his head and glanced at the briquettes above his head. Briquette, there will be a battle next. Silicon Tower. The rested coal ball has high fighting spirit in his eyes, expressing his approval of the battle with both hands. In that case, let go and go in. The mountain rat, burrow into the soil. The trainer standing on the opposite side of the field shouted anxiously, Puga. The pangolins on the field were already scarred and seemed to be in poor condition, but he still responded to his trainer's instructions with a determined look in his eyes. On the opposite side of him, there is a ghost stone floating in the air, staring closely at the pangolin, keeping a safe distance from the other party. This ghost stone is Briquette, and the trainer standing opposite Zhao Ming at the moment is also Mewfeng, who came to challenge. Briquette, don't give him a chance. Seize the opponent's whole drilling action and use Shadow Fist. Silicon Tower. The briquettes were ordered, and black energy balls condensed on the fist, and went straight to the mountain rat, who was halfway through drilling the hole. Chamfer. In Zhao Ming's shouting, the mountain rat rat was directly punched out of the pothole by this heavy punch. He rolled back and fell heavily to the ground. His eyes were spinning in dizzy circles, and he had lost his ability to fight. Beautiful. Briquette. Silicon Tower. Mewfeng and the briquettes that flew back towards him slapped each other and praised him without hesitation. Xiaoming's mountain rat has actually reached the high level of the 20th level, and it is a step away from evolution, but it is still a lot worse than briquette. In order to verify the training results of the briquette, Mewfeng deliberately did not let the briquettes use the strongest ultimate move of the same rank, the curse, but let the briquettes try to avoid the opponent's attack and then counterattack. Facts have proved that the training of briquettes in the afternoon is still effective. The pangolins attacked extremely fast under Xiaoming's high-intensity training, but they were all escaped by the briquette. And after many confrontations, the mountain rat was finally exhausted and fell under the shadow fist of briquette. A Can's word. This chapter has been revised once, and it mentioned that the protagonist is not in a hurry to let the briquettes evolve. I deleted this paragraph after considering it, because that statement did not hold true after I thought about it, so I cut it off. It does not affect the reading of new readers, but the number of words needs to be supplemented. A Can apologizes here. Now that the hair has been sent, I will mention it by the way. The silver ticket must be voted in the latest chapter cap. Chapter 62 _ this wave. This wave is an outrageous mission. After successfully breaking Xiaoming's winning streak, Mewfeng took the briquettes on the road to Q-Town. Although the level of the pangolin is not low, the briquettes did not level up after winning the battle. It is estimated that the higher the level, the more experience required to upgrade, but according to the game, the experience required to upgrade the elves in reality is much higher. Mewfeng has discovered that the level of elves in this world is more like a basic indicator, a prerequisite for maximum combat effectiveness. How much combat power can be exerted depends on the efforts and level of the individual elf. The road between the two cities is artificially built, and you can see many newcomer trainers fighting on the road, but their elves are all like the little Lotta green caterpillar, and their level is only 10. After all, Mewfeng was naturally not interested in wasting time with them, even with the blessing of 10 times the experience. Now the briquettes must challenge high-level opponents in order to quickly become stronger. After rejecting the challenge invitations from many new trainers along the way, Mewfeng also arrived at Deadly City half an hour later. If the previous city, Wallen City, is more like a young and emerging city, then Q City is like an old town for some years. Walking on the street, Mewfeng always felt the illusion of returning to the old city where he lived for a while. Silicon Tower tilde. The briquettes were still floating on his head, looking at the surroundings curiously. Suddenly, he seemed to see something and flew to the side from the top of Mewfeng's head. What wrong? Briquette. Mewfeng also noticed his move, and followed the movement of the briquette to look in that direction. There is an advertisement on the bulletin board on the side. Newcomer Elf Contest. Dryly City still holds something like this. Mewfeng was a little surprised. The local atmosphere of this city should be as simple and ancient as his appearance, but now it seems that there is no lack of vitality and vigor. He walked over to the bulletin board and began to read the advertisement. Rookie Elf Contest. Rookie trainers who collect 1 to 4 badges can participate. The champion reward is 100,000 prize money and a high-quality thunderstone. It seemed that it was a competition for rookie trainers who had just left the brigade. The 100,000 prize money proved that this was only a small-scale competition in a place, but the thunderstone made Mewfeng a little excited. Evolution stones in this world are not common or cheap. In the original work, the 3 brothers who gave away evolution stones for free and took out the thunderstones at random to let Pikachu evolve did not exist at all. For a high-quality thunderstone, the market value would be around 200,000 yuan, and money might not be able to buy it. This relatively rare resource is firmly in the hands of the Alliance, and it is difficult for ordinary people to buy it with money. Now actually appearing in a rookie trainer competition, Mewfeng has already begun to think about whether to participate. Silica. The briquettes looked at the whole poster with a vague understanding, and shouted at Mewfeng with some doubt. This is a game. If we are going to participate, we will face a lot of other rookie trainers. Seeing him like this, Mewfeng also explained it. At present, he doesn't know the level of trainers who have only collected 4 or less badges, but in any case, Mewfeng is not too afraid. If you encounter an opponent with a lower level, you can also let the little fire dragon develop practical experience, and when you encounter a strong opponent, you can send briquette to it. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated. How is it? Want to participate? Silicon Tower. Hearing that the briquette could be beaten, his happy eyes narrowed, and he nodded frantically in agreement. He still didn't know that Mewfeng was planning to make him the finale. Don't worry, we have to see if the time symbol matches. Seeing that the other party was so excited, Mewfeng felt a little helpless for some reason. You both like to fight so much. It doesn't seem right for me to send anyone on the court. He read the small print at the bottom of the poster and found that the time for the competition was exactly in line with his schedule, from 8 a.m. to 12 o'clock noon tomorrow. After the game in the morning, after a break at noon, you can go to challenge Mazishi's Dead Leaves Gym, which is perfect. Okay, the time is right, let's go to the place mentioned above to sign up now. Mewfeng also took out the illustrated book and glanced at the current time. It was less than 8 o'clock in the evening, and the registration deadline was 10 o'clock tonight, so it was too late. Silicon Tower tilde. Hearing the word, the briquettes let out a cheerful cry, and floated back to the top of Mewfeng's head again. Ding! Random mission triggered. Close black lens bracket. B-level mission. Newcomer competition in Deadleaf City. Open black lens bracket mission target. 1. Participate in the competition and enter the top 3. Can achieve 4. Evaluation. 2. After all the prerequisites are fully pre-installed, the champion of the competition can be successfully won. A. Normal evaluation can be achieved. 3. After completing all the precondition, use only one small fire dragon in the game. The excellent evaluation can be achieved. 4. After completing all the prerequisite tasks, you will not be hit by the opponent skills in the game. A. Perfect evaluation can be achieved. Task reward. The first 3 evaluations will be rewarded with 50,1,015,000 yuan in turn, and the perfect evaluation can get an additional SS level item. The charm of the soul curse. Mewfeng fell into deep thought for a while, listening to the system's electronically synthesized prompt sound. The system only released a chain task to him in the afternoon, and now he jumped out again when he heard that he was going to participate in this rookie competition. And this reward really sometimes makes Mewfeng wonder if the other party is an artificial intelligence, or whether it is a system played by a real person. I was just thinking about the evolution of Ghost today. The quest reward brought the props needed for evolution. Really outrageous. And the reward given is the evolution props of Briquette, but the condition for completing the task is not to let Briquette play at all. Mewfeng was still considering the situation to let Xiao Hulong fight a few times to accumulate some practical experience, and the system directly forced him to let him stand to the end. Grab the asparagus. Save some food for the pandas. Mewfeng sighed in his heart. The information light curtain in front of him had dissipated, and he continued to walk towards the registration place with the briquette, but he had already started planning the next battle in his heart. With the current strength of Little Fire Dragon, Mewfeng thought that it was still possible to avoid being hit by any skills in the battle with a group of rookie trainers. Sorry, Little Fire Dragon, this is all for our great cause. Mewfeng stretched out his hand and touched the elf ball with a small fire dragon on his waist, sighing inwardly. I am afraid that the next battle, you have to go all out. And Briquette, I'm afraid you have to watch the Little Fire Dragon kill all the way. No way, this is for your own good. Mewfeng raised his head and glanced at the briquettes, who were happy because they had a rack to play, and sighed again in his heart. What kind of tasks are released by this system? How can it be so frustrating? Chapter 63 Little Fire Dragon's debut. Are you here to sign up? Please register with me, the elf Pokédex. There were people coming and going on the streets at night, and Mewfeng was standing in front of a temporary registration point, handing over his elf picture book to the staff. The rookie trainer from Junqin Town has obtained 2 illustrations. Very well, you have met the conditions for the competition, and I will register you. The staff behind the registration point was a woman in her early 20s with a sweet voice and a work uniform. After she scanned and registered Mewfeng's illustrated book, she started typing Mewfeng's information on the keyboard. Okay, your information has been registered. She smiled at Mewfeng, returned the illustrated book to Mewfeng, and brought a small booklet with her. If you have any doubts about the rules of the competition, you can find the answers in this entry guide. The game starts at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, and the location is the battle venue in Dryleaf Town. You can go there by using the elf Pokédex to navigate. Mewfeng took the picture book and the competition guide from the opponent, thanked him, and left with the briquette. The elf center seems to be near here, and he doesn't need to open the navigation to find it. As Mewfeng walked, he opened the manual to get a general understanding of the specific information of the game. Dryleaf City Elf Contest. All participants are rookie trainers. It is a local competition organized by the Alliance to encourage newcomers and cultivate newcomers' fighting literacy. When he saw this, he suddenly realized that it is no wonder that the rewards for the champion of this level of competition are so rich, not only for the high-quality Thunderstone, but also some of the top 10 rewards or resources that only the Alliance has. If others come to be the organizer can't get these things out at all. I don't know who are the high-level people in this Elf Alliance, and what is the background. The original work basically did not mention much about the political high-level structure of the Pokemon world, and Mewfeng naturally knew nothing about it. Forget it, now you don't have to worry about it at all. The game adopts a 1 versus 1 single elves duel, and the elves of either side fall off the field or lose their ability to fight to win. This is no different from the usual rules of battle. The competition adopts the knockout mechanism, and the players must win in each round. Mewfeng was stunned when he saw this, but he didn't expect it to be such a rule. He originally thought that the game would adopt a point system or other rules, but it turned out to be the most brutal and direct knockout. In In other words, as long as you lose one game, you will lose the qualification to continue the game. However, he was relieved immediately. Anyway, he was also going for the championship. No matter how the rules were changed, it would not affect him. The next step is to introduce some of the awards and the purpose of the competition. Mewtwo also collected the entry guide and did not continue to read it. Go to the elf center for a while and have a good rest, and call the little fire dragon out to chat before going to bed. To completely avoid the opponent's move, it is still somewhat difficult for the little fire dragon with basically zero combat experience. It is necessary to teach little fire dragon some fighting ideas, just thinking that it is impossible to win by fighting with the opponent, unless your strength has completely crushed the opponent. While thinking, the elf enter has appeared in Mewtwo's field of vision. He quickened his pace and strode toward the center of the elf. In the empty space before, a huge change has taken place at this time. The illusory huge black shadow has begun to stare gradually, and the mirror hanging above the shadow's head is also coated with a mysterious circle of light and shadow. With this mirror as the center, several black lines spread out in all directions, linking countless spheres. These spheres, without exception, all have the same color and aura as the huge black shadow. What is even more bizarre is that the sound of heart beating is echoing in the whole space at this moment. Not a single one, but the sound of dozens of heartbeats. Boom, boom, boom. And the light and shadow around the mirror continue to spread around in this strange sound. In the room in the center of the elf, Mewtwo was having a serious conversation with the little fire dragon in front of him. There will be a rookie trainer game tomorrow. I plan to send you out to hone your fighting consciousness. The briquette didn't think much after hearing it. After all, the strength of the little fire dragon is weaker than himself, so it's okay to give the younger brother a chance to participate in the battle. Silicon Tower tilde. He even floated to little fire dragon's side, patted the other's shoulder, and gave him an encouraging look. Fire. Seeing that his trainer and briquette trust him so much, little fire dragon immediately roared with fighting intent, showing his determination to live up to expectation. But Mewtwo poured a basin of cold water on him with the next sentence. Although the power of your flames is not weak now, your awareness is a little. I can't be complimented. Originally, Mewtwo wanted to say that it was too bad, but seeing Xiao Huolong's excited look, he held back the words he said. But the little fire dragon was still hit by these words. In battle, the speed and power of moves are not everything, and it's not easy to understand so many complicated things. Let me give you a summary word. Mewtwo touched his chin. Fire. Xiao Huolong also looked at Mewtwo seriously, waiting for the other party's next word. According to Chain, faced with the enemy's attack, we must judge whether to fight or dodge. When facing different enemy, you should also learn to choose your best fighting style. Mewtwo simplified his understanding of combat and talked about little fire dragon. He doesn't ask the little fire dragon to directly grasp these things, at least slowly learn to understand it during the battle. The task given by the system just happened to prevent the little fire dragon from being hit by any skill. Whether it is confrontation or dodge, this goal can be achieved. Fire. Xiao Huolong was also thoughtful when he heard the word, but he had no experience in fighting. In the valley where he stayed before, he was always protected by the tribe. According to the customs of the ethnic group, the little fire dragon cannot participate in any battles in the first month of its birth. They need to learn to master the fire within themselves, which is the most important thing after birth. After successfully mastering the flame, the little fire dragon was directly caught by the elf hunter in the black market. Until now he met Mewtwo. So after hearing these theories, he seemed to have opened the door to a new world and began to think seriously. The original battle should pay attention to these. Mewtwo gave Xiao Huolong half a minute to digest his word, and then continued to add, in this competition, the opponent's strength will not be too strong, and the combat experience will be relatively average. As your debut, it's just right. Chapter 64_ lucky to have you. Tonight, Mewtwo did not do anything else after arriving at the elf center, but went to bed early with briquette. Tomorrow morning, I'm going to participate in the rookie competition. In the afternoon, I need to go to Ma Zixie's gym in Q City. Naturally, I need to recharge my battery. He has also experienced a lot of things all day today, and he is quite tired. After washing up and lying down on the bed, Mewtwo was swept to sleep by the sleepiness pouring into his heart after a while. Briquette. Good night. Silicon Tower tilde. The night is deep. The gym in Dryleaf City has completed the day's work of accepting the challenge of the trainer and closed on time. The owner of Deadleaf's gym, Ma Zixie, is a retired soldier who once served as an officer on the battlefield, and was later retired because of the end of the war. It was a chaotic era when the Elf Alliance had not yet been established, and it was a long time ago. And Ma Zixie also has a weird personality because of a different manager from others. The current tough guy. That's how he introduced himself to others. And what is even less known is that, as one of the gym owners in the Guandu area of the Alliance faction, Ma Zixie is actually one of the cadres of the Rocket. At this moment, there was no one in the gymnasium. Ma Zixie looked around and opened the laptop on the table after confirming that no one was there. As the screen lit up, Sakaji's face appeared on the other end of the call. "Hello boss. Kadri Mazishi greets you. I won't say more. The situation outside is very chaotic. The Alliance has been acting abnormally recently, and dark groups in other regions are also just around the corner. You also know about Cheomung's escape, and now I have a task for you." Sakagi ignored Mazishi's greeting, and went straight to the subject with a gloomy face. "Yes, whatever you tell me." Mazishi bowed his head and waited quietly for Sakaji's order. As one of the senior cadres of the rocket, it is normal to accept orders directly from Sakagi. However, as one of the masters of the gymnasium in the Gwandu area, on the bright side, Mazishi rarely assigned him to do things in order not to expose his identity. Now that suddenly there is a task for him, presumably the situation has reached a more tense moment. He couldn't help but have some doubts in his heart about the artificial elf. What mission would it be? The person who let go of Mewtwo was not captured by any camera due to some special reason, but not too long ago I found a rookie trainer who looked almost exactly like that guy. This is the person's appearance and information. If the other party comes to your gym for a challenge, try to test his actual strength. That's it. I still have things to do. After Sakagi explained these words, he directly hung up the call, and Mazishi also directly received the information given to him by Sakagi through the rocket's internal communication system. He opened the file, looked at the young man's face in the photo and the blue ghost floating above his head, and imprinted the other person's appearance in his mind. Although there are some doubts about what the Mewtwo incident is about, what does this child have to do with the person who let go of Mewtwo? But Mazishi will not take the initiative to ask Sakagi. He just does his job well. He saw the information attached below, as well as the prominent red characters in the first row. Mewfeng. I remember. Silent all night. When Mewfeng woke up from his sleep, he found that briquettes were floating in front of him with his eyes open, looking at him expectantly. He sat up from the bed in a daze, and while reaching out to touch the elf picture book on the table, he asked with some doubt, "You didn't sleep?" Silicon Tower. The kobold shook his head and nodded again, making Mewfeng's already confused face even more confused. Opening the display screen of the illustrated book, Mewfeng found that it was already 7:05 in the morning, and his rest time was indeed enough. Forget it. Anyway, briquette seemed to be in good spirits every day. He didn't continue to do these things, just put on the clothes and trousers that he had folded aside, and got out of bed to wash. After washing his face again, Mewfeng finally felt the energy brought by adequate sleep, and he could not help sighing comfortably. "Come on, let's have breakfast." Gia Gia Gia. After hearing this, the briquettes let out an unprecedented laughter, which made Mewfeng a little horrified. How to say it? Like the kind of ghostly laughter in horror movies. Seeing Mewfeng's ghostly expression, the briquette blinked their big eyes and cried out in confusion. Silicon Tower. As a ghost-type elf, isn't it normal for me to laugh like this? It's alright. Let go. Mewfeng came back to his senses, and had no choice but to wave his hand. Forget it. As long as you are happy, laugh as much as you like. Stepping into the restaurant that opened early in the morning at the elf center, Mewfeng ordered a toast with fried eggs and a glass of milk, and sat by the window. On the opposite side of the dining table, there are small fire dragons and briquette, and the two elves are also feasting on the ability cube in front of them. Mewfeng was nibbling on the bread, and his mind wandered far and wide. Today is the third day that I have come to the elf world. The things I have experienced in the past 2 days are more exciting than all the things I have experienced in my previous life. Whether it was grabbing Xiaomeng from Sakaji's hands or watching the battle where Du was assassinated, Mewfeng's heart beat faster when he thought about it. Although he still has a heavy task on his mind. Although the problem of world fusion in 5 days made him a little puzzled. Although the rockets are currently looking for themselves all over the world. But looking at the two elves sitting across from him and eating happily, Mewfeng's heart was full of joy. It turned out that in the world he lived in, he had nothing to worry about when his parents died, and lived a normal student life with the assets left by his parents alone. Mewfeng, who has no talent for learning and doesn't really want to work hard to do what he doesn't want to do, has even planned his future in his mind. Just take a second college entrance exam, find a job where you can barely make ends meet, and spend the rest of your life leisurely. But I didn't expect that I would have the opportunity to come to the world of elves, and get a system like this. The next two worlds will actually start to merge. Although the system does not clearly state it, Mewfeng guessed that this will have a great impact on the real world. Since you have such an opportunity, you must cherish it. Thinking of this, Mewfeng's gaze towards the two elves became even hotter. "I'm so lucky to have met you." With a smile on his face, he said to the two elves, "Finish. Come on, do your final warm-up before the game." Originally I had something to do this afternoon. I planned to post the remaining 2 chapters in the middle of the night, but I was afraid that everyone would not read enough, so I hurried to another chapter. In the past 2 days, the data on the banknotes has become more and more bleak. You can tell me that CAC is not good looking. I will change it directly. Finally, thank you, but see the stars. What a big QQ. And Ying Xiao Salmo, Good Brothers Golden Ticket Support. There is also a reader with the id Dad Good Guy. Chapter 65 Jumping in line. Smash your head. Mewfeng took the little fire dragon and briquettes in the yard to finish the final warm-up before the game, and went straight to the arena. According to the instructions in the game manual, this rookie game will be played in the Lightning Arena in Deadleaf City. Although the name is high-end and domineering, it is actually a building similar to a stadium. It is even larger than the building site where Kona held lecture tours before. For this reason, Mewfeng specially opened the illustrated book and went to the place last night to take a look, and by the way, he firmly remembered the path from the center of the elf to the arena. In less than 10 minutes, Mewfeng successfully arrived at the venue. At this moment, many contestants have gathered here and are lining up to enter the venue. He brought the briquettes and consciously joined the queue. There are at least a dozen people in front of them. Judging by their appearance, they are all rookie trainers who are about the same age as him. Some of them may be older, but Mewfeng is estimated to be no more than 16 or 17 years old. Sure enough, it was a competition organized by the league specifically for rookie trainers. It seemed that all those who could participate were younger, and Mewfeng added one more point in his grasp of completing the task perfectly. The team moved forward very fast, and in the blink of an eye, there were only 4 or 5 trainers left in front of Mewfeng. But at this moment, a fat figure squeezed directly into the trainer who was in front of Mewfeng. Hey, what are you doing? Cut the queue. The trainer standing in front of Mewfeng seemed to be somewhat dissatisfied with this behavior, and immediately shouted loudly, "Shut up, Grandpa, I'm going to cut the queue today. What's your opinion?" The fat man didn't care about the other's actions at all. Instead, he turned around and grabbed the trainer's collar behind him, staring viciously into the other's eye. The fat on his face was shaking with the movement, making people feel uncomfortable and nauseated. Mewfeng also frowned at this moment. I didn't want to take care of the behavior of jumping in the queue. After all, there should be staff to deal with it in a while. But what he didn't expect was that the fat man had already picked up the thinner trainer in front of him at this time, and the staff member who was handling the registration of the participating trainers just heard the movement and looked up here. He lowered his head and continued to register, as if he didn't care about the situation here. This Mewfeng can't bear his temper a little. What he hated most in his previous life was this kind of self-righteous jumping in line, and he could still meet him even when he came to the elf world. He took a step forward and frowned. Don't you feel that you are unqualified for this behavior at all? Wouldn't your family be ashamed of you? After the fat man heard his word, he grinned sullenly, and threw off the man in his hand and punched Mewfeng fiercely. What quality is not quality? I need you to teach me when I do things. More than that, Mewfeng felt that the opponent punching speed was surprisingly slow in his eyes, like a slow-moving movie. But in the face of this menacing blow, he immediately took a step back and avoided the opponent's punch. Yo, you can hide quite a bit, but I want to see how long you can hide. The fat man raised his eyebrows with a flowing smile on his face and kicked Mewfeng's abdomen viciously. Mewfeng is also not a muddy person. Seeing that the opponent's attack was vicious, he didn't have the slightest end. His anger was finally stirred up. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the opponent's foot. He pushed him back heavily, and the fat man lost his balance and fell. A dog chewed mud. For a person of his weight, it was really painful to fall, and he was also furious, gritted his teeth and stood up and started to roar. Fuck, you don't want to live anymore. Go, Rada, kill him for me. This fat man is also used to bullying his peers based on his weight advantage. In fact, he has no fighting or fighting skills. At this moment, he found that his physical strength is not as good as Mewfeng, so he threw a pokeball and sent his own Pokemon. This Lada has a very high level, but his uncle lent it to him to participate in rookie competition. It is more than enough to deal with this guy who is also a rookie trainer. The red light flashed, and a huge and conspicuous brown khaki-like elf appeared in front of Mewfeng's eyes, and rushed towards Mewfeng. Obviously, this is not the first time this Rada has actively attacked people, and the responsible person will not be so skilled. The moment the other party sent the elf, Mewfeng used the eye of reconnaissance to check the level of the other party's Rada. Good guy, white aptitude, level 28. In this case, Mewfeng is not going to keep his hands anymore. Briquette, shadow fist, silicon tower. Seeing that the fat man was so arrogant towards Mewfeng, the briquettes were already ready to rush up and beat him, but they didn't do anything for a while when they saw that Mewfeng dealt with him calmly. Now that the other party has sent elf, can you bear it? The briquette, which had been gaining momentum for a long time, rushed out directly from the top of Mewfeng's head like an arrow from the string, and the two claws condensed a black spear full of dark elements in an instant. Go out. How is this possible? In that fat man's unbelievable eyes, the invincible Rada in his own eyes has been flying upside down like a kite with a broken string. This is the Rada specially cultivated by his uncle. After finally being able to command this elf smoothly, he took him to clean up several newcomer trainers that he disliked. The elves of the rookie trainers are like lambs to be slaughtered in front of this Rada, and they have no resistance assistance at all. But now Lada was blown away by a direct blow. As this ability to jump in the queue, I want to tell you how powerful you are to get privileges. You can't do it, and the elves don't seem to be very good. Seeing the briquette succeed, Mewtwo deliberately provokes the opponent. Now that Rada has been beaten by this punch, he has lost his will to fight, and is shivering on the ground because of the pain. If he continues to fight, it is not a reasonable self-defense according to the laws of the Alliance. The laws of the Alliance strictly control the battle between trainers, and if the opponent does not show hostility, they will be severely punished. But this fat man seems to be an old habitual offender, and the rookie trainers who have been bullied by him don't dare to complain, just like those students who were bullied in school. Mewtwo is not used to this disgusting guy. Since he has already done it himself, he should just make things bigger. Deliberate provocation is to take the initiative to attack in order to make the other party angry so that he can legally make the briquette. Sure enough, after facing Mewtwo's sarcastic word, how could the fat man hold back? Anger and shame made his face flush. He lost his ability to think, and roared, "Rada, stand up. Kill this guy to death." Although Rada helped him bully many trainers during this time, he was not a fool. After a fight, he knew clearly that he was not the elf's opponent. In addition, he is not an elf bred by Fatty, so naturally he will not work for the other party. Seeing that Lada was still lying on the ground motionless, the fat man was also annoyed. "Useless thing, do it yourself." He rounded his fists and came straight at Mewtwo. Seeing this, Mewtwo couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. This kind of idiot is really simple-minded, and he is fooled when he is excited. He was about to let the briquettes attack and give the fat man a lesson, but a figure stopped in the middle of the two. Stop. Chapter 66 _ The game begins. After Mewtwo saw who was coming, he couldn't help frowning. The middle-aged man standing between the two in front of him, wearing the overalls of the competition staff, seems to be the person in charge of managing the contestant. But you didn't come when the fat man jumped in line to beat someone, and you came now. No matter what kind of holiday there is between you, if you have something to deal with in private, don't make a fool of yourself here. He shouted loudly at the two of them. The seriousness in his eyes and expressions did not look like a fake. Although he was still very upset, Mewtwo could only honestly let the briquette come back to him. It seems that the staff member just wasn't there or didn't see it. It's really cheap for this fat man. When the fat man saw that someone was blocking him, he also stopped his movements and prepared to stand back in front of Mewtwo. Line up at the back. However, Mewtwo took a step forward to occupy the place where Fatty was going to stand, and said coldly, "Shit, you wait for me." Fatty seemed to be angry and wanted to do something again, but was stared at by the middle-aged man, and somehow he was a little scared. He threw a harsh word, and went to the back line in a sullen way. The middle-aged man also left, and the farce ended in a hurry. After a while, it was finally Mewtwo's turn to enter the arena. "Hello, please report your name and register your elf, and show your elf picture book." "Okay." Meanwhile, in the back row of the team, Fatty's eyes were a little angry at this time, and he was also a little puzzled. The next moment, someone dragged him directly from the team. Who is he? Just as he was about to attack, after seeing the identity of the visitor, he immediately took back his word, because the person who dragged him was the middle-aged staff member just now, and he's actually the fat man's uncle. If you fucking bully the hairy kid on the side of the road who has no background at all time, how dare you go and make trouble in public? The man dragged the fat man to a corner where no one was around, and scolded him with a gloomy face. Although Fatty was dissatisfied, he could only make amends with a smile on his face. This uncle is an assistant under the mayor of Hue City, and his official prestige is not small. It is precisely because of the identity of the other party that he dares to bully other rookie trainers casually. But he obviously looks like a rookie trainer, even younger than me. Idiot. The middle-aged man spit to the side and cursed viciously. A rookie trainer with a flash ghost stone. You can't see that the Lada I gave you, who has reached the top of the junior trainer's combat power, was directly crushed by a punch. No eyesight. If it wasn't for Lao Su who just couldn't stand it anymore and went out, it would be not only Lada, but also you lying on his stomach now. Fatty had never seen a flash elf before, so he didn't know the rarity of this special elf, but he knew the strength of his uncle Rada. Looking back now, it's not that Rada didn't listen to his own orders, but that he was directly attacked by the other party's elf. How is that possible? Obviously that guy looks younger than himself, and if that's the case, what should we do about the game? This rookie trainer competition is funded by the Alliance, and my uncle is in charge of this competition, so I lent him this Rada, hoping that he could win the championship with this elf, so as to obtain that high-quality Thunderstone. Although the official price of such a high-quality evolution stone is around 100,000 yuan, this kind of thing cannot be bought with money. You must pass the Alliance test, become a trainer above the intermediate level, and accumulate a certain number of Alliance points to get it. If you put it on the black market for auction, the price will double several times, and it may fluctuate between 200,000 and 300,000. But at this moment, someone suddenly came out, and directly Fatty defeated Rada with his own spirit. If you meet the opponent in the game, this plan will be completely in vain. Seemingly discovering Fatty's doubt, the middle-aged man also frowned and said solemnly, "It seems that other people have also taken a fancy to this Thunderstone. This Ghoststone is actually much higher than Lada, but this matter can't be left alone. This kind of generous reward alliance will not be taken out casually." He paced back and forth in front of the fat man, as if he had made up his mind. The next moment, he took off a pokeball from his waist and threw it directly to the fat man in front of him. This is... Fatty also took 2 steps forward in a panic, holding the pokeball in his hand. "That Ghoststone is wrong, but he is definitely not my ace's opponent. It's prudent to shoot. It's enough to be disabled. It's a little troublesome to kill a murder in an elves battle. Don't screw me up." The middle-aged man smiled gloomily, turned around and left the place. Fatty was stunned for a moment after hearing these words, and then became ecstatic. This elf, is it my uncle's trump card? As the assistant of the mayor, his uncle was only a beginner trainer, but he used his own resources and connections to forcibly create an elves that only reached the mid-level combat power. If that's the case, maybe that guy has suffered. Fatty's eyes flashed with mad hatred. He put away the pokeball in his hand, muttered to himself, and walked towards the entrance line again. At this time, Mewtwo was unaware, and was sitting in the player preparation area to communicate with the little fire dragon in front of him. Although it's a match with a new trainer, it also requires you to do your best. Don't underestimate the enemy and be arrogant, understand? Fire. The little fire dragon stretched out his claws and waved, indicating that he was completely fine. "Okay, I won't say anything else. Just play the way we fought when we warmed up this morning." Seeing this, Mewtwo didn't talk too much. He still believed that the little fire dragon had his own measure. The so-called warm-up this morning is actually to let the briquette continue to use skills to attack the little fire dragon, and let the little fire dragon do its best to avoid it. I don't know if I don't try it. I'm shocked when I try it. The little fire dragon's body reflexes and speed are surprisingly strange, almost catching up with the briquettes that specialize in training this attribute. Because Mewtwo was afraid that the little fire dragon would be injured during training, the briquettes weakened the power of the attack, but the speed of the moves increased instead of decreasing. In this case, the little fire dragon was able to dodge all of them with ease, and in the end, the punch predicted by the coal ball was worthy of being hit. Even so, it was enough to surprise Mewtwo. He guessed that this may be the increase in the physical strength of the little fire dragon brought by the inextinguishable flame. With such physical strength, he has a greater confidence in winning the championship and the curse of the soul with a perfect evaluation. I don't know what's the difference between that soul curse talisman and the curse talisman. Thinking of this, Mewtwo couldn't help but have some doubt. "Please enter the field. Please enter the field. Please enter the field." At the same time, the voice of the staff in the horn rang. "Go away, briquette, little fire dragon." Mewtwo also stood up and walked towards the entrance of the arena, following the flow of people. Chapter 67 Potential Threat. Mewtwo put away the little fire dragon and entered the competition venue along the flow of people. Only then did he realize that it was not even 9 o'clock in the morning, but there were already a lot of people sitting in the auditorium. Are these guys all going to bed early and getting up early to have nothing to do? He thought that such a rookie game would not attract attention, especially since the time of the game was strangely arranged in the morning. But the reality is that the people in the audience even cheered excitedly when they saw the players entering the field. This made Mewtwo really speechless, so he could only follow the other players and stand in the center of the field according to the procedure, waiting for the next session. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Deadleaf City Rookie Trainer Competition. I am the host of this competition, Jason. A man in a black suit holding a microphone is standing in the center of the venue at the moment, attracting the attention of everyone present through the amplified sound. This is obviously not the first time this person has hosted this kind of competition. His voice is sonorous and powerful. Although it is difficult for the audience sitting in the back row to see his movements and expressions, this infectious voice alone can mobilize the atmosphere. Mewtwo looked at the other party's back, commented silently in his heart, and couldn't help but recall the hosts of the games he had watched when he was on Earth. Harm. There is no harm without comparison. The gap is really a bit big. Today, nearly 100 trainers from the Gwandu area gathered here to compete for the championship. How can it not be exciting? The final winner will get a very high-quality Thunderstone. It will be of great help to the evolution of Electric Spirit, and it will also have the effect of improving strength. As he spoke, the staff pushed the display stand with pulleys to the center of the venue, and Jason raised his head to lift the red curtain covering it. On the stage is a golden trophy and a Thunderstone packed in a glass display box. No more gossip. Now let me introduce the rules of the game to you. Jason waited for a few seconds before continuing to preach. A total of 86 rookie trainers participated in the competition this time, and each of them has the right to compete for the championship. 86 trainers will go through a lottery and have up to 5 rounds of one-on-one battles to decide whether to be eliminated or to go further. further. The battle is a single elf battle. If the elf of either trainer loses the ability to fight, it will be judged as a failure. Now, the lottery begins. With a wave of his hand, rapidly changing portraits appeared on the huge four-sided monitor above the arena, as if a random draw was being performed. After 3 seconds, the random battle list was successfully generated. The players from both sides of the 43 games have been randomly generated. Next, they will have a showdown in the 4 competition venues on the field, and the audience can choose the venue closest to them to watch. And at the beginning of the 3rd round of battle, the competition will be played one by one in the center of the battlefield until the championship is finally won. In his speech, Mewtwo quickly found his name and avatar in the battle list. A field 3rd round. The trainer opposite was a passerby named Xiaoji, and Mewtwo didn't care much. Many of the players around him even seemed a little nervous. Presumably they were children who had just traveled, so he could understand. At this moment, on the other side of the team, the fat man also found his own battle arrangement. Baocheng Yuanping. He is the player on the left, and the player on the right looks a little old, and should be the oldest of the new trainers. Baocheng saw that his opponent was not Mewtwo, and clenched his fist angrily. You're lucky you didn't meet Yi in the 1st round, but since the other party has the help of that powerful elf, they must be able to reach the finals from these newcomer trainers. And he, Baocheng, will give this guy a lesson in the final. He had already begun to imagine the picture of defeating Mewtwo in his mind, and there was a kind of crazy smile in his eyes. Since you're looking for trouble with me, don't blame me for being merciless. Can't take your elf's life. Is it okay to be seriously injured? At this moment, Mewtwo didn't know that the fat man was still thinking about him before, and he had already returned to the waiting area for players following the crowd. The line of sight here is wide, and it is closer to the field where he will fight for a while. Mewtwo intends to observe the first 2 rounds of battle. Within a few minutes, the trainers were already in place, and the first round of battles began. Mewtwo was a little expectant at first, but after seeing the 2 youngsters on the stage, one sent out the Iron Armor Chrysalis, and the other sent out the Iron Shell Coon, his head started to grow bigger. Iron Armored Chrysalis. Harden. Iron Shell Coon. We also use hardening to counterattack here. Come on. Iron Armored Chrysalis. Seeing the 2 elves on the field continue to light up and then dim, Mewtwo no longer knew what to say. Even the briquette felt bored and drifted to the side to watch the battles on other venues. In the end, amid the yawns of the spectators and the commands of the 2 teenagers, Iron Armor Pupa and Iron Shell Coon were judged by the referee as incapable of fighting because they had not attacked for a long time. Both were eliminated. Mewtwo looked at the 2 contestants with a sad face and took back their elf, turned and left, and sighed helplessly. The 2nd round of battles in the B area next door. You have only finished the 1st round. Aren't you wasting everyone's time here? The briquette circled around and didn't find any interesting battle, and floated back to the top of Mewtwo's head, and let out a weak howl. Silicon Tower tilde. In fact, the strength of the trainers who came to the competition was relatively weak, and the elf level was hovering around the 10th level. Mewtwo glanced at it with the eyes of reconnaissance and could not see that the level was higher. Isn't there something that can be beat? Although weaker opponents can help you complete the task, isn't this a bit too simple for the little fire dragon? I was still educating the little fire dragon not to underestimate the enemy, but these trainers seem to be a little unworthy. Just when Mewtwo was bored, he suddenly seemed to see something, and his eyes lit up. In the 2nd battle in Area A genie with purple talent appeared, and the level is not low. It's a 22 monkey monster. The monkey monster was rushing forward at the moment. His right fist shone with white light, and he punched the opposite Little Rada, which directly made the latter lose his fighting ability. Little Rada is incapacitated. The trainer of the monkey monster, Takeshi Katsuya. Following the referee's reading, Mewtwo also followed the direction of the monkey monster and saw the trainer named Wusu. It was a young man with a red hairband on his head and a white martial arts uniform, who was smiling and encouraging the monkey monster at the moment. I finally saw someone with a bit of strength. Mewtwo watched the other party, and remembered the other party's name in his heart. That monkey monster should be a difficult opponent to deal with. Chapter 68 _ The power of the little fire dragon. Now that the monkey monsters have solved the battle neatly, it is Mewtwo's turn to play. Although he thought that the opponent would become a difficult opponent to deal with in the future, he did not worry too much. He believes that the little fire dragon can do it. Briquette, you are waiting for me here. In order to prevent the trainer from cheating, he could only bring 1 elf with him when he went to the competition venue, so Mewtwo had to let the briquettes wait here. Silicon Tower tilde. Although the briquettes were a little reluctant, they still nodded obediently and quietly stayed where they were, waiting for Mewtwo to return. Go away. Mewtwo deposited the Pokeball with the Pidgeot at the side of the staff, and took the Pokeball of the little fire dragon into the battle arena. At this moment, there was already a person standing in the player's position opposite him. It was Mewtwo's opponent in this round, Xiaoji. I only saw the player's avatar just now, and now Mewtwo can really see what the other person looks like. It was exactly as he he thought. Nothing special, just a small, black-haired, public-faced child. The players on both sides are already in place. Please make a declaration of friendship before the game. The referee on the side had already stood in the center of the field and raised the red flag in his hand. I'm Mewtwo from Junxin Town. Please give me more advice. I'm Jay from Dark Gray. The opponent's voice was weak and flight, as if he was a little nervous because he was participating in such a competition for the first time, and he was even rubbing the corners of his clothes with his hand. Seeing this, Mewtwo also sighed in his heart. This child is like this before the fight starts. If he is defeated by himself, he won't cry directly, right? But this is a brutal elimination game, and no one will let the water go because the opponent has no combat experience. The two players release the L. The red flag in the referee's hand has fallen at this moment, and he waved another green flag and ordered loudly, "Go, little fire dragon. Come on, Jenny Turtle." Two red light flash, and Mewtwo's little fire dragon and the opponent's Jenny Turtle appeared on the field together, each occupying one side. Mewtwo used the eye of scouting to check the information of the elf the first time the other party sent the elf. Jenny Turtle level 12. Qualification blue. Strength evaluation weak. The level is 2 levels lower than Xiao Hualong, but I didn't expect that this person named Xiaoji would actually have a well-qualified Yusanjia. Jenny. What was even more surprising to Mewtwo was that this Jenny Turtle didn't behave like its master, but was not afraid of the little fire dragon, and turned around and flicked its tail at the little fire dragon with some provocation. Fire! How could the little fire dragon endure this, and immediately spit out a flame toward the sky. Show off your strength in response to the opponent's provocation. In the tense atmosphere on the field, a coin in the referee's hand was thrown into the air, and the side facing up after it landed was inscribed with the blue font, blue square. The game begins. Contestant Xiaoji take the lead. The other party is a fire-type fire dragon. The water element of the Jenny Turtle restrains the fire element. In this case, the Jenny Turtle used the water gun on the small fire dragon. After Xiaoji heard the word, he was stunned for a while, then quietly analyzed for 2 seconds before giving the order. The Jenny Turtle was ready to attack impatiently. After hearing the order of his trainer, the thick water column in his mouth shot out in an instant, heading straight for the little fire dragon. Little fire dragon, avoid the water column, rush over and directly lift the Jenny Turtle and throw it out of the field. Facing the opponent's attack, Mewtwo did not panic at all, and ordered the little fire dragon directly. Fire! Although the inextinguishable flame is little fire dragon's most powerful ultimate move at the moment, Mewtwo didn't want him to expose this move ahead of time in the face of Jenny Turtle. Mewtwo is paying attention to the situation of other players, so it is inevitable that some contestants will also pay attention to his elf status. In this case, proper concealment of strength is the best way to deal with it. After all, in this entire competition, Mewtwo only intends to let the little fire dragon and one elf play. The little fire dragon was not afraid of the water column of the Jenny Turtle, and rushed directly to the face. Such a move not only made the referee frown, but the audience who were watching the battle in Zone A also began to discuss. It's really rare to see two elves fighting in the Guandu area. Damn, I envy me to death. How good would it have been if my new elf was a little fire dragon? Look, what happened to that little fire dragon? Why did it go straight up the water column? No, he doesn't even know that the skills of the water system can cause high damage to him, right? How did this trainer train him? Hey, looks like a lucky rookie, but it's a pity for this little fire dragon. Seeing that the jet of water is getting closer and closer to the little fire dragon, everyone has already thought about the next fate of the little fire dragon. He suffered heavy damage after being directly hit by the water column, but in the next moment, the body of the little fire dragon suddenly burst out with a strange speed, and instantly jumped out to the right and passed by the water column. Jenny Turtle was also surprised by this sudden change, and subconsciously adjusted the direction of his water gun, trying to make the water column hit the little fire dragon again. Right again. At this moment, Mewtwo's command was extremely precise, and the little fire dragon sprang to the right again, dodging the water gun that struck again after the Jenny Turtle adjusted its direction. Jenny Turtle was done. The other party actually predicted his actions in advance. In less than 2 seconds from the time the Jenny Turtle shot, the little fire dragon kept sprinting forward but never stopped, even when dodging the water column. The little fire dragon has come to the side of the Jenny Turtle, and its claws stretched out, directly lifting the opponent who had just finished spraying the water gun. Then, he threw the Jenny Turtle out of the field. Except for the sound of the tortoise shell hitting the ground, no other sound could be heard in the audience. The referee was a little bit lost, because everything happened too fast and too suddenly. It took less than 4 seconds in total from the time the Jenny Turtle used the water gun to this moment. Jenny's turtle fell out of the fighting area, and the little fire dragon won. The red flag in the referee's hand was raised high, announcing the victory of the little fire dragon. The people in the auditorium who had just spoken had also exploded at the moment. My god, what just happened? Then I read that right. This little fire dragon, is it specially trained for speed. I thought my big dinger was already very fast. Why does this little fire dragon feel that it needs to be faster? The sound of the discussion entered Mewtwo's ears, but he was not surprised. After the little fire dragon has been tempered by the inextinguishable flame, whether it is strength or speed, it can be described as outrageous. Individual characteristic. Unextinguishable flame. Tier 1. Preliminarily mastered the unextinguishable flame. The body is tempered by the flame of the Wind King. The speed is doubled, and the attack is doubled. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 69 _ Did it really hit? So for the final outcome of this battle, Mewtwo had already come to a conclusion in his heart. The Jenny Turtle would definitely not be able to beat the little fire dragon. How is it possible, and why is this happening? At the moment, the summary was holding his head in disbelief, and even forgot to take out his Pokeball and take back the Jenny Turtle lying on the side. The latter didn't seem to suffer much damage, but he was a little dizzy after being thrown off the court, and he didn't recover for a long time. Pretty little fire dragon. Fire. Now that the game was over, Mewtwo also took out the Pokeball and took back the little fire dragon, turned around and left the arena. He originally wanted to say something comforting to Xiaoji, who was doubting his life in front of him, but when he saw Xiaoji's that appearance, he suddenly dismissed the idea. Since he wants to become a trainer in the future, he will naturally suffer a lot of blows and setbacks along the way. Today's failure is just an appetizer on his way forward. If this setback is unbearable, he might as well just give up and become a trainer. At this moment, in the player's seat on the other side, Wusu, the previous trainer of the monkey monster, was frowning in confusion, thinking about a question. Why does the little fire dragon have such power and speed? Although his monkey monster can do the same, shouldn't the real ability of the little fire dragon be flame? If you encounter this trainer named Mewtwo in the next battle, but relying on the close combat that the monkey monster is good at, you may be able to parry the attack from this little fire dragon and fight the opponent. But the most unacceptable thing for him is that the little fire dragon is only in the first stage of evolution. He can't imagine what a terrifying elf it will be if this little fire dragon evolves into its final form, the fire-breathing dragon. He didn't know that in another corner of the arena at the moment, Bao Cheng was staring gloomily at Mewtwo's back, with different doubts in his heart. Shouldn't this guy's ace elf be that ghost own? After consulting the elf picture book, Fatty learned the name of this kind of elf. He had never seen the Gisi clan before, but why did he actually send a little fire dragon to fight? Is it because his opponent is not enough to pose a threat to his ghost own, so he sends a weaker one to practice? Bao Cheng, who was far apart and did not see the battle process clearly, subconsciously thought that ghost own, as a second-order evolutionary elf, must be much stronger than the little fire dragon in the first stage of the evolutionary chain. Forget it. No matter what kind of elf he uses, the final result is a smile. The fat man shook his head and spit on the ground with a playful smile on his face. At this moment, he was playing with a Pokeball with a blue shell. This is the Pokemon that his uncle specially arranged for him again. This time, he must be ashamed. In the midst of the audience's discussion, Mewtwo also returned to the place where the players were watching the battle, and began to look at the surrounding battle situation again. But until the end of the first round, Mewtwo did not see any more players who could compete with the hot monkey. The place where he was standing had poor sight conditions, and he did not take all the games into his eyes, including the fat man who had conflicted with him before. He also did not see the opponent's battle. However, Mewtwo didn't care about such a character at all. Even if he met him again, he would only be a defeated general under Jing. If Ghost Own can beat that Rada, the little fire dragon might not be able to. The first round is over, and the list of promotions will be announced next. At this moment, the host has picked up the microphone again and appeared in the center of the competition arena. Along with his speech, the portraits of the trainers who were promoted appeared on the big screen right above the center of the arena. Mewtwo not only saw himself, but also the fat man who had quarreled with him before, as well as the popularity he had paid attention to. Monkey trainer, please leave the eliminated trainers quickly, while the advanced trainers please return to the lounge and prepare for the next round of battle. After speaking, some of the eliminated trainers were downcast, and some looked ugly. In the sound of the broadcast, they left the battlefield. The advanced trainer was observing the remaining contestants around him and returned to the lounge in 2s and 3s. This trim period is actually for the trainer to adjust the state of his spirit and prepare for the next battle. After returning to the lounge, Mewtwo also released the little fire dragon. Silicon Tower. He was about to give 2 words of praise when the briquettes took the initiative to fly up. He patted Xiao Hualong on the shoulder with a look of, "Big brother is optimistic about you." Fire. Xiao Hualong also raised his head proudly, as if he was proud of his first victory with ease, borrowing the 2 elves to get along so well. Mewtwo also smiled, but silently complained in his heart, "Good guy, if briquettes know that the little fire dragon has robbed him of his chance to participate, then I wonder if the 2 elves will directly cut off the righteousness on the spot." In the battle with Jenny Turtle just now, little fire dragon also gained a lot of experience and successfully rose to level 15, which is only one step away from becoming a fire dinosaur. Even without the effect of 10 times the experience increase, the little fire dragon's experience growth rate is not particularly slow. Mewfeng estimates that this is because the small fire dragon is still at a low level and is in the first evolutionary stage. After the little fire dragon evolves for the first time, the experience value required to upgrade will increase exponentially, and within these 7 days, he will definitely challenge the last few more powerful gym trainers. It is basically impossible to cultivate a small fire dragon as the main force of the challenge gym, and it is estimated that it depends on the critical time. The briquettes with 10 times the experience increase effect are upgraded like flying on a plane. Now taking this opportunity, sending the little fire dragon to continue to fight, allowing the little fire dragon to experience the battle between the trainers and elves to cultivate the experience and awareness of the battle. You can also complete the tasks issued by the system and obtain the props required for the evolution of the briquette. This is really a two-pronged strategy, isn't it beautiful? All players please enter again. The rest time was over. Mewfeng took the little fire dragon back into the ball again, and followed the surrounding players into the arena again. The result of the lottery has been shown, and the 4 venues will also be activated at the same time as in the previous round, and all spectators can still watch the game in front of them. And in the 3rd round and the last 2 rounds that follow, we will only use the center field, so that the audience in the entire arena will watch a game at the same time, showing a wonderful duel in sequence. And we also invited a well-known Alliance battle commentator, Mr. Kobo. Following the host speech, a tall and thin man in black casual clothes had already sat beside him at some point, took the microphone and began to introduce himself. Hello everyone, I'm Kobo. I'm very honored to be able to watch the game together as a commentator in the rookie training game of Deadleaf City. I will start to comment on the game for you in the 3rd round. Okay, next, let's invite all players to enter the arena again. According to the matching list drawn by lottery, find your own battlefield and play the 2nd round again. Mewfeng quickly found his lottery information on the big screen above his head. This time, he was placed in the 2nd round of Group B, and his opponent was exactly the trainer of the monkey monster that he had paid special attention to before. Seeing this result, Mewfeng couldn't help but be stunned. Did it really hit? Chapter 70_Fatal Flaw. In the 1st round of Group B, the strength of the 2 contestants did not change significantly. If Mewfeng had to evaluate it, it would probably be a little bit better than the trainer in the 1st round. It probably the difference between the 10th level Little Lotta and the 14th level Little Lotta. He didn't bother to look at it anymore, so he just released the little fire dragon and talked to the other party about the matters to be paid attention to in the next battle. Your next opponent is a monkey monster who is good at close combat. Pay attention to the fighting skills I taught you before. Don't compete with the opponent with your head down. Your strength may be just barely on par with the opponent. Speed is your biggest advantage. Come on. Hearing the word, Xiao Huolong also nodded heavily, indicating that he knew it. It didn't take long for the 1st round of the B area venue to be announced. Next, it's Mewfeng's turn to play. Come on, little fire dragon. He put the little fire dragon back into the Pokeball and walked towards the playing field. After the elf picture book was presented to the referee to confirm the identity, the 2nd round of competition officially started. The players on both sides are already in place. Please make a declaration of friendship before the game. Mewfeng looked at Wusuk, who was standing opposite him wearing a headscarf, and smiled friendly. Mewfeng, please advise. But this expression has another taste in Wusuke's eyes. For his psychological reasons, this smile looks more like a provocation to him. He snorted softly, clenched the pokeball in his hand, and replied to Mewfeng with a serious face. HMPH. I'm Wusuk. Your little fire dragon is very strong, but I won't be merciful. Mewfeng was stunned for a moment when he said these words. Why does this person feel a little rushed? In this case, he also put away the smile on his face and took out the little fire dragon's pokeball. Now, both players release the sprite, accompanied by the referee's order. 2 red light flash, and the little fire dragon's eyes full of fighting intent met the sight of the monkey monster, who was also eager to fight. Just like the previous battle with the Jenny turtle, the atmosphere on the battlefield instantly became tense. Looking at this scene, Mewfeng felt a little familiar for some reason. Ding! The coin in the referee's hand has been rotated and landed, and the upward side is the blue side representing Mewfeng's side. Let's start with the little fire dragon. The game begins. Little fire dragon, use grab. Now that he got the right to attack, Mewfeng didn't intend to be polite and let Xiao Huolong rush up. In the case of planning to let the little fire dragon hide its special powerful flame, the attack methods of the little fire dragon can be said to be pitiful, a bit like the briquettes that could only win by fighting back with tit for tat. But after the little fire dragon evolved, not only can he master a variety of long-range attack, but he is also good at melee skills. The little fire dragon's claws lit up with a white light, and after the body burst out at a speed that was completely disproportionate to its appearance, it went straight to the opponent's monkey monster. Monkey monster, let's fight back with sonic fist. Wu Jia looked at the figure of the little fire dragon flashing across most of the field in an instant, and couldn't help but feel a stomachache. Are you a fighting elf or a monkey monster? Your speed is too unreasonable. But simply competing for strength, the monkey monster may not lose to the little fire dragon. Get added. In the face of the attacking little fire dragon, the monkey monster's claws also began to condense, move, and also rushed out quickly. But this is not the speed that the monkey monster itself can have, but only from the increase of move, and the little fire dragon is simply too fast to use this ordinary skill like a flash of lightning. At this moment, the auditorium in Area B was also very lively, and the seats above the battlefield were filled with people. Although there were a lot of people watching the game, there were actually a lot of vacancies in the auditorium in each area. Everyone watching the game could choose the venue and players they wanted to watch the game. And after Mewfang's last game, rumors about an extremely powerful little fire dragon spread among the audience. So now the audience is almost full of people who made a special trip to see the little fire dragon. Most of these people are not trainers. They are people who are full of curiosity and desire for elves but have not become the ability to train and build. After hearing that there is such a royal family, they all rushed over. After all, the battles in other areas are really boring. Just like the battle between the iron-armored chrysalis and the iron shell coon before, it just made people feel sleepy. Look, that little fire dragon's speed is really outrageous. Isn't he really flashing an electric light? Nonsense. The little fire dragon can't learn to flash. That's just ordinary cat. But although the speed is faster than the monkey monster, the latter's strength should not be weak. Can this little fire dragon really compete with the opponent? I feel the same way. In the audience's discussion and attention, the moves of the two elves have collided. Claws to fist, the most primitive close combat melee. The light of the move dissipated, and the power of the two elves was actually comparable, and they were deadlocked in place. How is it possible? Damn it. This little fire dragon grew up drinking moo milk. How strong. This scene also made people in the audience acclaim. As a common elves of the fighting system, monkey monsters, whether in their current form or in their evolutionary form, are famous for their hot temper and huge fists. Monkey monster, seize the opportunity and use melee attack. Wusuk frowned upon seeing this. How could it be possible? I thought that the power of the little fire dragon should be slightly inferior to that of the monkey monster, but why was it a tie? But he also quickly realized that there are many ways to attack the monkey monster, but there are few melee attack skills that the little fire dragon can master. Since you are going to fight me personally, don't blame me for being rude. Hogar. The monkey monster gave up the confrontation of strength and directly took a half step back, and while riding the little fire dragon's body leaned forward, he punched out with a heavy palm. But the little fire dragon seemed to have been prepared for a long time, and immediately withdrew its strength, like a slight jump to the right to avoid the opponent's attack. Mewfang had anticipated such a scene long before the battle. The lack of melee attack means of little fire dragon is a fatal shortcoming, which cannot be compensated by speed alone. But if you seize the gap between the opponent's attack and counterattack, then there is full hope of winning. Therefore, the moment when the confrontation between the two sides ends is the key to victory. Faced with such a situation, Xiao Hualong, who had been instructed by Mewfang in advance, successfully stopped the power of his forward attack and directly dodged the attack. If you can't hold back your strength, you will definitely be hit hard by the monkey monster's melee hit. Good Chan. One more grab at his waist. At this moment, the monkey monster has revealed the fatal flaw on his side. How could Mewfang miss this opportunity? Gah! The white light of the little fire dragon's claws lit up again, and the monkey monster was severely injured sideways. The face of the monkey monster was a little distorted due to the pain, and it cried out in pain. Chapter 71 _ The Joker's Threat. Although the monkey monster still has the strength to stand up, under the influence of this blow, it has been at a disadvantage in fighting against the little fire dragon many times. Incapacitated to fight, the little fire dragon wins. In the sound of the referee's reading, Wusuk withdrew. The monkey monster, who had lost the ability to fight, turned around and left the field of competition without saying a word. Seeing this, Mewfang didn't say anything, just praised little fire dragon softly and put it back into the pokeball. It seems that with the increase of the inextinguishable flame, the body strength of the little fire dragon has been exaggerated and a little outrageous, and it can even fight against the monkey monsters several levels higher than himself without any skills of the original department. For some reason, he thought of the fast dragon that he saw that day. Although the current little fire dragon is still far from that fast dragon, he might surpass him one day in the future. Mewfang's battle was over, and it didn't take long for the game to enter the third round, but this time he didn't let him wait any longer, because after 2 rounds of elimination, there were only 22 trainers left from the 86 trainers at the beginning. From the next round of competition, it will be a formal duel that the entire audience will see, and the trainers who remain will be a little bit more valuable. The competition side gave the contestants 10 minutes to rest, and Mewfang returned to the lounge and released the little fire dragon. Silicon Silicon Tower tilde. The briquettes waiting on the side could see the whole battle from a distance, and he was also very satisfied with the battle of the little fire dragon. But the next moment, he turned his head to look at Mewtwo. His eyes seemed to be asking when he could play. The latter could only smile awkwardly. Don't worry, give the little fire dragon some more opportunities to become stronger in actual combat. I have to challenge the Dead Leaf Gym this afternoon. If the little fire dragon fails, I have to rely on you, he explained while passing the ability block can in his backpack to the little fire dragon. Silicon Tower. The briquettes looked a little disappointed but were relieved immediately. Now these opponents of Xiaohualong, if he were to go up to fight, the result would be the same. Even after he made his debut, the opponent might lose even worse. In this case, it would be good to give Xiaohualong a chance to fight. The briquettes patted little fire dragon generously on the shoulder and gave him an encouraging look. The little fire dragon was also a little hungry after 2 consecutive battles. At this time, Zheng Huan, who was holding the cube, did not respond to the encouragement of the briquette. The gas briquettes also went to eat their own portion. Mewtwo sat on the side and watched the 2 elves eat with a smile. He wasn't hungry. He looked like it was just after 10 o'clock. After the game was over, he would just go back to the ferry center in Dryleaf City to eat. In this way, with the announcement of the broadcast, the 3rd round of competition officially began. The previous commentator named Kobo was already sitting on the commentary stand, ready to explain the next battle, and the lottery arrangement for this round of battles has come out. A total of 8 rounds. Mewtwo was a little puzzled. Logically speaking, there are 22 trainers participating in this round. Why are there only 8 rounds of competition? And he found that there was no name of himself in the list of contestants in the first 8 rounds. He was not in a hurry, then looked down, and sure enough he saw his name. There are also 2 big characters behind it. By looks like 5 trainers obtained from the game, so I don't have to play this round. It was only then that he reacted, but he felt a little uncomfortable in his heart. This kind of thing may be a good thing for other players. In the continuous rounds of battle, the elves will be more or less physically exhausted, even with a 10-minute break, so being lucky enough to get a bye and go directly to the next round is good news for every contestant. But Mewtwo only felt that his head was big now. The last 3 rounds of battles were about to start, but his little fire dragon still did not upgrade after defeating the monkey monster. He originally thought that according to the level of the little fire dragon, if he fought an opponent with a similar level, he would be able to smoothly rise to level 16 and evolve into a fire dinosaur. But now he's just by. Forget it. There are still 2 rounds of battles after that, so the experience points of little fire dragon should be enough. He was a little depressed, but he was relieved quickly. Even the little fire dragon could handle these opponents without evolving. Mewtwo, who did not need to participate in the competition, simply sat on the spot and looked at the venue where the competition had already started. Good guy, gas bombs versus mosquito coils and tadpoles. Both elves are only in their early 10th level, and Mewtwo doesn't know how these 2 got into such a high ranking. 8 fights took less than 20 minutes in total. Among them, 6 rounds were nothing to watch. In one word, it was rookie chickens pecking at each other. The elves of the winners of these 5 rounds were not even as good as the monkey monster before. Mewtwo didn't bother to waste his attention on them. In the remaining 2 rounds, without exception, one side made a neat and direct shot to kill. One of them was actually a fat man who had conflicted when he was queuing up before. Bao Cheng, he still used the Lada, and the front teeth would kill with one blow and directly defeat the opponent. But this round was because the opponent was too weak, and Mewtwo knew Lada's level, so he didn't pay more attention. In another round of battle, the winner was a tall girl with double ponytails. Her elf is a frog grass. With one hand, the vine whip directly picks up the opponent and kills it in second. The opponent's elf skills have no effect on the vine. Although the fire-type fire dragon has a lot of advantages over this elf, Mewtwo still used the eye of reconnaissance to check the level and evaluation of this wonderful frog flower from a distance. Elf Froggrass level 24. Qualification Purple. Evaluation General. The evaluation of the briquettes has only reached the average level, and the grade qualification and evaluation are directly 3 high. Finally, there is a player who has seen it before. Mewtwo sighed. Otherwise this game would be too much water. Let's pay attention to the strength of this frog grass in a while. I just hope that the little fire dragon will not encounter him before it evolves. Mewtwo muttered to himself, and followed the remaining players into the rest area again. He was sitting there thinking about why the frog flower was so talented and what the background of the girl was, when a familiar figure suddenly appeared in front of him. Yo, did I really call you all the way? It was the fat man named Bao Cheng, who was standing in front of Mewtwo with a faint smile on his face at this moment. What the matter with you? For this kind of person, Mewtwo naturally didn't have a good face to show him, and asked back with a frown. Haha, what's the matter? Just to remind you that it's too late to quit the game now. It's for your own good, and for your elf good. Bao Cheng smiled grimly, turned around and left. Hearing this, Mewtwo almost stood up and punched the other's fat face, but he still restrained his movement. Calm down. This kind of clown-like person is not worth getting angry with. It doesn't matter if he threatens Mewfeng, but if someone pays attention to his elf, Mewfeng will really be angry. After coming to this world, he has long regarded his two elves as the most important companion. This fat bastard. What tricks are there? At this moment, he also felt a little weird. Wasn't that guy's Lotta directly defeated by the briquette? Why do you suddenly jump out at this moment to say such a thing? Is it a bluff, or is it prepared? Mewfeng couldn't guess, so he had to give up. Soldiers come to block it, and water comes to cover it with oil. Chapter 72_New Mission Objective. At this moment, Mewfeng was standing in the center of the competition venue, looking up to check the draw for the 4th round, but soon he fell into silence. Why did this draw result in his own bye again? Did the competition make up their minds not to let the little fire dragon evolve? He couldn't help but sigh. But no way, this is a random arrangement. That being the case, he could only watch the battle of other trainers quietly in the audience. This kind of thing is really outrageous. How could I not have such good luck in my previous life? Mewfeng thought angrily, but soon, the first round of battle on the field immediately attracted his attention. The two people who were fighting on the field were the fat man Baocheng that Mewfeng had met before, and the female trainer who owned the frog grass that he had paid special attention to. Mewfeng was stunned for a moment. This fat man's Rada is not particularly weak, but it is estimated that the girl's Fanasau will be eliminated ahead of schedule. The strength of these two elves is still somewhat different. At this time, Baocheng, who was standing opposite the girl, didn't look good either. He originally wanted to save the ace elf that his uncle gave him for last use, but now he had to expose it in advance. He was not worried that the elf would find a weakness and be defeated after Mewfeng paid special attention after it was exposed. What he was really worried about was that Mewfeng chose to quit the game halfway after discovering that the elf could not compete at all, so that he would not have a reasonable way to find trouble with Mewfeng. He has also paid attention to the female player's froggrass in front of him. If he uses that Lotta to fight, the odds of winning are really small. Why did you encounter this wonderful froggrass? In this case, let you experience what a fiasco is. He was a little angry at the moment, and he simply vented his anger on his opponent's frog flower. Please release the elves from both players. The referee gave an order, and both trainers released their elves. The Pokeball released from the female trainer's hand was the same frog grass that had appeared before. On Baocheng's side, he did not send Nalada, but instead used an elf who had never appeared in this competition. Mewfeng, who was paying attention to the situation on the field at the moment, was stunned for a second. How could it be this elf? Half the height of an adult, with black and white hair. It looks like a wolf dog. What Baocheng sent was the evil spirit from the Fengyuan area, the great wolf dog. From the moment it debuted, this big wolf dog stared at the wonderful frog flower standing opposite him with fierce eyes, exuding his own coercion. Mewfeng immediately secretly set an eye of reconnaissance, and checked the attributes of this elf. Great wolf dog. Level 30. Qualification: Blue. Strength evaluation. Getting started. Although his aptitude was even lower than that of Miaoahua, Mewfeng was a little surprised that the level of this great wolf dog was so high. Moreover, the strength evaluation given by the system is no longer weak or average, but a word that has never been seen before. Getting started. You must know that whether it is your own briquettes or that frog grass, the evaluations are without exception normal. No wonder the fat man named Baocheng just now suddenly came to himself with a yin and yang anger. It turned out that he still had such a whole card in his hand. At this time, Mewfeng was also a little confused. How could a rookie trainer have a level 30 elf? There must be something wrong with this. You must know that under the tenfold increase in experience, the briquettes that he cultivated only reached level 26. Level 26 is still upgraded after defeating Po Sung's Lotta. Between Mewfeng's doubt, the battle on the field has already begun. Froggrass, Vine Whip. The girl who got the first strike immediately asked Frog Flower to order and use the strongest move in their previous game. Dana. 4 vine whips drilled out of the wabao on the back of the frog grass and flew towards the big wolf dog standing opposite the frog grass. But the next moment, the great wolf dog moved without warning. He even used the teeth of evil to crush all those vine whips. Because of the pain, the frog grass had no choice but to withdraw its vine whip. This made the female trainer standing opposite Baocheng's expression involuntarily condense. This vine whip was an attacking trick specially trained by himself and the frog grass. The vine whip released by his frog grass is more than the number of other cognate, but also several times stronger. But just now, it was actually bitten by the other party as a weak, big wolf dog. Come on now. Crush him. Roar. Regarding Baocheng's order, the great wolf dog was deaf to him, just stood quietly in the same place, staring at the frog grass opposite him with contempt. Damn, since that's the case, use the flying leaf knife. This allowed the trainer of Myobasao to seize the opportunity and ordered it immediately. Dana. The blade flying knives lit up with cold light floated out of the frog grass, piercing the air and lashing towards the great great wolf dog. Perfect hit. But in the girl's unbelievable gaze, the great wolf dog actually only suffered a little skin trauma. This little pain completely angered the great wolf dog. He got up and rushed forward, flashing in front of the frog grass like the wind. Then, a tooth of evil bited hard at the of the frog grass. Dana. After the skill ended, Froggrass had fainted due to the pain, and directly lost the ability to fight. One-shot kill. How is it possible? Mewfeng was also stunned at this time. The attack power of this big wolf dog was so high, and the frog grass was a grass-type meat shield tank elf. Can't resist the blow of the great wolf dog. Although the speed of the little fire dragon is much higher than that of the frog grass, the speed of the big wolf dog is not too slow. If accidentally bitten, it may not be as simple as losing the ability to fight. To be honest, after seeing the level of the great wolf dog, he thought that if he sent little fire dragon, the odds of winning were not high. At this moment, he even had the idea of letting the briquette play against the wolf dog, and thinking of this, it was only then that he reacted immediately. As an evil spirit, the great wolf dog restrains the ghostly briquette, and the wolf dog didn't follow Baocheng's command. Could it be that this is the elf that Fatty borrowed from someone else, a briquettes that he was going to use specifically for him? Recalling Baocheng's face and tone before, Mewfeng thinks that it should be the case. This was a little tricky, and he couldn't help frowning. At this moment, Fatty has taken back the great wolf dog and returned to the waiting area of the players from the competition venue. When passing by Mewfeng, he smiled playfully at him, as if he was provocative. Mewfeng is too lazy to pay attention to the other party. How can there be such a bad person in this world? At the end of the fourth round, Mewfeng followed the remaining players back to the lounge and released the little fire dragon again. He told Xiao Huolong with a serious expression, "Next, you will face a very powerful opponent, a big wolf dog whose strength is far superior to you. You can choose to fight, or you can choose to let the briquettes shoot for you. If it's briquette, the odds will be better, but if you insist on playing, I won't stop you." Even though he would no longer be able to obtain that SS level quest reward item, he still planned to let the little fire dragon decide for himself. Xiao Huolong shook his head firmly when he heard the word, saying that he must play. Seeing this, Mewfeng also sighed and agreed. Then believe in the little fire dragon. The sound of the system suddenly sounded at this moment. Open black lens bracket ding. An unexpected situation was detected in the host game. Therefore, the task reward rules have been replaced. Close black lens bracket. The requirements of the first 4 evaluation tasks remain unchanged, and the 5th requirement is changed to use the little fire dragon to defeat the wolf dog, and you can get the perfect evaluation reward. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 73 _ the price of underestimating the enemy. Today's 4th update asks for silver. At this moment, Mewfeng didn't pay as much attention to the rewards of the quest as before. Now he only cares about how to make the little fire dragon win under the attack of the big wolf dog. Although the briquettes may not be at a disadvantage in the face of the wolf dog, after all, they have super high speed and the blessing of a double-edged sword. The opponent's evil attribute has less effect on the briquette, but if it is a small fire dragon, the situation may not be the case. After all, even if the small fire dragon has the blessing of the inextinguishable flame, it is only a first-order evolution elf, and his aptitude is even lower than the coal ball. Phew. So Mewfeng was still worried about this. Accompanied by the sound of the broadcast, Mewfeng walked into the arena with several players again and stood in the center of the arena. Now after 4 rounds of duels, there are only 8 contestants left, and they will compete fiercely. Trainers who can reach the present level will be rewarded according to their ranking, and which step we can take in the end depends on the strength of the trainer himself. The host's voice echoed throughout the venue through the broadcast, and the animation of the draw was playing on the monitor above the venue. The next moment Mewfeng saw his opponent in this round of battle. Coincidentally, it was Baocheng. I thought that the little fire dragon could gain experience points to upgrade in this round of competition, and thus evolve into a fire dinosaur, so that the odds of winning against the big wolf dog were much higher. But now he actually collided with that person before the final, which is not good news for him. But recalling the high-spirited appearance of Xiao Huolong just now, Mewfeng did not flinch at all. No matter how powerful the great wolfhound is, after all, it will not obey Fatty's command, and is essentially just a wild elf. And his little fire dragon, as long as it cooperates perfectly with the command of his trainer, it is not completely without a chance of winning. The first round of competition is about to begin. The trainer from Junxin Town, Mewfeng, and the rookie trainer from Dark Gray City, Baocheng, will be on the stage. Besides using Lada, this trainer named Baocheng actually dispatched a very high-level wolf dog in the last round. With the powerful Fang of Evil, he defeated the opponent's Froggrass, and he succeeded. Advanced to this round with his trainer, and this trainer named Mewfeng was lucky enough to have 2 consecutive buys. I currently don't know his spirit and fighting style. Let's wait and see. Now, the audience can guess, is it the dark horse Baocheng or the lucky guy Mewfeng who wins in the end? With the high-pitched reading of the commentary, the referee is already standing in the center of the field, raising the red flag in his hand and waving it down. 2 players please enter. At this moment, the audience in the auditorium had already exploded and began to discuss intensely. It's that little fire dragon. As I mentioned before, that little fire dragon with a very strange speed and strength. It turned out not to be out of the game but 2 buys. This trainer has no luck. Ha, I don't think so. I actually met this big wolf dog in this round. This is the only elf that has reached the level of a formal trainer in this entire competition. In the audience, a man with a black hat on his head suddenly spoke, which immediately attracted the attention of the people around him. Official trainer level. How did you judge it? The audience sitting next to him who was still talking was also taken aback and asked. Although there is no specific level of elves in this world, there is a level evaluation index set by the official alliance. Generally speaking, trainers with 6 or more badges can be called official trainers, and all the participants in this competition are rookie trainers below that. Most of the audience present were ordinary people, and naturally they could not see the specific level of elf. The man with the black hat on his head once collected 8 gym badges in the Kanto region when he was young, but he did not participate in the league competition due to family pressure. He can naturally judge based on his experience the general strength level of that big wolf dog. At this moment he saw that the attention of the audience around him had been attracted by him, and he was very satisfied, so he pretended to have a deep cough, and then explained, I used to be an official trainer when I was young. According to my experience, the strength of this great wolf dog should be at the official level, and the little fire dragon, as the first step of the evolutionary stage, even if it has exaggerated speed and power as you said, it is impossible to enter the formal threshold before evolution, and naturally it is not the opponent of the wolf dog. When the people in the audience heard it, they all sighed. No wonder in the last round of competition, the great wolf dog easily killed the frog grass with 1 blow, and there was such a reason. At the same time, some viewers also began to worry about the little fire dragon of Mewtwo. Is this little guy really okay? Mewtwo and Bao Cheng have both stood on the battlefield. The latter took advantage of the referee's inattentiveness and hooked his finger provocatively towards Mewtwo. His intention was already obvious. He just wanted to anger Mewtwo, and then beat him ruthlessly, in order to get out the bad breath he had before. Unexpectedly, Mewtwo, who was standing opposite him, did not seem to see it, and did not pay any attention to his behavior. Cut, this time I can still make you so calm. When my big wolf dog shreds your little fire dragon, I don't know if you can still show this expression. He muttered to himself in a low voice, already clenching the pokeball with the great wolfhound in his hand. Mewtwo also looked at his opponent indifferently, holding the pokeball of the little fire dragon in his hand. Please let the 2 contestants release the elf. Come on, little fire dragon. The great wolf dog. Shred him. 2 white light flashed, and the big wolf dog and the little fire dragon appeared at both ends of the field. After the former was dispatched, he roared viciously towards the little fire dragon, facing his own ferocity and power to the opponent. Roar. Gah. Xiao Huolong responded without showing weakness, and he did not lose to the big wolf dog in terms of momentum. Such a small thing dares to be brave in front of himself. Fierce malice burned in the eyes of the big wolf dog, staring at the little fire dragon in front of him. The coin in the referee's hand fell to the ground, and it was the blue team's Mewtwo who took the lead. Little fire dragon. Bark. Mewtwo directly ordered. The matter is now, there is no need to deliberately hide the ability of the little fire dragon, and his previous caution really paid off. Facing Mewtwo's order, Heisei was unmoved. He just put his arms around his chest and looked at the little fire dragon quietly, with a look of indifference. The big wolf dog also looked at the little fire dragon with contempt, and his eyes were full of disdain. Before, the vine whip of the frog grass hadn't caused much damage to him, let alone the vine whip of a little fire dragon. Since you despise the enemy and look down on the little fire dragon, then bear the price of doing so. Mewtwo sneered in his heart, and the orange-red inextinguishable fireworks were already burning and blooming in the air in an instant. Chapter 74_War and Fire. After the great wolf dog felt the oncoming heat wave, it was too late to avoid it. Even if he made a dodging action, the flame of the little fire dragon still hit his side, while inflicting the damage that the flames should have. The orange-red flames actually burned directly on the fur on the side of the great wolf dog. The severe pain from the burning caused the great wolf dog to fall to the ground, trying to rub the ground with a rolling motion to extinguish the flame. But this move was not only ineffective, the flames on his hair were still burning vigorously, and along with his movement, a few clusters of spark fell on the ground, and actually turned into a flame without any burning catalyst on the ground. This flame seems to have vitality, and the flame burning beside him at the moment is also very strange. It stands to reason that his hair should have been burnt out long ago, but the orange-red flame just burned off a piece of fur and continued to burn his body out of thin air. Whoa! The wolf dog howled in pain, staring at the little fire dragon that burned him. This guy, he will never let go. My god, what kind of flame is this? The commentator Bolger was also dumbfounded at this time. He has been commenting experimenting on elves for so many years, and he has never seen a fire elves with such a special flame. The audience couldn't see the problem at first, but the fire burning out of thin air on the venue finally made them understand why they were so surprised. It can actually burn out of thin air. The flame of this little fire dragon is very special, and maybe only water attribute skills can put it out. Mewtwo sighed in his heart when he heard the words at the moment. Even if Kyogre came today, a wave of root causes would not be able to put out the fire. Although the little fire dragon did not master many fire-related skills, the flame in his body was a genuine and extinguishable flame, a mythical flame formed by the fusion of the flames of Ho-Oh and Lexirum. This was also the first time that Mewtwo had witnessed the power of the little fire dragon's flames in the competition, and to be honest, he was a little surprised. A flame that will not be extinguished. Is that what it means? Big wolf dog. Kill him. The fire will naturally go out. Bao Cheng saw that the wolf dog had nothing to do with the burning fire, so he became anxious all of a sudden, and shouted at the wolf dog in front of him. At the same time, the great wolf dog could no longer bear the pain. The flames were tormenting his heart like maggots in the tarsus, and his hatred for the little fire dragon had risen to the extreme. Whoa! He howled angrily, endured the severe pain on his body, and ran directly at the little fire dragon. Slam! Although the little fire dragon succeeded with a fire, but Mewtwo never let him get close to the big wolf dog to continue outputting, because according to the small fire dragon's body and speed, if it is bitten or hit by other moves when facing the big wolf dog, it is very likely that it will continue to be attacked by the opponent one after another. Even the frog grass was killed by him with one bite, and he wanted to let Xiaohualong pay attention to this. So from the beginning to now, Mewtwo has been closely watching the movements of the big wolf dog, ready to let the little fire dragon dodge the opponent's attack at any time. And at the moment when the big wolf dog raised its front legs and exerted force, Mewtwo's order had been issued. Little fire dragon, avoid to the right. Can. The wolf dog's body suddenly rushed out, but because of the burns on his body, it seemed a little slow, coupled with Mewtwo's instant orders and reminders, which made him dodge to the right side to avoid this sudden turn. Beautiful. Under the immediate command of Mewtwo, the little fire dragon successfully evaded this menacing attack. The voice of the commentary reverberated in the field, and all the audience watched the game with bated breath. Compared with the usual rookie trainer battle before, the battle between the little fire dragon and the big wolf dog is a few grades higher, and it is not on the same level at all. Originally, after seeing the performance of the great wolf dog in the last round, everyone thought that the great wolf dog was already a winner, and there was no suspense that they would win the game. But the flame of the little fire dragon magically had a huge impact on the big wolf dog, putting the big wolf dog without water skills into a predicament. At this moment, the audience wearing a black hat also frowned. This is an official level wolf dog. It won't really lose to the opponent's little fire dragon, right? In that case, wouldn't what he said before become a joke? Just when he was frowning and worried, the big wolf dog forward movement actually stopped, and he raised his head to let out an extremely loud roar, and the shocked little fire dragon and even the audience in the front row began to have a headache. Ow! Little fire dragon, cover your ears. Mewtwo's reaction to this was half a beat, with an anxious look on his face. The great wolfhound is actually very smart not to use all the power to rush, so that he can face the opponent's counterattack in time after the attack is evaded. Under his own command, the little fire dragon did not take this opportunity to attack, and the big wolf dog simply took the initiative to attack. Good old-fashioned combat experience. After all, his order was a step too late. The little fire dragon was affected by the intimidation characteristics and the barking of the big wolf dog, and his level was far lower than that of the big wolf dog, and he fell directly into a sluggish state. Broken. Come on, great wolf dog, crush him for me. Whoa! The big wolf dog exerted force on its hind leg, swooped to the side of the little fire dragon, and directly hit the little fire dragon with no resistance. The current situation is very unfavorable for the little fire dragon. The most crowd attack method of this big wolf dog is to bite it to pieces. Even the previous frog grass can only be killed in an instant in front of this move, and now the little fire dragon has been bitten by the opponent. How to break free from the opponent's shackles? The voice of the commentary also sounded immediately at this moment, arousing the emotions of the audience. Quote, the pain made the little fire dragon wake up from the sluggishness before, but the biting skills of the big wolf dog made him unable to escape from the wolf's mouth. The hateful great wolfhound even more deliberately lowered his strength. All he wanted was that the little fire dragon be tortured by his own bite while retaining his fighting ability. The burning sensation on the great wolf dog's body at this time not only did not disappear, on the contrary, it became a bit more violent. The little fire dragon tried to struggle in severe pain, but his claws swiped on the body of the big wolf dog, but it did not cause any impact. And because of physical exhaustion and pain, he couldn't spit out the flames in his body. And as the damage of the smashing skills came one after another, the physical strength of the little fire dragon was also worn down to a critical point. point, and even the flames on the big wolf dog began to weaken a little. What the matter? Don't you let your little fire dragon struggle a few times. Baocheng, who was standing opposite Mewfeng, grinned and deliberately said such words to stimulate the other's nerve. The biting skills of the great wolf dog. The more you struggle in this situation, the more painful it will be. Although Mewfeng's expression was a little ugly, he clenched his fist and quietly waited for the turning point. Yo, I don't even dare to say anything now. It wasn't very arrogant before. Baocheng saw that the other party didn't react at all, so he sneered even more. But he hasn't finished his last sentence yet. A mutation has occurred. Chapter 75 Are you really flamethrower? The flames that were already dimmed on the great wolf dog suddenly started to burn violently as if filled with firewood. The little fire dragon's physical strength is about to be exhausted at this moment, but at the same time his characteristics are also triggered at this moment. Fire. When stamina drops, fire-type skills will increase in power. The inextinguishable flame of the little fire dragon also seems to have been increased because of this feature. The orange-red flames contaminated by the big wolf dog erupted in a huge heat wave in an instant, and even turned into a fiery red fire. And the big wolf dog could no longer hold on to the action of biting, and the piercing pain from his side made him unable to help but cry in pain. Woo! The little fire dragon also broke free from the gnawing skills, and after falling heavily to the ground, he gritted his teeth and stood up again on the ground. Although he received a lot of damage, and his physical strength could not continue to support the battle, his eyes with fighting intent were locked on his opponent. Under the blessing of the fierce fire, the flames burning at his tail also suddenly rose into a flaming red dazzling fire group. Unbelievable! The flame of the little fire dragon suddenly seemed to be much more violent, and the big wolf dog couldn't help but let go of the pain. How is this going? Back to light. Baocheng, who was standing opposite Mewfeng, didn't know that there was still a fire characteristic, and was stunned for a while, completely unable to react in the face of such a reversal. Little fire dragon. One last time. Fire! Mewfeng yelled and ordered. He knew that the battle situation had reached the most critical moment. Gah! The little fire dragon strongly supported the weak body, and the fighting spirit in his heart was mixed with the inextinguishable flame under the blessing of the fierce fire. At this moment, he felt that there were endless scorching flames in his body, all of which were released together at this moment. The coyote is still difficult to move because of the pain, and the little fire dragon also launched the final attack. The commentator is also closely watching any changes on the field at the moment, in order to explain the situation on the field to the audience as quickly as possible. The next moment, he was also shocked. My god, is that a flame? It's a flamethrower at all. What spit out from the little fire dragon's mouth was no longer a faint orange-red flame, but a crimson fire column twice as thick as the previous Jenny Turtle's water gun. The pillar of fire shot at the great wolf dog and completely engulfed it in the flame. Under this blow, the audience close to the front row can even feel the air around them drier. The fire pillar dissipated, and the little fire dragon could no longer continue to maintain the burning of the inextinguishable flame, gasping for breath and kneeling on the ground. And the big wolf dog has been charred black in the fire column, and it seems that it has suffered serious burns, but it is not fatal. The little fire dragon was still standing, and the big wolf dog fell to the ground after shaking for half a second. The pain from the burning flame made him faint. The big wolf dog loses its ability to fight, and the little fire dragon wins. Seeing this, the referee directly announced the result of the battle. Nice job, little fire dragon. Mewfeng was also excited and rushed to the field, ready to support the little fire dragon that was about to fall to the ground because of weakness. Ding! The little fire dragon won the leapfrog battle and gained 5 times the experience bonus. Close black lens bracket. Little fire dragon has risen to level 18. Close black lens bracket. The sound of the system sounded at this moment, and the body of the little fire dragon also began to emit a strange colorful brilliance representing evolution. Different from the evolution of Briquette, Mewfeng actually saw the light and shadow of the two mythical beasts, Hoang and Lexirum, in this brilliance. The brilliance dissipated, and a brand new elf stood in front of Mewfeng. It is the evolutionary form of the little fire dragon, the fire dinosaur. Whoa! The joy of victory and evolution made Fire Dinosaur roar in excitement. He actually defeated such a formidable opponent and successfully evolved. Feeling the new power of the new body after evolution, he couldn't help spewing flames towards the sky, as if to celebrate it all. After all, it has evolved, and Mewfeng smiled with relief. But the next moment, the fire dinosaur closed his eyes and fell straight back. Mewfeng quickly stepped forward to support it, and stretched out his hand to probe the fire-detecting dinosaur's breath. Well, breathing flat, just hired. With a sigh of relief, Mewfeng took the fire dinosaur back into the Pokeball. Mewfeng's player actually evolved into a fire dinosaur, but it seems that he passed out because he exhausted his stamina in the battle. The burns on the wolf dog side are also more serious. Our emergency medical team will take it away for treatment, so don't worry. This wonderful battle is over. Don't you want to give your applause? The voice of the commentary sounded again, awakening the audience in the field. Thunderous applause resounded throughout the venue, mixed with the excited howls of the audience. What a strong little fire dragon. What a fierce fire. From an audience who had stood up and applauded. There was an opportunity to choose the 3 imperial families in front of me, but I didn't cherish it. If God gave me a chance to come back, I would choose Jenny Turtle. From a hug, Jenny Turtle, a trainer who was so excited after watching the battle, but had to temporarily change his mind after being stared at by his own Jenny Turtle. The face of the person who wore the black hat before was a little ugly. The entry-level Great Wolf Dog really killed that flame in second. Oh, that's a jet of fire. At this moment, even more ugly than his face, it was Baocheng who was standing in the field watching the half-dead wolf dog being carried away by the medical staff. Originally, his revenge was about to succeed, and he could imagine how Mewtwo slipped away with the little fire dragon after his failure. But now, the other party has not only eliminated himself, but the little fire dragon has also successfully evolved. The Great Wolf Dog is Uncle's ace elf. Now that he has made him look like this, I am afraid some of them are uncomfortable. Maybe his only elf, that Rada, will be taken back by his uncle. And he still lost halfway. He didn't even make it to the final. It's all over now. He was trembling with anger, but he recalled Mewtwo's attitude towards him. That guy didn't even pay attention to himself from start to finish. Thinking of this, he only felt that he wanted to cry but had no tears. His breathing was short, and his heart beat faster. The next second, he actually fainted. The game is over. Please leave the 2 players. Why did the Baocheng player over there suddenly collapse? Medical staff. In the voice of the commentator, Mewtwo has returned to the lounge. What happened to the fat man? He didn't care at all. That elf is not his. The dregs of bad behavior and cheating. He didn't let the little fire dragons bake together. It would be good. He has now left the playing field and went directly to the elf center with the little fire dragon. Although it doesn't seem to be a serious problem, it's good to check it. Mewtwo didn't want Xiao Huolong to suffer from any disease because of this outbreak. After all, the last blow just now was so terrifying, it really scared him a bit. Chapter 76_ Dr. Oki. Are you still a person? The briquettes are floating above Mewtwo's head at the moment, waiting for Miss Joy's examination results with the latter. Silicon Tower tilde. The briquettes have just witnessed the whole process of the game in the waiting area, and I am still a little worried about the state of the little fire dragon. It should be said that it is a fire dinosaur. Don't worry, it should be fine. Mewtwo touched the head of the briquettes and patiently comforted him. Ding! The light sign at the door of the testing room dimmed, and Miss Joy pushed open the door of the testing room. An auspicious egg supported the surgical cart and followed closely behind, and the one on the cart was the fire dinosaur who was enjoying the win. How's he doing, Miss Joy? Seeing this, Mewtwo ran straight to Joey with the briquettes and asked worriedly, your fire dinosaur's body functions are all normal, and there is nothing serious. It's just tired and needs a good day's rest in the elf center. Mewtwo and Briquette both breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. As long as little fire dragon was fine. If that's the case, I'll ask you, Miss Joy. I have to go back and continue the competition. If the little fire dragon wakes up, please tell him that I will come to see him with briquettes after the game. After he finished speaking, he ran out of the spirit center with the briquette. The next round of competition is about to begin. Since Xiao Huolong has lost his fighting ability, he can only let the briquette finish his unfinished competition. It's a pity that the task of only sending small fire dragons to fight is estimated to be impossible to complete. Mewtwo sighed, raised his head and looked at the briquettes above his head who were happy because he could participate in the competition, and secretly apologized. It is estimated that your evolutionary prop can only be found again and again. An hour later, Mewtwo stood in the center of the arena holding the championship trophy. Listening to the commentator's various words of praise for him, his whole person is now dazed. Not only him, but the audience is also dumbfounded. This player named Mewtwo first took 2 buys, sent a small fire dragon to fight and won the next round, and then returned with a ghost stone to continue the competition. Because of the strength of the little fire dragon, everyone had some expectations for this new ghost stone, but they didn't expect to see ghost stone play until now. Because whether it was the semifinal or the final, Mewtwo's 2 opponents unexpectedly chose to surrender. Therefore, the audience's reaction is understandable now. The trainer opposite Mewtwo in the semifinal just surrendered directly. I thought that this ghost stone would be able to show his skills in the final. Before standing on the court, the opponent told the referee that he obtained. Some grumpy spectators even yelled at them, "What about the final? Just this." But in fact, the 2 trainers were also very unwilling. They managed to get such a high ranking, but they lost their fighting spirit directly after seeing the battle between the little fire dragon and the big wolf dog. Because they dare to say that if they replace their own elf to face the big wolf dog, they will only be killed in an instant. And Mewtwo's little fire dragon is so powerful, and now he touches a different colored ghost stone, and they really don't want to fight at all. Forget it. Anyway, the top 4 have a lot of money to take, and it was beyond their expectations to have reached this age. Therefore, when both the audience and Mewfeng were stunned, the latter stood on the podium and took over the trophy and the Thunderstone handed over by the staff. This is the end of the rookie trainer competition in Dryly City. Thank you for your support. I am. The task is completed. At this moment, Mewfeng has returned to the center of the elf, still holding the golden trophy in his hand. This thing is lost, neither is it, and it really makes him feel a little headache. But now what he is more concerned about is, since the briquettes are not really on the field, is his task a perfect completion? As if feeling his doubt, the system's voice immediately resounded in Mewfeng's heart. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission with a perfect rating. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. The system is issuing reward. Close black lens bracket. Congratulations to the host for getting 15,000 yuan SS level props Olker. Close black lens bracket. When Mewfeng heard the prompt from the system, he couldn't help but feel happy. This time the evolution of briquettes has fallen. Even the props that I used on the new island before are just S level consumables, and now this soul curse talisman is even one level higher, SS level. With a thought, he opened the system's item backpack and checked the introduction of this item. Soul curse talisman, SS level portable item. Mysterious spells tempered by thousands of curse souls. If carried by ghost type elf, it can increase the skill damage of ghost type elves by 50%. Active effect. Soul curse. Release the soul inside the spell to curse a single opponent, which can continue to absorb half of the opponent's maximum physical strength within 10 seconds. This effect can be applied to elves with the strength below the first level god. Note: Ghost Stone can be exchanged for evolution after being carried, and no props will be consumed after evolution. After reading the introduction of these effects, Mewfeng couldn't help but take a deep breath. Man, this is a bit outrageous. Not to mention the active effect, but this 50% increase in skill damage is already terrifying. Coupled with the double-edged sword effect of the briquette, it simply makes the briquette go farther and farther on the road of the glass cannon, and can't turn their head. And this active effect is also very scary. Such things as draining the upper limit of stamina are also very useful, although it is not suitable for briquette fighting style. When fighting against some extremely powerful opponent, if they complement the briquette curse, they will definitely become a whole card, and it will not be consumed by the exchange and evolution of briquette. Mewfeng is also relieved. He has not performed communication exchange evolution in the game before, and he is not very clear about whether the evolution will retain prop. Now that the system has made it clear, he is no longer worried. He just doesn't know how the exchange and evolution of this world is going to be carried out. After thinking about it again and again, he still intends to make a phone call and ask Dr. Ogi. He took out the elf picture book and connected the call with Dr. Damu. Hello, who is that? Hey, it's Mewfeng. Where have you traveled now? Did you get the badge of the first gym in the dark gray market? Dr. Damu on the other side of the screen was a little surprised when he saw Mewfeng. Why did the child suddenly call? I've got the water drop badge and the dark gray badge, and I'm going to challenge the gym in Deadly City this afternoon. When Mewfeng saw the other party's question, he answered honestly. So fast? If I remember correctly, you've only been out for 3 days. Dr. Damu was stunned for a moment. According to his guess, Mewfeng should have just arrived in Wallen City. Why is he ready to challenge the gym in Dryly City? In addition to being surprised, he saw the briquettes above Mewfeng's head again, and couldn't help but be stunned for a second. This isn't the ghost hatched in my research institute. Ah, yes, these are briquettes. Mewfeng replied calmly. What kind of monster are you? Dr. Ogi felt that he was running out of words. After going out for 3 days, other trainers may not have passed the dark gray gym. How come you have been out for a month? Chapter 77 _ should it be renamed Snowball? But in addition to being surprised, Dr. Damu was also a little curious. Why did Mewfeng suddenly call himself? Ha! I'm relieved to see that you are going so well, but what are you looking for? Hearing this, Mewfeng also revealed his purpose, telling Dr. Damu that he wanted to exchange and evolve Ghost Stone, and wanted to ask Dr. Damu what he should pay attention to first. After listening to it, Dr. Damu thought for a moment, and then gave Mewfeng his own reply. So that's the case. Have you decided to let Ghost Stone perform exchange evolution? Yes, I've already asked about the briquette. Mewfeng nodded. He had already asked the briquettes what he thought about evolution before. As soon as this guy heard that he could become stronger, he immediately nodded and agreed, without any need for Mewfeng to do any ideological work for him. At this moment, the coal ball was also a little depressed because he didn't play a game in the game. After hearing the two talk about matters related to their own evolution, he immediately moved to the side of the screen and shouted to brush his sense of existence. Silicon Tower tilde. You put the curse on the briquette, and then put it in the Pokeball and send it to me through the Pokemon Center's Pokemon teleportation station, and I can send it to you again. This is the teleportation coordinates of my laboratory. Upon seeing this, Dr. Damu was also willing to help, and told Mewfeng about his teleportation coordinates and the method of exchanging evolution. After writing down the coordinates coordinate. Mewfeng hung up the phone and walked to the teleportation machine with the briquette. System, open the backpack and take out the curse of the soul. Seeing that there was no one around, Mewfeng recited in his heart, and the next moment, a talisman appeared out of thin air in his hand. This talisman was about a finger long, made of yellowish rough paper, and there were some red symbols on it that Mewfeng couldn't understand at all. The moment it appeared in Mewfeng's hand, Mewfeng only felt that the surrounding temperature had dropped a bit, and he felt a creepy feeling all over his body, as if he was in a haunted house. However, after the briquette discovered what was in Mewfeng's hand, they flew directly over Mewfeng's head and swallowed the spell. This spell had an irresistible attraction for the briquette, so that he ate it straight away. Quote ellipsis quote. That weird feeling really disappeared, but Mewfeng looked at the briquettes with a contented face, and for some reason, his heart suddenly started to panic a little. Good guy, this is eaten directly. Is it considered to be carried? Just be patient, and you'll be released soon. Mewfeng took out the master ball from the bag and explained to the briquette. Silicon Tower tilde. Hearing the word, the briquettes also nodded, and took the initiative to touch the button in his hand, turning into a red light and entering the Pokeball. Picking up this purple Pokeball, he suddenly hesitated. The master ball seems to have a prototype in this world, but he doesn't know the specific situation. I don't know if Dr. Damu recognizes it. After thinking for a few seconds, he still operated the Pokeball teleporter, entered the teleport coordinates of Dr. Ogi's Research Institute, and teleported the Pokeball with the briquette. At the same time, in the Oki Research Institute, Dr. Damu, who had been waiting in front of the teleporter for a long time, looked at the purple Pokeball that suddenly appeared in front of him, and the whole person was done. When Mewfeng left his research institute, he seemed to have forgotten to get him the Pokeball. Right, this kid doesn't know where he got a Pokeball with a strange color and appearance. I'll find an opportunity to reissue it for him in the future. If Mewfeng saw Dr. Damu's reaction like this, he would naturally understand immediately. The master ball in this world has not yet appeared. Hey, this little guy has only been on the road for 3 days, and the hatched elves have finally evolved, which is really hard for me to accept. If Xiao Mao is half of Mewfeng, a quarter, I am satisfied with this old man. Dr. Ogi sighed deeply, entered the coordinates displayed on the screen, and sent the Pokeball back again. This should be done. If I remember correctly, Glitter Gengar, it seems to be white. A white Gengar called briquette. Hiss. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but take a deep breath, and the expression on his face became a little complicated. Xiao Mao can learn everything according to this Mewfeng, but the name is not allowed. Mewfeng waited in front of the teleporter, and also got the master ball that was just teleported back. He held down the excitement in his heart, picked up the Pokeball, and released the briquette. But the red light flashed, but there was no briquette figure. What the matter? Mewfeng could not help frowning. What about the briquette? Just when he was puzzled, a somewhat familiar laughter suddenly came from behind Mewfeng. Gia tilde. Zunsheng turned around and looked at Mewfeng, but found that there was nothing behind him. Suddenly, if he noticed something, he looked down at the shadow under his feet. The half-white body was blinking, watching his reaction secretly. Valkoid, he called out softly, and the briquettes emerged from the shadow under his feet, floating in front of Mewfeng's eyes, and replied to him. Hey tilde. As Mewfeng expected, the evolved briquettes were all white, exactly what a Glitter Gengar should look like. It's so white now. Shouldn't it be time to change its name to Snowball? He grinned, joking on his lip, but he was sincerely happy for the smooth evolution of the briquette. Hey, before the briquettes heard the word, they put on a smile, and the next moment, they used their tongue to let Mewfeng experience a feeling of numbness. Although evolved, but the tongue is still so numb. Mewfeng, who was stiff in place, wanted to cry without tears, and looked at the happy briquettes in front of him with some helplessness. Gia tilde. Briquette, Ovo, Elf, Gengar, Flash, Level 26, Qualification, Orange, Evaluation, Getting Started, Attribute, Ghost Poison, Characteristic, Cursed Body, when attacked, sometimes the opponent's moves will become immobilized. Closed black lens bracket, Kill, Shadow Fist, Tongue Lick, Strange Light, Hypnosis, Impact, Tit for Tit, Curse, Misfortune, Mirror. Attribute, Individual Characteristic, Double-Edged Sword, Carrying Item, Amulet of Soul. Curse. Effect, the power of the bearer's ghost height skills increases by 50%, and the number of active skills remaining 22. The evolved briquette, the evaluation has also reached the entry level. Mewfeng recalled the strength of the big wolf dog, and he also had a point in his heart for the current strength of the briquette. You must know that the reason why the big wolf dog lost was only because he underestimated the enemy. Similarly, this also proves that the briquettes now have the strength to fight the big wolf dog. In the case of Can, the collection will cost 10,000, and the follow-up reading has dropped from 50 to 18. I feel like I will be broken. 10,000 collections and 500 tickets a day. Valid ticket. I want to cry and show you cat. Ahem, there's another update tonight. Happy weekend everyone. Thanks. Che Xiaosheng, what kind of immortal are you? You really don't need to be like this cac. Mo Heng, Xing Xiaomiao, Unknown Tomorrow, Undyed Red Dust for their golden tickets. immediate support. Chapter 78 Fire Dinosaur Who Doesn't Want to Be a Lazy Dog. That being the case, Mewtwo was also a little more confident about the possible pursuit of the rockets and about challenging Nazi. But this is far from enough. The briquettes are still at a lower level now, so I have to bring him to work together. At this moment, Mewtwo seems to have forgotten that the briquettes were only born from the elf egg for 3 days. As a newborn elf, while the strength of briquettes has soared in these short 3 days, it has also endured pressure that should not be endured at this age. But he just didn't feel it at all. Hey Tilda. The briquettes landed on both feet at the moment, and was looking at his new body curiously, feeling the new power in his body. Evolution's improvement to him is not only reflected in the basic ability values, but also in the control of ghost-type energy and physical characteristics. Mewtwo was sitting on a chair beside him, thinking about the next training direction of briquette. First of all, with the increase of the double-edged sword and the damage increase effect of the Curse of the Soul, the attack power and threat of the coal ball should be far more than that of the elves of the same level, otherwise it will not have the same level as the big one. The general strength evaluation of the wolf dog, but even if it evolved, physical strength and defense are still flawed, and this cannot be changed. That being the case, then implement the policy from the beginning so that the opponent can't touch the briquettes at all. And to do this, there are 2 ways. The first is to increase the speed of the briquette to avoid the opponent's attack and to ensure their own safety. But no matter how fast it is, there is a limit. Although it has the blessing of a double-edged sword, the current speed of briquettes is still not enough when facing some powerful opponent. In this regard, we have to rely on the second method, face capability. It is said that the lower body of the Mega Gengar is hidden in a different face, which also proves that the Gengar line is actually gifted with face ability, which makes Mewtwo see the possibility of letting the briquette practice face ability. Whether it is to escape the opponent's skills by escaping into a different face, or to teleport directly to avoid attack, the actual effect is far more than simply relying on speed to dodge. Moreover, the ability to move in space also helps the briquettes to appear directly behind the opponent like a killer, and use the powerful object given by the double-edged sword to kill in one hit. But the ideal is beautiful, the reality is often cruel. In fact, as the level increases, Gengar does not master skills similar to teleportation, and Mewtwo has no clue about the development of space ability. That is to say, everything is just at the theoretical stage. Grumpy. After thinking so much, Mewtwo's stomach began to growl. At the end of the game, he was also a little tired. It was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and he hadn't eaten lunch yet. Ballets, go and have a meal with me. He waved at the briquettes in front of him, got up and prepared to leave. Gia Tilda. Hearing the word, the briquettes also flew quickly, but this time he didn't stay on top of Mewtwo's head. His excessive size made him realize that he might be a little weird doing this, and for some reason, he didn't like to be exposed after evolution. Feeling in the sun. Therefore, he directly swept past Mewtwo's side, dived into the shadow under Mewtwo's feet, and directly merged with the ladder. The ladder is also a meal when he sees it. Has this habit finally changed? Although the briquettes had no real weight as a ghost-type elf, he used to stay on top of his head every day, which would cause the temperature of the area to drop sharply. Mewtwo had countless times wondering if he was bald because the top of his head was too cold. Now that the briquettes have evolved into Gengar, they seem to prefer hiding in the shadows under his feet. Wait, hiding in the shadows? Mewtwo, who got up and wanted to leave, was suddenly stunned when he thought of this, and his step forward were stagnant for half a beat. If I remember correctly, Gengar is a magical spirit that can freely hide in the shadows of others, and has the magical ability to move in the shadows. In this case, can the training in space be directly transformed into the training of the ability to move in the shadows? A shadow assassin who can instantly launch a surprise attack from the opponent's shadow. It really makes me feel like thinking about it. Briquette, although you have evolved into Gengar, we still have a long way to go. He smiled wryly, and looked down at the shadow under his feet with a complicated look on his face. From that shadow came the response of a body of briquette. Hey, no problem. After having lunch at the elf center, Mewtwo returned to the elf lounge where the fire dinosaur was currently. Coincidentally, when Mewtwo stepped into the room, fire dinosaur happened to wake up as if he had been investigating, and when he opened his eyes, he saw Mewtwo's figure. Normal elves will be temporarily unable to use their strength due to the high-intensity explosion, but the flame in the fire dinosaur's body seems to be helping him repair the damage, and he can restore his ability to move normally at this moment. So in Mewtwo's surprised eyes, fire dinosaur jumped directly from the rest table where he was lying, and roared towards Mewtwo energetically. Ow! Did it recover so soon? Mewtwo stepped forward and touched the other's head. Although Huo Dinosaur looked unhappy on his face, he was still willing. With Mewtwo's help, he really became much stronger very quickly. If the trainer cultivates the elves will naturally recognize the trainer. Hey Tilda. At this moment, Gengar also floated out of the shadow and screamed at the fire dinosaur. Ow! The fire dinosaur was stunned when he saw this. He had never seen this elf, but he had a a vague sense of familiarity. Ah, it's Briquette, and he's evolved into a Gengar. The opponents in the previous games all obtained later, which means that this time you won the championship by yourself. Seeing Huo Dinosaur's bewildered look, Mewfeng explained, and by the way told the opponent the result of the match. Gia tilde. Zhang Gui also let out a series of laughter and returned to the shadow behind Mewfeng. In the afternoon, I will take Briquettes to challenge Deadleaf's gym. Do you want to go with us, or rest here for a while? Mewfeng also took out the Pokeball of Fire Dinosaur and asked the other party's wishes. He probably guessed that the Fire Dinosaur could recover so quickly because of the help of the inextinguishable flame, but Miss Joy said that the Fire Dinosaur would have to rest for at least a day, so he still planned to let the Fire Dinosaur decide for himself. Ow! Fire Dinosaur nodded quickly when he heard it. Although I still feel a little sore in my body, I still want to follow Mewfeng to see that gym battle. He may not be able to play in this state, but he is still curious about the strength of the evolved Briquette. As Mewfeng's first elf to conquer the Briquette, Fire Dinosaur first set the first goal to surpass the opponent. I thought I could fight Briquettes after I evolved into a Fire Dinosaur, but when I woke up, I found that the other party had also evolved, and after the evolution of the opponent, it seems that the strength has also improved a lot. In that case, how could he lie down here and rest? Chapter 79 Experienced Mazishi. Mewfeng didn't know what he was thinking. Seeing the Fire Dinosaur also wanted to go with him, he took him back into the Pokeball. After saying hello to Miss Joy, and relying on the wizard to navigate, Mewfeng quickly arrived in front of the Dry Leaf Gym. Different from the general architectural style of the surrounding old city, this gymnasium is a modern building. Whether it is the architectural selection of the outer wall or the graffiti on the wall, everything is incompatible with the surrounding environment. In front of the gym, there was naturally no wooden sign with the declaration of Mazishi written in Mewfeng's imagination. Only the lightning-shaped signboard with the Dead Leaf Gym was hung high at the door. After observing the surrounding situation, Mewfeng raised his feet and went straight into the gym. In the original work, Mazishi is a veteran with a straightforward personality and a lightning-like temper. The game setting is even more interesting. In order to test the determination of the trainers who came to challenge the gym, Mazishi blocked the way forward with electric trap and hid the switch buttons of several traps in the gymnasium. In the trash can, I'm Mewfeng, a rookie trainer from Junshin Town, and I'm here to challenge the gym. Entering the gym, the scene in front of him was beyond Mewfeng's expectation. There is no electric mechanism, and there is no imaginary trash can. Some are just a flat and incomparably flat battlefield, and the rear is an internal building that is not known for what purpose. Welcome, I'm the master of the gym in Dryleaf City, Mazishi. I can only hear his voice, but not see his people. A strong shout sent Mazishi's declaration into Mewfeng's ears, but Mewfeng could not see the figure of the owner in the gym. In the next moment, a hole was opened directly from the ground on the opposite side of the captain's field, and the mechanical elevator carried Mazishi directly out of the underground passage, making him stand in front of Mewfeng. For such a cool appearance, Mewfeng was really unexpected. It seems that the subsidy given by the alliance to your gym owner is really not low, and you have the money to do these bells and whistles. Mewfeng complained in his heart, and already began to look at the other party's appearance. Dressed in a green camouflage military uniform, he has a burly stature. Although he wears an iron military badge around his neck, he does not look like a soldier to Mewfeng. Are you the trainer who is about to lose to me? Then I'll stop talking nonsense. Let's just start the fight. Mazishi nodded contemptuously at Mewfeng, and took out the Pokeball that had been prepared for a long time. On weekdays, he treated those trainers like this, being arrogant, but in fact it was just to stimulate the fighting spirit in those trainers. Even as a member of the Rocket, he has his own code of conduct, and this Mewfeng in front of him is the one who Sakagi especially told him to test. While keeping his own behavior intact, he has begun to be a little curious about what is special about the other party, and he needs to test it himself. The elf ball in his hand contains an entry-level 3-in-1 magnet. He will not use this elf for any rookie trainer who comes to challenge, because it will not be able to perform any assessment, meaning the game will directly turn into a unilateral killing of the 3-in-1 magnet monster. But in the face of Mewfeng, he used this elf. On the one hand, I want to see how the wood powder is capable, and on the other hand, I hope to see if this guy named Mewfeng really has a problem. Thinking of this, he frowned slightly. According to Sakagi, this guy seems to have a flash ghost on his head, but until now, there has been no trace of the ghost. But the appearance of the person in front of him is indeed that Mewfeng. The game is a one-on-one battle, and if any one of the elves loses the ability to fight, it will be judged as a failure. Is there any problem? The elf I sent is him. The 3-in-1 magnet. Teach me what fighting is. As Mazishi spoke, he threw his Pokeball. White light flashed, and an elf shaped like 3 small magnets appeared on the other side of the field, and Mewfeng immediately opened his eyes of investigation. Spirit 3-in-1 Magneto level 30. Qualification Blue evaluation General. This guy guy is arrogant and arrogant. Why is the elves discharged at this level? Mewtwo couldn't help but be a little puzzled after seeing the level of the other party's 3-in-1 magnet monster, and he also completely collected the idea of letting fire dinosaurs come out to practice their hand. It's not that this 3-in-1 magnetic monster is difficult to fight with his briquette, he just feels that Mazishi, as the owner of the third gym in the Gwandu area, is facing such a elf in the line of a new trainer like him. Behavior is really weird. Forget it. It's useless to think too much. Just fight. Briquette, come on. Following his order, the briquettes in the shadows in front of Mewtwo floated to the opposite side of the 3-in-1 Magneto, looking at their opponent. This is your elf. It seems to be well bred, but the color looks a little bit like a bit. Mazishi was still unforgiving in his mouth, but a storm had already set off in his heart. Wasn't that Flash Ghost still in the initial stage 2 days ago? Why did this turn into a Gengar? Is there really something wrong with this guy named Mewtwo? Mazishi was thinking in his heart, but he shouted towards Mewtwo. According to the regulation, the challenger will attack first. Let the horses come over. Briquette, curse. Hey, although the level is a lot lower than that of the opponent, the strength gap between the briquettes and the 3-in-1 magnetism is not big, and the curse skills can naturally be used. This trick is really tried and tested in battles of the same level. Curse, 3-in-1 magnet monster. Fight back with 100,000 volt. Buzz. The briquettes were still preparing the curse skills, and Mazishi had already reacted, and immediately let the 3-in-1 magnetism shoot. Sure enough, Mazishi's level was not at the same level as the trainers he met before, and he immediately launched a counterattack after hearing that the briquettes used this skill. Although most of the elves have no means of dealing with the cursed skills, it is feasible to directly attack the elves while the cursed elves are still preparing. The first attack only means that the trainer of the party gives the order first, but it does not have to wait for his skills to be used up before the other party can make a move. The 3-in-1 Magneto's magnets lit up with lightning, turning into a dazzling electric shock ray, heading straight for the briquettes that were still preparing to curse skills. Mazishi was already rejoicing in his heart at this moment. Fortunately, he had seen the battle between him and Kona before, otherwise he might not have been able to react the first time. Now let the 3-in-1 magnetism interrupt the opponent's curse in time, which is a good opportunity. But at this moment, Mazishi suddenly widened his eyes in disbelief. How is this possible? Chapter 80 I want to compete with your skills too. Before the lightning hit the opponent's Gengar, the curse skill actually took effect. In the high-end battle circle, although Ghost is one of the very rare attributes, everyone basically knows how to deal with curse skills. If you curse me, then I will fight back when you use the skill. Although the curse is a powerful skill, once you start using it, you can't stop halfway. In this case, although the cursed elves will be hit by the curse, the elves who cast the curse will immediately suffer a lot of damage. In addition, the curse itself will reduce the user's physical strength, and the outcome of this battle is basically doom. Therefore, senior trainers who specialize in Ghost either do not use this extremely demanding skill at all and kill 800 enemies and lose 1000, or use curses with control skills when the opponent cannot counterattack. In the face of Mewtwo's order, Mazishi had already let the 3-in-1 magnetite counterattack as quickly as possible, but he didn't expect this curse skill to take effect so quickly. This is not only because the briquettes have been eaten for 3 days to help him use the cursed energy block, but more importantly, the briquettes themselves seem to have a lot of innate talent for the curse skill. The aptitude advantage of Orange is very straightforward at this moment. The briquette, who had already finished the curse, faced the oncoming electric shock skill, and flickered directly to the right, avoiding the blow. The electric current directly passed through the position where the briquettes were at the moment, scorching the wall behind it. Hey Tilda. The briquette smiled smugly. This dodge attack was not assisted by Mewtwo's orders, and Chun-Chun was able to dodge by relying on his own trained reflexes. Beautiful. Briquette. Mewtwo, who had recovered from Mazishi's way of dealing with the curse, also praised at this moment, his face full of approval. And Mazishi's expression is not very good looking. He originally thought that the other party came up to use the curse skill, and he should be the winner if he responded like this. But now, judging from Gengar's speed and reflexes, the 3-in-1 Magneto can hardly even hit the opponent. This Gengar, even as an entry-level elf, is a bit too fast. He stared at the purple skull that kept condensing above the 3-in-1 Magneto's head, and was a little surprised again in his heart. The speed at which this curse takes effect seems to be much faster than the impression. The situation was already very critical for Mazishi's side, but instead of panicking, Mazishi revealed a sincere smile. Interesting. Since I became the gym owner, I haven't faced an opponent like you for a long time. I take back what I said before. You are a trainer worthy of my serious faith. After staying in the Dry Leaf Gym to evaluate new trainers for many years, Mewtwo is the only trainer who can compete with his 3-in-1 magnet monster and still have the upper hand. The 3-in-1 Magneto is one of the 8 spirits in his hand, second only to Raichu. 3-in-1 Magneto. Relax after 100,000 volt. Buzz. In the roaring sound, the magnets of the 3-in-1 magnetite again condensed a powerful current heading straight for the Gengar. Briquette dodged to the right. Mewtwo also waved his hand and immediately ordered. The opponent's lightning speed seems to be a little faster this time, and the Briquettes have no means of long-range attack to contend, so naturally they can only avoid it. Hey tilde. The Briquettes were ordered, and their body flexibly shifted to the right in the air, almost dodging the lightning bolt from the opponent. But the next moment, Mazishi suddenly ordered loudly again. 3-in-1 magnet monsters. Lock the opponent's position with a magnetic field, and chase after 100,000 volt. Buzz. Magnetic lock. Mewtwo subconsciously felt that something was wrong, and immediately looked at the current on the field. I saw that the current that had passed by the Briquettes at this moment actually turned a corner straight and went towards the Briquette floating in the air again. This time the angle is even more tricky. The Briquettes have been forced to the far right corner of the field, and they can only dodge to the left. Briquette, hide from Shangxi. In the sound of Mewtwo's command, the Briquettes shifted to the right again, dodging the electric shock. Useless. 3-in-1 Magneto, splitting the electric shock in two. In Mazishi's high-spirited order, the 100,000 volts was actually divided into 4, and it was once again double-teamed at the Briquette from all directions. Don't dodge anymore. A real man should face the lightning. Your Gengar has been locked by the magnetic field of my 3-in-1 Magneto. How long are you going to escape? Mazishi shouted angrily, making Mewtwo speechless. In the face of lightning, it sounds nice. Do you really want Briquettes to stand there and use Shadow Fist to accompany you to be yourself in the thunder? It's not an option to hide like this. Although the Briquettes really don't have the means to fight against lightning, Mewtwo already has a way to deal with it. Briquette, burrow into the shadows of the ground. Now the Briquettes seem to be surrounded by electricity and have nowhere to escape, but he has the ability to escape into the shadows. There are also lights in the gymnasium. Under the light, the guardrails around the battlefield just created a shadow under the feet of the Briquette due to the angle problem. Hey tilde. Hearing the word, the Briquettes did not hesitate to escape directly into the shadow under his feet, hiding his figure. And the 4 currents followed, directly blasting a pothole out of the smooth and clean ground, but they did not have any effect on the Briquette hiding in the shadows. Come out. What kind of man do you keep avoiding? Mazishi is really angry. As a soldier, he liked to fight from fist to flesh or skill. That kind of battle will make his blood boil and his heart beat faster. And now, although the opponent's Ghost is also an entry level, he hides directly after releasing a curse, and he has no intention of confronting him at all. If Mewtwo knew what the other party was thinking now, he would probably sigh helplessly. I want to compete with your skills, but the problem is that the Briquettes don't have the long-range skills that can compete with 100,000 volt fist to meet fight. You expect the Briquettes to use the Shadow Fist to tear the 100,000 volts apart, but he didn't know what the other party was thinking, and he was indifferent to Mazishi's shouting, just quietly waiting for the opportunity to shoot the Briquette. Although there are shadows on the field, the lack of them is limited, and the Briquettes cannot directly move from the small shadow to the shadow of the 3-in-1 Magneto. It will inevitably be attacked by lightning that is extremely fast and has the ability to lock, and it is impossible to show up rashly. The Briquettes were hiding in the shadows, and the 3-in-1 Magneto was also staring at the shadows, ready to attack at any time. The atmosphere on the field was stalemate for a while, but Mewtwo didn't panic at all, because he knew that the stalemate was about to be broken. Chapter 81_Sakaji's decision. At this moment, the skull on the top of the 3-in-1 magnet monster is about to appear completely, and the effect of the curse is about to be activated. Briquette, take advantage of the present Shadow Fist. Hey, 3-in-1 Magneto, 100,000 volt. Although Mazishi noticed this, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and let the 3-in-1 magnetite fight back. The skull was completely formed, the curse effect was activated, and the severe pain caused him to respond to his trainer's order half a beat slower, and the Briquettes had already flown forward, punching the 3-in-1 Magneto fiercely with a Shadow Fist. Gengar's high special attack racial value make his physical attack extremely outrageous under the blessing of the double-edged sword. In addition, the use of the 1.5 times damage bonus of this department skills and the superposition effect of the Curse of the Soul, the power of this punch is incomparable. It was terrifying, directly interrupting the 100,000 volts of the 3-in-1 Magneto, knocking the latter down from the sky with one punch, smashing a big hole in the field of play. 3-in-1 Magneto. Mazishi clenched his fist. This Gengar actually used the physical attack skill to attack in this situation. Didn't he look down on him? This guy named Mewtwo has an insidious way of fighting, so why are the skills he uses so strange? Of course, he didn't know that under the effect of the double-edged sword, the Shadow Fist of the Coal Ball is the highest damage skill he can use now. It's not that I don't want to use special attack, the main thing is that I don't know how. When the dust and smoke dissipated, the scarred body of the 3-in-1 magnet monster also appeared in front of Mazishi's eyes, which made the latter somewhat incomprehensible. Zhang Gui is obviously an elf who is good at special attack. Why did one punch directly beat the 3-in-1 magnet monster with good defense into this. Although this punch caused the 3-in-1 Magneto to suffer a lot of damage, he has not lost his fighting ability, and he has regained his fighting ability in the eyes of Mazishi's expectation. Very well, 100,000 volt. We have to fight back. Seeing this, Mazishi also clenched his teeth and gave a loud order. Since the 3-in-1 magnet monster can still hold on, he cannot give up hope of fighting. But the next moment, Mewfang's order made him not want to fight anymore. Briquette, hide back. Hey! Under Mazishi's gloomy gaze, the briquettes burrowed into the shadows before without looking back, and did the same to avoid the attack of the 3-in-1 magnetism. This is not over yet. A brand new skull once again appeared on the top of the 3-in-1 Magneto, constantly condensing. You've never finished. Can you get your Gengar out to fight like a man? If Mazishi was excited after seeing the strength of this Gengar at first, then now he is really annoyed. I have been playing for so many years, and I have never seen anyone fighting like this. Does the rules of the game say that Gengar can't hide? Mewfang blinked innocently when he heard the word. From the moment when the other party said that he was going to fail, he had already figured out how to fight next. The reason for not fighting with the opponent's 100,000 volts is not so much that there is no long-range attack method, but rather to make Mewfangchi spoil a little bit. In the ensuing battle, Mazishi realized what it means to be powerful. Even if he ordered the 3-in-1 Magneto to break down the fence that created the shadow, Mewfang immediately let Gengar hide in another shadow. Mazishi had no choice but to let the 3-in-1 Magneto counterattack when the second curse took effect, but Mewfang simply let the briquettes wait for a while before leaving. In the face of this situation, many elves with other attributes have ways to deal with it, but this 3-in-1 Magnetite can't target the briquette hiding in the shadows, because the main attack method of this 3-in-1 Magnetite is the locking of lightning and magnetic field. The briquettes hiding in the shadows are also hiding under the ground, and no amount of lightning can be transmitted. So in the anger of Mazishi and the Gia laughter of briquette, the 3-in-1 magnet was finally ground and lost its fighting ability, and Mewfang also took over the gym from the gloomy Mazishi. Badge. After Mewfang left the gym with briquette satisfied, Mazishi pressed the button again and took the elevator back to his hidden contact room. He activated the laptop on the desk, opened the rocket's internal communication system, and immediately contacted Sakagi. It's just that the other party seems to be busy. He can hear the noisy background sound of mechanical operation coming from Sakagi, but the other party does not turn on the camera. This made him stunned for a moment, but he immediately started his own report. Sir, that guy named Mewfang has come to challenge the gym today. Oh, how's it going? Sakagi seemed to be very interested in this, and asked indifferently. At your request, I sent an entry-level 3-in-1 magnet to fight him in a gymnasium, but his glitter ghost evolved into a Gengar, and it's extremely fast, and also has an amazing curse talent and strong physical attack ability. He won the gym battle that was absolutely impossible for a rookie trainer to win. Mazishi felt annoyed when he thought about the game just now. Although it is true that the talent is very good, the speed and strength of the elves are also very strong, but I don't know why this game was not played at all. I just felt aggrieved. Understood. Continue to do your disguise well. There may be a big movement in the league recently. Sakagi was silent for a few seconds after hearing these words, and then replied, yes, my lord. Click. The phone hangs up. Mazishi closed the laptop and muttered something. Mewfang. A good Mewfang. New island. The laboratory here has been rebuilt, and Mewtwo hasn't attacked here, so it's business as usual. The laboratory that was damaged by the influence of Mewtwo has been completely restored. At this moment, the researchers and the doctor are bowing their head, waiting for the man in front of him to speak. And this man is the top leader of the rocket, Sakagi, who just finished talking with Mazishi. There is still no news about Cheomung's trail recently, but the undercover agent who was placed in the top of the Alliance has sent back news that the Alliance is about to launch a purge of the dark forces. The current situation is not optimistic for the rocket, but it is not without any way to break the game. The files left by the Mewtwo Research Institute are still there. As long as the genes can be extracted from Mewtwo, these researchers can create another elf similar to Mewtwo, and even surpass Mewtwo. This time, he will directly obliterate the self-consciousness of this elf, hold it firmly in his hand, and become a tool for Team Rocket to conquer the world. And the premise of all this is to find the super dream that has not been traced until now. This guy named Mewfang. Sakagi has already investigated the identity information. How could a rookie trainer who left Junshin Town for less than 3 days cultivate a ghost into a Gengar in such a short period of time? Sakagi thought again and again, but decided to take the opponent back. Anyone who may have a connection with Mewtwo can't let it go. He picked up the communicator on his chest and called another number. Have a mission for you. Chapter 82 _ The fusion of the world and the confusing truth. Just before the fight, Mewfang deliberately hung the fire dinosaur's Pokeball on his chest to show him how the evolved briquette fought for the first time. But to tell the truth, after the fight, Mewfang glanced at the briquettes that had just slid back into the shadow shadow under his feet, and felt a little twisted in his heart for some unknown reason. What about cultivating a glass bell cannon hidden in the dark, an assassin killer hidden in the shadows? After the battle just now, let alone Ma Zishi, even Mewfeng felt that this fighting method was too strange. To put it nicely, it's called the art and skill of combat. To put it badly, this is simply an old yin beat. The main reason is that the only skill that can be used to support the scene in the current Kobo leapfrog battle is the curse. The rest are some control methods and shadow fist. Mewfeng stroked his chin and thought while wandering aimlessly on the street. It seems that we still need to upgrade the level quickly so that the briquette can master the two skills of Shadow Ball and Night Shadow. According to the settings in the game, these two tricks will be learned after Gengar's level is raised to level 40 and level 28 respectively. After the battle just now, with the blessing of 10 times the experience, the briquettes were successfully upgraded to level 27. Good guy, there are 10 times the bonus for so many levels of battle, and they are only barely improved by one level. This upgrade requires too much experience. Mewfeng could not help frowning, and asked the system in his heart. System, why is the experience required for elves to upgrade so much? The speed was so fast before, why is it getting slower and slower now? And I can understand that the higher the level, the harder it is to level up. Isn't this a bit too exaggerated now? Back to the host. The source energy of this world has been weakened a lot, so the experience points required by elves to improve their strength and level have also increased. Close black lens bracket. The origin of the world. Mewfeng frowned upon hearing this. Isn't this a game world? Why is there such a thing as the origin of the world? This word is also often seen in his previous life when reading some novel. In short, it is the foundation of a world power. The weaker this thing, the weaker the world power system. The host does not know that this world is not a fictional game world, but a special plane world that actually exists. Close black lens bracket. He overlaps in the high-dimensional space crack corresponding to the solar system, and corresponds to the host world. Close black lens bracket. About the damage to the origin of the world, this system cannot tell you too much, otherwise it will attract the attention of some terrifying existences. When the host has the strength to fight against them, this system will tell you part of the truth recorded in this system. Close black lens bracket. What is the crack in the high-dimensional world phase? Mewfeng was even more puzzled when he heard this. He simply found a bench on the side of the road and sat down, and began to talk to the system in his heart. If that's the case, can you tell me what the world fusion is all about? If you can't know the relevant situation of the origin of the world, can you also understand what will happen in a few days? Back to the host. This system actually truncated the main world time for 7 days, and sent you in advance to the node where the two world lines overlap. Close black lens bracket. And in 4 days, the world where the host is located, that is, the attached world, will merge with the main world for the first time. Close black lens bracket. After the world merges, the world line will be unified. The attached world will undergo earth-shaking changes, and some people will be randomly teleported into the main world. Close black lens bracket. The system gives a long list of explanation. After Mewfeng heard this, a storm surged in his heart. It turned out that fusion refers to this meaning, and the earth is only attached to the elf world. This is really hard for him to imagine. Change? What do you mean? At this moment, his mind is spinning rapidly. After all, the earth is his homeland. If there is any disaster in this fusion, he can't just watch it. It will lead to the failure of thermal weapons, changes in technology and physical and chemical systems, and different world origins will lead to the interconnection of the two worlds. When the main world is destroyed, the attached world will also be destroyed together. Close black lens bracket. By the way, this is very likely to happen in the end, which is why the system finds you. Close black lens bracket. The system said the consequences of the fusion so lightly, and the last sentence surprised Mewfeng. Destroy. Why destroy? No comment. The host is not strong enough yet. Close black lens bracket. Is it not strong enough? Mewfeng was stunned for a moment. Now he only knows a rough idea. Does he not even have the qualifications to understand other things? Since that's the case, to improve the power of elf, you can only rely on fighting. This is an effective way to increase the level. If you want to improve your strength, whether it is to obtain various props, or to practice independently, or to master your own skills, you can quickly increase the strength of the elf. Close black lens bracket. Create your own skills. Mewfeng found that since he came to the elf world, there was no day where he had so many doubts as he is today. Open black lens bracket. Insufficient host rank. Close black lens bracket. Okay, needless to say, I know I can't do it anymore. I'll take the elves to practice right now. The word I heard the most today was lack of strength, and Mewfeng had already spoken before the system spoke. Self-created skills are special skills that can only be touched by Heavenly King level elves. It is necessary to require elves to master the energy of this department to a certain level. With the current strength of the host, it is far from enough. Close black lens bracket. The system was stunned by what he said, and it took a while before continuing to complete it. Thousands of words come together into 2 words. Become stronger. Mewfeng stood up from the bench and decided decided what to do next. In the afternoon, I went to find out if there was a place where I could fight with briquette, and in the evening I brought 2 elves to practice independently. He took out the elf picture book and began to search for nearby places where trainers gathered. I didn't expect there to be one. His eyes lit up. He immediately turned on the navigation and walked towards the front of the street. At this moment, Mewfeng suddenly thought of something and asked the last question of the system in his heart. In order to understand the origin of the world and the reason for its destruction, is it okay to have a spirit who can cross that fast dragon's level? It's far from it, but I'm also qualified to know a little bit. Close black lens bracket. Okay. Mewfeng was helpless and continued to walk forward honestly. World fusion, source damage, possibility of destruction, real purpose of the system, self-created guild. To solve these mysteries, you have to rush forward with your head sullen until you reach that height. Tis, he looked a little complicated. It's really a long way to go. A can's word. Thank you for the golden ticket support from the boss, such as just obscurity, my mentality collapse, Xing Xiao Miao, Chenny sleepless night, etc. Recently, an editor and a big guy talked to me, and they said too much. 6 day is enough, otherwise the new book list will drop very quickly. After the list is dropped, the score will crash directly, but everyone seems to think too little, so I'll keep the 4th watch. If it feels good in hand, it is also possible to have a 5th watch. Finally, thank you for your support. Love you. Ooh. Chapter 83 Battle Hall and New Mission. Mewfeng crossed the streets of Hu City and arrived at the destination of his trip smoothly. It's the public battle hall for trainers in Dryleaf City. The overall look of this building is somewhat similar to the previous Tree Fruit Association, which is a 3-story structure with a large area. In the afternoon, it seems that there are many trainers visiting here, and many people come in and out, but most of them are adult. When a person of Mewfeng's age walked in, it could be described as extremely conspicuous. Hello, this is the public battlefield in Dryleaf City. I'm Aisha, the receptionist. How can I help you? When the female receptionist at the door saw Mewfeng walking in, she subconsciously leaked a polite smile. But when he found out that the trainer he received actually looked like he was only 14 or 15 years old, he couldn't help but be a little puzzled. What are people of this age doing on the battlefield? Is it just a little curious? So let's take a look. However, she did not look impolite at all, still maintaining a professional smile on her face, waiting for Mewfeng to speak. Different from the previous organization that rented flying elves, this battle hall is funded by the Alliance and has higher requirements for service personnel. People who come here, no matter what their status, must be politely received. That's why the service staff maintains such an attitude, even when she thought that Mewfeng was just here to play. I'm a rookie trainer from Junxin Town. I came here because I heard that I can compete with other trainers. Can you introduce me? Thank you very much. Seeing that the other party was so enthusiastic, Mewfeng also asked with a smile on his face. Okay, but I have to remind you first. Our elves' battles are generally at the level of ordinary trainers, and sometimes the matched opponents even have entry-level elves. Aisha secretly said in her heart that this is the case. It's just a rookie trainer. Basically, when you come to this kind of place, you just look at it and leave in despair. She suddenly seemed to think of something again, and added to Mewfeng. However, we have recently opened a newcomer area in the battle hall. If you want to experience the battle, you can go there. In this entire battle hall, there are basically ordinary and entry-level trainers, and some new trainers who have been in contact with elves for a while will inevitably come here. For this reason, the upper management of the Alliance decided to add a newcomer area so that those trainers who have not yet reached the average level of strength can experience the same level of combat, so as to play the role of nurturing newcomer trainers. This plan was only implemented a few days ago, so Elsa didn't remember it for the first time, and only added a sentence now. Ordinary trainer and beginner. Could you please tell me the difference? Mewfeng was stunned when he heard the word. Could it be that the general and entry level that he saw in the elf strength evaluation corresponded to the different levels of strength evaluation of trainers? Hearing this, Aisha secretly thought that this was the case. This child is really a pure newcomer, and he doesn't even know the basic strength classification of trainers in the Alliance. But she still leaked a smile and patiently explained to Mewfeng. The Alliance generally refers to trainers with less than 4 badges as rookie trainers, while those with more than 4 badges are general trainers. As for the entry level, it is the middle and upper level trainers among the general trainers. They must have at least one elf that has evolved one, and defeating the entry-level examiner of the Alliance can be regarded as the entry-level entry. I won't mention it in the future. Getting started is just the beginning of becoming an official trainer, and it's also the goal you should strive to achieve now. She smiled and continued. In this case, I recommend you to go to the newcomers area for a while. Maybe you can find a suitable opponent and experience a battle. After the strength is improved in the future, if you become an entry trainer, you can take the qualification badge to participate in our ring area activities to attack and defend. Mewfeng looked at the other party's expression, and for some reason she always felt that she was being underestimated. Where can I find this entry-level examiner. Huh. Elsa was taken aback. What? But she quickly reacted again. Maybe the other party was just curious and asked, and she could answer honestly. There are battle halls like ours, except for Wallen City and Dark Grey City, which have no battle halls. Other cities have battle halls established by the Alliance. No matter where you go, you can challenge. You have. Mewtwo raised his eyebrows, ready to take the briquettes to challenge directly. At this moment, Elsa is finally a little impatient. She has already explained it to the child so clearly. Why does she keep pestering her to ask questions? However, she was only a little unhappy in her heart, but she didn't show it on her face. She just showed Mewtwo a way to the assessment office with a smile. Just take the elevator over there to the assessment office on the 3rd floor. Thank you. Mewtwo turned around and walked towards the elevator. Elsa looked at his back and snickered inwardly. The Alliance assessor will not show mercy just because the other party is a rookie trainer. On the contrary, when facing these young and energetic trainers, the assessor will often play hard so as to let these guys understand that there is someone outside. There is a day outside the sky. File a setback of their spirit. She had already expected that the guy who went up to the challenge would rush out of the battle hall with his elf to go to the elf center for treatment. Just as Elsa imagined, a new guest entered the door. It is a tall and burly brown-skinned youth with full muscles, wearing a white sport vest and in loose sport clothes. On his chest, there is a badge made of copper pokeball pattern. This is exactly the entry-level trainer badge. As long as the test is passed and the conditions are met, the Alliance will change the profile information for that trainer and issue him this badge. Those trainers who have reached the entry level are considered to be in the middle of the group of trainers. Welcome to the battle hall in Deadleaf City. I'm Elsa. How can I help you? Elsa hurried forward to meet her. Take me to the starter versus war zone. Okay, this way please Tilda. Mewtwo was standing alone in the elevator at the moment, looking at the system panel in front of him. There is a new mission. He thought that the next mission would appear when he challenged Mazishi Taoist Hall, but he didn't expect it to be at this moment. Open black lens bracket ding. Obtain the C-level task. Defend. Close black lens bracket. Task objectives. There is no evaluation level for this task, and the rewards are not rated. 1. Become an entry-level trainer. 2. Successfully defend 10 times in the battle hall in Dryleaf City today. Close black lens bracket. Task reward. The experience value given in the battle is double, can be superimposed with 10 times the experience, and a random entry-level skill disc. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 84 Trainers level. In fact, Mewtwo didn't catch a cold with the skill machine at the back. What really excited him was the double experience. After the multiplication, the experience gained by a briquettes battle will be directly multiplied by 20 times. It's also a good opportunity to improve. Mewtwo muttered in a low voice. The elevators were also opened at this moment, and it was already the 3rd floor. Stepping out of the elevator, Mewtwo walked directly to the counter on the side, and straight to the point. He said to the staff behind the counter, I'm here for the entry-level trainer assessment competition. The staff sitting here also looked young, with short black hair, a public face, and standard workload. Becoming an introductory trainer requires an elf that has evolved at least once, and pays 5,000 yuan as a challenge fee. Although he was a little surprised by the child's request in front of him, the staff member was very sensible and didn't say anything else, and he didn't have any other expressions about Mewtwo's request to come to the assessment, but he honestly stated the assessment requirement. Maybe the child in front of him is a disciple of some big family, or a child of a wealthy family. Someone specially prepared an entry-level elf for him to let him enter the threshold of a professional trainer. This is often the case. The entry level is just the beginning of the professional trainer. There is still a long way to go. A single entry-level elf would cost 500,000 to 600,000 yuan to get it. The Alliance also turned a blind eye to this kind of behavior. After all, buying an elf that didn't belong to you alone wouldn't go very far. After becoming a professional trainer, the strength level is divided into 4 stages: entry, elite, master, and master. The entry level is only the lowest level after becoming a professional trainer. Although the number is rare in Deadleaf City, it is not absent. The closer to the location of the Alliance headquarters, the stronger the trainer's rank. A trainer who wants to become an elite level trainer needs to participate in at least one Alliance conference, and have at least 3 entry-level elves and 1 elite level combat elf. Only when these conditions are met can you be qualified for the assessment, and the content of the assessment is not limited to battle. Masters are more demanding, requiring elite trainers to rank in the top 32 in the league tournament, and to have an elves with master level combat power. The last pavilion master level is not the same as the name. To reach this level, you must become the pavilion owner. Because the masters of some gymnasiums are actually not strong, such as Wallen Gymnasium or Dark Grey Gymnasium, they are only people assigned by the Alliance to test the strength of trainers and screen them. The pavilion owner here is more like a title. In fact, people generally call the trainer who has reached this level of strength as the quasi-king. After reaching the elite level, each trainer's elf elf will be registered, and it is not allowed to sell or transfer it to a trainer whose level is lower than the elite level. This is an illegal act that is severely cracked down. The purpose of this is to limit the ability of the big family to control the elves so that ordinary people have no way to survive. So when he saw Mewfeng applying for the assessment, the staff member just asked him to pay the fee as usual. As for whether the child in front of him is from a rich family, or whether he simply does not know that the sky is high and the earth is ready to challenge him, it has nothing to do with him. Briquette, Mewfeng called out softly while taking out the elf picture book and handing it to the other party to pay. Under the somewhat surprised and unexpected eyes of the staff, the figure of the Briquettes emerged from the shadow at Mewfeng's feet, stuck out his tongue towards him, and shrank back again. A Gengar, and it still seems to be flashing. Naturally, it is not an inexperienced trainer who can work in an alliance-run facility, but the staff is actually an entry-level trainer. He naturally recognized the Gengar as an elf, and knew that it was a Glitter Gengar. It's just that Glitter Gengar is not this color in memory. What made him more concerned was that this Gengar really had an entry-level aura. Having dealt with entry-level elves for many years, the staff member knew at a glance that this Gengar should have entered entry-level for some time, and his strength could indeed be ranked in the middle of entry-level. If you let him know this Gengar only evolved from Ghostone today, I don't know how he will feel in his heart. Okay, I have deducted the fee from your account. This is your battle schedule. Please take it. The staff smiled slightly, deducted the fee swiftly, and handed the elf picture book and a printed form to Mewfeng again. After Mewfeng took it, he thanked him, walked away with the form, and began to read the information on it. The staff sitting behind the counter muttered when they saw that the other party had walked away. It's really a child of a wealthy family, a middle-level Gen ghost. I really can't get down without a million. Tis, it's still only a different color. How much does it cost? According to the information on the form, Mewfeng came to the assessment site on this floor and handed the form in his hand to the staff standing beside him. After the other party took it, he checked it carefully, took him to a battlefield, and motioned him to wait here. There is a trainer in front of you. After his battle is over, you can play. After speaking, the man turned around and left. Mewfeng also sat down comfortably on the sofa directly behind him and began to observe the surrounding environment. This is a large open-air battlefield with a total area of about 100 square meters. On the left and right, there is a battlefield with area lines drawn. In the field on the left side of me now, there are two people fighting elf battle at this moment. On one side was a young male challenger with black hair and a blue trench coat, and on the other was a middle-aged man with a pot belly as the examiner. Lucario, Wave Missile, Olu. The challenger's elf is actually a rare blue-black elf, Lucario. This made Mewfeng a little surprised. After he came to this world, except for the fast dragon, he seemed to have never seen other rare elves. When it comes to popularity and rarity, Lucario is considered a high-ranking elf. Not only has a handsome appearance, but also has a magical ability called the Waveguide. Looking at the Lucario condensed wave missile, Mewfeng, who was incapacitated by the tester's Dashua, couldn't help but think of a character skill he had now, Soul Connection. The Waveguide is also considered to meet the release conditions of this skill. Maybe it is also good to get a Leoru to cultivate. He was thinking that the battle on the field was over. After the black-haired young man in the windbreaker took back Lucario, he glanced at Mewfeng by accident and happened to meet the latter's gaze. Chapter 85 Why are you again? The eyes of the two disappeared at a touch, and they did not continue to stare at each other any longer. After all, the two of them only had this relationship. The two strangers kept staring at each other, and it was a bit strange to say anything. Mewfeng missed his sight, walked straight to the opposite side of the arena, and handed the competition certificate in his hand to the assessor. The assessor raised his head and saw that Mewfeng was so young. His face also showed a bit of surprise. This age. However, he has seen people of this age in the assessment before, but according to Mewfeng's clothes, he is not like the kind of rich family who spends a lot of money to arrange elves, which also makes the assessment staff feel some doubt. Doubt turned into doubt, and the assessment still had to continue according to the process. He took the assessment certificate from Mewfeng, and after repeated inspection, signaled Mewfeng to release his elf so that he could choose the elf for this assessment. As the person in charge of the entry-level trainer competition exam, the elf strengths are very similar, and they are all maintained at the entry-level strength level. When a batch of elves used for the assessment exceeds the entry-level strength, they will be replaced immediately to ensure the assessment fair and accurate. The Big Food Flower just now, in fact, only entered the entry level last week, and now being defeated by Lucario, the trainer, also means that the person successfully passed the test and became an entry-level trainer. On weekdays, the assessment of trainers is actually not carried out very often, because trainers with such strength are relatively rare. It was very rare for two trainers to come for the exam next to each other like today. At this moment, Mewfeng had already let the briquette drill out of his shadow under his gesture. Hey Tilda. Yo, it's still a flashing elf, and it seems to be well bred. Mewtwo couldn't see his emotions from the serious expression on the face of the middle-aged man in charge of the assessment, but listening to the other party's word, it seemed that he was a little surprised that he took out a Gengar. However, for Ghost-type elf, our assessment method is quite special, because Ghost-type is innately immune to the characteristics of some attribute skills. We will choose to restrain the attributes of the elves and send elves for assessment. In fact, it is not only the Ghost-type, but for the assessment of other rare attributes, such as Dragon-type, Superpower type and some rare attribute, the difficulty of the assessment will be even higher, and often the examiner will use the elves that restrain this attribute. Battle. This is to prevent some trainers from blindly pursuing elves with rare attributes and high racial values, without clearly seeing the core of elves training elves. No matter what kind of elf, whether they are rare or not, trainers need to cultivate them carefully, and this kind of rare attribute is often the elf specially prepared by wealthy families, which are much stronger than ordinary elves, so the difficulty of the assessment will also increase accordingly. Mewtwo didn't care at all when he heard it, and this threat had almost no impact on him. It's the same old saying, it doesn't matter if you were restrained or not, as long as the briquettes eat your attack skills, then I will lose. It doesn't matter what attributes the opponent has, as long as it's not of the ghost type, the curse tactic can still take effect. Mewtwo nodded, indicating that he already knew such rule. Very well, in that case, my elf is this one. Ow! The middle-aged examiner threw the pokeball out of his hand. Red light flashed, and a big wolf dog stood opposite Mewtwo. The latter was also stunned when he saw this. Again, although the fire dinosaurs fought against the great wolf dog before, this time it was replaced by Briquette, but this subtle coincidence really made Mewtwo speechless. Briquette, ready to fight. More hey tilde. The Briquettes had emerged from the shadows and floated to the opposite side of the great wolf dog, looking at the appearance of his opponent. Mewtwo also secretly set an eye of investigation in his heart to check the information about the big wolf dog. Qualification blue. Level 30. Isn't this exactly the same as the great wolf dog before? Seeing this, Mewtwo was really numb. However, the current situation is not the same as in the previous game. Although this great wolf dog is also an entry-level evaluation, it seems to be much stronger than the one in Baochung's hands in terms of size and aura. Moreover, Baochung's great wolf dog did not obey orders at all, and fought completely by his own will, but this one in front of him was commanded by an entry-level trainer assessor. If it is to let the original small fire dragon face the big wolf dog in front of him, there is basically no chance of winning. But the evolved little fire dragon said otherwise. Don't say that the briquettes are sent by yourself at the moment. While thinking, the referee standing aside has waved the flag in his hand. The game adopts a one-on-one mode of single elf, and the elves of either trainer lose their fighting ability and are judged to be defeated. When the referee read out the order, Mewtwo subconsciously glanced at the left side of the field for some reason, and found that the person who used Lucario was sitting on a chair and watching the battle here. Why is this guy still sitting here looking? Mewtwo was a little puzzled. According to the rule, the challenger goes first. However, the game has officially started, and he has no intention to continue thinking but devotes himself to his battle wholeheartedly. Since it is a battle of the same level, then take the most common routine. Briquette, curse. Hey! Hearing the word, the briquettes on the field closed their eyes and started to release the curse skill. Present, directly use the wave of evil with the greatest power. Sure enough, it wasn't the spirit that I cultivated. From Mewtwo's first order, the examiner had a good faith in his guess. This person simply does not have the combat experience that an entry-level trainer should have. In the battle of the same class, the curse is rarely used directly in this way, because this skill takes a long time to cast and cannot be cancelled midway. Once it is used, it will definitely fall into a crisis situation of being directly attacked. And his own, the wolf dog, specializes in evil attack. The power of this wave of evil can be placed in the upper reaches of the entry level. The defensive power and speed are the shortcomings of the great wolf dog, and they barely reach the level of a general trainer, which is just right for assessment. Although Gengar seems to be well bred, it is a question whether he can withstand this blow. However, the examiner had already won the ticket in his heart, but he noticed the indifferent expression on Mewtwo's face at this moment. Briquette, get out of the way. It's useless. Once the curse skill is cast, it can't be interrupted, unless your elf is done. How is that possible? The examiner had a proud face, and was educating this person who seemed to have no understanding of elves at all, but he didn't expect the next moment that Gengar flashed to the right, and instantly avoided the wave of evil from the wolf dog. What a great beat. And why act now? Didn't the other party release the curse? The examiners were shocked, but he soon discovered that the head of the great wolf dog was surrounded by purple smoke, and the skull pattern had already condensed a rough outline. This is exactly how the curse skill comes into effect so fast. This time it was troublesome. The assessor made a decisive decision and issued his own combat order. Big wolf dog, make a quick decision. In this battle, the great wolfhound does not have the means to accurately capture the figure of the briquettes like the 3-in-1 magnet monster, so Mewtwo only needs to let the briquette dodge local attack through his own speed advantage, and add shadows at the right time. Punch counterattack. The moment the great wolf dog appeared, Mewfeng had already figured out how to win this battle. The outcome of the game was already doomed from the beginning. Chapter 86 _ The Spirit World and the Forest of Waveguide. Congratulations, you have passed the assessment of the entry-level trainer of the Alliance. This is your trainer badge. The staff behind the counter handed a box and a manual to Mewfeng, and at the same time Mewfeng's information was registered in the Alliance Trainer Network. Being an introductory trainer means more opportunity and more responsibility. You can find detailed information in this manual, and I wish you the best of luck in your trainer career. Facing the other party, Mewfeng didn't know how many times he had spoken to other people who passed the entrance examination, and nodded with a smile, and took those things. He didn't particularly care about becoming a professional trainer in the league. After all, to tell the truth, I only came to the assessment to complete the task of defending, and there is no other meaning at all. But what does the other party mean by opportunity and responsibility? He sat aside and opened the box in his hand, which contained an exquisite brass Pokeball-shaped badge. It's pretty, and it smells like a handicraft. With a sigh of admiration, he put the badge back in the box and picked up the manual, ready to find the answer to the question just now. Become a professional trainer of the Alliance. You can enjoy many benefits of the Alliance, such as free medical treatment in the Elf Center, and the purchase right of some props and elves that only professional trainers can purchase, and trainers of different levels can also purchase from the Alliance every month. Receive the corresponding allowance. Quote, but before he had time to open the manual, a male voice caught Mewfeng's attention and helped him answer his doubts. By the way, the person who passed the test using Lucario was walking towards Mewfeng with a kind smile and pointed to the vacant seat beside him. Is there no one here? No. Mewfeng didn't have any image of this person either. Seeing the other person saying hello, there was no other expression on his face. Thank you for clarifying the doubt, but isn't medical treatment free for rookie trainers? The Alliance will not keep useless trainers. Once the 40-day rookie period is over, the services of the Elf Center are no longer free. The man stretched out his hand and smoothed the ends of his hair, then sat beside Mewfeng. Introduce myself. I'm Ling, an entry-level trainer from the Waveguide Forest lineage. Junxinjun. Mewfeng is also a trainer who has just been promoted to entry-level. Mewfeng was introducing himself, but he thought about it in his heart. Waveguide. No wonder there is only Lucario. However, Mewfeng was completely ignorant of this forest of Waveguide. Real new town. You are not from the spiritual world. Unexpectedly, after listening to Mewfeng's self-introduction, this young man named Ling was also full of surprises, and could even be described as a complex expression. He glanced at the briquettes that came out of the shadows to check the situation, and continued to whisper. This is a bit different from what I thought, but it doesn't matter. This Gengar should have been cultivated by himself. Of course, his name. Forget it. Forget it. Mewfeng also nodded when he heard the word. He wanted to introduce the briquette, but looking at the snow-white body of the briquette, he held back for some reason. Ling didn't care either, and stretched out with a relaxed expression. Sure enough, I can feel the connection between you through the waveguide. You two seem to have been together for a long time, just like my Lucario. This person is a bit familiar. Mewfeng watched the other party's words become more and more vigorous, but he was not in a hurry to go to the ring area. Just ask what the waveguide forest is and where the spiritual world is in his mouth. And the other party just mentioned the power of the waveguide. Does he have the power of the waveguide? That's right, he was my first elf. You said you came from the bird forest. I really didn't know there was such a place. And that spirit world, what is it? Hearing this question, Ling's face showed a bit of pride. Of course I won't know. This is the inheritance of our family, and few ordinary people know about it. I won't say more. The rules are like this. Zhaofeng, you have to forgive me. Good guy, Zhaofeng shouted. Mewfeng has already determined that the person who possesses the power of Lucario and the waveguide is a serious self-acquainted and talkative. But I can tell you about the spiritual world. After all, it's not a secret for professional trainers. Ling stroked his chin and began to introduce to Mewfeng. The spiritual world is a strange and different space, and there are many ghost-type elves and related precious resources. There are entrances to the spirit world in various regions, such as the Guandu area where we are located. The passage to the spirit world is in the spirit tower of Ziwan Town. Aster Town. Mewfeng's image of this place is extremely deep. It is said that there are countless souls of dead elves in the El Tower, and howling all night is very terrifying. Moreover, the background music of this place in the original work is also very infiltrating, and it is one of the most controversial places by the majority of players. Seeing the slight change in the other party's expression, Ling shrugged and continued. It seems that you also know the terrifying rumors in Zuan Town, but as long as you become a professional trainer, you will be able to know the inside story. There is a family that specializes in cultivating ghost-type elves. They have found the entrance to the spiritual world in the long history, and they have built their own bases in the spiritual world inconceivably. carefully. Know that it's full of terrifying and powerful ghost-type elves. No one knows how they do this. Speaking of this, Ling's face was full of disbelief, and he shook his head and continued. But being able to gain a foothold in the spiritual world will gain countless resources for cultivating ghost-type elves, which has made them grow by leaps and bounds in the past 10 years. From the beginning, an ordinary small family has become a major lineage now. In the professional circle, they are generally called the spiritual world. When Mewtwo heard this, he seemed to have thought of something, and said, "That chrysanthemum comes from the spiritual world, the heavenly king." "It's not. She's a trainer from the older generation," Ling replied and continued to follow the words just now. "After seeing your gleaming Gengar, I saw that you were so young and thought you should belong to the spirit world. And in battle, your Gengar's control of curse skills far exceeds that of ordinary elves. This is also one of the characteristics of trainers in the spiritual world. But you are actually a trainer from Junshin Town. This is really beyond my expectation." Ling blinked and continued, "But it doesn't matter. For a powerful guy like you, I'm very happy to be a friend." When Mewtwo heard this, he subconsciously wanted to refuse, but it wasn't that he was an autistic orphan, but this guy was about to write the word "too much" on his face. Normally, Mewtwo would stay away from seeing this kind of person, but now this Ling actually came up and said that he wanted to make a friend. But he thought about it. The other party didn't seem to be a few years older than him, but that Lucario also had an entry-level strength level. It shows that his talent is not bad. It can even be said to be good. And I also have the idea of subduing a Leoru cultivation. But after asking Dr. Damu, I learned that this kind of elf is very rare, and if you want to subdue it, you can only look at Mewtwo's good fortune. Since the other party is from the bird forest, maybe in the future he can also get along and conquer one. Forget it, then be a friend. You won't lose anything. Ling, please advise. Thinking of this, he stretched out his hand. I fell asleep halfway through writing last night, and today I was thinking about the plot of the World Fusion and Super Dream, so the update is a bit late. Sorry cat. Come back after a meal and continue to write 2 chapters. Chapter 87, 3K word large chapter. The next moment after the two shook hands, the voice of the system suddenly sounded in Mewtwo's mind. Open black lens bracket ding. Urgent task. Close black lens bracket. S-level mission. Escape from heaven. Mewtwo instantly felt that his whole person was not well, and he couldn't help crying silently in his heart. Again, shaking my hand can trigger this kind of Wesu, and the name of this mission made him feel a little bad in his heart. This is the first time I've seen an entry-level cultivator of your age since I came out to practice. Your Gengar is really good, and the curse skills. At this moment, Ling was still chattering on the side, and Mewtwo agreed vaguely, but his attention was focused on this newly created task. Task content. Sakagi, the ruler of Team Rocket, has become suspicious of the host and sent a top cadre of Team Rocket to kidnap you. There is no evaluation level for this task, and the system will not provide any help. Please start here. Survive the chase. Close black lens bracket. The cadre will arrive here in 2 minutes, and the arena battle mission will be cancelled. Close black lens bracket. Specially improved. The highest elves of this cadre are heavenly king. Please be extra careful with the host. Close black lens bracket. Quest reward. 1 chance to draw the skills of legendary characters. Random epic task. Close black lens bracket. Good guy. Why is Sakagi suddenly suspicious? Could it be that the video of himself and Kona playing against him was only seen now? The spirit world is over there. Ling, who was beside him, was still chattering, but Mewtwo had no intention of continuing to talk with him at this moment. I'm in a hurry and have to go first. This is my Pokédex communication number. I will contact you later. In 2 minutes, the cadre of Team Rocket is about to arrive at his position. The trainer of the Heavenly King class, let alone him, even the elves in the entire battle hall are probably unable to compete. Although the Ling in front of him has only Lucario, he is only an entry-level trainer, and he has no ability to resist in front of a king-level elf. He has decided to get out of here as soon as possible and not to implicate these innocent people in this matter. Mewtwo quickly reported his communication number to Ling, got up and ran towards the stairwell of the battle hall. He didn't even have time to wait for the elevator. When Ling saw this, he froze in place. Why was this person so anxious all of a sudden? He didn't go after Mewtwo, but stood there, as if preparing something. The next moment, his black and white pupils instantly took on a touch of blue. I'm in the battle hall in Golden City now. The senior cadres of the Rockets have their eyes on me and will find me in a few minutes. While Mewtwo rushed down the stairs, he took out his picture book and got through Du's communication number. Hold on, I'll be right here. In 10 minutes. Du Wenyan on the other end frowned and hung up the phone directly. He did not doubt the authenticity of Mewtwo's words at all, but directly called out his own fast dragon and rode him straight into the clouds. Strictly speaking, in the previous assassination, if it wasn't for Mewtwo, he might have been a corpse. As a human being, even if Mewtwo is lying, he will arrive as quickly as possible. But at the same time, Du also had some doubt. The Rocket, how could they target a rookie trainer like him? Mewtwo ran all the way out of the battle hall, turned on the navigation function of the Elf Pokédex, and headed towards the Golden City branch of the Alliance. In fact, just as Mewfeng thought, although the battle hall is an organization funded by the Alliance, there are not many trainers who really have the strength of the elite. Many pedestrians along the way were attracted by his hurried running, and some even tried to stop him to ask what happened, but Mewfeng didn't answer at all, just kept running forward with his head sullen. Time was running out, and he only felt that his heart was enveloped by a strange feeling, as if a huge danger would soon find him. The branch of the Elf Alliance is already in front of you. You can reach it smoothly through this street, and the Dry Leaf Gym is also on this street. The moment he ran past the door of the Dry Leaf Gym, Mewfeng suddenly remembered something, and cold sweat soaked his back in an instant. Why would he forget that in the comic, Ma Zishi, the owner of Dead Leaves Gym, is actually one of the senior cadres of Team Rocket? Because of less reading of comics and vague memory, he didn't remember this the first time he saw Ma Zishi. But now that I remember that, it all makes sense. No wonder Ma Zishi will use such a level of spirit to test himself. It turned out to be the investigation arranged by Sakagi. After the gym battle, it is estimated that Ma Zishi immediately reported his strength, which made Sakagi suspicious. No, not necessarily. Maybe Ma Zishi's identity is not as in the comic. It is an independent world after all. But in any case, the situation is unchanged now. He must not be caught by that cadre. As a rookie trainer registered in Junshin Town, why did Mewfeng have such a flashing Gengar within 3 days, and why would there be a fire dinosaur? If Sakagi has eyeliner inside the league, it shouldn't be difficult to find out this information. His breathing is getting faster and faster, and the movement of running under his feet is approaching the extreme, like escaping for his life. But at the next moment, he was horrified to find that his body could not move at all. The entire body is completely out of the control of the nerve. In addition to retaining the ability to think, he even loses the ability to breathe. What exactly is going on? Mewfeng was a little terrified, but the briquettes were directly emerging from the shadow at the moment, staring at the air in front of Mewfeng, and roared hostilely. Hey Jang, yo, found my location. It's not easy. The next moment, a slightly playful male voice sounded out of thin air. No wonder I'm going to go out. Tis. As soon as the voice fell, the space in front of Mewfeng's eyes began to distort, and a person appeared in front of Mewfeng's eyes in an instant. It was a tall man in a white suit. He had curly blue hair, and his pale face looked haggard. At this moment, he was staring straight at Mewfeng, who couldn't move, and in his eyes there was a strange red light flashing. At this time, there was not even a figure on the street. The whole street was empty. Only Mewfeng and this man were left, who couldn't move. The man bowed gracefully and smiled at Mewfeng. Introduce myself. I'm one of the 4 representatives of the Rocket Land. It's a pleasure to meet you. The boss is looking for you for a little something for some reasons. I hope you can cooperate. Of course, it looks like you're quite willing to cooperate with me. Otherwise you wouldn't stand still, wouldn't you? His smile, the words he said, and his pale face looked a little morbid, which made Mewfeng feel disgusted in his heart. Now that you can't move like this, it must be the opponent's mean. Mewfeng's eyes met Lance's eyes, and once again noticed the red light in the other's eyes. He immediately wanted to understand why he did this. This is superpower. The Rocket Team cadre named Lance in front of him actually mastered this ability and directly controlled Mewfeng's body from the air. Very well, the introduction is over. Let's get out of here now. Lance retracted his smile, stood up straight, closed his eyes and seemed to be preparing for something, and Mewfeng's heart sank. Although he can't control his body now, he can clearly feel the familiar fluctuations all over his body. It was the similar wave that occurred when Mewtwo used his superpower to teleport him before. Lance is ready to teleport himself directly, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move at all, and the briquettes were also suppressed by the superpower from the very first moment they appeared, and he could only stare at Lance with his eyes. At the same time, the picture book in Mewfeng's pocket was connected, and it was Du's voice. I'll be there in 3 minutes. How are you, Mewfeng? Mewfeng wanted to respond, but he couldn't even open his mouth. No chance for action at all. Oh, do you still know that Dragon King? Lance, who was closing his eyes and preparing to teleport, spoke with a hint of surprise in his word. But it only takes half a minute to teleport. Mewfeng's heart was even more shocked when he heard this. It was too late. How to do? The teleportation channel had already appeared behind Lance, but Mewfeng had no choice but to watch all this happen. But at this moment, Mewfeng felt a force that shattered the restraint on his body. The briquettes also break free from the shackles of superpower. Mewfeng, run away. At the corner of the street, the head of a black-haired youth appeared, shouting at Mewfeng. It's actually Ling. After just using the power of the waveguide to probe Mewfeng's emotion, Ling found that the other party was full of worry and anxiety, and even a trace of fear. After all, he was a friend he had just met. Ling planned to help him and followed him all the way, only to find that he was being controlled by a mysterious man with superpowers. In desperation, he mobilized all his waveguide power to fight against the superpower shackles on on Mewtwo, temporarily freeing Mewtwo from the superpower shackles. But this confrontation did not last for a few seconds, and he already felt very exhausted. The opponent's superpower and his own waveguide power are not at the same level at all. The power of the waveguide is really rare. Lance also discovered Ling at this time, and the opponent's waveguide power was competing with his superpower, which caused Mewtwo to break away from his control. Back off, Briquette. Mewtwo got out of the shackles, turned around and fled immediately. The man in front of him had already controlled the briquettes with his superpowers before he even released the elf. This is no more than a head start. The only solution is to delay until the fairy arrives. Chapter 88_Super Dream is back. It's really rare to be a child who has mastered the power of the waveguide. Lance smiled slightly, but it looked so weird on his pale face. But it's not polite to disturb what others are doing. As soon as the words fell, the strange red light in his eyes suddenly increased a bit, and he went straight to Ling Ya, who was fighting against him. Ling instantly felt that his waveguide power was completely unmatched, and he was about to be defeated in this confrontation almost immediately. Lucario, help me! There was no time for him to hesitate. He immediately called out his Lucario and combined the power of the two waves to fight against Lance's superpower. Luo. The red light flashed. Lucario stood beside Ling, and the power of the waveguide poured out, even barely tying Lance's superpower. How can you call someone out in a one-on-one duel? Lance was good at it, but his brows wrinkled. A black elf ball with the word R printed on it floated out of thin air from his waist, releasing the elf inside. It's a hoop. Hoodie, keep your mind strong. Clean up these two guys. Hoodie received the order, and a dazzling blue light flashed on the two spoons in his hand, and his eyes were occupied by the same blue light. A powerful mental wave swept over half of the block in an instant, attacking Ling and Lucario fiercely. This move directly shattered the power of the waveguides of the latter two, causing Ling to spit out a mouthful of blood, and fell to the ground weakly. Although Lucario was not injured so badly, he was almost incapacitated by the aftermath of his strong mental thought, and he half knelt in front of Ling. The waveguide forest lineage is still the same, and it can't even fight against this level of superpower. Tis, no wonder it's like this now. Lance smiled disdainfully, his pale face full of contempt. Forget it, I'll give you a ride. Hoodie, destroy the death light. Hoodie, who was in front of him, had already begun to accumulate a powerful destruction of death light, but Ling's eyes did not have the slightest fear, but were filled with unwillingness. Bird's nest. It's true that it has fallen into disrepair. Since the death of the leader, their glory has become a thing of the past, and as the most talented bird in this line of young people, he shoulders the responsibility of revitalizing the bird forest. But, is it actually going to fall in such a place now? Facing the impending death light of destruction, Lucario supported his weak body, stood up with difficulty, and condensed a wave of missiles in his hand. But in the process of confronting the superpower just now, the power of the waveguide in his body has been consumed by 7 or 8, not to mention the aftermath of a powerful mental force. Therefore, the blue wave missile in the hand can only fail to condense in the end. And at this moment, the destruction light in front of Hoodie is about to be ready to launch. Briquette, Shadow Fist, Fire Dinosaur, Spark. At this moment, two figures, one white and one red, rushed out with the sound of orders, and rushed straight to Hoodie. Why are you back? At this moment, Ling had been lifted up by Mewtwo, and asked a little suspiciously, you are really outrageous. If you meet people one, you will try your best to save them. You are like this. Can I let you wait here to die? There was a smile on Mewtwo's face that was uglier than crying. He really wanted to run away, but at least Ling was in danger because he came to save himself. It was completely impossible for him to leave him alone, because my seniors taught me, if I have friends, I have to give my heart. Ling, who was lifted up, coughed out a mouthful of blood and whispered intermittently. On the other hand, Hoodie was forced to interrupt the release of shattering death light because of too sudden attack. In an instant, an invisible barrier composed of superpowers firmly guarded him, and the Briquette, Shadow Fist and the Fire Dinosaur's attack hit the barrier, but they failed to shake the barrier. Except for the inextinguishable flames still burning on the barrier, it can be said that there is no trace left. Seeing this, Mewtwo was depressed. The opponent's Hoodie was as high as level 66, which was one level higher than Du's Kuailong. This is a direct gap in strength that cannot be filled by any other means. Interesting flame. I'm starting to see why adults are so interested in you. Lance glanced at the orange-red flames on the barrier somewhat unexpectedly, but the admiration in his tone was full of impatience. This is the end of the friendship drama. His superpower was activated again, and he went straight to Mewtwo, who was supporting Ling. The spoon in Hoodie's hand also shone with blue light, and the power of thought directly restrained the briquettes and the fire dinosaurs, unable to move one bit. This time, without the power of the waveguide, Mewtwo was locked by that power again, and this time he even felt a pair of invisible hands blocking his throat. He still struggled completely. Within a minute, if you maintain such a state of difficulty breathing, the brain will gradually lose consciousness due to lack of oxygen. Time is running out. I have to take you away. Lance frowned and started started using his superpower to create a teleportation channel again. It will take at least a minute for Du to arrive, and that is when the teleportation channel has been created. Mewfang's chaotic brain is quickly thinking about the way to break the game, but everything has been calculated, and before Lance's powerful strength is crushed, all other strategies seem so pale and powerless. Unable to breathe, Mewfang almost lost consciousness, and his eyes were about to close uncontrollably. Things are starting to blur. He's about to go into a coma due to lack of oxygen. The teleportation channel behind Lance had also been created, and he was about to leave the channel with Mewfang, but the next moment he suddenly turned around and stretched out his hand towards the top. Not only that, Hudi also raised his spoon with a dignified expression, and exerted all his superpowers on the top of his head. A surging and majestic supernatural power is falling from the sky, targeting Lance. Moreover, the latter has practiced superpowers for many years, and has never felt such terrifying superpowers. In an instant, that thought force directly smashed the protective shields of him and Hudi with the force of crushing, and came straight to Lance with infinite power. This is, Lance's expression changed drastically. His superpower is at the top level. How could anyone make such a superpower attack? He and Hudi flickered and teleported 100 meters away, but they were still locked by this thought force and were about to hit Hudi, the most powerful mental force. This blow must be stopped. Lance's pale face is already extremely solemn, and he can clearly perceive that if this blow hits directly, his spiritual sea will be directly destroyed. This is an absolute force crushing. Mewfang was already in a coma at this time. The superpower that supported his body was removed, and he was about to fall to the ground. But the next moment, the space flickered, and the white figure stretched out his hands and supported his body that fell to the ground. The one who came is Cheomung. Chapter 89 Kankan blocked Mewtwo's attack, and Lance's expression was extremely difficult to see. The artificial elf mentioned by Sakagi actually appeared at this moment, and a random psychic attack forced him into a mess. In order to deal with the superpower shock just now, almost all the superpowers in the body have been emptied, and this time, Hudi barely exhausted his strength to offset the attack. And his own Hudi is also an elf of the upper reaches of the Heavenly King level. After blocking this attack, he has consumed 70 to 80% of his superpower. Super Dream. In the just short fight, Lance has realized that this mission is impossible to complete, and Xiaomeng's actions are obviously on the side of Mewfang. If so, retreat first. Without saying a word, he performed teleportation directly with Hudi and disappeared in place. Xiaomeng just supported the unconscious Mewfang, and looked at the place where Lance disappeared without saying a word, without any action. The next moment, he took Mewfang and his two elves and disappeared on the street. Except for the dumbfounded Ling and the puzzled Lucario, there was no one else on the street, and everything was back to normal. That elf just now. What is it? Ling hadn't recovered from the weakness he had just drained of his waveguide power. He and Lucario supported each other with disbelief in his eyes. The superpower of the Hudi just now was so tyrannical, at least at the level of a king. In the face of the attack of the white mysterious elf, you can only barely resist, and finally flee in a hurry. Mewfang and his elf were taken away by the white elf. What the hell is going on? He muttered to himself suspiciously, and reached out his hand to wipe the blood that remained on the corner of his mouth. The next moment, a fast dragon descended from the sky and landed in front of Ling. This is... He raised his head subconsciously and saw a person he knew on Kuailong's back. Fairy. Ling, what happened here? Where is Mewfang? Du jumped off the fast dragon and frowned at the young man in front of him. That's a long story. Ling looked complicated and began to explain what had just happened. At the same time, in a forest on the outskirts of Deadleaf City, Mewfang woke up from the coma, and the first thing he saw was the grass in front of him and a few trees not far away. I'm hallucinating. Wasn't it already captured by that land? He was sitting on the ground with his back against a tree, and now he still felt a little confused. Mewfang rubbed his eyes, and then saw the white figure in front of him, and could not help but exclaimed in surprise. Super Dream. Well, it's me. Close black lens bracket. Can you speak fluently now? The familiar telepathic sound in Mewfang's heart sounded again, which surprised him even more. I thought you'd ask me something else when you woke up, but you're right. Close black lens bracket. Xiaomeng has turned around at this moment, looking at Mewfang expressionlessly. Where's the rocket cadre just now? Mewfang stretched his muscles and bones and stood up to ask question. Open black lens bracket ran. Close black lens bracket. Concise and concise. That broken. He will definitely tell Sakagi about this, and the rockets may launch a more terrifying hunt for you and me next. Mewfang couldn't help frowning when he heard the word. Xiaomeng did not leave the other party behind. That person would definitely tell Sakagi the information about him and Xiaomeng. Xiaomeng is not bad. After all, the strength is there. What can I do by myself? This is nothing to worry about, but why are you forced to such a point by such a weak opponent? Close black lens bracket. Xiaomeng obviously didn't care, but asked Mewfang with some doubt. The props Mewfang used when he was in the new island that day made him mistakenly believe that this human also had powerful power, but today he sensed that the human was in a coma, so he came to take a look out of curiosity. It turned out that Mewtwo was stunned by a human with average rank, which really made him a little puzzled. Let's not talk about this issue for a while. Why did you suddenly come today? Mewtwo's face ached when he heard this question, and he chose to avoid talking about it. What is such a weak opponent? That's the king level hoodie. The one named Lance is still hanging like a super type elf. How to fight this? Passing by. Close black lens bracket. Xiao Meng didn't say anything about Mewtwo's change of topic, but answered his question lightly. That's too coincidental. Mewtwo was obviously surprised by this answer, but he didn't ask any more questions because the other party came so timely. What have you been doing these days? This question made Mewtwo ponder for a few seconds before giving an answer. Learn your human language and understand the world. Close black lens bracket. Until today, I have a general understanding of what the world looks like, and I have found my own way forward. Close black lens bracket. In the past few days, Xiao Meng first observed the daily life of several human beings, and then used teleportation to see the cities and suburbs of the entire Guandu area, and roughly gained some understanding of the whole world. However, he still had some doubts about the meaning of his existence until he met a somewhat special elf this morning. Mewtwo could feel that this elf had a power different from those of ordinary elves, so he launched a challenge. As a result, he actually lost in this battle. This made him feel an unprecedented emotion. If Mewtwo knew about this, he would probably explain to him that this is called unwillingness and desire to become stronger. I want to become the strongest spirit in this world. Close black lens bracket. The words Cheomung said were an understatement, and Mewtwo was relieved when he heard it. It is also acceptable. Anyway, Mewtwo should not try to let elves rule humans as in the original work. As for the strongest, he just used his investigative eyes to take a look at the level of the super dream, and found that this guy did not know if it was because of his own intention. He is only level 75 now, and the system's evaluation is champion. The evaluation of champion is lower than that of second level god. That is to say, Mewtwo can't even beat those three stupid birds. Kind of like laughing. But when he thought that he had just been beaten by a heavenly king without any strength to fight back, Mewtwo couldn't laugh anymore. It's a good wish, so how are you going to make it happen? I can feel a power lurking within me, but I can't seem to use it yet. Close black lens bracket. There was doubt in Mewtwo's tone. It should be because Xiao Meng has not fully grasped the destruction gene. Mewtwo secretly analyzed it. The reason why I asked Mewtwo is that I hope I can hug the big guy's thigh before I have the strength to fight against the rocket. After all, the pursuit of the rocket, he really can't stand it. The only question now is how to make Mewtwo his bodyguard. Mewtwo thought quickly in his heart, and soon he had a speech. Chapter 90 _ The power of the cannon is limited. Because just when Xiao Meng stated the goal of self-knowledge to become the strongest elf, the voice of the system sounded in Mewtwo's mind. Open black lens bracket ding. The host triggers the S-level task. The approval of the super dream. Task content. Convince Mewtwo to follow you. There is no evaluation level for this task. Task reward. A set of Mewtwo Mega Evolution Stones. Destroying Gene Promotion Medicine Act 1. With the reward of this quest, Mewtwo has some confidence in convincing Xiao Meng. The mission doesn't necessarily require him to become Mewtwo's trainer now. As long as Mewtwo follows, it's a lot easier. I have a general idea of what's going on with this kind of power in your body. Mewtwo organized the language before saying sincerely to Xiao Meng. Open black lens bracket Close black lens bracket. Cheomung was obviously interested in this, and the voice that was calm and sounded like an ancient well in the telepathy finally fluctuated slightly. You have an extremely powerful gene in your body called the destruction gene. After you awaken your self-consciousness, you will be able to gradually master this genetic method, which may require some acquired effort. Mewtwo only knew about the destruction of genes in Xiao Meng's body. After all, when Xiao Meng in the original work escaped from Sakaji's hand, he had already perfectly mastered the power of destroying genes in his body. The reason why the current Mewtwo has only champion level strength is probably because the power to destroy genes has not been fully grasped by Mewtwo. Destruction of genes. Since this is the case, how can I rely on acquired effort to master it? Close black lens bracket. Well, I don't know much about this either. Mewtwo shrugged, indicating that he could do nothing. If you will believe me, how about we make another deal? Open black lens bracket trade. Close black lens bracket. Cheomung was also stagnant when he heard the word. Why did it feel so familiar? He remembered that before he took the other party out of the new island, and Mewtwo also told him the meaning of existence according to the agreement. After listening to those words, while observing the world, Mewtwo was also thinking about the meaning of his own existence, and finally decided to become the strongest elf. And now that the other party has proposed a deal again, Xiao Meng also intends to listen to it. Seeing that Cheomung had no objection to this, Mewtwo had a secret in his heart. After rescuing you from Team Rocket's base, I am now being targeted by those people. You want me to destroy them directly. Close black lens Chow Meng's tone was obviously a little bad. In the past few days, he has also seen a lot of human greed, and he has some understanding of human being. If Mewfeng wants to instruct himself to destroy Team Rocket, although Chow Meng may accept it, his favor towards Mewfeng will inevitably drop to freezing point. No, you misunderstood. Mewfeng felt Chaomeng's emotions and hurriedly shook his head to explain. To tell you the truth, I don't have the ability to face them head on, but give me a little more time, and I'm sure to grow into a strong man who can face them head on. Someone else might ask Mewtwo to kill Team Rocket directly, but Mewfeng would not be like this. The relationship between Mewtwo and herself is not that good yet, and this kind of thing might make Mewtwo feel disgusted with herself. Judging from Mewtwo's current character and goals, it is estimated that it is the template that recognizes the strong and wants to become the strongest elf. If you use this information to ask Mewtwo to help you kill Team Rocket, maybe you will lose Mewtwo's good feelings for yourself. Coincidentally, this is really in line with Chow Meng's thinking. So, I protect you for a while, and you help me control the destruction gene. Close black lens bracket. After listening to Mewfeng's words, Chow Meng began to think seriously in his heart. He really didn't know anything about the power in his body, and the human being in front of him had really completed a transaction with him. Yes, I will help you control the destruction gene. You protect me for a month. A very fair deal. How about it? Mewfeng nodded, but his heart started to get a little nervous. After all, the effect of mouth escape is limited, and his current strength is definitely not as good as Chaomeng. If Mewtwo doesn't accept it, then he may have to find another way to face the Rocket's pursuit. Fortunately, I don't know if it was the previous remarks that made Chow Meng feel good about Mewfeng, or whether Chow Meng really wanted to become stronger, and Chow Meng actually nodded and agreed to Mewfeng's proposal. Open black lens bracket. Make a deal. Close black lens bracket. Pleasant to work with. Listening to Chaomeng's reply and the notification sound of the completion of the system task, the excitement in my heart couldn't help surging, and I subconsciously stretched out my hand and placed it in front of Chaomeng. The latter stared at Mewfeng, who was maintaining this movement with doubtful eyes, and did not move for a long time. Open black lens bracket. This is close black lens bracket. Haha, forget you don't know this. It's called shaking hand. It's a kind of physical gesture of human beings to express friendliness. Mewfeng laughed awkwardly and quickly retracted his hand. Good guy, he just tried to shake hands with an artificial mythical beast, which is a bit outrageous. But I didn't expect. The next moment, Chow Meng's voice sounded again. Then you withdraw your hand now. Do you mean that you are not friendly to me? Close black lens bracket. Mewfeng froze, not knowing how to reply. Chaomeng is in this state now. How does it feel to be ignorant and ignorant? After honestly shaking hands with Chow Meng again, Mewfeng remembered a new question. However, an elves like you that no one else has ever seen will usually cause a sensation when they appear. You have to find a way to hide them. It's okay to get close to the Pokeball, and I guess you don't want to. Open black lens bracket. Understood. Close black lens bracket. As soon as Chaomeng's reply arrived, Mewfeng found out that this guy had disappeared. Super dream, he tentatively called out, and Mewtwo showed his figure above his head. Open black lens bracket. How is this? Close black lens bracket. Okay, then, if you want me to say, your superpowers are willful. It turned out to be following invisibly. Only then did Mewfeng understand, and whispered enviously. Open black lens bracket. Thank you for the compliment. Close black lens bracket. I'm not complimenting you. Mewfeng's face was full of black line, and then he remembered another important thing. I went to chat with Chow Meng before, and forgot to cross. He quickly took out his picture book and dialed the other party's number, but the sound of another elf picture book came from the jungle in the distance. Then, the sound of footsteps approaching and the rustling of the branches and leaves could be heard, and Du and Ling actually found this plate. Mewfeng, are you okay? Where's the white elf? Ling still looked a little weak at the moment, and ran over immediately after seeing Mewfeng. Ah, what white elf? After hearing this, Mewfeng replied with a puzzled expression. By the way, shouldn't I be taken away? Why am I here? Where's the cadre of the Rocket? Although the white elf was hidden above his head, Mewfeng could only speak nonsense with his eyes open, pretending to be ignorant. Now is not the time to let everyone know that Mewtwo exists. Chapter 91 Humans are amazing creatures. According to what Ling just said, a white mysterious elf rescued you, and it seems that he sent you here. Du frowned and stepped forward, turning to Ling to confirm the truth of what he said. Are you sure you've never found an elf? Not elves from other regions, but you just don't know them. Ling Wenyan quickly shook his head, his eyes filled with seriousness and affirmation. Impossible. That elf is definitely a new breed, the kind that hasn't been discovered yet. He was absolutely certain of this, because he has learned a lot about elves in the bird forest since he was a child. He dares to say that as long as it is the elves recorded in the illustrated book, he does not know anything. So the white elf just now must be an unknown elf race. But when the incident happened suddenly, Ling only saw the back clearly, and did not write down the entire appearance of Chaomeng, so he could only give a general description to Du. Even Even though Wataru had seen a lot of elves, he still couldn't figure out what was going on. Okay, you'll be fine anyway. Du seemed to have a headache, and nodded towards Mewfeng with his hands around his chest. But, how did you get on with the rocket? It was naturally impossible for Mewfeng to tell him that he was targeted because he let Mewtwo from Sakaji's hand, so he had to fool him. I don't know either. It weird. You don't know there are ghosts. Du slandered in his heart. He knew in advance that a representative of Team Rocket was coming to hunt him down, and as a rookie trainer, he could target the rocket. This Mewfeng might not only be a rookie trainer from Junshin Town. Simple. But even if he knew it well, Du didn't reveal it. After all, Mewfeng was kind to him. As for the identity of the other party, go back and ask the old guys in the Alliance. Maybe they will know. He still felt a little weird. According to Ling's description, this time, it was one of the 4 representatives of the Rockets who came here, second only to Lance, a member of the Rockets under Sakagi. Du also played against this Lance 2 years ago. The opponent's superpowers played a huge role in the battle. If it weren't for the ending of Hikuko, Du would have almost overturned in this battle. In the year after that, Du spent the entire year in seclusion on the island, in order to improve his physical strength, lest the next time he was pressed by a superpower, he would not be able to move. Okay, if you are targeted by the rocket, it's better to be careful. Next time you find something unusual, you can notify me directly, and I will come over as soon as possible. Du is well aware of Team Rocket's style. If Mewfeng is targeted, he will be entangled in the next period of time. Moreover, as soon as the other party came up, he sent a character of the level of an agent, and Rendu was not sure. As the 4 heavenly kings of the Guandu area, he only had the upper hand against any of the agent. What secrets does Mewfeng hide? But Du didn't have the heart to ask. He had other things to do. I'll go first. Take care. With a wave of his cloak, he released a fast dragon ride from the Pokeball, and disappeared into the sky in an instant. Ling looked up at the direction where Du was leaving, and used his elbow to turn around Mewfeng. Yes, you can actually let Du come to rescue you directly. He is one of the heavenly kings in the Guandu area. Nonsense. It's fair to say that I saved him one. Mewfeng looked at Ling, whose eyes were full of twinkling stars, and silently rolled his eyes in his heart. Ha! I had something to do with this king before. Randomly, he sincerely thank you for what happened just now. If Ling's waveguide didn't make the seed, he would have already been in the rocket space. It's a small matter, my friend. If you are in trouble, you have to help. Ling patted Mewfeng's shoulder and smiled indifferently. It's just why you let such a powerful person come after you. Are you demolishing the rocket base? He only thought of this question now, and raised his eyebrows in confusion. Seeing him like this, Mewfeng also sighed. Yeah, almost. These words were like a joke, and Mewfeng seemed to be serious when he spoke, so Ling didn't know how to reply for a while. Well, you won't tell me if you look like this. What are you going to do next? Continue to challenge the remaining gyms and participate in the court tournament. Seeing that the other party did not continue to ask, Mewfeng was relieved. This Ling seems to be talkative, and he is so loyal at a critical moment, and his emotional intelligence does not seem to be low. This friend is not bad. That's great. After completing the assessment, I have to go back to the Forest of Birds to continue my practice. When Ling heard this, a hint of envy appeared on his face. So you didn't come out to travel around? Mewfeng was stunned. As the successor of the bird forest, ahem, I can't be like you anyway. Sometimes I envy a trainer like you. It's nice to travel around with your elf. After Ling explained, he was also ready to leave. I should go too. See you at the court conference. Take care. He turned to leave, and winked at Mewfeng. For the sake of saving you one, if your opponent is me, why don't you let the water go? Ling also attends the court conference. Mewfeng waved his hand seriously and said, you also take care. If you really encounter it, it's not impossible. Just kidding. Play me seriously then. Ling's voice came from a distance. Contact me often tilde. He's gone. Open black lens bracket. They are also your collaborators. Close black lens bracket. The matter finally came to an end. Mewfeng was about to turn his head and sit under the tree for a while checking the quest reward. The question of Cheomung sounded in his heart. Collaborators. The relationship between life is either a collaborator or an enemy, or there is no relationship. Close black lens bracket. There may be something wrong with your 3 views. I think I have to add one item to my transaction with you later, to make you understand the world. Mewfeng almost choked on what he said to him. Open black lens bracket you say. Close black lens bracket. Xiaomeng was obviously not sure about his point of view, so he just listened to Mewfeng's explanation. The relationship between people is very complicated, and it can't be summed up by simply using these 3 items. First of all, let me talk about friendship. Mewfeng took a deep breath and told Mewtwo what he had learned all his life about human relationship. This whole process took at least 10 minutes to tell Xiaomeng what friendship, family affection and love mean. Mewfeng felt a little dry when talking about it, so he stopped. How is it? Do you understand? Opening square bracket ellipsis. Humans are really complex creatures. Close black lens bracket. After Xiaomeng said this, he was silent. Mewfeng rolled his eyes and was was too lazy to continue talking to this guy. He meditated on the system in his heart and began to receive his quest reward. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Escape. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 92 _ hit the jackpot. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Escape. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Mewtwo's approval. Close black lens bracket. Quest reward. Mewtwo Mega Stone. White. Mewtwo Mega Stone. Destruction Gene Guide Potion. 1 chance to draw a legendary character skill. Chance to draw a random epic mission disc Act 1. The 2S level tasks were completed together, and Mewfeng also gained a lot. He opened the system backpack and firstly checked the description of the bottle of gene-destroying guide medicine. Destruction Gene Guidance Potion. SS level consumable. Mewtwo exclusive. Effect. It can be used 4 times, and each time it is used, the destruction gene in Chao Meng's body will be more stable, and Chao Meng's strength and level will be improved in all directions. Can only be used once a week. So strong. This is the first time I have seen Mewfeng, an SS level consumable, and even the previous mind control device is only S level. This gene-destroying drug guide will definitely have a huge effect on Chao Meng's strength improvement. But what exactly happened? Mewfeng couldn't count it. System, I want to use this prop. He thought silently in his heart, and a tube of medicine appeared in his hand. The potion is contained in a transparent glass tube, and the color is a blood-like red, reflecting a little light in the sunlight. The liquid appears very active. Shake the tube and a lot of air bubbles will come up from the bottom. Super dream. Drink this. He moved the potion towards the top of his head, and the whole test tube was detached from his hand and floated into the air. Open black lens bracket. This is. Close black lens bracket. Cheomeng's unexpected voice sounded in Mewfeng's heart. He was carefully observing the liquid with his superpower at the moment, and unexpectedly felt a very familiar aura. And from the moment Mewfeng took out the potion and appeared, Chao Meng felt his body's instinctive desire for this potion. Helps you to master the destruction of gene, and you're done. Mewfeng shrugged with a look of indifference on his face, but in his heart he was looking forward to how much level Cheomeng could improve after drinking this potion. Now Mewtwo is only level 75. According to the description of the system, unless an elves at this level encounter an adventure, the upgrade speed will be very slow. Sometimes it may take a year to upgrade if they encounter a bottleneck. In the same way, in the level stage after the Heavenly King, the strength gap of the first level will be very obvious. Chao Meng should not have such a problem. His own potential has reached at least a first level god, which is the 90th level in the system rule. Mewfeng had already taken the time to ask the system about the level before, and got the following answer. The elf level division table is as follows. Starting from 1 level to 100 levels, every 10th level is a gear. Close black lens bracket. In order by. So the level of Mewtwo should definitely not stop here. At this moment, Chao Meng hesitated for half a second, but still drank this bottle of potion. Although he still had doubt, he finally chose to trust Mewfeng 1. The entrance of the medicines start to work immediately. Chao Meng only felt that he had entered an unprecedented state. The superpower in the spiritual sea had more than doubled directly, and the barrier of the uncontrollable power in the body began to feel loose. But this feeling came and went quickly. The increase of superpower was retained, and Chao Meng finally failed to grasp that power. At the same time, Mewfeng was observing Chao Meng's level status. After the effect of the drug ended, he only felt that the whole person was not well. Mewtwo has been directly upgraded from level 75 to level 80, entering the level of the second level divine beast. If Rendu or any trainer above the Heavenly King level saw this scene, it is estimated that his mentality would not be any better than that of Mewfeng, and there might be a possibility of collapse. Take Du's Kuailong as an example. He has been stuck in the middle of the Heavenly King class for a year, but he has never been able to reach the threshold of the championship class. The previous champion in the Guandu area went out to practice. Apart from the old guys in the alliance, he was the only one who had mastered the champion level elf combat power. As for the second level divine beast, human trainers don't seem to have this concept at all. In the history of the trainer, only one person has reached the top of the Heavenly King class, but in the end he has not been able to touch the threshold of the divine beast. And just such a bottle of potion directly made Chao Meng's strength soar and promoted to the second level divine beast. Chao Meng felt the new power in his body, and clenched his fist unexpectedly. Such surging superpowers and physical strength. If he were to face the elf from before, he would never lose so embarrassingly. This medicine can only help you master the destruction genes in your body. You still need to control the power of this gene independently. By the way, this medicine can only be taken once a week, and I have 4 bottles left. Although Mewfeng was a little surprised to upgrade so many levels at a time, he soon let go. The potential of Cheomeng is more than that. It is not too much to drink the medicine to become stronger. Open black lens bracket. Really? I see. Close black lens bracket. At the same time as feeling the power, Chao Meng once again felt that he could not see the human in front of him. No matter when he was on the new island before, or now, he has never been able to explore Mu Feng's thought through mental power. Once he does this, all the spiritual power will disappear like a stone sinking into the sea, and the medicine that this human being took out actually worked. This human, what the hell is going on? Chao Meng disappeared again, and while thinking quietly, he began to try to mobilize the power in his body. Although the barrier that had just been loosened had returned to its original state, he seemed to have mastered the direction to activate this hidden power. Seeing that Chao Meng was silent again, Mu Feng also continued to use his character skill. He suddenly seemed to think of something, and asked the system in his mind, "System, I suddenly have a problem. Host, please be close black lens bracket. If I communicate with you like this, Chao Meng won't find out, will it? Please rest assured, host, your consciousness and spiritual sea have been strictly protected by this system, and no existence can break through. Close black lens bracket." Mu Feng felt a little relieved when he heard this, and continued to ask, "What about the first level god? Arceus doesn't even come here." Close black lens bracket. "Yes, then I'm completely relieved. I want to extract character skills. Originally, I was a little worried that Mewtwo would be able to read his thoughts after he fully recovered his due strength. Since the system has promised this, Mu Feng has nothing to be afraid of. Now, it's time for another reward. A chance to draw a legendary character skill has been consumed." Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Extracting. Close black lens bracket. What could it be? Whether it is the previous Eye of Detective or Elf Affinity, or Master Shuguo, it seems that they are all S-level skills, so it won't be too bad this time. The next moment, the system's voice sounded in Mu Feng's expectation. Open black lens bracket. Successful extraction. Close black lens bracket. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the SS level character skill. Superpower Divine Beast level potential. What the hell? Why is it still SS class? Looking at the extraction result, Mu Feng only felt his hands tremble. Chapter 93_New Wave. While Mu Feng was pleasantly surprised, he suddenly felt an unprecedented strange feeling in his heart. Superpowers will also enhance the host's mental power while developing. Close black lens bracket. Now the host's spiritual sea is being officially opened up. During this process, the host may feel comfort, pleasure or pain. These are normal phenomena. Close black lens bracket. Pain. Mu Feng was stunned when he heard the word. Sure enough, as soon as the system's voice fell, Mu Feng felt that his head began to dizzy and pain, as if it was about to be torn apart. But this feeling is fleeting, and soon replaced by a warm feeling of comfort. Then came the pain. After these two feelings alternated repeatedly, Mu Feng only felt that he was a little confused, and the system's voice sounded again. Spiritual sea has been opened up. Superpower and spiritual power installation and strengthening. As the voice fell, Mu Feng only felt that the whole person was awake. His perception of the surrounding environment has slowed down several times in his eyes, and he can clearly feel the huge superpower in the Chao Meng body hidden above his head. At this time, Mewtwo, who was trying to master the power of destroying Jean, was also aware of it, and opened his eyes unexpectedly. Open black lens bracket. What are you doing? Humanity. Close black lens bracket. Before, Mu Feng's body clearly did not have any fluctuations in superpower and spiritual power, but now Chao Meng suddenly felt a powerful spiritual power from the other party. Ah, learning superpowers. Mu Feng replied subconsciously. The use of this power has been instilled in his mind at this moment. Open black lens bracket. Close black lens bracket. Mewtwo couldn't understand this at all, so he just continued to master the destruction gene regardless. Other human super dreams can be easily understood, but in the face of Mu Feng, he always feels that this guy and those humans are not of the same species at all. A secret identity, an understanding of one's own life experience, and a view of the whole world, and that strange potion, and the act of learning to use mental power out of thin air. Chao Meng has completely given up understanding what kind of person Mu Feng is. Although Mu Feng's mental power was tyrannical, it didn't seem to last long before it returned to its original state. It turns out that superpower, that's what it is. At this moment, Mu Feng has completely accepted all the information about superpowers and muttered to himself. Superpower is essentially a method of changing the direction of mental power, and it can play different roles through different methods of use. He stretched out his hand and began to release his mental energy towards a stone beside him. That stone actually shattered into powder. No, it's too strong. Come again. After many attempts, Mu Feng still couldn't master the method of using his superpower to lift the stone, and he couldn't control the powerful mental power in his body. This thing is really hard. He sighed. Although the body already has a huge amount of spiritual power, the power that Mu Feng can exert at this moment is estimated to be similar to the wave guide power of Ling before, because although he possesses this power, he does not have the skills and experience to use it. According to the system, if he can use his superpowers to fully explode now, it is estimated that he will directly exhaust his physical and mental strength, and while directly destroying a large forest around around him. Mewfeng will also have to lie on the bed for 10.5 days. Month. Forget it. Master it slowly, and use it as a means of pressing the bottom of the bot first. Mewfeng took back his mental power and sighed. It was too difficult. Although he knew how to use it from the system, for a while he had no clue of his mental power at all. But although he has not been able to fully exert this power, he has already realized the benefits of this power. While capturing the surrounding environment more clearly, Mewfeng's thinking is obviously more active. The spirit that was a little tired because of the manager's work has also recovered a lot, and it can even be said that he is full of energy. But Mewfeng didn't plan to continue practicing. Although the briquettes and the fire dinosaurs were not seriously injured in the battle just now, he still planned to take them to the elf center to have a look, and the spirit has recovered. He still feels a little tired in his heart. Not physical, but psychological. I got up early in the morning to play a game, and in the afternoon, I challenged the gym and tested the entry-level trainer. I just went through a chase. Mewfeng felt tired from the bottom of his heart, and sighed in his heart. Alas, since I came to the elf world, why do I feel like I'm getting busier and busier? I'm going back to the nearest elf center in the city for a break. Will you stay here and wait for me, or come together? It was getting late, and it was time for dinner. Mewfeng planned to go back to the elf center to check the bodies of the briquettes and fire dinosaurs, and have a meal to relax by the way. Open black lens bracket. I'll go with you. Close black lens bracket. Mewtwo is clearly prepared to carry out the identity of the bodyguard to the end. Sure, then take me to the edge of the city. Mewfeng tentatively said something. Open black lens bracket. Just this time close black lens bracket. Mewtwo is obviously a little speechless about this request, but when he thought that he brought the other party here, he still agreed to Mewfeng's request. Yeah. Blue light flashed, and Mewfeng disappeared into the forest. At the same time, in the Nijima laboratory, Takagi was sullen, talking to Lan. That's about it. Mewtwo's power. I can't compete with my mental power, but if I can get the other 3 agents to assist me. Lance has finished telling what happened. However, Takagi rejected the other party's request aloud. Okay, there's no time for that guy now. Your mission is temporarily cancelled. After he finished speaking, he hung up the call and turned his head gloomily. How many people came from the Alliance? According to the radar, at least a dozen. The experimenters looked a little flustered. The experiments they did were illegal. If they were discovered by the Alliance, they might be in prison for the rest of their lives. I don't know how these guys found out about the island, but there's no other option now. If that's the case, the only thing we can do is keep them here forever. For the smooth birth of new experimental subject, this island must not be exposed. A cruel light flashed in Sakaji's eyes, and he got up and walked out of the laboratory. A Kang's word. After reading the comment, it seems that the grade plummeted because everyone went to study. I hope this is the case. When I saw the results yesterday, I was really mentally stunned, and I didn't know what to say. Thanks to the readers who are still reading this book for their support. I also apologize here. The author did not understand many things when he first wrote a book. If you see a plot that you don't like or have any comment, be sure to tell me. Propose. Thank you. One more chapter tonight. Finally, special thanks to Xing Xiaomiao, Wang Hao, Che Xiaosheng, Undyed Red Dust, Alpha Wolf, TD 17,235,228 and other readers for their golden tickets to support CAC. The last question is about the readers in the comments section. Forcibly press the level. There are so many mothers. Eat every day. Close black lens bracket. This is the original story. I don't care about personal attack. All I want to ask is about the book. The setting of difficulty in leveling up is linked to the damage to the origin of the world, involving the system, including the subsequent big story. Is this still called forcing? It's not too slow to upgrade the wind spirit, but the above are my personal feelings, and it depends on the mainstream views of readers. Now I'd like to ask for advice on how to improve it. Do you think I'm suppressing levels? Please let me know by leaving a message. Chapter 94_ Black Household. Kanto area. Port Plateau. The howling wind cut through the cloud, and an orange figure swooped down from the sky and landed firmly on the ground. It was the fast dragon carrying the fairy. Phew. Du jumped off Kuailong, touched the latter's head to express his gratitude, and put Kuailong back into the Pokeball. Regarding the rocket, he plans to chat with an old friend at the League headquarters. Damarant, the leader of the Alliance, the chairman of the organization responsible for the management of the torch and the chairman of the Alliance Assembly. There's no denying that he has a significant presence in the League. As the current champion of the Kanto region, Du and he are old acquaintances, and the day before he was assassinated, he had chatted with the other party about the rocket. At that time, Damarant told him that the rocket's actions in various places have been restrained recently, which was related to a previous focus of the League crackdown on illegal organizations in various regions. But this time Mewfeng was attacked by Team Rocket's agent, which was the exact opposite of this. In addition, Dalen McKee also happened to have something to chat with Du, and the latter simply took the fast dragon to the Quart Plateau, where the headquarters of the Elf Alliance is located. At this moment, he was already standing in front of the gate of the Elf Alliance headquarters, as if waiting for something. Sure enough, the next moment, several uniformed guards rushed forward, and several different elves were still with them. After seeing the crossing of Chao Zhuang, one of them shouted, "Release the alert, it's Mr. Champion Du." "No, my ID." Du was also accustomed to this, smiled lightly, took out a golden card, and handed it to the guard standing at the front. The man took out something like a POS machine, swiped the card, and Du's avatar was displayed on the screen. "Check it out." Mr. Du walked slowly. The guards bowed and stood aside, giving way to the gate of the Alliance headquarters. Du put the card into the bag again, and walked towards the main entrance. Those guards left here and patrolled the surroundings again. As the headquarters of the National Elf Alliance, this place gathers the leaders of the Alliance and some of the highest institutions, and is naturally heavily guarded. It is against the rules to come here on a flying elf like Tu, unless you are a gym level trainer or above. This is also for safety reasons. If every trainer who comes here rides a flying elf, the security work will be completely impossible. Du passed the elevator in the lobby and went directly to the 7th floor of the Alliance headquarters. There are several meeting rooms on this floor, 3 archives rooms, and 1 person's office. And this office is his destination and the location of his old friend Daram Mark. Passing through the corridor and past the door of a conference room where a meeting was being held, Du also came to the door of the office. "That it?" "Dong dong." He knocked on the luxurious door of the office. "I can't take it anymore. Who bothers me at this time? Please come in." A hoarse, old-fashioned, scolding voice came from the other side of the door. Du pushed open the door, and stepped inside. The whole room is as luxurious as the president's office, with leather sofas with pattern, gorgeous ceiling chandeliers, and a brown carpet on the original wooden floor. In the most central position of the entire office, there is a large office work, and an old man is sitting behind the desk. His beard was exaggerated, filling the entire chin and neck like cotton. With a red baseball cap on his head, he was flipping through a large stack of documents in his hand. Although he is old, his eyes are bright, and he can't see the slightest bit of old age. "I can't stand it. Are you here? Sit and sit," he complained in his mouth, raised his head and glanced at the visitor, and threw the document in his hand aside. "Old Chi, you are still so energetic. You can't tell that you are already an old man." Du sat down comfortably at the desk along the back of the sofa, stretched out his hand and picked up a Pokeball ornament on the table to play with. "Che, it's not as good as you are a real young man. Just think about how to become stronger with the elves every day. You don't have to sit in front of the desk and worry about this pile of documents like an old guy like me. I feel like my beard is going to fall out of anxiety. It's unbearable." Damaranch stood up, picked up the dull animal-shaped teapot on the side table, poured a cup of tea into the transparent glass in front of him, and pushed it to the other end of the desk. "Drinking tea? I just brewed it. I heard that it is a new variety of tea found in the Leafstone Lode area. It's delicious." Du was also unceremonious, took the cup and took a sip. "The entrance is a bit bitter, but it quickly returns to the sweetness. Good tea. Tea is good." Quote, Watari put down the glass and sighed in admiration. "Tell me, you must have something to do with me in such a hurry. What happened this time?" Damaranch asked with a smile. He and Du have known each other for so many years. Once Du takes the initiative to run to his office, he basically has something to ask him, but he also has no objection to this. Although the age gap between the two is large, their personalities are very compatible. Du also helped him too much, so Damaranch was also happy to help Du handle things. "This time, I want you to help me find a trainer, Lao Chi, from Junxin Town, whose name is Mewfeng." Du raised his cup again and took a sip of tea, and said slowly, "Intuition tells me that this person's identity is by no means simple, and there are people who you can think are not easy." Damaranch had already turned on the computer in front of him and started searching for the name, but he asked something strange. I found it. Mewfeng, the trainer who registered and departed from Junxin Town. Entry level. ID information. No." His thick eyebrows are also wrinkled at the moment. "Black household. Is it a system failure?" Du was not surprised when he heard the result, put down the cup in his hand, and shrugged. "I knew that this little guy was not quite right. I'm afraid you have to use the authority to check. The identities of some trainers are set up as confidential files, and they need to be accessed by the identity of the top leaders of the Alliance, even if they are not able to find them. Compared to this, Mewfeng has already reached the entry level, which makes you feel a little surprised. I've used it, so that's why I say that." Demalancy looked a little weird. "These days, there are still black trainers. I can't stand it anymore. I'll contact the old guy Damu." "How did this guy register with him?" Chapter 95_Rare Rest. The old man Damu seemed to be busy and didn't answer the call. Damaranch put down the communication device in his hand and took a sip of the tea in front of him. "Forget it. Ask him again if you have a chance." "Not there." "Then don't be in a hurry." Du leaned back on the sofa in a relaxed manner, his eyes staring at the ceiling. "Okay, I can't stand it. I'll leave this matter alone for now. I'll let you know when I find out something later. But you have to tell me anyway. What is there for this guy named Mewfeng Feng that deserves your special attention. Damaranch took a sip of tea into his throat, let out a long breath, and asked in doubt. From the moment he mentioned this person, he had already begun to be curious. Well, he saved me once before. Toto will briefly explain the process of being attacked before. This morning he asked me for help and said he was going to be attacked by the cadres of the rocket, so I rushed over immediately. The other party is Lan, one of the 4 representatives of the rocket. In this special period, it is a bit strange to treat a rookie trainer with this kind of weight. After listening to Du's word, Damaranch only felt that the cup in his hand was a little unsteady. For no reason, a mysterious person of the Heavenly King level appeared to attack you, and then that Mewtwo, a rookie trainer, saved your life and was targeted by the rocket's agent. I didn't know for a moment what the point was. Du also gave a wry smile. Yes, in fact, there is something about Cheomeng. According to Ling's description, a white elf rescued Mewtwo, but even if he is crossing himself, he has no clue about this elf, so he simply doesn't mention it. Damaranch was silent for a few seconds. There have been so many broken things recently, I can't stand it at all. I will send someone to check about the rocket. What is the identity of the person named Mewtwo? I will tell you when there is news, but there will be no special protection for him until the League recognizes his potential, and that's up to you. He frowned and continued. It's so nice of you to come. Didn't I say before that there is also a big event? This matter can't be said. It is a secret of the Alliance. Seeing that the other party was so serious, Du also sat upright. I know, you say. In an elf food street in Dryly City, it was full of people. Tonight just happened to be the time when this street was newly opened and held an event. Look at it. The elf food street is open. 30% off the whole site. There are all kinds of food that trainers and elves can enjoy. Under the shouts of the broadcast, Mewtwo was carrying a backpack, walking through the bustling crowd. I didn't expect it to be quite lively. It can be regarded as taking everyone to relax. He missed the body of an oncoming middle-aged woman, wiped the sweat on the top of his head, and muttered to himself, open black lens bracket relax, close black lens bracket. Mewtwo's voice sounded, obviously not understanding the word very well. Relaxation is a kind of self-regulation of the living body after a long period of activity. In simple terms, it is taking a break from the busy schedule. Mewtwo was helpless and could only explain the meaning of the word to Cheomeng. Open black lens bracket, close black lens bracket. Seeing that the other party was silent again, Mewtwo was too lazy to continue explaining. Just let him understand it himself. Briquette, fire dinosaurs, come out to eat. Generally speaking, trainers are only allowed to release one elf to follow in the city, and it is illegal to have more than one. But in this street, trainers can release all their elves and take them to enjoy delicious food. That's why the street is so loud and crowded. But Mewtwo also valued this, so he brought the recovered briquettes and fire dinosaurs here for a spin. Hey Tilda. As soon as he heard there was something to eat, the briquettes jumped out of the shadow excitedly and looked at the food sold at the nearest store. You want to eat that? Mewtwo noticed. Hey, fire dinosaur didn't seem very happy, with an expression that came here to eat and wasted training time. Until Mewtwo bought a bundle of marshmallows and stuffed it into his hand, he licked it extremely reluctantly. Ho-a-ho. The fire dinosaur directly wiped out all the marshmallows in 2 bites, and joined the activity of finding food with the briquette. Of course, Mewtwo didn't forget that Bidiao and let him out. Bidiao looked at the surrounding scene, obviously a little puzzled. You've been working hard these days. Go get something to eat. I'll invite you. Mewtwo watched the briquettes and the fire dinosaurs excitedly trying new food, and also smiled at contrast. Since crossing the elf world until tonight, Mewtwo finally took a moment to relax his tired body and mind. He ate a bowl of Odin in his hand and stared at the white steam rising from the bowl. It has been 3 days since I came here, and I have experienced a lot. Just talking about the elves around him makes Mewtwo somewhat satisfied. The briquettes evolved into Gengar, and the rescued little fire dragon also successfully mastered the first layer of the inextinguishable flame, and evolved into a fire dinosaur. As for the lord floating on his head, although it still seems a little difficult to get along with, it is generally not bad. Thinking like this, Mewtwo made a messenger to pick up a fish ball from the bowl and hand it over to his head. Eat one. Advanced living beings like me do not need to rely on food for energy. Close black lens bracket. Mewtwo's icy voice refused decisively. Eating this kind of thing is never a task. It's a pleasure. Try it. Mewtwo did not give up, but continued to take the fish balls upward. Open black lens bracket. Just this time close black lens bracket. PFF. After returning from the food street to the elf center, it was already 12 o'clock in the evening. After Mewtwo finished washing up, he was leaning against the bedside, reading the notes that Zozan gave him by the lamp. Open black lens bracket. What is this? Close black lens bracket. After watching for a while, Cheomeng's questioning question came. Huo dinosaur and Briquette fell asleep on the side because they were too tired to play in the food street at night, and Mewtwo had to lower his voice. Some knowledge about the making of energy cube, which are the best food for elves and are also good for elf growth. Open black lens bracket. Close black lens bracket. Chao Meng got the answer, and did not continue to ask, but closed his eyes again and opened the destruction gene in the body. In the whole room, there was only the rustling of Mewfeng turning the pages, and the slight purring of fire dinosaurs and briquettes. With the weak light of the table lamp, the atmosphere was very quiet. It wasn't until Mewfeng looked tired that the lights in the room went out completely. Chao Meng stopped his attempt, showed his figure, and glanced at Mewfeng, who was already asleep. This human is indeed different from the others he has seen. Is he resting now? He lightened his movement, floated to the window beside the room, and flew towards the sky. Under the night sky, the entire city of dead leaves was flickering with light, which was extraordinarily peaceful. Chapter 96_Ring Battle. The next morning, normal training. At noon, I came to the Elf Center in Jinwang City to have dinner and then went to the Jinwang Taoist Hall, ready to challenge Nazi. That night, Mewfeng's sleep quality was surprisingly high. When the sun shines on his face through the window in the early morning, he also woke up from a good sleep and stretched a lot. I feel like my whole being is alive. He let out a long sigh, feeling that his spirit and energy had returned to the best state at the moment, and his spirit sea had also expanded a bit, and his mood was naturally happy. The briquettes and the fire dinosaurs seemed to have just woken up not long ago, and when they saw Mewfeng awake, they both jumped into bed and greeted Mewfeng. Hey Tilda. Ow. Everything was normal last night. No one came near this room. Close black lens bracket. Chao Meng and the window frame showed their figure, and said a word to Mewfeng lightly. Thanks, Chao Meng. Mewfeng nodded to show his understanding. Why doesn't my elf respond to you at all? Neither the briquettes nor the fire dinosaurs seemed to notice the super dream in front of them, which caused Mewfeng's doubt. I only showed my body to you, so now only you can see me. Close black lens bracket. Chao Meng replied, and disappeared into the air the next moment. Okay, you super elf can really do whatever they want. After washing up, Mewfeng, who had eaten breakfast with the elf, returned to the entrance of the Alliance's battle hall with briquettes and fire dinosaurs. Although the quest of the arena battle has been completely covered, there is no way to challenge Nazi's gym in Golden City anyway. Going out to the suburbs to find a place to practice is also a good choice at this moment, but Mewfeng still decided to bring briquettes. Fight a few more battles with the trainer's elf. Although training can also provide experience points, battles are the big deal after all. Only a combination of the two can produce the best result. Welcome to the battle hall in Deadly City. What can I do for you? Why is it you again? Coincidentally, this time it was the same female staff member who received Mewfeng this time. She was very surprised when she saw that the visitor was Mewfeng. Didn't this guy go to the introductory trainer assessment yesterday? According to normal circumstances, isn't it a suspicious life who should have been abused during the assessment? Why are you here again today? Mewfeng didn't care about the surprise of the other party, but just showed his Pokeball bag. I'm here to challenge the ring. Please take me there. Sorry, we need to participate in the ring competition here. The female staff member was a little impatient, but when she saw the badge in Mewfeng's hand, she was even more surprised. Isn't it? Did this really pass the test for him? The Pokeball badge is controlled by the Alliance, and there is basically no possibility of forgery, but because of doubts in her heart and the need for the process, she still smiled slightly and bowed. Trainers who come to the battle hall for the first time need to show the elf picture book to check their identity information. No. Mewfeng took back the badge, handed his picture book to the other party, and watched her trot back after leaving for a while. Sir, please, we need to take the elevator to the arena versus war zone on the second floor. At this moment, her face was full of respect, and she even changed the name of Mewfeng. Mewfeng didn't know why the other party suddenly became like this, but he just followed the other party's guidance and took the elevator. What he didn't know was that the female staff had already set off a storm in their hearts. She originally thought that Mewfeng might have created a fake badge to deceive people, but after the identity information of the illustrated book was called up by the machine, she completely dismissed this idea, because only very little information is displayed on the machine. Mewfeng, male, 13 years old, place of departure, Junshin Town, level, beginner trainer. Below this brief message, there is a prominent line of red font. Other files are confidential to the Alliance and cannot be accessed. Close black lens bracket. Alliance confidential. It was these 4 words that made her change her attitude completely. She had been working here for a year or two, and there was a lot of registered information, but she had never seen such a mark. Only one senior once told her that those who have this kind of mark in the file during information registration are definitely important people who have close ties with the Alliance. That's why the attitude of the female staff member at this moment changed so quickly. She now regards Mewfeng as the child of an important person in the Alliance in her heart. In fact, this was Damaranch's protection for Mewfeng. Du didn't have such a request, but he still did it. After all, the young man that Du could be optimistic about, he didn't think it would be too bad. Outside the ring area on the second floor of the battle hall, Mewfeng was listening to the words introduced by the female staff member. The rules of the arena are very simple. The defender needs to accept the challenge request from the attacker and have a one-on-one elf duel. If they win, they will succeed in the battle and get a 20-minute rest period. During this period, they will not be challenged. Quote, if the game is lost, the defender fails, and the champion is replaced by the person who succeeded in the challenge. In order to encourage trainers to fight, the Alliance has spent a lot of bonuses for this event. The rules for bonuses are here. You can take a look. You can call me anytime if you have any question. My name is Yi Luo. After speaking these rules, Yi Luo stood aside. Mewfeng followed her instructions and roughly read the bonus rules posted on the wall. The prize pool is refreshed every morning, starting at 10,000 yuan, and adding 5,000 yuan for each successful fight. After 10 consecutive fights or the end of the ring event today, the accumulated prize money will belong to the champion. If the challenger wins, the current accumulated prize money goes to the challenger. After reading these rules, Mewfeng can also understand why such a small room is crowded with all kinds of trainers. Some of them are observing the battle in the ring, and some are asking about the situation of today's champion. There were about 50 or 60 people there. Good guy, money can bring people together the most. Mewfeng sighed, but he didn't come for the reward. He just wanted the experience gained from the battle. But being able to earn extra money after the battle seemed not bad. Thinking like this, Mewfeng had already walked to the viewing area of the arena and observed the battle that had already started on the field. The Wang Hua's flying leaf knife successfully hit the big-mouthed bat, and the big-mouthed bat also lost its fighting ability. Beautiful attack. The champion Qingyan has won his 9th consecutive victory. If he wins another victory, he will take away the bonus for 10 consecutive victories, a total of 60,000 yuan. The commentator on the sidelines was explaining the battle with impassioned enthusiasm at the moment, and the big-mouthed bat, which was greatly incapacitated, also took back the attacker. Mewfeng activated the eye of investigation, looked at the data of the Overlord flower, and couldn't help but raise his brow. Chapter 97 Trick in the Shark. Elf. Overlord flower level 35. Qualification. Blue evaluation. Getting started. And elves of this level can win all the way in this place. In this case, can the briquettes be able to play a few more games and gain more experience? It should be said that it is to learn from a few people and accumulate experience in battle. After a 20-minute rest period, the champion barber will meet his last opponent. Will the prize money in the ring be taken away by the last challenger, or will it be defended by barber and successfully take away 70,000? The sound of the broadcast sounded, and the man standing on the field also took back the Overlord flower, turned and walked off the field. This barber has brown skin, a burly body and full muscle. He wears a white sport vest and loose trousers. He can feel his straight fighting style just by looking at it. This is indeed the case. There are very few entry-level trainers in this pair of battle hall. Defenders need to reach entry level, but challenges do not. Therefore, the arena area is often surrounded by a group of general trainers who try to challenge the arena and win prizes. Most of them cannot pass the entry test, and they hope to taste some sweetness from the arena battle. So there are so many people around here. But at this moment, those people were talking in a low voice, not at all excited because the accumulated bonus was too high. This barber must have an entry-level mid-level level, and he still comes here to fight. How can we fight? A short and fat person was somewhat dissatisfied, and this remark also aroused the approval of others around him. That's right, and his Naba Wangwa also mastered the parasitic seed, so he didn't consume his stamina by these rounds of battle. Isn't it free to go up? I'm afraid today is to let him defend successfully. Mewfeng listened to the conversation of these people and did nothing, just sat quietly in the seat beside him, thinking about his next action. He just thought about coming to the arena to fight against many trainers, but he forgot that there was such a thing. These trainers don't seem to be able to face entry-level elves in their heyday, and they are just trying to pick up the lost elves that have been consumed by the master. That being the case, if you want to make the briquette lay 10 game, I am afraid you have to use some means. He soon had a plan and called out the briquettes hidden in his shadow. Balcoid, come over here. I have something to tell you. Hey, you look like this. The 20-minute break passed quickly, and Barber stepped back into the ring. After a while, someone stepped forward to challenge and sent a lava worm in his early 20s. Although it occupies an attribute advantage because the level gap is too large, the fire-type skills are directly resisted even after hitting the Overlord flower. Immediately after that, he was instantly killed by the blazing sun with a hit of the Overlord flower, and there was no chance for him to resist at all. 10 consecutive victories. The defense is successful. Congratulations to Mr. Barber for winning the 70,000 yuan perseverance bonus. When the announcement sounded, Barber took back his Overlord flower, stepped down and left here amid the sighs of the trainers. Well, the first defender this morning is so difficult to deal with. How can this be done? The chunky middle-aged man who had complained before was even more frowning at the moment. The lava snail was not weak among their elves, but it was killed by the sun and flames of the inverse attribute of Overlord flower. The people around are also full of complaint. Generally speaking, it is difficult to have 2 or more rivals in one day, because the number of introductory trainers in this area is also rare. There are very few people who come here to fight. It also means they have no money to make today. Just when everyone was about to leave the ring area, a young man with black hair stood on the ring. A new champion has appeared. He is Mewtwo, an entry-level trainer from Junshin Town. The arena restart. The challenge begin. First come first serve. The host voice sounded again, and the trainers who were about to leave were also taken aback. Is there really a new champion? And looks so young. The young man standing on the stage looked a little nervous, clenched his fist, and stood there in a daze. In front of him, there is a thin-looking fire dinosaur, which should be his elf. The following people have started to discuss. Hey, are you mistaken? An entry-level trainer at this age? That fire dinosaur doesn't look like an entry-level person. Is it the son of some big family or the son of some big man, at such a young age? When I was his age, it seemed that I was still being chased by wild spirits in the forest with my trumpet bud. While everyone was talking, the middle-aged man who complained before had already boarded the ring and challenged Mewtwo. I, Yu Yuanping, invite you to attack. Okay, a lot of advice. Mewtwo, who was standing opposite him, looked nervous and stammered when he spoke. Yu Yuanping saw the other party like this, and his confidence in his heart was a little better. Such a person, even if he is an entry-level person, is only at the bottom, and he is sure to fight for himself. What's more, the fire dinosaur of the other party doesn't look wrong. The mosquito-repellent frog in his hand not only restrains the fire element but also touches the edge of entry level. He can buy the lowest quality water stone sold by the Alliance a little before now, so that the mosquito coil frog can evolve into a fast-swimming frog, and he can participate in the entry assessment and become a professional trainer. Thinking of this, Yu Yuanping was even more excited, and he directly released his mosquito-repellent incense frog, standing opposite Mewtwo with his arms folded. Oh, the first round of the ring battle. The challenge begins. Any one of the elves loses the ability to fight, and the challenger will attack first. The game begins. The host voice pulled the thoughts of the people around them back to the ring, and some people only reacted at this moment, cursing the fat man named Yu Yuanping in a low voice. This guy actually took the lead while everyone was not paying attention. How cunning. If I remember correctly, this dead fat man's elf is a mosquito-repellent incense frog. When he touched the professional threshold, he just restrained the fire element. It is estimated that he is about to get this bonus. That fire dinosaur looks like it's just that level. I can do it too, but unfortunately, most of these trainers scolded Yu Yuanping for taking the lead. They all thought that their elves had a chance against this fire dinosaur. The other small part is watching quietly. Although this fire dinosaur does not seem to be entry level, it is sometimes inaccurate just by looking at the appearance. This fire dinosaur should be the initial elf of the person named Mewtwo, and it is estimated that it is worthy of entering the entry level. Let's take a look at the result of this game. If Yu Yuanping's mosquito coil frog is defeated, it is their chance. In short, the trainers below are not very optimistic about Mewtwo, and they all want to scrape the prize money of this ring battle. Mewtwo naturally saw the attitudes of these people, and couldn't help but smile. I act like this. Isn't it just for you to come and deliver? Won't make me bully. Chapter 98_triple insurance. 3 hours later, Mewtwo had left after taking the 10-game winning streak, leaving a large group of people stunned. After the 10 ring matches just now, they haven't been able to recover until now. In the first round, the fire dinosaur was pressed and beaten by the mosquito-repellent incense frog, and he didn't even take the initiative to take action. Just when everyone thought that the fire dinosaur was lost, the mosquito-repellent frog's water gun skill hit, and the fire dinosaur's backhand terrifying jet flame directly made the opponent lose his ability to fight. Of course, no one knew that it was actually just a small fire skill that fire dinosaur training specially trained after being blessed by the inextinguishable flame. After the battle was over, the young man who was guarding was obviously arrogant, and he actually asked to cancel the rest period. This is good. A bunch of people swarmed up, for fear that he would regret it. After the second round, fire dinosaur seemed extremely tired, and it was obvious that it was overwhelmed. But where would the surrounding trainers just let go of the bonus? A new round of battle was immediately launched. In the fourth round, Huo Dinosaur narrowly won, but the latter were already lying on the ground and began to pant. This caused more people to rush into the ring like crazy, and the managers took a little time to maintain it before the fifth round of battles began. As a result, in the fifth round, this guy named Mewtwo directly took away the fire dinosaur and replaced it with a white Gengar. Although the trainers with some brains could already feel that something was wrong, those who were a little duller only saw that Gengar's strength was the same. In addition, the bonuses were getting higher and higher, and they were even more excited to challenge. In the fifth round of battle, Gengar still won with difficulty, so there are sixth and seventh round. It wasn't until the 10th round that Zheng Gui changed his tired demeanor. His aura suddenly soared, and instantly appeared in front of the opponent's elf with a shadow fist to instantly kill him. Only then did these trainers understand the truth of the matter. For a while, no one spoke in the entire arena area. Dead silent. On the other hand, Mewtwo, who had finished his experience, also quickly left the battle hall. At this moment, his heart was somber. After the sick game, the level of the briquettes had indeed risen by 1 level, and the same was true of the fire dinosaur. And he paid 70,000 yuan for whoring. This is not a small number for him now. At this moment, the briquettes beside him seemed a little helpless. He pretended to be really tired, and his opponent was so weak, but he wanted him to look like a close match and finally win, which really tested his acting skills. Not only that, in order to prevent anyone from seeing the clues, Mewtwo also deliberately let the briquettes restrain their breath, pretending that they have not reached the entry level. Seeing the expression on the briquette, Mewtwo also turned his head towards the briquettes and promised 70,000 yuan, all of which is the material purchase fee for you and Fire Dinosaur's batch of new flavored EPUB. After listening to the briquette, his eyes lit up, and the helpless expression before was instantly gone. Although I don't know how much 70,000 yuan is, as long as there is a new flavor of energy cube, let alone let him act, just let him play the role of Mewtwo. Seeing the excited look of the briquette, Mewtwo also sighed in his heart. Although Zuo Sen once promised to cover the cost of his own fruit materials, Mewtwo was not really in the mood to ask him for reimbursement. Unless you really can't afford the fruit you need to make your own energy block, the arena battle can be considered to have come to an end. Mewtwo came all the way to the outskirts of Hu City, called out video, and flew all the way to the outskirts of Golden City. Thank you for your hard work. Come back. Mewtwo jumped off Bai Diao and retracted Bai Diao into the Pokeball. Open black lens bracket. Why did you come to another human gathering place? Close black lens bracket. Cheomeng's voice suddenly sounded in Mewtwo's head. If Mewtwo was not used to it, he would have been shocked by the sudden sound. Ah, this kind of place is generally called a city. The purpose of my coming here is to challenge the gym. Well, if you say that, you may not be clear. Probably to prove my own strength. The way to go. Speaking of this super dream, I really understand. After all, his goal now is to become the strongest elf. In order to achieve this goal, it is natural to defeat all other elves. Open black lens bracket. Understood. Close black lens bracket. Seeing that Xiaomeng understood the meaning and stopped asking, Mewtwo also stepped forward and walked in the direction of the Golden City. At the same time, in the downtown area of Golden City, on a public bench, a haggard middle-aged man wearing a straw hat raised his head and looked in a certain direction as if he had noticed something. This power. After Mewtwo entered the Golden City, he found that the urban structure of this place is somewhat similar to Wallen City, but there are fewer pedestrians on the street, and it feels a little deserted. As he walked towards the center of the elf in the direction indicated by the elf illustrated guide, he was thinking about the next challenge to the gym. Nazi, the master of the gymnasium in Golden City, can be said to have left a deep impression on Mewtwo in the Muji chapter. It's a pity that there was no story about her later, and Mewtwo knew very little about him. But there is only one thing that Mewtwo can be sure of, that is, Nazi's strength is not weak. It's not that his elf is very strong, but that her own superpower is very powerful. Not only can provide boost to her elf, and evolve a Casey into a Yangjira out of thin air to beat Xiaoji. This kind of thing is outrageous. And not only that, Mewtwo estimates that Nazi herself is kicked out alone, and it is no different from a humanoid self-propelled superpower elf. But he is not panicked now. He is not too sure about challenging gymnasium. First of all, Mewtwo's current trump card elf is Gengar, which has a lot of restraint on superpower elf. In the original work, Xiaoji also found a ghost stone to deal with Nazi. Although the final result was somewhat ironic, it is indeed feasible to use a ghost elf against her. Secondly, Mewtwo now also has superpowers. Although he has not been able to fully grasp this power, at least he will no longer be unable to act when he is held down by superpowers like before. In the end, even if Mewtwo has not fought against Nazi's superpower, he is accompanied by a real terrifying superpower user, Cheomeng. Under the triple insurance, Mewtwo has even skipped how to win the gym battle, and began to think about how to untangle Nazi's heart. Chapter 99_Golden Hall and Nazi. According to the plot of the original work, it is probably like this. Nazi has awakened powerful superpowers since she was a child. At first she was cheerful, innocent and cute, but later in the training of fighting and superpowers, because his superpowers were too powerful and uncontrollable, it led to many terrible consequences. For this reason, his parents were very strict with him, hoping that he would suppress his superpowers. While Nazi suffered from the pain of not being able to completely suppress her ability, she also lacked the happiness and family care that she should have in her childhood. She didn't know when she began to lack feelings, and because of psychological trauma, she added innocent character to the rag doll. After becoming the owner of the gym, she became even stranger, and even used her superpower to turn the challenger who failed the challenge into a rag doll, so as to play games together for fun, which was regarded as the shadow of many viewers' childhood. Later, she defeated defeated Xiaoji for a time. Xiaoji was rescued by Nazi's father and brought Ghostone to fight again. Nazi couldn't continue fighting because the Ghostone brought by Xiaoji was too funny. Victory without a fight. After that, Nazi was able to untie her knot and live with her parents and Ghostone again. But at this point in time when Mewfeng arrived, Xiaoji had not yet helped Nazi return to normal. So how to untangle Nazi's heart is another question. While thinking about it, Mewfeng has come to the door of the Golden Temple where Nazi is located. There was not a single pedestrian on this street. In the dark street, the street light seemed to be malfunctioning, and the dim light flashed even more strangely. This place is too deserted and weird. Standing at the door of this icy building, Mewfeng felt uncomfortable, took a deep breath, and stepped forward to open the door of the gymnasium. But at this moment, Mewfeng clearly sensed something, and withdrew his hand and immediately took a step back. The next moment, a figure instantly flashed in the position where Mewfeng had just stood, and punched the place where his body was just now. If it wasn't for Mewfeng now mastering superpowers and being more sensitive to the surrounding situation, this punch would probably hit the back of his head directly. Open black lens bracket. Do you want me to do it? Close black lens bracket. Xiao Meng's voice also sounded at this moment with a strong hostility. No, I'll take a look at the situation. Mewfeng refused decisively, because between the lightning and flint, he had already seen who the person who attacked him was. The lowered brim of the hat did not completely cover the man's face, and the other person's figure gave Mewfeng some confidence in his speculation. The man missed a shot, and he was about to move instantly and disappear in front of Mewfeng, but was stopped by a word. Hey, you're Nazi's father, right? I have something to talk to you about. The man stopped his movements after hearing the word, and then raised his head and looked at Mewfeng. His haggard face had double that was not well groomed, and he looked surprised at this time. It's not a disguise. You're not a member of the Superpower Club. Mewfeng was a little surprised at why the other party would attack him directly, but now that he heard this term that he had never understood before, he probably wanted to understand a little bit. Is this organization eyeing Nazi? I'm a trainer from True New Town. I'm here to challenge the gym. By the way, I know about Nazi and I hope I can let her live a normal life. The middle-aged man did not respond when he heard it. He frowned and used his mind power to observe Mewfeng's surroundings repeatedly, confirming that this man's appearance was not a disguise. It's not that he was so vigilant, but because of Mewfeng's powerful superpowers, he mistakenly thought that Mewfeng was here to attack Nazi. The Superpower Club is an organization formed spontaneously by all trainers who have mastered superpowers in the world. In the early days, it was mainly established to guide new people who inherited superpowers by accident or inheritance. Later, it gradually evolved into a large-scale organization for superpowers to exchange experience, learn about abilities and the strength of elves. And this organization has another mission, which is to punish some superpowers who abuse superpowers to harm ordinary people. Nazi's father knew this, so he mistook Mewfeng for the person whose superpower would send to punish Nazi. In fact, superpower would not know about the strangeness of the Golden Gem. Although the other party's appearance does not look like a disguise, he is still vigilant towards Mewfeng at this moment. I don't believe it unless you tell me why you're doing it. Naturally, Mewfeng didn't know what this person was worried about. Now he just wanted to convince Nazi to pay and help him. Compared to this, I have to ask you, do you want to see Nazi go on like this? Why did she become like this? You should know better than me in your heart, and I know what to do. Do you choose to drive me away, or take this opportunity? These words directly crossed Nazi's father's defense and hit his heart. As Nazi's father, he naturally didn't want to see Nazi like this. It's not that he didn't try to enlighten the current Nazi in the past, but the current Nazi's attack is extremely strong and will not listen to him at all. He was obviously hesitant. You really have a way. I can only try. If I go by myself, I can't be more than 50% sure, but with your help, I'm at least 80% sure. Mewfeng replied with a serious look. Okay, judging from the superpower in your body, self-preservation is not a problem, and facing Nazi will not be so dangerous. Nazi's father finally nodded. He was not only worried about Nazi's situation, but also didn't want Nazi to hurt innocent people. But what do you need me for? My superpowers can't compete with her. Neither you nor me. He was a little worried. Although the superpower fluctuations of the young man in front of him were not weak, it was still far from Nazi. This is because Mewfeng deliberately suppressed his spirituality to avoid being unable to control that kind of power. Simple. Listen to me. Seeing that the other party was willing to cooperate, Mewfeng was also relieved, leaned over and began to talk about his temporary plan. Nazi's father's eyes changed from doubt and worry to thinking, and finally turned to firmness and determination. No problem. I'm Mewfeng, a trainer from Junxin Town, and I'm here to challenge the gym. Mewfeng pushed open the door of the gymnasium, walked along the corridor and entered the battlefield. His voice echoed in the empty and dark gymnasium. The next moment, the faint blue light came on, and a doll that looked like a little girl's toy flashed blue light and floated in front of Mewfeng from the dark out of thin air. Okay. Okay, if you lose, stay and play with me Tilda. The ethereal girl's voice sounded out of nowhere, into Mew Feng's ear. Chapter 100 Superpower Confrontation. At this moment, the voice of the system also rang in Mew Feng's brain. Open black lens bracket ding. Get the SS level task. The superpower girl of the Golden City. Mission goal. Lose the game. Get a poor evaluation. Lose the game and escape from Nazi. Get a fair rating. Win the game. Get an excellent rating. Win the game. Untangle Nazi's heart and reunite Nazi's family. You can get a perfect evaluation. Mew Feng just glanced at the content of the quest and didn't read it anymore. Anyway, the reward would not run away. Now think about how to fight Nazi. Battle is one-on-one. This is my L tilde. The corners of the ragdoll's mouth rose, as if smiling, but it seemed that this was his expression. Following his word, a Casey appeared opposite Mew Feng, sitting on the ground with his eyes closed. Mew Feng immediately opened the eyes of investigation and checked the data of this Casey. L. Casey, level 2060, superpower amplification. Qualification, purple, evaluation, weak quasi-king top, superpower increase. Although the first half of the data looked really bad, the second half made Mew Feng not want to talk. Although I know that Nazi's superpowers are very strong, how outrageous is it that Yanjira, who can directly evolve a Cathy to the level of a quasi-celestial king, is stronger. And according to the setting in the original work, Casey has this kind of strength just by evolving into Yanjira. If it evolves into Hudi, how terrifying it would be. But no matter what, he can't back down now. After all, from the very beginning, Mew Feng never thought of winning the game in a direct confrontation of strength. Valcoid. Mew Feng also waved and called out the briquette to fight. Hey Tilda, your elf look interesting too. Let's play together Tilda. The game begins Tilda. With the voice of the doll, Mew Feng also ordered immediately. Briquette, shadow of the night. Hey, the briquette didn't have the slightest sense of the strange situation in front of him. After all, he was a ghost-type elf, and he wouldn't be like Mew Feng. Even if he knew what the situation was, he would feel a chill down his spine. Shadow of the night is the latest move that briquette has mastered, and he has been able to use it proficiently. The next moment, the eyes of the briquette flickered with a strange red light, and a man-high black shadow formed behind the briquette. The shadow was like a monster with claws, and it went straight toward Casey. Casey, teleport. The doll gave an order without emotion, and Casey also instantly disappeared in place and appeared aside, avoiding the dark shadow of the briquette. Shadow fist. Hey, but Mew Feng's next order has already blurted out, and the signature melee ultimate move, Shadow Fist, is also savagely attacked by Cocoon Ball. After training, the speed of the briquettes has reached the entry level mid to upper level, and it is even much faster than many ordinary elves at entry level upstream. The increase of the double-edged sword and the orange talent combined with the hard work of the briquettes allowed the briquette to explode with such speed and power at such a low level. Although Casey used his psychic power to support the barrier in front of him, but facing the briquette punch, he was hit directly and flew out without any accident. The dust caused by the landing dissipated, and Casey was about to lose his ability to fight, struggling to support his body. The replacement may feel that Mew Feng has the chance to win now, but Mew Feng knows very well that this battle has only just begun. As expected, blue ripples emanated from Casey's body, which turned into the light of evolution. The data in Mew Feng's eyes refreshed immediately. Elf, Yanjira level 60, qualification, purple evaluation, quasi-king, and the doll floating in the air was no longer emitting a weird laugh. A pair of hands appeared from the darkness and took the doll into his arm. Nazi's slender figure appeared in front of Mew Feng's eyes. The brown-red tights showed her figure vividly, and the long blue hair behind her was even more neat, and her fair face, with just the right proportions of facial features, in the world of Mew Feng described as a temperament royal sister. But Nazi's godless eyes are matched with the quasi-king level Yanjira who exudes strong pressure in front of her, but Mew Feng is not in the mood to appreciate each other's appearance at all. You finally showed up, Nazi. I have something to talk to you about. Mew Feng spoke immediately and tried to talk to the other party according to his own plan. Her state is very special. Her powerful superpowers have nowhere to be released and she lacks emotion. If she suppresses her for too long, her superpowers will get out of control and her main character will be suppressed. If you talk to her now, she will not listen. Close black lens bracket. But the next moment, Chow Meng's voice sounded immediately. At this time, he was frowning and feeling the superpower state in the human body in front of him. This out of control state is clear to him. Before the birth of his own consciousness, he was actually in the incubation period of this state. However, his self-consciousness was finally awakened with the help of the machine, so it was not affected. Mew Feng was stunned for a moment. If that's the case, wouldn't it be impossible to communicate at all? Play with me. Nazi was still expressionless. Yanjira in front of him didn't receive any orders. The top of the spoon in his hand flickered with light, and the powerful phantom light went straight to the briquette. This light comes from all directions, and the briquette can only be avoided by drilling into the shadow of the ground. Dive into the shadows. Briquette. Mew Feng also ordered decisively, while thinking about the current way to break the game. Hey! The opponent in front of him suddenly evolved, and the briquettes with strong breath pressure were a little breathless, which made him still a little confused. Now that the opponent's attack was close at hand, he only reacted under Mewtwo's order and prepared to get into the shadow under his feet to avoid the attack. But a faint blue light lit up around his body, and he was suddenly unable to move, because he was locked by a powerful thought force. With the help of Natsu's superpower, Yanjiro can actually control the opponent with his mind power while using the fantasy light, so that he can do two things with one heart. Boom! The fantasy light precisely hit the immobile briquette, directly injuring him, and he fell to the ground and lost his ability to fight. Valkoid. Mewtwo rushed over and picked up the ladder. Hey! The briquettes responded with difficulty in a low voice. Although he was still conscious, he was completely unable to fight after receiving this blow. You lost. According to the rules, stay and play with me tilde. The doll spoke again, and let out a series of weird laughter. Yanjiro disappeared from the field. Natsu's eyes began to glow red, and a powerful superpower rushed towards Mewtwo. Natsu's father appeared beside Mewtwo in an instant teleportation, ready to take Mewtwo away. From the moment Gengar was controlled, his heart sank for the most part. Sure enough, it still doesn't work. This kid plan doesn't work at all. Natsu is too strong. Now this is the only way to escape. But to his surprise, Mewtwo shook off his hand and his eyes were firm. I've figured out a way. Natsu's father couldn't help but scolded, and hurriedly grabbed Mewtwo again, trying to teleport him away together. What nonsense. Natsu will soon turn you into a foreigner. You or this. The next moment, Mutant